Tianyang walked along the road towards school, his mood quite pleasant. His destination, much like that of a junior high graduate who had spent 3 months lounging at home, was a local key high school. Today marked his first day of high school. Stepping along the path, he felt an irrepressible sense of exhilaration. It wasn't that he particularly loved school, though. Honestly, he would have preferred to stay home binge-watching anime and reading manga, living the life of a dedicated homebody. However, the realities of modern society forced him out of the beloved little room he had occupied for nearly 2 months. Skipping school simply did not align with the rules of the present age. His parents had originally planned to drive him to school in the family car, but Tianyang firmly declined. He had already arranged to walk there together with a friend. Ding, ding, ding. Red light. Pedestrians, please stop. The mechanical voice of the traffic signal blared from the roadside. Tianyang halted his steps at the intersection, then glanced sideways at his friend, who had also stopped, breaking into a cheerful laugh. This friend was wearing a white shirt, its front boldly printed with a dazzling anime-style maiden image, blue hair adorned with a witch's hat. 2 exquisite braided pigtails flowed neatly down her back. This was nothing short of divine beauty. Meeting Tianyang's gaze, his friend offered a knowing smile in return. Then the two exchanged a wordless glance and wordlessly pulled out their smartphones from their backpacks. Ha ha ha. This was precisely the source of Tianyang's exhilaration. He had brought his backup phone along. 5 days of campus life. How could one possibly do without a smartphone? He could once again keep company with his beloved two-dimensional world. Just thinking about it made his heart leap with joy. Hey, I'm talking to you. His friend gave Tianyang a light tap on the shoulder, fixing him with a reproachful look. What are you thinking about? Huh, Tianyang replied. I zoned out for a second, sorry. What were you saying? Fearing Tianyang might be hard of hearing, his friend raised his voice a few notches. I was just saying, Roxy is the most adorable girl in the entire world. Oh, here we go again. This guy always wore that sharp-tongued face, insisting Roxy was a god. Roxy is his wife, cough cough. Clearly my wife. Roxy is the greatest girl in the entire world. Roxy is the most adorable baby. Roxy is. Tianyang tugged at his own t-shirt, then pointed at the design printed dead center. It depicted a white-haired, blushing girl with pointy ears, a quarter-elf-blooded maiden. Assuming a scholarly air, he delivered his declaration. I must respectfully disagree with your assertion, for there exists another adorable girl in this world, one named Sylphiette. I humbly submit that Sylphiette is the most adorable girl in the world. According to unofficial records, Sylphiette is a very gentle, very obedient girl in bed, as well soft-spoken by nature, yet inwardly strong, easily shy, but never bowing to evildoers. And one more thing, the most important thing of all, legend has it that Sylphiette is the wife of a handsome young man named Tianyang. If you find my words too lengthy, then please simply remember that final line. Indeed, he is a Sylphiette loyalist. Of course, he does not deny that Roxy is adorable, nor that Roxy is a god, but compared with Sylphiette, naturally Sylphiette takes the lead. Such was the steadfast resolve within Tianyang's heart. If forced to choose between the two, he would say, I want both. Upon hearing Tianyang's declaration, his friend spat on the ground, his face twisted into the look of a man ready to fight anyone who dared to compete with him. Bah, you're talking nonsense. That's clearly my wife. Seems he also quite likes Sylphiette, doesn't he? Then the friend began muttering to himself, why is Roxy the most adorable girl? To argue this point, we must first clarify the meaning of most adorable. What does most adorable mean? Most adorable means possessing a face personality and qualities that make your heart flutter. The reason Roxy is the most adorable girl begins with the fact that she is revered as a god. Roxy can in certain moaning environments release chantless water magic with just 2 fingers. Compared with Roxy, the Virgin Mary is but a little sister, and even the Western creator god Jehovah is not worthy of being mentioned alongside Roxy. Roxy is the wife of a man named Yang Ming. Oh dear, how did such strange arguments get mixed in? He went on and on endlessly. Tianyang was somewhat exasperated. Ding, 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 green light. Pedestrians, please cross. The mechanical broadcast sounded once more from the side. Tianyang simply ignored Yang Ming and walked straight across the road. After reaching the other side, he realized something was missing. Looking back, he discovered that his friend was still standing where he had been lecturing the empty air with boundless enthusiasm, completely unaware that Tianyang had already left. Hey, are you serious? Your nerves are way too dull. Tianyang cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, if you don't come over now, the light's going to turn red on you. All the other pedestrians had long since hurried across. Only Yang Ming stood forlorn and alone at the intersection. When he looked up and noticed that Tianyang had already reached the opposite sidewalk, he was immediately consumed with rage. Kyuso, you bastard. How dare you not wait for me? Then he stomped his way across, running over in fury. Tianyang cast a helpless glance at him. So it's my fault now? Honk, honk, honk. Suddenly a series of sharp horns pierced the sky. Tianyang instinctively sensed something terrible was about to happen. Oh, just as he feared. That large truck had lost control. Down the narrow stretch of road, a fully loaded truck barreled forward like lightning weaving serpentine across the lanes. It looked as though it was about to slam into the vehicles waiting by the roadside, or even into Yangming who was running toward him. Yet the truck driver showed no sign of slowing down. Truck driver. Probably some ice guy summoner, right? For an instant that absurd thought flashed through Tianyang's mind. Then for reasons he could not explain he broke into a run. He shoved his friend aside. A tremendous pressure struck Tianyang's left side, pushing him away into the distance. He had the premonition that he was flying. But there was no pain. Instead he felt strangely light. Oh, why did I go and save Yangming? Was I really so naive as to believe that being hit by a truck would let me ice guy into another world? I suppose it isn't that. The reason I acted. It was probably because he gave me that shy white-haired super cute lingerie version Sylphiette figure. Under the morning light, a white-haired maiden seemed to stand at the intersection quietly waiting for someone. Someone. Isn't it just me? Ah, Sylphiette. To have met you in this life I could die without regret. Hurried footsteps echoed in Tianyang's ears along with a familiar mournful cry. And then, so noisy. Tianyang's mind felt foggy and confused. Before his eyes everything was a vast white expanse. He had thought something was wrong with his optic nerve. However, when he finally came to his senses he realized he had arrived in a white space where nothing existed at all. Ah, how terrifying. He shouted within his heart. Around him stretched an ethereal phantasmagoria, an expanse of pure white. He was utterly alone in this entire space. Hey. Could it be that next some white faceless humanoid creature is going to appear calling itself the human god, the bad guy? Hey, Tianyang shouted aloud, but he could not hear his own voice. The silence around him was terrifying. Is this a dream? He tried to say. Still no sound. Although he found it difficult to admit to others he was indeed afraid. Oh ho, there's a light. Not far ahead a faint dim glow suddenly appeared, standing out against the surrounding white emptiness, shining just a few degrees brighter and therefore especially conspicuous. Tianyang felt a surge of delight and rushed toward the glow. However, the light did not approach him, but instead maintained a fixed distance away. How should he describe it? Roughly speaking, every step Tianyang took forward the light retreated by one step. Endlessly it maintained its distance from him. Arg! Tianyang grew frustrated, stomping his foot in exasperation. Suddenly, around him began to emerge muffled chaotic sounds like the static noise of a wireless telegram, but growing clearer and clearer as time passed. Nagato. It was Japanese. Tianyang pricked up his ears, cupping a hand beside one ear mimicking the wind-following ear from Journey to the West. Nagato. Hey, are they talking about Nagato? Hee. Tianyang's heart leapt with excitement. Then the voices grew clearer. It was a three-person conversation. A clear young male voice. Are you the real body of pain? A rough young male voice. Peace has arrived so shamelessly. Do you hate me? Your enemy is right before your eyes. You want revenge, don't you? A cool big sister voice. Even if you kill Nagato here, complete your revenge, the world will not change. It would be nothing more than your own self-satisfaction. Hearing this familiar dialogue, Tianyang was instantly delighted. This was none other than the scene from Naruto, where Naruto, using Sage Mode, located Nagato's location within the paper tree, then confronted both Nagato and Konan. ZZT. A piercing shriek rang out. Damn it. Tianyang winced in agony, covering his ears. The sensation was like having his fingernails forcibly ripped off. Then the light ahead suddenly burst into colorful images. The first few chapters may seem somewhat wordy and dull, but the plot will kick into gear later. Please read 50 chapters before deciding to stay or leave. Please. The first world is set as one that knows about Naruto. This is for the benefit of the later plot. Later worlds that the protagonist crosses into will guarantee that this kind of situation does not occur again. Additionally, some parts may not be written very well. Your criticism is welcome. Readers who can't stand the protagonist's name need not worry. The author will change the protagonist's name later on. Pain will appear later, but it might take quite a while. The earlier parts will feature a few fake pains. The vision was somewhat dim, but it did not hinder seeing the figure in front clearly. The figure before him had a head of yellow hair styled into a conspicuous hedgehog cut. In the lower left corner of the frame closer to the view was a blue-haired girl. That yellow-haired hedgehog-headed fellow wore a lightweight suit of yellow and black with a ninja forehead protector on his head and a ring of yellowish eyeshadow around his eyes. At this moment his eyes were wide open, his deep gaze seemingly harboring a frozen wrath. Oh, it was Ming Ren. Was he in Sage Mode? Tianyang, upon seeing the familiar character, became even more excited, trembling all over. Ming Ren stood in the distance. Suddenly, with a shriek, a black rod flew from below the frame at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, that black rod plunged into Ming Ren's body. This was Chang Min's black rod attack. Ming Ren was struck by the rod, his head falling to the ground as a few drops of blood splattered on the stone floor. Then Chang Min's voice rang out, "At this close range my chakra can manipulate your movements at will." Rest assured I avoided your vital points. After all, you are an important Jinchuriki. Ahead, only Ming Run and Xiao Nan appeared in the frame, with Chongmin nowhere to be seen. Yet, his voice was present. So that's it. Tianyang's face lit up with sudden realization as he said, I suspect that this scene before me is the vision seen by Chongmin. Since it's Chongmin's vision then, am I inside Chongmin's mind? The moment this thought emerged, Tianyang waved his hand in denial. It shouldn't be. After all, who would transmigrate into someone else's mind? Besides, this might not even be a transmigration. This is a dream. Or maybe not. Tianyang looked up and saw Mingren pulling the black rod from his abdomen while suppressing his anger, saying, I really can't forgive you. I want to kill you right now. My body can't stop trembling. Mingren's eyes displayed a cross pupil. This was the fusion of Sage Mode and Ninetales Mode. Tianyang knew this was the first combination of the two modes, serving as a significant foreshadowing for later events. Tianyang also played the Naruto mobile game. Given the game's typical nature, Tianyang had originally assumed they would develop this form and the Kurama-linked form of Mingren separately. However, he never expected that the Kurama Sage Mode fusion form would be presented as a scroll item. This surprised him for quite a while. He had thought the planners had become more conscientious, actively advancing the release of story-based ninjas. Yet from the recent official announcement of Jiraiya as legendary Sannin, it was clear the planners hadn't grown much in conscience. Still, there were some benefits. I'll never be able to play this game again. Tianyang suddenly realized this, and a trace of disappointment crossed his face. A harsh clang sound pulled Tianyang back from his reverie. It was Ming Run who, after pulling out the black rod, threw it heavily to the ground. Then Tianyang saw Ming Ren charging forward in a ninja run. Ming Ren clenched his fist, poised to throw a punch in this direction. Xiao Nan leaped lightly, blocking the way below. Suddenly Ming Ren halted. Visibly, Xiao Nan's body trembled slightly as if puzzled by why Ming Ren had stopped. Tianyang knew the reason. Ming Ren was probably about to unleash his Talk no Jutsu. In the Naruto series, there was a character named Yuzhibo Jishue who possessed the godlike ability, Tian Shun, to alter and manipulate others' thoughts. And the ninjutsu used by ninjas had elemental differences. Fire was called Fire Release, water was Water Release. Thus Ming Ren's mouth was jokingly referred to by fans as Tian Mouth, or Talk no Jutsu. Just because you're too. Just because Ming Ren's words had moved countless villains, changing their minds. For instance, the brutal and bloodthirsty Wei Ai Luo. Ming Ren successfully turned him from foe to friend, even becoming a close ally. Dai Tu, who started the Ninja World War for Lin, had his inner convictions shaken by Ming Ren's Talk no Jutsu, and ultimately redeemed himself. And another villain, of course, was the Chongmin before him. Chongmin had sent out his special puppet, Pei In, to invade my village where Ming Ren grew up, slaughtering countless innocent civilians. Yet at the story's climax, Ming Ren, without lifting a single finger and using only his words, made Chongmin joyfully commit suicide. How terrifying was that? Tianyang chuckled, mainly because he was overjoyed to witness the scenes from Naruto once more. He had thought that after his death he would never see Naruto again. Next, as the plot unfolded, Chongmin finally used the Outer Path Samsara rebirth technique to revive the villagers of Mai he had killed. But with it came the price. Chongmin's soul was extracted by Yin Wang, and he died a heroic death. Tianyang couldn't understand. If Chongmin was going to kill, then why revive? And if he was going to revive, then why kill in the first place? If Chongmin was going to revive, then why kill? Well, those two things had nothing to do with each other. He was just simply venting his frustration with the plot. Tianyang shrugged. Then a voice struck his soul like a thunderbolt, echoing in his mind. Is that so? It was Chongmin's voice. Tianyang recognized it. Having listened to it all this time, he knew exactly who that deep voice belonged to. Ming Run. He succeeded, didn't he? Chongmin's voice rang out again, clearly tinged with joy and excitement. Tianyang was stunned, for the scene before him had faded, and he could no longer see the subsequent plot development. However, he knew that Chongmin was already dead. Since he was dead, then why was there still Chongmin's voice? He looked around. Aside from himself, there was no one else. Then something even more astonishing happened. Schwat. A figure descended from the sky with red hair. Oh, it was Chongmin. Tianyang gazed excitedly at the frail, emaciated figure. The skeleton warrior, Chongmin, had arrived. Riding a bizarre support device, Chongmin appeared before Tianyang, a long-lost happy smile on his face. Tianyang had never seen such a smile in the original work. Or had he? Thinking back carefully, there should have been one. Chongmin had shown that smile. It was during the time he was reanimated by Yao Shirdo using the impure world reincarnation. Following the caster's orders, Chongmin and Mr. Yu supported each other as they advanced, intercepting Ming Run and Kila Bai on their way to the battlefield. Then by a twist of fate, Mr. Yu was struck by Tian Shun and gained his freedom, while Chongmin fell into the abyss of evil, his thoughts stripped away by the caster. Finally, Yuzhibo Yu used the Tin Sword to seal Chongmin's reanimated body and at that moment Changmin's soul ascended like a feathered spirit. In his soul state, Changmin wore a benevolent smile. He passed his beliefs to Ming-Ren, who received them sincerely. The two shared their hearts. So Changmin smiled. It was a smile of happiness. Then Changmin's lonely voice came again, Xiaonan. You're gone too. The path to peace is truly arduous. Every member of the Akatsuki organization has died without exception. Changmin looked at Tianyang as if confiding in him. Can he see me? Tianyang was stunned. Then he waved his hand to attract attention. Indeed, Changmin's gaze shifted this way, and he said with emotion, Stranger, thank you for sharing. I have long known the story of your inner world. Though in your world I am a fabricated character, but I have lived a real life. Mian, Quanan, Master Zilayi, everyone, they were all real. Oh, Changmin was reading my mind. Tianyang stood frozen in place. I have long understood your yearning for peace. I will offer my body to help you fulfill your noble cause. Huh, what are you talking about? Take it. This is my last samsara rebirth technique. Changmin pressed his palms together, raised his head, and shouted, Outer Path Samsara Rebirth Technique. Then a blinding light engulfed the entire world. Tianyang's vision went dark and he lost consciousness. When he groggily awoke, it was to an entirely different world. What met his eyes was an unfamiliar ceiling. A slightly yellowed ceiling with a disc-shaped chandelier hanging from it, currently unlit. The room was not too dark as it was already approaching noon in the daytime. He turned his head left and right to survey the surroundings. The walls around him were all tinged with an old yellowish hue. Upon closer inspection, one would realize with a sudden epiphany that the room's decoration style was inherently like this. Judging solely by the yellowed walls, one might think the room had aged for decades. The yellow, inexplicably, gave a sense of warmth. Tianyang sniffed, detecting the scent of aged wood permeating the air. This room seemed to have been uninhabited for a long time. Indeed, the wardrobe before him had neatly folded clothes arranged inside. Generally, if a room is frequently used, the clothes in the wardrobe would be more or less in disarray or show signs of impending chaos, unless the person is extremely obsessive-compulsive and a neat freak. But that was not the case. Moreover, those clothes looked somewhat dated, completely out of line with modern aesthetics. Thus, Tianyang concluded that the room had been unoccupied for at least several years. Bright light streamed in through the thin gauze curtains, making the space exceptionally luminous. Whether it was an illusion or not, his vision seemed to have improved. Good lighting. It's a nice room. Huh. The sound emerged from his throat, and Tianyang felt an unprecedented strangeness. It was as if his voice had changed. The words reached his ears, giving him the eerie sensation that the speaker was not himself. The voice was low and hoarse, exuding a sense of steadiness. Was I sick? Cough, cough, cough. Tianyang tried coughing to adjust his vocal path and fix his vocal cords. However, it proved utterly useless. Ayo. Hey, hey. Cough. Hey. Tianyang attempted to modulate his voice. Yet the sound remained steady and hoarse, as if it had always been this way since birth. This voice is very familiar. It's Changmin, isn't it? Tianyang groaned in annoyance, throwing off the blanket. Then something even more bizarre happened. Perhaps he had been too absorbed by the surroundings and his own voice to notice earlier. It was only when he came back to his senses and looked down that he realized something was amiss. He was emaciated, his arms frighteningly thin, and his skin, indeed his entire complexion, had turned as white as snow. Pale as if he had been dead for 3 days, and then soaked in water for another 3 days, perhaps that would match the color before him. If a person's skin color is a dreamlike white, we naturally associate it with smoothness. However, Tianyang's skin was not like that. It was not smooth as imagined. Instead, there were visible wrinkles, and his hands looked like those of a middle-aged man. But I'm clearly a middle school student. No, I'm already a high school student. Tianyang recalled that he had graduated from middle school. Oh my god, even his fingernails were dyed a vivid vermilion. Tianyang noticed other changes, and his head spun with dizziness. Was he about to be buried? It was said that if a corpse was too gruesome, the family would usually hire a mortician. They would apply makeup to the corpse to restore the deceased's appearance as much as possible, at least not in a state of falling apart. Tianyang had been killed by a truck. Therefore, his appearance after death was destined to be unappealing and might even evoke fear. So an elder in the family suggested hiring a mortician to do the makeup. Hey, wouldn't you first ask the deceased if they agreed to the makeup? Thank goodness I woke up early. Otherwise I would have been buried. Thinking of certain possibilities, Tianyang breathed a sigh of relief. However, the sensation on his neck, like hair covering his body, startled him again. My hair seems to have grown longer. He reached out and touched it. Indeed, it had grown longer. It was now long enough to cover his face. But the ends of his hair, due to the motion of sitting up, had slid to the back of his neck and ears. Thus no strands obstructed his view from the front. Tianyang originally had long hair, but not as long as now. Before, it at least covered his ears, but not to the extent of covering his entire head. At this moment, Tianyang thought of Changmin's hairstyle. His current hairstyle should be exactly like Changmin's when all strands are swept back behind the head. Then he lifted his hair and brought it in front of his eyes, rubbing it. Next, Tianyang opened his mouth wide and stared with wide eyes. This. He stammered for a long time without uttering a complete sentence. Because his hair color had turned red. His nails were dyed. His skin and voice had become distorted. His hair was deep red. This matched Changmin's appearance. Could that be the meaning of Changmin's words in the dream? Thinking of a certain possibility, Tianyang secretly excitedly said, "Am I not becoming Changmin? I have long understood your desire for peace. I will offer my body to help you accomplish your noble cause." In the white space, Changmin said so. To try to prove this possibility, Tianyang swept his gaze around the room, like an eagle surveying its prey, searching for a mirror. There was no dressing table, which further corroborated the view that the room had been unoccupied for a long time. But now, anxious and burning with impatience, he could no longer care about the heaviness of his body. He hurriedly shifted his body, trying to search outside the room. When he dragged his pale feet onto the floor, he realized the severity of the problem. Thud. Leaving the bed, his feet touched the ground, but could not support his body. His knees gave way, and Tianyang collapsed onto the floor. A sharp pain shot through the area he hit. He couldn't help but let out a pained cry. "I've lost the ability to move my legs." Isn't this Changmin in his middle age? Tianyang realized, both surprised and sad. Surprised that he had become Changmin, a fact that was now confirmed. Sad that he had become Changmin in his middle age, whose legs were almost crippled and completely immobile, relying on secretly manipulating pain to act for him. Because of overusing the mobile toilet. Because of overusing the ghetto statue, he consumed a massive amount of chakra every day. If not for Changmin's Uzumaki clan constitution with its vast chakra reserves, he would have been drained into a mummy. Dead. On top of that, the accumulated strain over the years. Thus Changmin had become nothing but skin and bones, extremely weak. As for the problem of his crippled legs, that story would have to start from the conflict between the Akatsuki organization and Hanzo. Tianyang lifted his white shirt, and a sudden question flashed through his mind. Hey, who dressed him in these middle-aged looking clothes? After putting on these clothes, he looked much more mature. Indeed, as he had expected. Beneath the shirt, his ribs were prominent, and the rest was sunken flesh. Muscles? No, there were no muscles at all. Not muscle nor flesh. Just a layer of skin wrapped around bones. This was very bad. Tianyang cursed under his breath. This body was extremely weak. He imagined that his face must be sunken-eyed, hollow-cheeked, showing a sickly look of having not eaten for days. Ugh. Tianyang held onto the edge of the bed and struggled to climb back onto it. Both legs were crippled. Upon reflection, Tianyang didn't find it too disheartening. After all, this was the body of Nagato. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato possessed an immense reserve of chakra and had mastered the 6 nature transformations, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and yang, from a young age. Thus he could utilize nearly all mainstream ninjutsu. More importantly, embedded in his eye sockets were the legendary eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, the Rinnegan. With such abilities, who would remain dejected? Tianyang knew that Nagato's Rinnegan were actually transplanted by Madara, so they possessed no special powers beyond the basic techniques. Yet even the basic skills were enough to defy the heavens. The 6 Paths techniques could annihilate the entire ninja world. The Deva Path could create a powerful repulsive field centered on oneself, repelling all things. This was the widely known Shinra Tensei. The typical cooldown for a standard Shinra Tensei was about 5 seconds. The range of the repulsive field could be adjusted, and its duration was determined by the user. For instance, the famous Giant Shinra Tensei in the mobile game, or the Ultimate Super Shinra Tensei that destroyed Konoha in the original work. Both were prolonged versions of the technique. The stronger and wider the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, the longer the cooldown. In contrast, the Deva Path also possessed a technique called Bancho Tenin. It generated a gravitational field centered on oneself, attracting designated objects within a certain range. Both hands served as launchers, also applicable to Shinra Tensei, pulling targeted objects toward the hand. For instance, by will, one could instantly draw a distant object into the palm. One could also control the designated object to move left or right arbitrarily, such as shifting an item from point A to point B, though moving it farther away would require simultaneously using Shinra Tensei. The Deva Path also possessed a supreme ultimate technique, Shibaku Tensei. By pressing both palms together, the user generated a gravitational black sphere, compressing gravity into a black orb resembling a miniature black hole. Then the sphere was hurled into the sky. Centered on itself, the black sphere generated immense gravitational pull, drawing in rocks, gravel, and all objects within range. Simultaneously, the attracted rocks enveloped the sphere, forming a massive rocky orb that trapped the target, making escape impossible. Shibaku Tensei was also a formidable sealing technique. Beyond the Deva Path, the 6 Paths abilities included the Preta Path, Human Path, Naraka Path, Asura Path, Animal Path, and Outer Path. Tianyang was familiar with the Deva, Preta, Asura, Animal, and Outer Paths, but he couldn't recall the others clearly. The Azura Path left a deep impression because it could transform its arms into mechanical limbs, steel serrated blades, and even launch missiles. The Animal Path, true to its name, could summon various creatures. The Outer Path's ability was the Outer Path Rinne Rebirth, technique Nagato used in the dream, sacrificing one's own life to revive the desired person. It also allowed summoning the Geto statue in the form of a summon. If the chakra receivers connected to the Geto statue were inserted into the body, one could manipulate the statue and unleash the ultimate technique, the Chakra Dragon. Then came the highlight. What Tianyang anticipated most was the ability of the Preta Path. In his memory, the Preta Path had two powers: chakra absorption and seal absorption. Both could absorb an opponent's chakra and convert it into the user's own energy. When Nagato was reanimated by the Impure World reincarnation, he used chakra absorption to drain the dark red-tailed beast chakra covering Killer, restoring his body to its youthful appearance. The other skill, seal absorption, could absorb an opponent's attacks and convert them into the user's own chakra, effectively turning the enemy's assault into the user's mana pool. These two abilities were nothing short of heaven-defying. In fact, Tianyang could use chakra absorption to restore his current body to Nagato's youthful state. At the very least, it could heal his legs. In the original Naruto, the frail white-haired Nagato, who had to be supported by the reanimated Itachi, regained his mobility after using chakra absorption, though not fully recovered. This was precisely why he hadn't felt discouraged earlier. To be honest, he was also puzzled. Why hadn't Nagato used this technique before his death to restore himself to a more energetic youth? Wouldn't that have allowed him to achieve greater things? Instead, he appeared before everyone in a sickly state, using mechanical aids to manipulate the 6 paths of pain. Tianyang couldn't understand this either. Well, why bother with all that? As long as he could use it himself. Then let's give it a try. Tianyang closed his eyes, composed himself, then opened them again. Then he aimed his hand at the transparent glass water cup beside him. Bansho Tenin. A strange sound effect. Whoosh. The glass cup seemed to sense something, hesitated for a moment, then shot toward Tianyang's palm as if pulled by gravity. Clearly visible, the water inside the cup also responded to the gravitational force, clinging tightly to one side of the glass. During the entire movement, not a single drop spilled. In just a breath, the glass cup flew into Tianyang's hand. Grasping it, he felt a sense of unreality. He had actually used Bansho Tenin, a power that belonged only to the realm of anime. Then this move should also work. Shinra Tensei. Tianyang used his hand as a launcher and tried to repel the glass cup. SSH. The cup, struck by the repulsive force, shot forward in an instant. Clang. He opened his eyes to see the glass cup smash against the sliding door, then slide down. With a loud crash, the cup shattered, fragments scattering in all directions. The liquid splashed everywhere, soaking the sliding door. Then, Bansho Tenin. Tianyang kept his hand extended, shouting in a low voice, aiming at the scattered glass fragments below. Under the control of gravity, the glass fragments clumped together in the center. At that moment, Tianyang moved his arm, and the glass fragments followed the direction of his arm. He aimed his palm at a remote corner, and the fragments eventually flew there. Seeing this, Tianyang shouted again, Bansho Tenin. This time his target was the sliding door. He wanted to see what kind of world lay beyond. The sliding door was closed, but now he used his free hand to perform Bansho Tenin on it, slowly moving his arm. Then, as expected, the door slid open in the direction of his hand. Truly a practical ability, Tianyang sighed, looking at his raised right hand. Afterward, he lifted his gaze. Beyond the door was a living room empty of people. He could see a low white porcelain wooden table, and the floor was in a natural wood style, somewhat like tatami, exuding a fresh and simple atmosphere. It was spotless with a white cushion. Could this be Japan? Tianyang asked in confusion, though he had already anticipated it. Still, it was astonishing to see. Sliding door, low wooden table, cushion, Japanese-style furniture and items. Since I've become Nagato, a little transmigration isn't too much to ask for, he thought. However, suffering from paralyzed legs, Tianyang couldn't move at all. Thus, he had no ability to explore. Oh, there was a window here. Tianyang fixed his gaze on that window. He crawled over, pressing his body against the desk, and peered outside. The view was wide, the sunlight dazzling. He could clearly tell that he was on the second floor. What met his eyes were Japanese-style buildings, a chaotic array of single-family roofed houses like luxurious villas. Directly ahead stood a flat-roofed square apartment building. Tianyang was taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. I never thought I'd actually transmigrate. It seems saving Yang Ming was the right choice. He recalled the scene before the car accident and his silly face. And what's this? A rectangular lunchbox on the desk caught his eye. On top of the bento box was a yellow sticky note. Tianyang tore it off and unfolded it. It was written in crooked Japanese. He instinctively thought he wouldn't understand it. But when the characters entered his vision, he could comprehend their meaning. As he read, he muttered, "Remember to eat on time, okay?" From Yukimi Chizuru's reminder. Tianyang was full of confusion. But soon he realized. Since it was a transmigration, this person named Yukimi Chizuru was probably an NPC associated with him in this life. Maybe she was his one niece and older sister. In the following time, Tianyang tested Nagato's abilities while pondering his future plans. When the sky neared, deep night lights flickered on outside the door, and a voice called out, "I'm home." Tianyang swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the door. Yukimi Chizuru was an ordinary junior high school girl to be seen anywhere in Tokyo, and due to her status as a middle school student, she wore a black sailor uniform every day. It was the uniform of a nearby school. Having entered puberty, she neglected her appearance due to her love for saving effort. A normal teenage girl would tend to her hair with the same devotion that birds show their feathers, caring for it meticulously. Yet she thought it too troublesome, and simply cut her hair into a short style that just reached her shoulders. The very next day after the thought occurred, she did it. Fortunately, lacking friends or other useless entanglements, she faced far fewer complaints about cutting her long hair short. Only a few male classmates who often cast glances her way showed expressions of regret, appearing concerned, yet holding back their words. That was all. She pretended not to notice. Phew. That evening, having finished her work, Yukimi Chizuru returned home, carrying her bag. Is middle school life really this exhausting, as she muttered to herself? If I could stay in elementary school forever, that would be better. Oh, I mustn't sigh like that. Yukimi Chizuru patted both cheeks with her hands, bracing herself. Yet she couldn't help but sigh. After this spring, she had entered the ranks of middle school students and begun her new life. However, she was not accustomed to such a lifestyle. The uncle who had originally promised to raise her until adulthood had suddenly disappeared without a trace from the day she started junior high. She was forced to use her after-school hours to work part-time at Nishimura bookstore, struggling to support her household, continuing late into the night, without exception, every day. He secretly took most of the family's assets. And he doesn't do honest work. Sigh. Remembering her uncle, a flood of emotions overwhelmed Yukimi Chizuru, and she sighed again. Perhaps she was simply a middle school girl destined to live a hard life. Wait, what? In the next instant, she witnessed something unbelievable. At the entrance of her parents' detached house left to her, a completely naked, thoroughly drunk old man was lying there. Now what should I do? Yukimi Chizuru made a troubled face and thought about it seriously for a while. Then she took out her phone. Ah, how troublesome. With an attitude of avoiding unnecessary trouble, she contemplated for a long time, and finally, put her phone away. She then walked toward the entrance, simultaneously keeping watch on the drunkard's movements. However, the old man remained motionless, as though he had already crossed over to the other side. Red hair, a foreigner. Yukimi Chizuru tiptoed across the naked body. She prepared to slip quietly inside. Oh, what's this? She merely cast a slightly curious glance downward. Let me clarify, she absolutely was not being lecherous. She only looked to better understand the male anatomy her physiology teacher had explained that day. And no, it was purely for studying, that's all. However, it was covered. But this uncle was so emaciated, skin and bones. That was what surprised her. How many days had he gone without food to reach such a state? Perhaps he had truly passed away. A vivid memory flashed through Yukimi Chizuru's mind. Sorrow welled up like bitter water in her heart, making her feel a sharp pang of heartache and an urge to weep. His skin was fair, his features well proportioned. It was evident that in his youth this man had been a dashing young gentleman. No doubt many girls had been captivated by him. Pity silently crept into her heart. The flip phone she had set down was picked up once more. Her thumb pressed 3 digits on the keypad, just as she was about to press the call button. Yukimi Chizuru let out a scream. A hand seized her calf, touching her skin through her stockings. She desperately tried to shake off that hand. Fortunately, the drunkard didn't have much strength. He released her immediately. Phew. Yukimi Chizuru exhaled in relief, still shaken. I need to get inside quickly. Remembering this, she took out her key and opened the door. Yet her feet did not step forward. They remained rooted to the spot, as if filled with lead. Yukimi Chizuru turned around. The man still showed no sign of movement. Perhaps she shouldn't have ignored him. Although cold-blooded stories circulated in society, she believed the world needed more warmth. Moreover, she had misunderstood something just now. That man beneath her feet was not drunk at all. There was no smell of alcohol. She had merely assumed so beforehand. A look of apology appeared on Yukimi Chizuru's face, making her restless. 119. She dialed these 3 numbers on her flip phone. This was the emergency number for an ambulance. But before she could press the call button, she noticed something else. This person looks just like Nagato from Naruto. Yukimi Chizuru realized she had been too tense to connect the dots earlier. Now that she was calmer, she discovered the man before her bore a striking resemblance to Nagato in his final moments. How could this be cosplay? I don't think so. The man before her felt exactly like the real Nagato himself. For some reason, Yukimi Chizuru suddenly decided to bring the man from outside into her home. Then she spent considerable effort on it. She didn't know why she had done such a thing at the time. Only when she came to her senses and saw the man on her bed did she realize it was too late. She had actually done something so foolish. What if this man was a villain harboring impure thoughts? What if he was a ruthless murderer? If she had thought it through carefully, Yukimi Chizuru suddenly found herself rather indifferent. After all, even if she died, because of this no one would mourn her. Why had she brought the man home to care for him? Even Yukimi Chizuru herself didn't know. But the reason hidden in her heart could never be concealed forever. She thought it was probably because seeing this pitiful man unconsciously reminded her of her father, who always used to pass out drunk at their doorstep and had since passed away. Moreover, this was a rare opportunity to break free from relatives and live independently. I must do my best. Yukimi Chizuru made a fist-pump gesture with her slender fair arms. Ganbat. After bringing the red-haired man home, Yukimi Chizuru skillfully cleaned his body and fed him rice porridge. She also dressed him in her late father's clothes. They fit perfectly, though the fiery red hair clashed dramatically with everything else. Throughout the night, the man never woke up. So Yukimi Chizuru simply went downstairs to sleep. The next day, the man still hadn't gotten up. On the morning of the third day, he still showed no signs of waking. But his breathing remained steady as usual, making it seem as though he had simply fallen asleep. So Yukimi Chizuru felt reassured. But if he didn't wake up by today, she planned to take him to the hospital. If she sent him to the hospital, what would become of her own fate? That morning before heading to school, she prepared a bento for the man herself. Of course, she had made one yesterday too, but since the man hadn't woken up, that meal went to waste. Given that her junior high was full day with no lunch break at home, and she still had to work after school, she could only take advantage of this morning window to prepare his lunch in advance. Of course, before leaving, she had also fed the man some liquid food to prevent him from starving if he remained unconscious all day. Her father had once been a vegetable for a period of time. So Yukimi Chizuru handled it with ease. It feels like returning to the time when father was still alive, she murmured. Then she attached a sticky note to the lunchbox. After that, I'm going. She stepped out of the house. That evening. Phew. Returning home, as usual, Yukimi Chizuru sighed, just as she always did. This seemed to have become her habit. Almost every day upon returning to the entrance, she would sigh once. Perhaps sighing was her best form of redemption. The lights are on in the room. Yukimi Chizuru looked up and saw the brightly lit room on the second floor, suddenly feeling delighted. Then, full of anticipation, she stepped into her home. Tianyang gazed at the lovely girl before him, his heart skipping a beat. The girl in front of him was of the adorable type. Her short hair maximized her youthful vitality, and from her delicate, clean eyebrows one could perceive the shifts of her inner emotions. Her cherry-like lips. Their color was not as red as cherries, but a faint peach hue, as if exuding a gentle floral fragrance immensely captivating. Her eyes seemed to hold spring water, clear and pure. They gave off a subtle, elusive charm of innocence. It was the first time Tianyang had observed a strange girl so closely. When was the last time I locked eyes with a girl? Elementary school. No, it seems that never happened. Even after scouring his memory from birth to the present, he found no instance of sustained eye contact with a girl. There were some, but they were fleeting moments. Not proper eye contact. While there were times with his mother, of course. Facing that adorable face before him now, Tianyang couldn't help but feel nervous. He hadn't engaged in proper social interaction for years. Yukimi Chizuru, on the other hand, appeared quite composed. You're awake, aren't you? What she spoke was Japanese. At first, Tianyang found it jarring. Just like the note earlier, he couldn't understand the words, but could grasp their meaning. Then soon it no longer felt strange, as if he himself could speak it. The girl seemed unconcerned whether Tianyang would answer, for it was a rhetorical question. Obviously, Tianyang was indeed awake. And with normal eyesight, she naturally knew he was awake. That, "You're awake, aren't you?" was merely a caring greeting. It was like meeting a friend on the road and asking, "Have you eaten?" The same principle. Tianyang could clearly see, from just a dozen centimeters away, the girl's lively eyes moving freely as they observed the room. She fixed her gaze on the desk, as if verifying something. She spotted something. Then, smiled sweetly. How was the taste? Perhaps when you ate the food had already gone cold. Well, this brand of bento box has excellent heat retention, so it might still be warm. But what I want to say is I'm quite confident in my cooking. Tianyang paused, then said. It was delicious. Yar, so facing a girl was such a terrifying thing. Having had no contact with girls for years, he had long forgotten the art of conversation. His mind went completely blank. Having played countless gal games in the past, he had confidently believed he could become the god of seduction. Yes, he was utterly convinced he could reach the level of that god, who had played thousands of romance games. Though never tested in reality, he had indeed thought so, that he could handle girls with ease effortlessly. But reality slapped him in the face. Perhaps it was a case of theoretical knowledge, without practical experience. Facing this girl named Yukimi Chizuru, Tianyang was so nervous he could barely speak. How embarrassing. Hearing that feeble reply, the girl broke into a radiant smile. That's right. It must be that way. I told you I'm confident in my cooking. I even won second prize in the school cooking competition, hee. She must be a cheerful girl. Seeing that sweet smile, Tianyang subconsciously thought so. As he mused, he suddenly noticed something astonishing. That was the fact that what came out of his mouth was indeed Japanese. How strange. Could it be that after swapping into Nagato's body, he had also learned Japanese? Although he loved anime and had dabbled in broken Japanese, it was nothing like this. His spoken words were as natural as a native speaker's. Do you remember the day before yesterday? Well, for you it should be yesterday since you've been unconscious for a day and lost track of time. I mean, do you remember what happened? No, I have no memory of before. Tianyang's tone was somewhat stiff. Then what about your name? Do you remember? Well, that I do remember. My name is Tianyang. Oh, well, about me, you've probably seen the note I left, so you should know my name. But to be respectful, let me introduce myself. She stood up and gave a slight bow. Quite polite indeed. My name is Yukimi Chizuru. As you can see, I'm a junior high school student currently in the first year. However, just like your name, Tianyang, it doesn't sound Japanese. Yes, I'm an international student from China. Sorry, that's all I remember. Realizing the slip, Tianyang quickly shut his mouth. An international student? The girl seemed dumbfounded. Tianyang nodded solemnly. He had fabricated a lie about being an amnesiac. But when he said he was an international student, if not for the excuse, that's all I remember, he might have given the game away. After all, he had just presented himself as an amnesiac. Yet when answering the question, he could accurately state his identity as an international student. These two were clearly contradictory. An amnesiac wouldn't identify their own identity so quickly. Let's first explain why he pretended to be an amnesiac. Claiming amnesia allowed him to gather common knowledge without arousing suspicion, a clever tactic. Indeed, he did it only to better obtain information. He still hadn't figured out where this place was, or rather which world it was. Did the worldview of this world align with the previous one? Had his soul been transferred, or had he transmigrated? If it was transmigration, was this world a parallel world, or a world from a novel, anime, movie, or the like? Tianyang had read cultivation transmigration novels before, so he was quite sensitive to such matters. The girl asked again, "Then uncle, do you remember where you live? Which university do you attend?" Uncle. These two words pierced Tianyang's heart like a needle. Hearing this, Tianyang nearly collapsed onto the bed. He had forgotten that his appearance had become Nagato's, claiming to be an international student while looking like a middle-aged man. An international student in his 30s. Who the hell would believe that? No wonder the girl had been looking at him with a strange expression. To ease the awkwardness, Tianyang could only clear his throat twice. But there were international students in their 30s too. He could just blame it on memory confusion. After all, she couldn't check anything. Suddenly a hand appeared before him, waving slightly. The hand was fair and rosy. Its owner whispered softly, "What's wrong, uncle?" "Oh, well, I was just distracted," Tianyang replied. Damn, he had been too absorbed in his own thoughts and neglected the situation at hand. The girl said gently, It's fine. Can you answer my previous question?" "Okay, regarding your question about whether I remember my residence, I have to say that apart from knowing I'm an international student and that my name is Tianyang, I don't remember anything else." "That's great." The girl breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, Tianyang was dumbfounded. Was he hallucinating? How could she look so happy when he had amnesia? He rubbed his eyes. The girl before him was indeed cheerful, even smiling. However, the girl quickly realized and showed an apologetic expression. "Sorry. Uncle, please stay here for now. You can leave whenever you remember something, right?" What's going on?" Tianyang was stunned. Before he could even ask, the girl had already decided to let him stay. Indeed, Tianyang's original plan was to steal himself and insist on staying here. He had no passport, ID card, or anything of the sort. If he left, he would surely be unable to survive. Though he had Nagato's abilities, Tianyang wasn't sure which world this was. If he had transmigrated to a world with high technology, given the typical nature of the Japanese, once such abilities were exposed to the public, he would definitely be captured for research. But why did the girl want to keep him here? Had she discovered something? "It's because you look like my late father. Seeing you gives me a nostalgic feeling." "I see, but it was a bit rash." Through subsequent conversation, Tianyang learned that he had been found and brought home by the girl 2 days ago. Originally, he had thought that the unfamiliar Yukimi Chizuru was his elder sister, but it turned out she was a strange junior high school girl. How strange. After a moment, Shuejin Shinha seemed hesitant, as if she had something to say. "If you want to say something, just say it," Tianyang spoke. "There's no need to be reserved with me." In truth, he was the most reserved one here, but fortunately, being highly adaptable, he gradually grew accustomed to conversing with a girl. At the very least, his tone had become much more amiable, no longer so stiff. "Yes." The girl hesitated for a long while before speaking tactfully. "My reason for asking you to stay is actually ulterior." "Ulterior motives?" "I figured as much. Please elaborate." "All right. 7 years ago, due to a sudden car accident, my mother and younger brother passed away tragically. My father was luckier. He became a bedridden vegetable. But misfortunes soon befell him as well. 3 years ago, as everyone guessed, my father also ascended to heaven. After being shuffled among relatives, my uncle became my guardian. Though he's my uncle in my eyes, he's just a stranger I've met a few times. He often took money from the house under various pretexts. In recent weeks, he vanished without a trace along with the jewelry my mother left behind, all gone. He usually hung out with some unsavory characters. I suspect he got into trouble with certain people in the underworld, couldn't repay his debts, and faced retaliation. The girl recounted the above situation as if stating facts. It was truly heartbreaking. One could only imagine how much pressure and adversity she had endured to speak of such tragic experiences with such calmness. So tragic. Tianyang was momentarily at a loss for words. After hearing this, he even felt a pang of guilt, as if he shouldn't have listened to these words. Oh, what should I do? Should I comfort her? The girl continued. I asked you to stay, uncle, actually to have you pretend to be my guardian. Pretend to be a guardian? Yes. If my missing unfamiliar uncle has actually passed away, then I might have to be sent to an orphanage. She smiled. I hate those relatives. I don't want to be adopted by them. I think even if I didn't want to be adopted by relatives, they probably wouldn't be willing to take me in. So my inevitable outcome is to be sent to an orphanage waiting to be adopted by strangers. Tianyang could understand these words. He also disliked dealing with relatives. If his parents had passed away, he would definitely choose to live independently. To be honest, the relationships among Japanese relatives are quite subtle. It's as if everyone harbors the thought of facing each other coldly and indifferently living out their lives just fine. In other words, the relationships among relatives are of a cold nature. This girl didn't like being constrained. She didn't like being restricted by someone who shared the same blood but was not her own parent. However, the current system does not allow minors, especially those under 14, to live independently. Hence, this middle school girl was taken in by relatives. The indifferent relatives naturally didn't want to adopt a girl, adding another mouth to feed to their households. Only her greedy uncle, eyeing her family's property, swore to adopt her. Of course, if none of the relatives were willing to adopt the girl, she would be sent to an orphanage and wait for adoption. Tianyang had encountered this setting in Japanese anime, or rather this law. Shueijin Shinha must be worried about this, which is why she proposed that Tianyang pretend to be her guardian. She wasn't sure if her missing uncle had died. If he had indeed passed away, she would have to leave this place and go to an orphanage. If the fact that there was no adult in the house could be concealed, it would be fine. But with many people and loose tongues, the neighbors were certainly not a group to be taken lightly. Tianyang had seen such an example in anime. A pair of underage sisters who lost their parents, and the elder sister decided to hide the truth and support the family alone by working part-time jobs so they would never be separated. The neighbors hadn't seen the sisters' parents for months, suspected there was no guardian in the house, and reported this to the public authorities under the guise of doing it for their own good. The outcome was that the public authorities sent the sisters to an orphanage, and they were adopted by different families, thus separated. There are too many such examples, which has given rise to situations where most minors without parents conceal their true age and go to big cities to work as hostesses or pimps. Tianyang finally understood why this girl had brought him home. Since that was the case, he had to respond. I think I can pretend to be your guardian if you're willing. Really? That's great. Whether it was an illusion or not, the girl's eyes brightened considerably. If she had a fluffy tail, it would probably be wagging excitedly. Tianyang nodded. He happened to need a place to stay, and then he could start exploring the new world outside. Their interests aligned, so mutual assistance was a good choice. Tianyang chatted with her for a while longer. After the conversation ended, Shueijin Shinha went downstairs, cooked dinner, and thoughtfully brought it up to the second floor. She set up a small dining table and placed the dishes on it. The meal consisted only of teriyaki chicken and mixed vegetables, modest in quantity, but it looked delicious. Tianyang felt a sense of exotic beauty. Soon the table was cleared. After a hearty meal, Tianyang sincerely felt that this girl's cooking was truly excellent. Moreover, she had a kind heart. That was the real reason this meal was so delicious, Tianyang thought. Midnight. In the room, it was so dark that one could not see their own fingers. Only a beam of moonlight streamed through the screen window, spilling onto the floor like a dreamlike beauty. Lying in bed, Tianyang tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. It wasn't because he was far from home or unaccustomed to the environment. Rather, something was troubling him. Last night, before Shueijin Shinha returned. To be precise, it was the period after sunset, but before nightfall. When he looked down from the window, he spotted a middle school girl. It wasn't Shueijin Shinha, but her uniform was exactly the same style as Shueijin Shinha's. Well, exactly the same might be a stretch. Strictly speaking, aside from the size, the design was identical. It was certain that Shueijin Shinha and that middle school girl came from the same school. He hadn't known this before seeing Shueijin Shinha. At the entrance of a certain room in the apartment building across the way, a middle school girl with brownish-yellow hair tied in a ponytail sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, her back against the door. Perhaps due to the power of the Rinnegan, Tianyang's eyesight had greatly improved. He could clearly see the girl sitting in the dimly lit area. Well, that was a fact. Then he saw the absolute territory beneath her skirt. That was also a fact. Yes, that very region that countless otaku are obsessed with. Although he didn't see the most intimate part, he could be certain that the middle school girl's underwear area was in a vacuum state. She wasn't wearing panties. Quite a feast for the eyes, Tianyang grinned. From the second-floor vantage point looking down at the street, it would normally be impossible for a normal person to see the triangular area beneath a skirt. But for Tianyang, who possessed the Rinnegan, it was an easy task. When a woman wearing a skirt sits with her arms around her knees, the view under her skirt is inevitably exposed to the public. Although the angle from the second floor was tricky, there would always be a suitable angle or a moment when the wind blew. Tianyang seized that angle and that moment, thereby successfully learning the fact that the middle school girl wasn't wearing panties. Before this, he had only suspected it. So why was the girl sitting there alone? Tianyang quickly figured out the answer. He had actually experienced this before. He had also sat alone at his doorstep. Yes, that was when he came home from school and found he had forgotten his keys. So she forgot her keys, Tianyang thought. After taking a few more glances, he stopped paying attention to her. Of course, when Shuejin Qianhe entered the door, the familiar middle school uniform she wore made Tianyang pause for a long moment. After Qianhe finished cleaning up the dishes and left the room, Tianyang pressed against the desk and looked outside, only to find that the girl was no longer at the door. Presumably, she had waited for her family to return and then went inside together, forgetting the keys and sitting at the doorstep. That was indeed quite unlucky. But it was normal, just a small probability event in life. Tonight, however, Tianyang tossed and turned, unable to sleep for no apparent reason. He felt that the scene of the middle school girl sitting at her doorstep with nowhere to go seemed strangely familiar. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before. After much deliberation, Tianyang finally gave up thinking and fell asleep. After a few uneventful days, the rest day arrived. Yukizuru Chizuru pushed a brand new wheelchair over. This was once used by my father. If you don't mind, please take it. Tianyang had mentioned his leg ailment to her before. After hearing this, the young girl must have given it serious thought. So after a few days, today that is, she retrieved from the storage room a wheelchair that had been used by her father, who was in a vegetative state. Tianyang was sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. When he saw Yukizuru Chizuru arrive, he cast his gaze over. The wheelchair was of an ordinary design. It was the kind commonly seen on the streets. Not far away, the LCD TV flickered, broadcasting the day's news. A voice came through. Yesterday, a corpse was discovered on the embankment in Chiyoda Ward. It is preliminarily determined to be a homicide. The police have sealed off the scene and the investigation is ongoing. The announcer's voice was that of a standard female host. Yukizuru Chizuru arrived at just the right moment to catch the broadcast. As she pushed the wheelchair over, her face had been relaxed. But upon hearing the news report, her expression immediately turned worried. She said, "Things have been getting more and more unsettled lately." Tianyang nodded, not wanting to linger on this topic. So he said, "Let me try it out." He pointed at the wheelchair. Then, supporting himself on the sofa, he struggled to sit down in the wheelchair. Having a leg ailment was truly difficult. Of course, Yukizuru Chizuru helped along the way. She carefully supported Tianyang's arm and body, afraid he might fall. What a considerate girl. Tianyang praised inwardly. The wheelchair was a manual type with footrests below that were perfect for resting his feet. It's very comfortable to sit in. Really? Uncle, would you like to go out and get some sunshine? Yukizuru Chizuru suddenly proposed this suggestion. It seemed like a spur-of-the-moment idea. She then explained, "You've been at our humble home for 4 days now. Isn't it okay to see the outside world? Though it's not very safe out there, as long as we stay away from the crime scene, it should be safe." Tianyang shook his head and said, "Staying away from the crime scene is not 100% safe. Generally, the murderer won't return to a place with many police officers. Of course, to be rigorous, it's not impossible. There are cases of psychologically abnormal murderers. There's an old Chinese saying, the safest place is the most dangerous place. If we stay far from the crime scene, the likelihood of being attacked by a criminal increases because the murderer has already fled the scene and won't choose the same location next time." "I see." She was silent for a moment, then sighed dejectedly. Tianyang wondered why she looked so sad. Oh, he had just shaken his head. Perhaps that gesture made Yukizuru Chizuru feel rejected. To be honest, of the 4 days since his transmigration, Tianyang had spent 2 in a coma. Counting from the day he woke up, 2 more days had passed. Including the 2 comatose days, Tianyang had been staying at Yukizuru Chizuru's home for 4 days. As for going out for a walk, well, more like going out for a roll. He had originally wanted to do that, but his otaku nature suddenly awakened. He had planned to explore the world once settled. Yet he found he needed others' help to move. So he lost interest in going out. Instead, he stayed in the 3 tatami room and studied ninjutsu. Now, with a wheelchair, going out for a roll would be a good thing. "Let's just stroll around the neighborhood," Tianyang said. Then Yukizuru Chizuru's petite figure visibly trembled slightly, and she nodded happily. "Yes, leave it to me." Now let's review his experience of studying ninjutsu while cooped up in the room. Over the past 2 days, Tianyang had studied the 3 basic techniques: clone technique, substitution technique, and transformation technique. He also studied the 5 elemental release techniques: earth, fire, water, wind, and lightning, that Nagato had been proficient in during his life. Let's start with the 3 basic techniques. As for the clone technique, Tianyang could now easily perform it. Although he hadn't known the hand seals before, the power of the internet was not to be underestimated. A simple search engine query revealed the hand seals for the clone technique. Where did he get internet access? Naturally, Chizuru, afraid he might be bored, had brought him an old laptop. Wei Xiyin, he looked at the hand gestures on the screen. Tianyang copied the gestures, awkwardly forming strange hand signs with his hands. The moment he completed the 3 seals, poof. With a strange sound effect, a puff of white smoke appeared out of nowhere. When the smoke cleared, a gaunt figure in middle-aged attire suddenly appeared beside him. Tianyang had easily created a clone, his projection. This was a clone identical to the scrawny Nagato, but compared to Nagato before his death in the anime, this Nagato looked more vibrant, his haggard expression much improved, and his body less frail. This was the result of the young girl's attentive care. Because of his leg ailment, the clone sat on the ground. That was reasonable. Of course, this was just the ordinary clone technique, the most basic C-rank ninjutsu. The clone summoned by the clone technique was not solid, but an illusion. Once someone touched the clone, it would dissipate into smoke in the air. In Naruto, the ordinary clone technique was mainly used to confuse enemies with no actual combat power. A similar technique was the shadow clone technique, a B-rank ninjutsu. The clones summoned by this technique were solid, had a degree of self-awareness, and perfectly replicated the user's full power. Even after dispelling the clone, the user would gain all the memories the clone accumulated during its existence. The downside was that upon receiving damage, it would vanish like a C-rank clone. Although the shadow clone's abilities were identical to the original, it only contained half the user's chakra. Notably, after using the shadow clone technique, the user would also have only half their chakra left. In other words, the caster evenly divided their chakra among the summoned shadow clones. Shadow clones had uses such as assisting the user in training and combat. In the original work, Naruto used shadow clones to train and wind release, greatly increasing efficiency. 1 shadow clone doubled the training experience, 2 clones tripled it, 3 clones quadrupled it, and so on. The more clones summoned, the more experience gained. An example of assisting in combat was during the 4th Great Ninja War, when Kurama Mode Naruto sent his shadow clones to aid allies defeating S-rank and Kaga-level opponents like the 3rd Raikage. Thinking of this, Tianyang recalled an infuriating matter. That was the forbidden scroll of the Hidden Leaf Village's shadow clone technique, which had recently been changed to a terrible version to cater to some game. Originally, the shadow clone technique summoned clones that could use skills replicating the original work. Now, after releasing the scroll, the character would move forward a certain distance. Then a shadow clone that would explode upon approach was left behind. Compared to before, this clone was stationary. But could a stationary shadow clone technique still be called the shadow clone technique? Wasn't it just the ordinary C-rank clone technique? The shadow clone technique was B-rank, and the clone technique couldn't compare. Shadow clones indeed had substance and self-awareness. But turning it into a stationary decoy, its only function was to confuse enemies. Just confuse enemies. Then why call it shadow clone? Tianyang laughed. Staring at the flickering computer screen, a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind, and his heart burned with excitement. Since he could search for hand seals, couldn't he learn any ninjutsu? At that moment, Tianyang immediately thought of a powerful ultimate technique. That was the A-rank forbidden technique devised by the 2nd Hokage, the multiple shadow clone technique. Multiple shadow clone technique. No, it's the gang-up technique. Using the multiple shadow clone technique, one can instantly summon thousands of shadow clones to assist in combat. Even if each clone spat a mouthful of saliva, they could drown the enemy, let alone use ninjutsu. The hand seals for this technique should also be searchable online. In that case, why not learn it? Tianyang, full of enthusiasm, immediately searched for it. A minute later, Tianyang felt utterly dejected. He couldn't find the hand seals for the multiple shadow clone technique at all. He only found those for the shadow clone technique. What was the difference between them? They were indeed different. The multiple shadow clone technique could summon thousands of clones at once, consuming a massive amount of chakra. If the user didn't have a huge chakra reserve, it would harm or even endanger their life. Hence, the 2nd Hokage classified it as a forbidden technique. The shadow clone technique was different. You could summon as many shadow clones as you wanted, provided you had enough chakra. In that sense, wasn't it quite brainless? Tianyang could simply call the summoning of up to 1,000 shadow clones the shadow clone technique. And the summoning of 1,000 or more shadow clones he could call the multiple shadow clone technique. Both were shadow clone techniques. What was the difference? Just the number. Tianyang was speechless. But after reading heated discussions online, he realized he was overthinking. The multiple shadow clone and the shadow clone actually used the same jutsu formula. The multiple shadow clone technique was just an enhanced version of the shadow clone technique. Thinking about it, they were both shadow clones. It was reasonable that they had the same hand seals. It was probably just a difference in naming. In short, after spending a considerable amount of time, he firmly memorized the hand seals for the shadow clone technique. Now let's discuss the substitution and transformation techniques. These two C-rank ninjutsu Tianyang practiced dozens of times over 2 days. He could now execute the hand seals and release them in a second. The principle of the substitution technique is simple. At the moment of an enemy's attack, replace oneself with a log to confuse the opponent, then hide the original body in a concealed spot. Regarding this, Tianyang had many things he didn't understand. For instance, where did the log come from? Was it produced by hand seals? If so, wouldn't that be a wood release jutsu? Yet the vast majority of people did not possess this bloodline limit. So this possibility could be ruled out. Of course, there was also the concept of wood substitute, but let's not mention that. Then where did the substitute log actually come from? The internet provided answers. The first was that the wood was moved from the surroundings in a short time. Another answer was that the log originated from being carried on one's person. Are you kidding me? How could such a large log be carried? Using a scroll. But the original anime never showed logs being summoned from scrolls. And the conclusion of moving wood from the surroundings in a short time and then finding a hidden place to hide was too buggy. How could a person complete these tasks in an instant? Not all ninjas trained in taijutsu. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Tianyang gave up pondering and began to practice directly. He performed hand seals according to the hand sign images online, Wei Si-in substitution technique. However, nothing happened. He was stunned. What does this mean? Why didn't it work? Is it that the substitution technique can only be used when under attack? Tianyang thought of the Naruto mobile game, where the substitution technique was used when under attack. With this thought, he aimed his hand at a remote corner and shouted, "Universal pull." A sharp piece of glass immediately flew over and stopped in front of his palm. This glass fragment was from the glass cup he had broken earlier. At that time, he had moved the pile of fragments to the corner and forgotten to dispose of them. It wasn't until he was troubled by the lack of a knife in the room that he remembered the hidden substitute. After grabbing the glass fragment, he placed it on the desk next to the computer. Then, substitution technique. He quickly formed hand seals. Then, picking up the glass shard, he cut the tip of his index finger. A fine crack appeared and blood slowly oozed out. Bang! A mist suddenly emerged. A dizzying vertigo swept through his mind, making him nauseous. When he regained his senses, Tianyang found himself in the hidden wardrobe lying on top of the clothes. He looked blankly at his original position. There, a clone identical to him blinked, and then the clone turned into a log. What's going on? Tianyang was dumbfounded. After careful thought, he suddenly understood. I see, the substitution technique requires forming hand seals before being hit like a counter. But where does this log come from? It's a bit like transforming it out with the transformation technique. Forget it, let's just go with it. Tianyang gave up worrying about the source of the log. He performed the substitution technique several more times. Several more logs appeared in the room. He concluded, this feeling is really strange. Every time I use it, I get a dizzying vertigo. No wonder so few people use the substitution technique in the later part of Naruto. As for the transformation technique, once Tianyang learned the hand seals, he first tried to transform into his past life appearance. Without a doubt, he succeeded. He visualized his former appearance in his mind and formed the Wei hand seal. Transformation technique. Bang! After the mist dissipated, a young high school student wearing a cartoon Shirufei shirt appeared in the half-length mirror. This mirror had been brought up by Shueijin. Just as Tianyang approached to admire the magnificent face, he turned back into the skinny Nagato state with another bang. The whole process lasted less than 5 seconds. He was stunned, then realized it was a matter of proficiency. Yara 5 seconds is still too long. He let out a dejected complaint in his heart. Then he began to practice adhering to the principle of strive to extend the duration of the transformation effect by 1 second each time. He tried to transform into more things, such as the house owner Shueijin, a blade of grass, a green tree, a rotten apple, and a white-haired naked Shirufei. 2 points and 1 line, which gave him great visual enjoyment. Ahem. All these transformations succeeded without exception, and they were imitated so vividly that no flaw could be seen. I guess this is Nagato's talent. However, the duration was very short. Most could only last for a minute. But after several days of practice, he had now reached the level of lasting 10 minutes. I'm going to be a man with endurance. Then came the learning of the 5 elemental chakra natures: earth, fire, water, wind, and lightning. In the original story, Nagato didn't seem to showcase many specific 5-element techniques, only having the setting of mastering all 5 chakra natures. Alright, the wind release gale palm technique seemed to appear in the original work. Tianyang searched on the search engine. Information about the gale palm immediately popped up. He roughly glanced at the introduction. It said that to perform this technique, one must first convert chakra into wind, then clap hands to compress the wind into a fierce gale and blow it forward with the mouth. Wind release gale palm is a C-rank ninjutsu with enough power to send a person flying. But its true lethality lies in using the thrust of the gale palm to shoot out weapons held in the hand. So picking up a small stone can give it the power of a bullet. After noting the technique, Tianyang turned his swivel chair facing an open space, which was the sliding door. His position was about 3 or 4 meters away from there. Tianyang condensed chakra in his hand, imagined the shape of wind, then clapped his palms together, pushed forward, and muttered, "Wind release gale palm." In an instant, a powerful gale rushed forward violently. Light objects in the room began to float following the gale palm, flying forward together. In that single moment, a miniature horizontal tornado formed, fiercely scouring the surroundings, causing objects to clatter loudly. The duration was very short. After a while, the wind stopped. The objects flying in the air fell to the ground. The room was in a mess. Tianyang nodded, satisfied with his masterpiece. That was the practice of wind release. The power was decent, but it couldn't injure people. He believed that with long-term practice and time, he would be able to train the wind to the point where even stones could be fired like bullets. Of course, during these 2 days, he had also practiced this technique well. Although it was troublesome to use universal pull to pick up the objects scattered by the gale palm and tidy up the room each time. His longing for the two-dimensional world was no less than anyone else, and Tianyang enjoyed it, not minding the many chores. Besides, he focused wholeheartedly on practicing. Since Nagato didn't display other elemental techniques in the original work, Tianyang certainly wouldn't limit himself to Nagato's ninjutsu and simply give up. After all the ninjutsu of the ninja world were contained in a small computer case. Later, Tianyang searched and tried the hand seals for earth release, earth flow wall, fire release, fireball technique, water release, water wall, wind release, vacuum wave, and lightning release, lightning strike. Then he memorized them. Until now, he clearly remembered every hand seal step in his mind. He believed that with a little more practice, he would be able to perform them effortlessly, forming so-called muscle memory. The setting sun slanted and dusk was approaching. Tianyang sat in a wheelchair pushed by Shuejin for a walk. The street scenery is always accompanied by the noisy hustle and bustle of the city. Walking on the street, I feel extremely uncomfortable, Shuejin said, lowering her head. She pushed Tianyang, heading toward home. They had wandered around the city for a long time, visiting the city center, the park, and the suburbs. At this moment, the girl's delicate face was filled with a loneliness that only appeared in movies. She said, "I hate city life. Nature makes me feel at ease and comfortable. I've decided to move to the mountains after graduation." It was hard to imagine that such words, which only an old man would say, came from a middle school girl. Tianyang said, "I don't like big cities either, but I don't like deep mountains either. I think a room where you can be alone without interference from others and do whatever you want is the best place in the world. There I can do whatever I want without any restrictions." At this, he recalled the old days of staying at home during holidays, listening to music while watching anime, occasionally picking up a spare phone to read light novels, doing 3 things at once: endless fun. Drink cola when thirsty, eat burgers when hungry, sleep when tired, play on when not. At late night, there was a dreamlike, ethereal feeling. During the day, there was a feeling of boundless vitality. Most importantly, he had the two-dimensional world to accompany him. The two-dimensional world is the best. He accidentally voiced his true thoughts. Tianyang quickly covered his mouth. "Uncle, are you perhaps an otaku?" Shuejin keenly caught this, stopped walking, and the wheelchair stopped too. Then she said, "Indeed, from the first time I saw you, I thought you were a formidable person. With red hair, you look like a two-dimensional enthusiast, a Nagato cosplay." She paused only a moment, then pushed the wheelchair forward again. Tianyang lowered his head in shame, his face flushed. "Wait, I'm not some old man. I'm a young high school student." But how could he say he was a high school student while looking like a middle-aged man? "I often watched Naruto when I was a kid of him, so it's inevitable that I'm nostalgic now that I'm middle-aged." Tianyang coughed, tactically paused for a moment, then continued, "Don't mind that, let's just enjoy the scenery along the way." Although Shuejin nodded, she still said with some concern, "Isn't it okay not to take off the Rinnegan in your eyes? Those are contact lenses, right? I heard that sleeping with contact lenses on can cause eye inflammation." Actually, they couldn't be removed. If taken out, they would be useless." The two returned home. The days that followed were very peaceful. Shuejin also lived a busy life as usual. Go to school, come home from school, work part-time, return home, cook dinner, chat with the red-haired uncle, wake up, make lunch, and then go to school. Cycle after cycle. To outsiders, she might just be a middle school student, yet her mind was more delicate and meticulous than an adult's. She took care of Tianyang with meticulous attention, flattering him. Tianyang didn't stay idle either. In the following days, while Shuejin was at school, he went out to wander. Originally with his legs disabled, he was reluctant. But fortunately, the god of intelligence took pity on him and descended into his mind. He suddenly thought that he could apply his existing skills, thus successfully solving the mobility problem. Tianyang used the 2 skills of the Preta Path, universal pull and almighty push, as the driving force for movement. For example, if the wheelchair hit a stone, he could use universal pull to move it away without taking a detour. If he encountered stairs and needed human assistance to go up, he could use the abilities of universal pull and almighty push to slowly move the wheelchair, even achieving brief levitation. Don't doubt it, in the original work the Preta Path was actually capable of brief flight. When destroying Konoha, Pain of the Preta Path flew into the sky and used super almighty push. The principle of flying was simple. It used the repulsive force of almighty push. Of course, if combined with the attractive force of universal pull as the driving force, one could easily achieve flying plus forward movement, which was true flight. However, it felt awkward. Even after becoming proficient, he found it uncomfortable to use. Moreover, both almighty push and universal pull had cooldown times. The flying state couldn't be maintained for long. Should I learn the lightweight rock technique? That would also allow me to fly, Tianyang murmured. In fact, he could also use universal pull to attract the ground nearby to move forward. Because the ground was immovable, the movable Tianyang would be pulled toward it instead. In short, by using almighty push and universal pull, he could move freely, easily go up and down stairs, and no longer be restricted by his disabled legs. This brought great convenience to going out. So he developed a desire to explore the world outside the house. Where should I go to roam? Tianyang turned his wheelchair to the doorstep of his home, feeling at a loss. He looked left and right, finding a not too wide road ahead. The street was sparsely populated with pedestrians, while the chirping of summer insects lingered in his ears. Above, the sky was clear with boundless clouds, a scene of utter tranquility. Shueijin Shinha had gone to school an hour ago. Tianyang slipped out of the house at this time. That way he wouldn't have to trouble Shinha to help him down the stairs, nor would he need to reveal his ability to descend independently using the Tiandao power. Through investigations over the past few days, Tianyang realized that the technological level of this world was identical to that of his previous life. There were no supernatural abilities, no advanced technology, and nothing else beyond the ordinary. Tianyang concluded. In other words, this is a mundane parallel world. However, just to be safe, yesterday he borrowed Shinha's phone, dialing the number he remembered from his past life. He made an international long-distance call. This was his father's number from his previous existence, and he dialed it with a sense of hopeful desperation. After a few rings, the other end hung up. He pressed the dial button again, and after a few rings, the call was answered. A voice came through the flip phone, filled with caution. Hello. What's the matter? The person who answered had a thick northern accent. As a southerner, Tianyang immediately sensed something was off. Nothing. He hung up decisively. This call already made it clear that this was not the world of his past, because this place is not the same as the previous world. At the very least, the phone number in his memory did not belong to his parents. This discrepancy between cognition and reality was a crucial piece of evidence confirming the parallel world. Tianyang was delighted. Since there were no high-dimensional concepts like advanced technology or supernatural abilities, he could essentially be invincible. With the power of Nagato and ninjutsu skills, as long as nuclear bombs didn't come into play, he could dominate without restraint. Moreover, his invincibility would not be merely the kind that surpasses wealth. It was also the invincibility of overwhelming power and influence. Should I research methods to extend my lifespan? Tianyang pondered, lowering his head while turning the wheelchair. Though his abilities were heaven-defying, what about 100 years later? Wouldn't he still turn into a handful of dust? Lifespan was ultimately a major issue. Soon, he abandoned the thought. Although he was adept at learning, he was not skilled at deep thinking. And being poor at thinking meant he was not cut out to be a scientific researcher. Moreover, even if he mulled over it here, it wouldn't solve the actual problem. In fact, just a few days were not enough to arbitrarily conclude that high-dimensional abilities did not exist in this world. So further investigation was necessary. Let's go to the city center for a stroll. Tianyang made up his mind. Along the way, the streets were teeming with people. The pedestrians on the road had been as sparse as a middle-aged man's hair. But upon entering the city center, the number of people suddenly surged. After a few days, Tianyang still found it somewhat hard to adjust. Of course, during rush hour there would be even more people. It was rare to find anyone like Tianyang who was aimlessly wandering the streets. Most people had their own purposes and strode determinately toward their destinations. These were the so-called corporate grunts on field duty. Tianyang was a homebody, rarely having the chance to go outside for fun. Faced with the overwhelming urban atmosphere and the surging passionate crowd, he felt suffocated. It was as if he were trapped in the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Utterly lost, it was akin to sinking deep into a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. Though he was struggling to overcome it, the result was that he had not yet reached the level of perfect adaptation. People of all kinds hurried past him, and Tianyang gradually ventured deeper into the city. The bustling metropolis was quite noisy, with skyscrapers of varying heights, and advertisements everywhere reeking of technology. On the street corners, a few shady thugs were loitering, doing who knows what. Without exception, those thugs had flashy golden hair, wore matching holy work uniforms, and had cigarettes dangling from their mouths. They seemed to be plotting something. With just a glance, Tianyang lost interest, turned his wheels, and continued forward. After all, thugs and hooligans were everywhere, nothing unusual. After days of rolling practice, his arm strength had greatly improved compared to before. Tianyang felt proud of this. Wait. Suddenly a thought struck his mind, and he subconsciously looked down at his paralyzed legs. Then he cast his gaze toward the direction of the thugs. He began to scheme in his mind. Chakra devour. By directly contacting the target's body, it forcibly absorbs the opponent's chakra into oneself. If I absorb the chakra of a normal person, in theory, I should be able to revert to a youthful state, just like the reanimated Nagato did. But would a normal person have such an ethereal construct as chakra? According to the original setting, chakra is a product of the even mixture of one's mental energy and physical energy. Mental energy and physical energy constitute a person's stamina, while stamina is distinct from chakra. Taijutsu consumes stamina, and ninjutsu consumes chakra. Having mental energy and physical energy does not necessarily mean one is chakra. Some sort of processing is required to generate chakra. In other words, it's impossible for ordinary people to have chakra, right? Then what about my legs? A look of disappointment crept onto Tianyang's face. But chakra did indeed exist within his body. Once a small portion was consumed, chakra would continuously replenish from all directions within his body, converging toward the dantian. To some extent, this proved that the world allowed the existence of chakra as a construct. Extrapolating from this, undoubtedly others could also possess chakra and even use it. Does it require guidance? Tianyang recalled the scene where the Sage of Six Paths imparted chakra ninja sect. Wait, let me think from another angle. Chakra devour. What if it doesn't actually devour chakra, but rather the essential elements for generating chakra, mental energy and physical energy, and it's just named chakra devour? Or perhaps it devours the target's life force. After all, in the original work, Nagato used this ability to regain his youth and vitality. That's not something that could be achieved by merely absorbing chakra. So, Tianyang leaned toward the idea that chakra devour actually consumed the target's life force. But was that really the case? He shook his head. I'll just try it, and you'll find out. Having reached a conclusion, he turned his wheelchair, changing direction, and moved toward the golden-haired thugs. The experimental subjects were those thugs. Tianyang had no sympathy for scum of society. These parasites living were of no benefit to the world at all. Better to serve as my nourishment. How is that matter progressing? The leading middle-aged man with a slicked-back black hair asked in a low voice. A conspicuous scar ran across his face, giving him a fierce demonic appearance. A glimpse of a tattoo, patchy and faded, peeked out from his collarbone and neck, revealing the claws of a dragon. Unlike the other thugs in work uniforms ahead of him, he was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, striking the pose of a successful man. The golden-haired men standing before him trembled, their cigarettes already discarded on the ground, the tips still emitting faint wisps of smoke elongated by the breeze. They stammered in reply. It's almost done. The suited man glared fiercely at them and said, "Oh, you know I don't like liars." Yes. The men immediately tensed up, shoulders shaking as they responded. Actually, there's been no progress yet. Bakiaro. The suited man erupted in rage, spitting on their faces. And at the same time he threw his cigarette, but heavily, to the ground, sending sparks scattering across the pavement. The sparks fading into the air. With such a work attitude, how can I let you join the Xinglong Society? How can we expand our organization? Summa Mason. The men bowed in unison, their attitudes extremely sincere, with their upper bodies forming nearly a 90-degree angle with the ground. The suited man, veins bulging, continued to spew spittle as he pointed at them threateningly. Go back and plan properly, or I'll kill you. They replied without daring to look up. Yes. Then get the hell out. Yes. The group of golden-haired underlings immediately straightened up, quickly bowed a few times and fled. Seeing this, the suited man's anger subsided. He took out a cigarette from his inner pocket, placed it between his lips, and lit it. Oh, you drove them away, which actually saves me trouble. A low voice came from beside him. The suited man turned around in puzzlement, only to find a middle-aged man in a wheelchair. Red hair. A foreigner, he wondered. The red-haired man was emaciated, looking frail as if a gust of wind could knock him over. But his eyes were an eerie purple with rings of lines extending from the eye sockets to the pupils, quite terrifying. And also very striking. The suited man knew that this was likely the kind of eye tattoo only a ruthless person would dare to get. This guy's in the underworld. Just one glance and decades of instinct told him that. At that moment the man casually uttered a slightly sarcastic remark. This is a robbery. You're not leaving without 10 million yen. The suited man was stunned for a moment. Then upon realizing, burst out laughing. I hadn't noticed before, but when I looked again, a middle-aged thug in a black suit had suddenly appeared there, seemingly the leader of that group of yellow-haired punks. However, that suit-clad uncle was likely a Yakuza member. In anime, many delinquent leaders turn out to be street thugs or Yakuza after leaving society. Street thugs usually don't wear suits, so the possibility of him being a street thug can be ruled out, leaving only the Yakuza option. The man in the suit indeed exuded an intimidating aura with a fierce glint in his eyes. No passers-by dared to approach, or they all kept their heads down as they passed by. Tianyang watched, while spinning his wheelchair. Then something interesting happened. It was an extremely comical scene. A group of yellow-haired punks bowed respectfully, apologizing to the man in the suit. Tianyang recalled the famous picture of the Japanese surrender and burst into laughter. Then he pushed his wheelchair over to the man in the suit who had just driven away the punks, and lit a cigarette. Since you've driven away these scum, you'll be the substitute. With this thought in mind, Tianyang, since this place was relatively secluded and deserted mainly because the large group of dyed blonde punks had been standing here earlier, so no one dared to come near. So Tianyang boldly provoked conflict. This is a robbery. You can't leave without 10 million. The man in the suit stared at Tianyang in shocked disbelief written all over his face. Are you insane? He scanned the seated Tianyang up and down. Insane? How? My mind is perfectly clear. The man in the suit chuckled, seeming to grasp the situation. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, then stubbed it out. I see. I understand. He smirked slyly, walked calmly behind the wheelchair, and grasped the handles. While pushing Tianyang deeper into the alley, he asked casually, who sent you? Is it that organization that's been making a name underground recently? Or were you sent by the police? This interrogation felt like something out of an anime or movie, making Tianyang's heart race. Neither. Oh, I know you're not lying. The man in the suit took off his jacket, replying with confidence. His face was resolute, as if he firmly believed Tianyang's words were true. Tianyang was puzzled. Why didn't he even question it? Logically, he should have been suspicious. Then Tianyang concluded, this guy is mentally ill. Before they knew it, the two had arrived deep in the alley. At this moment, Tianyang was pushed to a spot against the wall. The surroundings were somewhat dim. It was hard for light to penetrate the crevice between the tall buildings. Because they had passed a corner, the street outside was no longer visible. At the same time, people outside couldn't see the situation inside. The ground was littered with household garbage that had been abandoned for who knows how many days. The entire passage was filled with a nauseating stench, forming a stark contrast with the clean street outside, as if this place were a different world. The man in the suit stood in front of Tianyang, holding his suit jacket with his left arm, displaying an air of composure. Then he pulled out an iron box from the upper left pocket of his inner shirt. He carefully opened the box, revealing a variety of multifunction tools. There were nail clippers, screwdrivers, small wrenches, small scissors, tweezers. The man in the suit smiled broadly, gracefully took out a pair of black gloves from his jacket pocket, and gently put them on, as if emphasizing his professionalism. Do you know? Sometimes ordinary tools can be used for more than just repairing appliances and furniture. Tianyang guessed a certain possibility, but remained silent, watching quietly. Because what was happening before him felt familiar, like a cliché story. Sure enough, they can also be used for interrogation, the man said, then took out a tool. For example, this wrench. If you gently press it on your thumbnail, clamp it, and apply a little reverse force, the nail will come off easily, like peeling a bamboo shoot. Don't worry, I'll make sure you can't make a sound. He emphasized the last sentence deliberately. Then he put the wrench back into the iron box, and after that he used his free left hand to hold the box. He reached his right hand into his jacket pocket again, and pulled out a miniature pistol that looked like it was made of plastic. Tianyang looked confused. What? Was he going to kill me to silence me? That didn't make sense. He had just said he wanted to interrogate me. But he also said he would make me unable to speak. It seemed that gun was a tranquilizer gun. The man in the suit once again became a lecturer, patiently explaining to Tianyang. It contains sedative needles. The dosage is diluted, so even if injected, it only makes it difficult for the person to scream in a high pitch. But they can still feel pain and speak. This is to make the prisoner less noisy during interrogation, so they can reveal information in a low voice without attracting attention. He suddenly laughed, his expression ferocious. That terrifying smile was filled with mockery and coldness. Then swish. The man in the suit quickly raised the plastic gun, pointing the muzzle at Tianyang. Looking up, it was a very small hole, but it seemed to contain an abyss, pitch black and bottomless, giving a bone-deep sense of intimidation. It was like a toy gun. Even if you knew it wasn't real, you still felt a subconscious fear when looking into the barrel. But Tianyang remained fearless and composed, looking at the man in the suit, as if he were a clown. Seeing this, the man grinned, revealing yellow teeth. Click. The moment the trigger was pulled, a thin needle shot out. From that smug face, it was clear the man had already envisioned Tianyang being hit. However, just before the needle struck, Tianyang quickly raised his right hand and whispered, Shinla Tiansen. A strange sound effect rang out. The needle was about to hit, but in an instant it suddenly turned, changed its original trajectory, and shot back. Puffed. The needle hit the center of his forehead. The man's smile froze. He desperately widened his eyes, looking toward the direction of the hit on his forehead. Thud. 3 seconds later, his limbs went limp and he fell to the ground with a bewildered expression. The filthy sewage soaked his white undershirt. The expensive suit jacket he had been holding in his arms was now completely spread over the pile of garbage left to be soaked in the stench and contaminated by filth. His heart was bleeding. He had taken off his jacket to avoid soiling it during the interrogation. And this was the outcome. However, the man had no time to worry about these things. His face showed an expression of disbelief. He opened his mouth as if to shout to attract attention, but found that his voice became extremely weak like the last words of a dying old man. It was the effect of the sedative needle. He felt a surge of frustration and groaned weakly, Kusho. Wah. What happened? Tianyang's eyes lit up, and he said, your sedative seems to work quite well. Then I'll take it without hesitation. Wanxiang Tianyang. In an instant the plastic gun flew into his palm, and Tianyang caught it steadily. He also took the man's suit jacket along with it, using the clean part of the jacket to wipe the grime off the gun's surface. The man's mouth twitched slightly at the sight. Catching the micro-expression with his peripheral vision, Tianyang secretly chuckled. He had done it on purpose. While inspecting the item in his hand, he questioned the man, but his eyes were completely fixed on the sedative gun, not sparing the man a glance. Tell me, what were you going to interrogate me about earlier? He removed the magazine and found 3 silver needles inside, presumably the sedative needles the man had mentioned. The man looked haggard, but his eyes still held a trace of determination, as if he was fighting against something. He gritted his teeth and said firmly, You're an esper. Esper. The voice was weak, but such a shocking word suddenly appearing was truly unexpected. Tianyang heard it clearly. The moment the word esper came out, he immediately looked up, staring at the man in surprise. He hadn't expected that this world actually had esper elements. Why hadn't he noticed before? But how could such a fantastical thing as esper abilities be detected by him in just a few days? Tianyang figured it out. Esper abilities were not a common existence in this world. In other words, this world was not like the one in a certain magical index, where superpowers were known to everyone. Espers were hidden in the shadows, and most people in the world didn't know about esper abilities, simply thinking they were only a setting in novels. No wonder he hadn't discovered it. But today was really lucky. He had actually learned about esper abilities from a stranger. If not for this, it might have led to a disaster of capsizing in a small ditch in the future. The man said, I should have thought of it earlier. Facing death, you acted so calmly, not like an ordinary person at all. After stuffing the sedative gun into his pocket, Tianyang said, You haven't answered my question from earlier. The man seemed to muster his last shred of strength. He forced his body to resist the sedative's effects, leaning against the wall and staggering to his feet, falling several times in the process. After steadying himself, he replied, What I wanted to ask earlier was just some questions about the underground organization and your identity. His tone was still weak. Oh, then how do you know what I said would be true? What if I lied when I answered? Tianyang glanced at the interrogation tools lying in the sewage on the ground. Even under torture, aren't there people who would rather die than submit? Or those who use lies to ease their pain when facing death? The man, however, showed a look of pride, sneering at Tianyang's words. But his pale face still betrayed a hint of weakness. I'm also an esper. Such a mere lie. How could it fool my mind? You're an esper? Why, yes. Thinking of something, Tianyang suddenly asked, Then your ability is to see through lies, eh? The man praised smart. Tianyang rolled his eyes, shook his head, and said, I don't believe it. The man grew anxious, gritting his teeth, and saying, I can prove it. Tianyang said, All right, prove it to me. The man said, Please state a fact so that I can judge its truthfulness. After listening, Tianyang lowered his head to think. After a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then I say gold box conjecture is actually a false proposition. Please judge whether what I said is true or false. This? Can't answer, huh? The universe is actually finite. There is alien life in the universe. Humans can invent a time machine. The three-dimensional world might be able to ascend in the future. The Earth will never be destroyed. Tianyang listed several more of his judgments, although he wasn't sure whether these judgments were true either. The man was silent for a long time, looking troubled. You can't even judge these. Tianyang rolled his eyes. And you still claim to have esper abilities. The man had nothing to say, his eyes full of speechlessness. After the suit-clad man's explanation, Tianyang finally understood his ability. You mean you can only judge the truth of my statements about things within your cognition? If I say something I don't know or understand, you can't determine the truth of my words. Why, yes. Then what if I have a self-cognitive disorder, firmly believing green is red and red is green? Can you judge that as a lie? The suit-clad man replied. Then naturally not. Not. If a person firmly believes they are a pig, then they are naturally not lying. I see, Tianyang said. Then let's start over. First, I say my name is Yangming. Do you believe me? And no, I don't believe you. Your mind is not firm on this statement, holding a strong opposition, so it's a lie. I am actually a transgender. Your mind holds strong opposition, still a lie. I am a time traveler. Your mind holds support, that's the truth. But may I ask what a time traveler is? Tianyang said, "You don't need to ask about other things. Just listen to me and give your answer." Intimidated by the purple pupils, the suit-clad man replied softly, "Yes." Tianyang continued, "Sylphie is my wife. Your mind holds strong support. Truth. Roxy is Yang Ming's wife. Your mind holds strong opposition. Lie. Roxy is my wife. Your mind holds strong support. Truth." Tianyang said, "Seems like you're somewhat capable." "Of course." The suit-clad man perked up, saying proudly, "As long as it's a factual statement within one's cognition, I can definitely discern its truth from falsehood. That means in my cognition, I am 100% certain that Sylphie and Roxy are my wives. So they were judged as truth. And not acknowledging that brat Yang Ming, so it's a lie." Tianyang said, "So you became an interrogator in the organization because of this ability?" After a moment of silence, the suit-clad man said, "No, the people in the organization have no idea I have an ability. Indeed, it would be strange if your ability was discovered." Tianyang said disdainfully, "To be honest, you pose no threat to me. Your martial prowess doesn't match your ability, so as an ability user you're at best a third-rate one." The suit-clad man's proud face twitched visibly, yet he remained silent. Upon closer inspection, one could see his eyes suddenly grow distant, as if scheming something. Since he couldn't cause any trouble anyway, Tianyang ignored him and said, "Spill it. Which organization are you from? What's its scale? How many members? What's your position? How many ability users are there? Which specific abilities do you know? And what troublesome hostile ability users have you encountered? Say it all, or else you'll face the consequences." The suit-clad man's face was as bitter as if he had eaten a bitter gourd, his complexion already flushed dark with anger. What he hated most was being called incapable. Secondly, he hated being forced to answer questions in a threatening tone. He was always the one threatening others, and now it was his turn to be threatened. His proud self-esteem would not allow any of this to happen, but being trapped under another's control, he had to lower his stance. After all, he was a wolf adept at hiding in enemy territory. Once the opponent showed even a moment of slack, he would bare his fangs and tear wildly. The suit-clad man sneered inwardly. With that thought, he had no choice but to temporarily yield. "I belong to the Xinglong Society, serving as a cadre mainly responsible for the organization's interrogations and recruitment. The Xinglong Society is not large, with about 30 members currently managing only 2 game arcades and 1 underground casino as bases. As for the number of ability users in the organization, I can tell you clearly that aside from me, there are no other ability users. As for troublesome ability users I've encountered, I recently ran into someone whose body could turn into sharp blades. That person was extremely arrogant. I just glanced at him from afar and nearly got killed. By the way, the murder case at the dam last week was his doing." "I see." Tianyang stroked his chin in thought. He couldn't fully trust the words of this Yakuza member. There were likely lies mixed in. The claim that there were no other ability users in the organization was particularly suspicious. Although he had no clear evidence, his sixth sense as a man told him so. After thinking, Tianyang looked up and asked, "Do you know the origin of abilities, how they are generated?" "Not sure, but I know that if an ability is trained, its power can increase. For instance, my initial ability was just sensing the truth of what someone said, but I couldn't be 100% sure if they were lying. The sensation was like a gentle breeze brushing my face, and I couldn't tell if it came from the lie judgment or nature. But after long practice, I can now be 100% certain whether a person is telling the truth, because the breeze has become a strong wind, completely distinguishable from natural wind. Perhaps soon my ability will undergo a qualitative change, evolving into absolute objective judgment. That's what I call it. Just now, when you asked that series of profound questions, even if you didn't know the truth yourself, I could judge its truth or falsehood through your utterance. Moreover, if you firmly believe in a certain viewpoint and state it, but that viewpoint contradicts objective reality, I would also know it's wrong. That is already a qualitative change. However, this was just speculation." Tianyang lowered his head, pondered for a long time, then looked up and replied, "I see. Have you encountered any other ability users?" "No. Oh right, I did meet one ability user before. I couldn't beat him, absolutely no way to deal with him." Tianyang became interested and asked who. The suit-clad man smiled and pointed his index finger forward. "You." Tianyang fell silent, looking at the finger pointing at him. The suit-clad man suddenly grinned. "Haha, your ability is probably something like telekinesis, right? You can control the tranquilizer dart I shot. Truly an enviable ability. By the way, can you control gunpowder-propelled bullets?" "You should shut up," Tianyang said. Then he extended his wrinkled hand and grabbed the suit-clad man's shoulder. Suddenly, the suit-clad man's eyes darted to the approaching hand, a look of viciousness flashing across his face. He quickly pulled a gleaming dagger from his back pocket, and with lightning speed reversed his grip and stabbed toward Tianyang's head, laughing loudly. "Ha, you let your guard down." At that instant, time seemed to freeze. The suit-clad man's face was twisted and ferocious, his eyes bloodshot. The next moment, time resumed. Clang! The dagger stabbed down with a sharp sound. It stopped in midair about 3 centimeters from Tianyang's head. The reason was that Tianyang in that split second summoned a pale mechanical arm from behind blocking the dagger. This was the ability of the Preta Path. In the next instant the dagger and mechanical arm collided, sparks flying. The hand of the suit-clad man gripping the dagger felt as if it had struck hard steel. A sharp pain shot through his tiger's mouth, and the vibration traveled from his palm to his arms, nerves instantly numbing the entire hand. Clatter! He lost his grip, and the dagger flew out, falling into a nearby puddle of dirty water. Upon closer inspection one could see that the dagger was severely bent and deformed. In contrast, the spot on the mechanical arm struck by the dagger showed no dent. The suit-clad man's face instantly darkened. Tianyang calmly said, "How I knew you would counterattack. After all, you just said you reduced the dosage of the anesthetic. Since you reduced the dosage, its effect naturally wouldn't last long. Plus your voice gradually recovered, and your tone was much stronger than before when you were weak. You didn't even bother to hide it. You're really not good at this. And your eyes. I could tell what you were thinking just by looking at them." At the same time, 3 mechanical arms suddenly extended from behind him. Wah! Seeing the mechanical arms extending, the suit-clad man finally realized. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face filled with terror, shaking his head in disbelief. His complexion turned deathly pale, his hair stood on end, and his whole body trembled as he stammered, "Impossible, impossible, impossible. How can you have 2 abilities? Are you a demon? No, this is a threat. I have to tell. I have to." Heh. Tianyang didn't want to waste time. Using the summoned mechanical arms to secure the trembling suit-clad man, he reached out and touched his shoulder, beginning his experiment. Hungry, ghost path, chakra devouring. There was no movement ahead. The man in the suit was pinned firmly in place, his face ashen as he trembled. Tianyang asked in confusion, "What? Is it ineffective? Was it that the animal path's chakra absorption had no power over ordinary people who lacked chakra?" But the next moment the situation began to change. The suited man convulsed violently, foam gathering at his lips, his eyes rolling back into his head. In the blink of an eye his burly frame shriveled rapidly like air escaping a deflating balloon, until only a husk vaguely resembling a human form remained. From the outside it appeared as though all bone and flesh had simply vanished, leaving behind a grotesque spectacle. He died. Did he die? Tianyang, startled and instinctively, withdrew his Preta Path hand, his body jerking backward. The wheelchair rolled with his momentum all the way to the wall. When the backrest slammed against it, the chair bounced back slightly. Huh. Tianyang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He could hardly believe what he had just witnessed was real. By the time his senses fully returned, his back was drenched in cold sweat, the dampness clinging to him uncomfortably. Phew. Tianyang exhaled, opened his eyes, and stared directly at that empty shell. It was still terrifying. That suited man had been reduced to something only a horror film would produce. He murmured, "In just a few breaths it turned a person into this. I never imagined the animal path's power was so terrifying. I should be more careful about using it from now on." But then again, where did his flesh and bones go? They can't have just vanished into thin air, right? Huh. Something just occurred to him. Tianyang glanced down sharply. His eyes immediately fell upon the hand that had activated the animal path, and a chill ran down his spine. His flesh and blood. Had he absorbed them? His entire body couldn't stop trembling. After a moment Tianyang forced himself to calm down. "But I don't feel anything different." He clenched his fist, puzzled. At the same time a wave of nausea washed over him. If what he had just thought was true, it meant he had literally consumed another person. At first he had only wanted to test the animal path's ability, to see if using it could truly restore his youth. But this had turned into something entirely different. In the original work, chakra absorption only drew out chakra and caused no physical harm to the body. So what was happening here? He could not find the answer. Or rather, not yet. Tianyang shook his head helplessly. Fire release, great fireball technique. After forming the hand seals, Tianyang gathered chakra-infused flame in his right hand, formed a circle with his thumb and index finger, and blew through it. A small burst of flame shot out at great speed, striking the skin like shell clad in white undergarments and black trousers, and it instantly caught fire. Crackle. Despite the still air, the flames grew fierce. A peculiar crackling sound echoed, like fat rendering in heat, and the air carried a faint, acrid tang, though it might have been imagined. Only when the pile had reduced to ash did the fire finally die out. Hop. Tianyang let out a breath. To be honest, this was his first time taking a life. He felt almost no weight to it. A perfectly ordinary person gone in an instant. Life is truly fragile. Tianyang mused, forming hand seals once more. He was clumsy with them, trying several times before succeeding. Earth release, earthen wall. With both palms striking the ground, 2 small stone walls erupted from the earth. Shinra Tensei. Banshinken. He used the heavenly path's power to shatter the stone walls into fine soil, piling it thickly over the ashes. With the soil covering it, the area blended seamlessly into the surroundings. Nothing suspicious visible to passers-by, save for the discarded suit jacket lying nearby. "I forgot to burn this." Tianyang paused, then repeated the process. incinerating the jacket with the great fireball technique before using Banshinken to scatter the remains where they would not be found. In game terms, the jacket was a drop item. A player could pick it up as loot. The suit looked expensive enough to fetch a good price. But Tianyang had no intention of taking it. It belonged to a dead man. Burning it was the proper thing to do. Tianyang bowed 3 times toward the mound of soil. Consider this your burial. If you become a vengeful spirit, don't come to me first. With that, he pushed his wheelchair away without looking back. There were no witnesses around. He had made sure of that beforehand. The man's professionalism had helped. This alley was secluded, hidden from view. On the wide road home, Tianyang felt uneasy as though someone were following him. When he had emerged from the alley, some passersby had given him odd looks. He assumed they were simply puzzled by a wheelchair user emerging from such a narrow passage. As expected, they only glanced once before looking away. Tianyang spun the wheels faster. Soon he had put distance between himself and that troublesome place. The crowd thinned, and the world seemed on the verge of falling silent once more. The earlier danger had been like a stone cast into a lake, ripples that faded into the eternal calm of the depths, bringing a sense of peace. But just then a harsh curse shattered that returning tranquility. Tianyang. It was the same group of blonde-haired delinquents from before. Having slipped away from the suited man, they had been lingering nearby, and now they had found new entertainment surrounding a middle-aged man in his 30s, shouting and gesturing at him. The man wore a suit, likely an office worker. He clutched heavy plastic bags from the supermarket, his expression strained, as if praying the trouble would pass him by. But the thugs ahead showed no mercy. They brandished their limbs, rubbing their fists together, clearly ready to lay hands on him. This isn't good, Tianyang thought. Should someone intervene? But no one stepped forward. Thinking back to what had happened in the alley, Tianyang made his decision. He would help. Consider it balancing a good deed against a bad one. Tianyang pushed his wheelchair forward calmly. Sasaki was troubled. His peaceful day off had been ruined by these uninvited guests. He had just finished grocery shopping for the week, enjoyed a coffee with an adorable golden retriever latte art at a cafe, and was looking forward to an uneventful walk back to his apartment. But on his usual route home, he had accidentally brushed shoulders with a young man who looked like trouble. These days the youth had a short fuse. It was barely a touch, yet 5 of them surrounded him immediately, shouting unreasonable demands and spewing insults so vicious they bordered on the unthinkable. Sasaki glanced down at the supermarket bags in his hands, his expression sour. Inside was a carton of eggs. He hoped they would not break. Thankfully, the law strictly forbade fighting. That should have warned them. Otherwise, they would have already thrown punches. Maybe he should just let the kids vent their frustration. Sasaki sighed. As expected. When you reach middle age, you forget the fire of youth. Stop it, you brats. Wait, something unexpected was happening. Or perhaps it was his imagination. But Sasaki thought he heard someone coming to his rescue. He looked toward the voice and saw someone actually approaching. Oh no. This felt like it was about to get worse. Seeing who it was, Sasaki's stomach dropped. His face went blank. Pushing toward them in a wheelchair was a lean, red-haired man who extended his arm to address the delinquents. Is this frail-looking old man really coming to help? Wait, he looked about the same age as Sasaki himself. But in terms of physical strength, Sasaki was definitely superior. The thought brought him a flicker of pride. Granted, he had not been to the gym in years. Then again, was that cosplay? Purple contact lenses, lacquered red hair. He must be an anime fan, right? He had to be. Wait, what was he even thinking? Those self-proclaimed experts on television were right. You lose your mind as you age. Sasaki shook his head, forcing those thoughts aside. In today's society, someone brave enough to step up and help was rare. What did it matter what else? As expected, all 5 bullies turned in unison, eyes wide, staring at the newcomer. The pompadour youth widened his pupils and shouted, "Oh, what's your problem, old man? You looking to get beaten up too?" The punk beside him barked, "What's this? Want to taste my divine fist?" He raised his fists menacingly while speaking. The other 3 thugs also voiced their aggression. "You're past your prime, old man. Scram before you cause trouble. Bastard. I'll kill you. Don't be stubborn. Take the hint and get lost." This cliché hero act won't work here. Classic villain dialogue. Sasaki broke into a sweat. He watched to see what the red-haired man would do next, focusing on his face. Facing 5 thugs, the red-haired man merely waved his hand, a confident smirk crossing his face. "Oh, so you think you can beat me? What? Everyone present stared in disbelief. Sasaki was equally stunned. He could not imagine this nearly broken-down old man defeating 5 young men in their prime, especially these street-hardened thugs. The thugs erupted in mocking laughter. "Ha ha, this old man's lost his mind. Can't beat you. I could take 10 like you. How could I lose to you? Huh, this old man's a joke. With your build, I could beat you with one hand tied behind my back." But Sasaki genuinely admired the red-haired man's courage. If it were him, he would have walked away long ago. After all, he lacked the ability to handle such trouble. Sasaki supposed the red-haired man was clever. Daring to provoke them meant he had likely called the police, already stalling for time with conversation. Huh. But what happened next made Sasaki's pupils contract sharply. Tianyang gazed at the unruly bleach-haired delinquents before him, recalling the spirited youths he had encountered during his middle school days. Back then they were just like this, gathering in groups, their speech filled with offensive words as if they took pride in it. Had it been the him of the past, he would have been wary of them, intimidated by the aura they projected. But now he was different. He had just slain the leader of the thugs, the man in the suit. Moreover, he possessed the power of Nagato, so teaching a few mere punks a lesson was no trouble at all. As the saying goes, strike first, and strike hard. After scanning the positions of the group, Tianyang rapidly threw a punch, one that gathered chakra and carried immense force. Shwa! The fist cut through the air, stirring a brief gust, and struck directly into the stomach of the nearest youth with the pompadour. The fist sank into his belly, clothes and all. Huh! Looking down, the pompadour youth stared in disbelief at the fist embedded in his stomach, then his face twisted in agony as he flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Ugh! He clutched his stomach, retching violently, then turned his head and vomited a rainbow streaked with blood. At the sight, silence fell over the scene, the atmosphere plunging into an icy abyss so still that a pin drop could be heard. Yet some breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions saying, at least it wasn't me. The faces of the others were uniformly grim. They never imagined that a frail middle-aged man could send a spirited young lad flying with a single punch. And the punch was so swift that they barely saw the motion. All they perceived was the pompadour youth inexplicably flying backward and Tianyang's thin arm hanging in the air. Only after the pompadour youth crashed to the ground did the others, through mental deduction, realize it was Tianyang who had punched him. After a long silent standoff, the most arrogant of the thugs, a spiky-haired youth, felt a cold bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. The sweat dripped into his neck, sending a chill through him. The air around him seemed to thin, making it hard to breathe. Yet he dared not gasp, afraid of catching the attention of the red-haired uncle before him. What was happening? Was that the true divine fist? The spiky-haired youth dared not move rashly, only glancing sideways at the pompadour youth on the ground. A wretched, pitiful sight, still vomiting with blood in his vomit. His spleen must be damaged. After all, Fujiki was usually full of life, strong as an ox with boundless energy. Several men together couldn't overpower him. And now that old man had. The spiky-haired youth shuddered with fear, cold sweat streaming down, not daring to think further. You're finished. A younger, more naive-looking blonde delinquent suddenly pointed at Tianyang, though a hint of reckless daring flickered in his eyes. The blonde continued, Fujiki's uncle is a detective in the Special Crimes Division of the Metropolitan Police Department. When he sees what you've done, he won't let you off. Reminded by the blonde, the spiky-haired youth recalled that Fujiki had once mentioned his uncle being a policeman. But wasn't that just a boast? The spiky-haired youth felt a mix of guilt and disbelief, and even considered slipping away while the blonde distracted Tianyang. Hello, police. Someone's been beaten bloody here. The blonde had somehow dialed the emergency number, pressing the phone to his ear and speaking loudly. The spiky-haired youth had never seen the blonde so frantic. Besides, given their own appearance, they were more likely to be the ones reported than the ones reporting. What was going on today? Why were they so unlucky? First they were scolded by their leader Zai in his suit, and now they had to deal with this red-haired old man. Had they offended the gods? The blonde held the phone and replied, yes, I'll wait here. Tianyang looked around and felt a surge of joy. Luckily, there were no surveillance cameras. Since the police had been called, there was no need to stay. He couldn't go to the police. His identity issues alone would be enough trouble. Besides, he had just killed a man. Tianyang wheeled his chair over to Sasaki and warned, better get out of here quickly. Huh. Sasaki, standing still, was taken aback, but quickly responded, I am deeply indebted to you, sir. I will surely repay this kindness another day. Then he hurried toward his home. Tianyang turned back and glared at the four thugs, warning them not to follow. Except for the blonde, who was pretending to call the police, the others all shivered. Thus they watched helplessly as Tianyang rolled away in his wheelchair. Only when he disappeared from sight did the thugs breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, come quickly, I'll hold him here. The blonde was still pretending to talk on the phone. One thug reminded him, he's already gone. The blonde didn't respond, muttering to himself while clutching the phone. Hey! The spiky-haired youth patted his shoulder and said helplessly, Shijing, stop pretending. Huh. The other two thugs looked confused. The blonde turned around but ignored the spiky-haired youth, avoiding their eyes, and still talking into the phone, I hope you'll come soon. The spiky-haired youth angrily knocked the phone out of his hand. It hit the ground with a crack, the screen splitting with a white line and going dark. The blonde shrank back in fear, crouching down and covering his head, whimpering, don't hit me, don't hit me. The spiky-haired youth said coldly, the screen's black. You call that a police call? Don't joke around. And shouldn't you have called an ambulance first? Look at Fujiki. The blonde trembled, unable to speak. The two thugs looked at the blonde, then at the black screen, and finally understood what the spiky-haired youth meant. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, this guy's a coward, pretending to call the police. So we're heading the same way, Sasaki said, somewhat surprised, glancing at Tianyang, who was wheeling his chair beside him. Come to think of it, this old man's wheelchair speed matched his running pace. When God closes a door, he opens a window, so the red-haired uncle's arm strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Yeah, I didn't expect it either, Tianyang said with a look of surprise, then added, by the way, have I met you somewhere before? Hearing this, Sasaki stopped and turned to look at Tianyang. Met me? I don't recall. Of course, the Tokyo metropolitan area isn't that large, so an occasional encounter wouldn't be surprising. I'm sorry, I can't answer that. However, I have seen your image before. Your cosplay is Nagato, isn't it? Yes. By the way, my name is Tianyang. Nice to meet you. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Sasaki bowed slightly. I am Sasaki. Pleased to meet you. Sao? What's wrong? Is there something with my name? No, nothing. Oh. A sudden wave of joy washed over him, and Tianyang's heart surged with excitement. Only at this moment did he fully realize which world he was in. A belated thrill of recognition coursed through him. This was the world of Sasaki and the little bird pie. Dressed in a suit and tie, middle-aged Tianyang felt that the Sasaki beside him looked vaguely familiar. So he deliberately guided Sasaki to introduce himself. Upon hearing the name Sasaki, Tianyang suddenly understood, recalling the anime he had once watched, Sasaki and the Little Bird Pie. And the middle-aged man beside him was the protagonist of that anime, named Sasaki. This was one piece of evidence confirming that this was the world of anime. Another piece of evidence was that a few days ago he had seen a middle school girl sitting at the doorstep of her home on the second floor of Chizuru's house, without wearing any underwear. Back then, Tianyang felt a sense of familiarity, which had actually hinted that this might be a familiar anime world. But at the time he hadn't thought about it in that direction, so he didn't know. Admittedly, it had been a year since he last watched this anime, and he had forgotten most of the character images, only remembering the general plot. Being immersed in the scene only made him more confused. It was perfectly normal for Tianyang not to realize it immediately. Let me first confirm the timeline, then sort out the plot when I get home. So Tianyang asked, Mr. Sasaki, do you have any pets? In the story, Sasaki liked to keep pets, especially fluffy and cute ones, but he couldn't afford to buy or raise them due to life and financial issues. After hearing that a senior colleague at work had adopted a short-haired cat, Sasaki made up his mind and went to a pet store. At that point, the story began. A talking finch guided Sasaki to buy it. Once home, the finch told Sasaki that it was actually a magical envoy from another world. Sasaki was startled. Then the finch led Sasaki to travel between worlds, learn magic, and thrive in both realms. Thereafter, more elements, such as psychics, magical girls, angels and demons, monsters, aliens, appeared in Sasaki's life. The finch was named Xiao Bai by Sasaki, and except for special circumstances, it was almost always by his side. Asking him at this point whether he had a pet would confirm whether the story had begun. Tianyang looked up, but didn't see a finch on Sasaki's shoulder, though it might be at home. Pets. Sasaki gave a wry smile. Sorry to disappoint you, but although I like pets, I haven't raised any yet. I see. Tianyang nodded. This meant the story hadn't started yet. I'm home, sorry. Sasaki suddenly exclaimed, pointing at an apartment suite beside him, then laughed while scratching his head, still holding the daily necessities he had bought from the supermarket in his other hand. Tianyang knew it well, because opposite this apartment suite was the home of Yukimi Chizuru. He had already seen it from afar on the road. Since the middle school girl from a few days ago lived in the apartment suite downstairs across the street, Tianyang immediately realized that Sasaki also lived in that same apartment suite. After all, in the anime, Sasaki and the middle school girl were neighbors. Tianyang couldn't show that he knew everything, so he pretended to be surprised, and told Sasaki, honestly, I live right across. Huh. Sasaki wore a shocked expression, unable to believe it. Really, Tianyang replied. Well, that's quite a coincidence. Sasaki fell silent, not knowing what to say. Tianyang, sensing it was the right time, said, well then, see you next time. With that, he turned his wheelchair and headed toward the single-family house behind him. An iron plate engraved with Yukimi hung at the entrance of this house, indicating that the family's surname was Yukimi. Inside, there was a short step of foundation height before the wooden door. Getting a regular wheelchair up there would take considerable effort. Sasaki kindly asked, need any help? Tianyang thought for a moment and shook his head. No, I can manage. Seeing Tianyang's confident look, Sasaki didn't say anything else, voluntarily said goodbye, and turned into the apartment. Tianyang watched him go, moved his wheelchair to the door, and after making sure Sasaki had disappeared from sight, he extended his palm toward the ground and softly uttered, Shinluotuning. A repulsive force slowly emitted from his palm, acting directly on the ground. Tianyang's buttocks and thighs gradually separated from the wheelchair. His entire body floated up slightly, and then he used his other hand toward the door, employing Wanxiang Tianyang. The gravitational force interacted with the door. Tianyang was slowly pulled forward, his body moving onto the foundation step. He gradually canceled the repulsive force, and he sat down on the stone floor. Tianyang sat on the foundation for a few seconds to catch his breath, then pulled the keys from his pants pocket, inserted one into the keyhole, and turned it gently. The door opened a crack. Creak. Tianyang opened the door wide, reached back for the handlebar of the wheelchair, and pulled it up until it was on the foundation. Thankfully his strength was greater than that of ordinary people, so he found it easy. Then he dragged the wheelchair's footrest and climbed back. The wheelchair followed him forward. After a while Tianyang returned to his room on the second floor. He leaned on his desk and looked down at the street below. Sure enough, a middle school girl was sitting in front of the door of one of the suites, holding a snack that looked like a chocolate bar. This snack was undoubtedly given by Sasaki after his shopping trip. That apartment building was shielded by a stone wall resembling a fence, so the details on the ground floor couldn't be seen from below. Thus Tianyang could only confirm this situation through the second floor window. To his shame, over the past 10+ days he had never looked down from the window during the afternoon to evening hours, so he hadn't noticed that the middle school girl had been sitting at the doorstep during this time waiting for Sasaki to return. The first time he saw the girl sitting at the door, Tianyang thought she had forgotten her keys and couldn't get in. In reality, the issue was more complicated. In the original story, the neighbor girl, the middle school girl downstairs, had her parents divorced when she was in elementary school, and she moved with her mother to the apartment suite. Her mother engaged in shady work and often brought home lovers, while more accurately the mother was someone else's mistress. Because of this, the mother frequently forbade the neighbor girl from coming home at night so as not to disturb the romantic activities inside. The girl had no choice but to sleep outside. In winter, she even nearly froze to death. And this was not the worst part. The worst was that the mother could hardly be called a mother. Since moving here, she often didn't give the neighbor girl enough food to eat and never bought her clothes or underwear. Thinking about this, Tianyang suddenly felt a pang of guilt because the last time he had seen this scene, he had felt lustful thoughts. That mother abused her daughter like this even into her adolescence. If not for the occasional help from the neighbor Sasaki, the girl might have died. Although Sasaki often reported this to the relevant authorities, the mother always managed to brush it off. Tianyang felt a fire burning inside him, but he knew that before long the mother would die in an accident. The neighbor girl would then live a happy life. He had learned this from reading the novel, but he hadn't finished the original work. I remember she's a yandere, he murmured to himself. Because of Sasaki's charity and her mother's abuse, the neighbor girl had developed a strange, twisted affection for Sasaki that is a yandere. That is a yandere. Tianyang fetched paper and pen, crawled to the writing desk, and penned the following: "This is the world of Sasaki and the little bird Bi, and I have transmigrated into Nagato, possessing his full power. Currently the abilities I have mastered and tested include 1. The Preta Path, Shinra Tensei, and Bansho Tenin, both of which I can wield proficiently, even using them to solve mobility issues. As for Chibaku Tensei, its efficacy remains unknown. If drawback, executing Chibaku Tensei might expose my strength and identity, as the people of this world are familiar with Naruto. However, if I could acquire other abilities, magic, I might still turn the situation to my advantage. 2. The Preta Path, Chakra Absorption. This technique is horrific in effect. When used on a person, it shrinks them into a mere sheet of skin with no benefit to myself, perhaps because I have absorbed too few individuals to sense any gain. Does this mean I have no hope of recovering my legs? If Speculation Seal Absorption, commonly known as Blue Shield according to the mobile game's mechanics, can block physical attacks and increase chakra reserves. 3. The Azura Path, Summoning Iron Arms, capable of manifesting up to 3 heads and 6 arms, and even transforming the original arms into Azura cannons. Yet it feels somewhat unnatural. 4. The 3 basic techniques, Substitution, Transformation, and Clone, all mastered, so I will skip them for now. 5. The 5 nature transformations. The ninjutsu I can use include B-rank Defensive Earth Release, Earth-style Wall, C-rank Offensive Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, B-rank Defensive Water Release, Water-style Wall, OB-rank Offensive Wind Release, Vacuum Wave, C-rank Offensive Lightning Release, Lightning Bolt, C-rank Offensive Wind Release, Gale Palm. The Great Fireball Technique can incinerate corpses, while the Earth-style Wall, when shattered, can produce debris to bury the ashes. Do I need to learn a new technique that can directly conceal a corpse? Gale Palm is similar to Vacuum Wave, but the latter is more destructive. Among all these techniques, Lightning Bolt inflicts the greatest harm to human bodies. The longer I concentrate chakra, the higher the voltage. Perhaps it could even electrocute someone. The remaining techniques, Shadow Clone, etc., are not worth mentioning for now. Tianyang flipped the paper over. The previous page was already filled. He began writing on the second page, Ninjutsu still to be developed 1. The Animal Path. This technique is crucial. The Animal Path can summon creatures, each of which possesses a Rinnegan and shares its vision with me. I wonder if I can summon the exact same summoning beast that Nagato originally had, such as the defensive panda, the chameleon that grants invisibility, and the 3-headed hellhound that splits infinitely upon being struck. These are worth experimenting with, but given the beast's size, I should choose a suitable testing ground. If the summoning succeeds, does it mean that Nagato is connected to certain secret realms from his past life? 2. The Hell Path. Its core ability is linked to the King of Hell. Based on online information, its abilities roughly include first summoning the King of Hell, which can observe the enemy. Through the shared Rinnegan note, ordinary people cannot see the King of Hell. Second, the King's Judgment. The King determines whether the target is lying. If so, it pulls out the tongue and devours it. Third, the King's Will Rebirth. The King places the damaged pain into its mouth and chooses to revive them. 3. The Human Path. Mind Shallow Layer and Soul Absorption. Mind Shallow Layer can read the target's memories while Soul Absorption extracts the soul. The extraction time depends on the soul's strength. 4. Pain Puppets. Controlling the 6 paths remotely to act, sharing vision and utilizing each path's abilities individually. The conditions require chakra rods and corpses. However, the chakra rods seem to need to be obtained from the ghetto statue. Nagato cannot create the black rods on his own to be confirmed. The black rods are a fusion of yin and yang chakra. According to the original setting, those with the Rinnegan automatically master yin-yang chakra. Yet I do not know how to create them. I will study this slowly. Tianyang stopped writing, tore the page filled with notes from the notebook, folded it in half, ripped it into pieces, and threw it into the trash bin. After thinking it over, he scattered the pieces on the ground and burned them. He would not leave behind anything that could expose his identity. He had only written it down to better organize his thoughts. This was his habit, as information written on paper was easier to remember. In his past life, his strong learning ability was partly due to this practice. Now let's outline the world's background. Tianyang picked up the pen again, opened the notebook to a blank page, and wrote, "The world of Sasaki and the little bird Bii incorporates multiple elements. There are elements such as espers, other worlds, magical girls, angels, and demons, monsters, aliens, and more, with the world's layers gradually being revealed. First, let's talk about espers. This morning I encountered a Yakuza member named, I think I forgot to ask his name. Never mind, I'll call him Suit Man. This Suit Man has the ability to detect lies, is a member of the Shinglong Society, and is considered an executive. This organization controls the arcade. How many arcades? Forget it. They have about 30-odd members. In Japan, is that considered a small Yakuza group? I can't be sure. This Suit Man denied the existence of other espers in the Shinglong Society. There is a 90% chance this information is a lie, because how could a Yakuza organization without espers survive in a world where psychic powers exist? While Suit Man did mention that he once saw an esper who could turn his body into sharp blades. That esper is also the culprit behind the recent murder cases on the news. According to the original plot, this blade esper will likely commit more murders in the future. Truly terrifying. After all, the original story mentions that this esper belongs to an illegal esper organization which has no name. Or perhaps it does. I forget. In any case, this esper serves as an important stepping stone. In the original story, Sasaki defeats him with magic, saving a female office worker he attacked. And that female office worker turns out to be a psychic, a government employee belonging to a state agency. Tianyang stopped writing, rhythmically tapping the desk with the pen cap. In truth, he was racking his brain to recall the name of that state agency. Could my memory really be this bad? It's only been a year. Is it called the Countermeasures Bureau? Or Countermeasures Department? Psychic Countermeasures Bureau. Psychic Countermeasures Department. No, it's probably the Supernatural Phenomena Countermeasures Bureau or Department. Tianyang scratched his hair, looking troubled. After thinking, he shook his head helplessly and continued writing. In short, after Sasaki saves the female office worker, she threatens him with a gun and forces him to join the Countermeasures Bureau. There seems to be a rule that psychics must register and join the Countermeasures Bureau, otherwise they are considered illegal espers and will be eliminated by the Bureau. Sasaki's magic was mistaken for psychic power by the woman, hence the gun threat. Incidentally, members of the Countermeasures Bureau publicly identify themselves as police officers. Yes, that should be it. By the way, should I join this department called the Countermeasures Bureau? The monthly salary is as high as 1 million yen, equivalent to about 500 RMB, a solid high-income job. And it's a 9-to-5 job with hardly any supervision. It's indeed worth joining. Currently, I'm freeloading at Chizuru's place, nothing but a useless burden. If I with my disabled legs became a police officer, Chizuru would probably find it unbelievable. Imagining her shocked expression fills me with anticipation. Ahem, what am I even writing? Scratch, scratch, scratch. Tianyang scribbled over the above reverie into a chaotic mess. The ink bled through the paper, staining the next page. He intended to continue writing about the subsequent plot. But as soon as the pen tip touched the paper, he lost the desire to continue. Forget it, I'll just take it step by step. After all, this world is anything but boring. Tianyang's heart raced with excitement, his demeanor eager. Having been an anime enthusiast in his past life, he was secretly thrilled to have transmigrated into an anime world. With a long sigh of relief, Tianyang watched the last of the shredded paper burn to ashes. Now let's watch some anime for a bit. Tianyang cheerfully opened his laptop, launched the browser, and skillfully typed in a URL. A pirated anime website popped up. The websites in this world were naturally different from those in his past life. Although it lacked the famous pirate sites he remembered, there were still plenty of similar ones. Thus Tianyang had no trouble finding a few. The one before him was the most renowned. After watching for a while he found it visually pleasing indeed. Not long ago Tianyang had discovered that this world contained many anime he had watched in his previous life. Driven by curiosity, he tried searching and found that some anime from his past life simply didn't exist in this world. For instance, the one about giants was among them. Tianyang couldn't fathom the logic. Was the anime world akin to a parallel dimension? The answer remained elusive, but it didn't hinder his enjoyment of the shows. Incidentally, this world had some anime that didn't exist in his previous life, and they were quite good. Tianyang truly indulged himself. By evening, Yukimi Chizuru returned. "I'm home." A soft voice came from downstairs, followed by the clatter of her setting things down. Then came the sound of footsteps climbing the stairs. Tianyang was still facing the laptop, engrossed in the anime. He had naturally heard the commotion downstairs. So when the time was right, Tianyang pressed pause and turned around. Almost simultaneously, Yukimi Chizuru appeared at the doorway, her hands hidden behind her back, seemingly holding something. Tianyang wasn't overly curious and didn't feel compelled to find out what it was. "Uncle." She walked up to him, her voice lively and cheerful. Then she revealed the hidden object behind her and said joyfully, "This is for you, Uncle." Tianyang took the purple bag she handed him. By touch he could tell it contained cookies or some kind of pastry. "Thank you. These are cookies I baked in today's cooking class. I tried one and they taste pretty good." "Oh really? Your school has a cooking class?" "Yes, it's fully equipped with kitchen tools, but the ingredients are mostly simple home-style items, so it doesn't fully showcase my culinary skills." "I see." Tianyang nodded, looking down at the pastry. "Sorry, were you watching anime? I hope I'm not disturbing you." Yukimi Chizuru showed an apologetic smile, clasped her hands together, and looked embarrassed. Tianyang took a piece of cookie and put it in his mouth. "Not at all." Crunch. "These cookies are delicious, Chizuru." As he bit into the cookie, the aroma of chocolate immediately stimulated his mouth. As he chewed, the cookie became as sweet as milk cake, teasing his taste buds, and the soft mixture slid down his throat with saliva. "Thank you." After saying this, Yukimi Chizuru left the room. Tianyang took another cookie, crunched on it, then turned back to the mouse, focusing on the anime. A milky sweet flavor lingered in his mouth. These cookies were truly delicious and not cloying. A heartfelt praise. From downstairs came the sound of cooking, and time passed. They ended the evening as usual. At 3 in the morning, the dim room was lit only by the flickering screen. Tianyang reluctantly closed the laptop. He lay down on the bed to sleep. The moment he closed his eyes, his mind began to wander, replaying the day's events. Although Yukimi Chizuru's sailor uniform had long sleeves that covered her pale arms, Tianyang's keen eyesight still caught a few faint scars on her wrist. The instant he saw them, he thought this girl had once harbored a desire for suicide. Tianyang didn't call it out. If he broached the subject, the atmosphere would likely become quite awkward. He considered himself least adept at handling such situations. But then again, with a personality like Chizuru's, wouldn't she be bullied by her peers? If school factors were considered, those scars might also have been inflicted by someone else. After a spell of random thoughts, Tianyang groggily sat up in bed. It was already deep into the night, and he had been lying there for a while. His eyes had adjusted to the darkness, so finding his bearings wasn't difficult. Moreover, a beam of pure moonlight streamed through the windows, spilling onto the writing desk and the floor. Tianyang gazed at the moonlight crawling onto the desk and looked downstairs. The middle school girl was no longer sitting at the apartment door, hugging her knees. His earlier contemplation of Yukimi Chizuru's plight had unconsciously made him think of the tragic neighbor girl downstairs. Besides, they wore the same school uniform, so they likely attended the same school. Oh, could it be that the two of them knew each other? Perhaps he should find an opportunity to ask. That way, even if they didn't know each other, his introduction could help them look out for one another. So has she gone back? Seeing no one, Tianyang thought to himself. Probably she had returned to the entranceway. The reason this girl sat outside her front door was mainly to wait for the neighbor Sasaki to come home and exchange a few words of greeting. After greeting Sasaki, the girl, seeking a little warmth, would quietly slip back inside to rest in the entranceway. Indeed, she deliberately sat by the door every day just to encounter her neighbor Uncle Sasaki. What astonishing perseverance. This judgment crossed Tianyang's mind. Then, after a moment's thought, he made up his mind to find a way to join the Countermeasures Bureau and become a civil servant. That way he could earn a salary. At the very least, he could use the income to improve Yukimi Chizuru's dire situation. By using the pretext of paying rent, he could spare her from having to work until evening every day. But he didn't seem to have an ID card. Could he join the Countermeasures Bureau without one? Tianyang didn't know the answer. He decided to go out tomorrow to see if there were any fake ID sellers nearby. Where was the Xinglong Guild's stronghold? He would also look for it tomorrow. Tianyang was very interested in such organizations, especially in uprooting them and seeing a change of regime. The feeling he had now was like playing a video game. It was also like watching an immersive anime. Speaking of which, Sasaki hadn't yet bought the Java Sparrow, and the plot hadn't started. Should he go find a pet shop and buy the Java Sparrow before Sasaki keeping it as a pet? The soul of a sage from another world resided within that bird. If he bought the sparrow according to the original plot, Lord Sparrow would bind its soul to become his companion, and then take him to another world right. That way he could learn and use magic with the sparrow's power. He could even travel between the two worlds, trade goods, make a profit, and become wealthy. But if he bought the sparrow, Sasaki would have none. Without the sparrow, Sasaki would lose the supernatural ability he was supposed to gain and remain a corporate drone forever. The world would change. Originally, Sasaki used ice magic to save the office lady. But without the sparrow, Sasaki was just an ordinary person. Let alone saving the office lady, he himself might be killed. So in this timeline, the office lady would likely die at the hands of the supernatural ability user with hands that could turn into blades because Sasaki didn't rescue her. Then the entire subsequent plot would collapse and head in an unknown direction. After thinking it over, Tianyang decided to give up on buying the sparrow. Not only was he broke, but it was also unrealistic to search for a small pet shop sparrow in the vast Tokyo metropolis. Moreover, in the original story, Sasaki was able to buy the sparrow only because the bird spoke and guided him to purchase it. Therefore, even if Tianyang found that pet shop, the sparrow wouldn't necessarily speak to guide him into buying it. This was akin to the protagonist's aura. In this world, Sasaki was the protagonist. Tianyang was merely an intruder from another world, nothing more. No matter how hard Tianyang searched, the goddess of fate would ultimately favor Sasaki, delivering the sparrow destined for him into his hands. With that thought, Tianyang lay down to sleep. But soon he sat up again. He simply couldn't fall asleep because there was one question he hadn't figured out. That was, what exactly am I supposed to do in this world? Since his transmigration, Tianyang had never pondered this. He had always been distracted by interesting things, testing Nagato's abilities, learning ninjutsu, exploring the world, and so on. When it came to what he should do, Tianyang had no idea. He stared at the crescent moon outside the window, momentarily lost in thought. He snapped back to reality only when clouds obscured the moonlight. Suddenly a spark of inspiration flashed in Tianyang's mind, and an exciting idea emerged. He grinned with enthusiasm. I could emulate Yahiko and establish the Akatsuki in this world. Inherit Nagatos will inflict pain upon the world and create true peace. Tianyang found the idea increasingly fascinating and immediately decided to adopt it as his overarching goal. However, before that, he still needed to accomplish some necessary tasks. The first task was the fake ID issue. Once that was solved, he could join the Countermeasures Bureau, obtain a police identity, and make future operations more convenient. Besides, he would receive a monthly salary of 1 million yen. The second task was organizational operation. The primary issue for organizational operation was funding. A large organization required substantial capital to manage. Money brought resources, and many things could only be resolved with money. With sufficient funds, many uncontrollable matters became controllable. As for how to solve this problem, Tianyang already had an idea. He planned to seize all the territory and business of the Xinglong Guild, becoming a veritable rock star. I digress. In short, he was going to do something big tomorrow. Soon the next day arrived. The moment Tianyang opened his eyes, sunlight streamed onto his retina. 2 blue sticky notes were left on the desk. Picking them up, the first note was scrawled in Japanese. Today's breakfast is salted rice balls placed on the second floor living room. Remember to eat on time. If it's already cold, please heat it in the microwave I left on the second floor. From Yukimi Chizuru's reminder. The second note was also scrawled in Japanese. Today's lunch is also ready, placed on the low table in the second floor living room in a lunchbox. Remember to heat it in the microwave nearby before eating. From Tianyang skillfully pulled open the drawer and placed the sticky notes inside. The drawer actually contained over 20 more such colorful notes. Almost every morning, little Chizuru left these notes. What a thoughtful girl. At that moment, Tianyang felt as if he had a daughter. But this feeling surprised him. In reality, he was only a first-year high school student, roughly the same mental age as Chizuru, making them peers. Why did he regard her a peer as his daughter? Could it be that his physical age affected his mental age, making him think he was an adult? Tianyang shook his head helplessly. Speaking of leaving notes, it was strange that he could have eaten breakfast with Yukimi Chizuru. But since Tianyang was idle and slept in, he had plenty of free time. Gentle Chizuru must have seen him sleeping soundly and couldn't bear to disturb him. Thus the notes were born. It wasn't Tianyang's fault for waking up late. He was just used to staying up late. As a result, he went to bed late and woke up late. But it wasn't too late. Around 9:30 in the morning, Tianyang would automatically open his eyes and get up. Japanese middle school students typically had to arrive at school by 8:30 and were dismissed around 3 in the afternoon. They didn't go home for lunch, and they were given about an hour for a break. Tianyang envied their schedule. When he was in middle school, classes started at 7:30 with half an hour of reading before that, meaning he had to arrive at school before 7. In the evening, there were evening classes, and the school day didn't end until 10 past 10. However, according to Yukimi Chizuru, she would go to work at a bookstore after school until evening. Tianyang felt sorry for her, such a waste of good time. But he knew Yukimi Chizuru had no choice. Well, let me tidy up and head out. Tianyang said, getting out of bed and sitting in the wheelchair next to it, then pushing himself toward the living room. After washing up, Tianyang ate the rice balls. He soon wheeled himself out the door. Naturally, he used Nagato's ability in the process. 10:20. That was the time he saw on the living room clock before leaving. It took about 5 minutes to get out. So now it was 10:25. With that, Tianyang rotated the wheelchair and headed toward the city center he had visited yesterday. There were a few scattered pedestrians on the road. Ignoring them, he soon arrived in the city center. The urban atmosphere flooded his senses just like yesterday, and Tianyang immersed himself once again in the taste of a metropolis. Then I'll go to that game arcade. Tianyang glanced at the arcade a dozen meters away. The sign above the shop told him the name, New World Game Arcade. Wheeling to the entrance, he could see 2 rows of arcade cabinets inside with only a few people sitting and playing. It was probably because it was morning. He imagined that such places would be livelier at night or perhaps during after-school hours when many middle and high school students would come to play, making it lively for a while. This arcade wasn't as smoky and chaotic as Tianyang had expected. Instead, it was clean and spotless. Both the walls and some arcade cabinets had signs saying, "No smoking." The owner of this shop was a true model of the entertainment industry. Tianyang praised wholeheartedly. LED light strips hung on the walls, each tiny bulb shining brightly together, creating a colorful neon glow. This was the scene Tianyang saw upon entering. Did I come to the wrong place? He wondered to himself. There were no thugs or delinquents around. Logically, delinquents like to gather in such entertainment venues. That's how it was on TV. But now there were none. The customers playing here seemed to be some unemployed middle-aged men in suits, shaking the joysticks in frustration. Tianyang felt a bit disappointed, glanced at the front desk, and then turned his wheelchair to leave. Just then 2 or 3 young men swaggered in from outside, hands in pockets with arrogant expressions. One of them, with curly hair and a black short-sleeved shirt, had a hammer-shaped tattoo on his arm. Clearly these 3 were thugs. Tianyang was delighted and observed their movements from the side. Street thugs and delinquents were likely to know where to get fake IDs and where the Xinglong Guild stronghold was. If he asked them, Tianyang could find out everything. After entering the arcade, the 3 youths who gave off the air of delinquents first went to the front desk and exchanged for a small bag of game tokens. Then the 3 of them separately chose vacant spots and sat down. 2 of them sat together nearby, and judging by their posture, they were likely preparing for a player-versus-player match. Tianyang observed for a moment and set his sights on a young man in a short-sleeved shirt who was playing alone. Thus Tianyang rotated the wheels of his wheelchair with both hands and rolled toward the young man in the short-sleeved shirt. Before he could reach him, the young man suddenly stood up, left his seat, and fixed his gaze straight at the beverage vending machine outside the shop. But he immediately halted his steps, likely having caught Tianyang approaching in his peripheral vision. Their eyes happened to meet directly, leading the young man in the short-sleeved shirt to mistakenly believe that Tianyang had something to ask of him. So he came to a stop. The young man in the short-sleeved shirt first glanced over Tianyang's attire and hairstyle, then asked in an imperious manner, "What do you want, huh?" His tone was rather casual, yet his gaze carried an air of disdain. "Indeed, I do have something to ask," Tianyang said, furrowing his brows slightly and playing along for now. "I'd like to ask you a few questions." "Oh." The young man in the short-sleeved shirt wore an expression of mild interest, but the very next moment it morphed into a sneer. "I go ahead and ask, but I'm not in the mood to answer." Tianyang replied, "Do I need to make you available?" It was plainly visible. The young man's expression darkened. Bursting into anger, he shouted, "You useless shut-in freak, what the hell do you think you're saying? Dare to threaten me? A useless shut-in?" Hearing this, Tianyang showed no sign of backing down. "Yes, I'm threatening you." Enraged, the young man lunged forward in a single step and grabbed Tianyang's collar with his left hand, refusing to let go. His free right hand clenched into a fist, looking every bit ready to strike if Tianyang so much as uttered another provocative word. "Riot." Almost the instant the young man gripped Tianyang's collar, Tianyang heard a piercing sound of fabric giving way. He didn't even need to think about it. He knew that sound could only come from thread snapping. Tianyang placed his hand on the young man's arm that was gripping his collar and said calmly, "I'd advise you to let go. Otherwise, it's far from certain who'll end up hurt." His voice was low and steady. Tianyang suddenly felt that Chang Min's vocal tone seemed particularly well suited for threats. But it wasn't yet time to act. The arcade had several surveillance cameras fixed on this very spot. "Ha ha ha." The young man in the short-sleeved shirt erupted into mocking laughter, the veins bulging on his forehead throbbing against his steel-gray face. "You're nothing but a fragile, pathetic, middle-aged loser. I look down on every one of you two-dimensional shut-ins the most. You parade around in those disgustingly ugly lolco outfits, convinced you're some tough guy. Ha ha ha. I could snap you like a twig with a flick of my finger." As he unleashed his vicious threats, the young man in the short-sleeved shirt stared dead into Tianyang's pupils, as if whoever looked away first would lose. Yet somewhere beneath his glare lay a faint trace of something like grief and resentment. "Kill me." Tianyang replied, "You couldn't do it." At that moment Tianyang felt two people closing in from behind. From the sound of their voices they appeared to be the two companions of the young man in the short-sleeved shirt. "What's going on? Is this old guy looking for trouble? Kenta need us to help you out." The young man in the short-sleeved shirt addressed as Kenta kept a cold expression and shook his head. "You two don't need to help. Just stand by and watch how I deal with this guy." Kenta's fist wound up for a powerful strike suddenly moved, aiming squarely for Tianyang's face. Yet something occurred to him mid-motion and he abruptly stopped. "Can't fight here." Upon hearing two coughs he looked up. Sure enough the front desk clerk was staring right at them. When the clerk caught Kenta's gaze he shook his head. "TCH." Kenta clicked his tongue, unclenched his fist, and used his hand to shove aside Tianyang's arm resting on his wrist, an attempt to assert dominance. But he had not anticipated. He had miscalculated. After gritting his teeth and trying to push with force, Kenta discovered Tianyang's arm hadn't budged at all, as though it had been welded to his wrist. Every ounce of force Kenta applied, Tianyang's grip on his wrist increased, in equal measure, never loosening for an instant. It was as if his arm had been clamped by a robot delivering precise, unyielding pressure. Kenta found the hand gripping Tianyang's collar to be in excruciating discomfort. He could only imagine how wretched his face must look right now. Damn it, what is going on? How can this skin-and-bones middle-aged man be stronger than me? Kenta could hardly believe it was true. Suddenly a thought struck his mind, and it sent a cold sweat breaking out across his body. He instantly lost his nerve, that red hair. Old man, could this guy be the one Fujiki was talking about? Focusing on the figure before him, Tianyang stared back with his uncanny purple eyes. Kenta felt as though he were facing a terrifying enemy, his heart pounding with dread. How is this possible? Those aren't just colored contacts. Why am I feeling this fear? His legs gave out, all strength draining from him, and his knees instinctively dropped to the floor. The hand clutching Tianyang's collar slowly loosened its grip. Behind Tianyang, Kenta's two companions gasped in unison, bewildered. What was happening? Why had Kenta knelt down? Sensing something was seriously wrong, the two hurriedly distanced themselves from Tianyang, fixing wary stares upon him. Then the two whispered among themselves. "This middle-aged uncle is kind of creepy. Yesterday Kenta and I went to the hospital to visit one of his friends. That friend said he was sent to the hospital after being punched by a middle-aged man. I'm wondering if the guy who knocked him out could be the same person standing in front of us. It's possible. I think we should just slip away. This uncle is in a wheelchair, he won't be able to catch us." "But what about Kenta?" "Oh, just leave him. Besides, we still owe this guy tens of thousands of yen. And wouldn't it be wrong to do this? Who cares? It's not our mess to clean up. Why should we share the punishment?" "You're right." After exchanging those words, the two immediately turned and sprinted out of the arcade. Tianyang let them leave without a second glance. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the collar of the guy in front of him. "Kenta." Since Kenta was wearing a t-shirt with a highly elastic collar, it stretched considerably under Tianyang's pull. Kenta was hoisted up as if suspended. "Oh, why the sudden change of heart?" Tianyang remarked, somewhat surprised by his release. Kenta fell silent and turned his head away, trembling with fear. Suddenly a towering silhouette gradually approached. Tianyang paused, looking up. The newcomer was a burly, broad-shouldered, bald man whose round, gleaming head reflected the ceiling's LED lights so brightly it made one dizzy just looking at it. This bald brute possessed a fearsome countenance. His eyes were the textbook 3-white variant, with more white showing than black, and an intimidating aura radiated from every inch of his body. He wore a suit that barely contained his frame, muscles bursting through every seam in an awkwardly protruding fashion. What left the deepest impression were his thick neck and massively developed trapezius muscles. This guy's a brawler for sure, Tianyang thought. As he contemplated this, his eyes fell upon a familiar sight at the man's neck, a half-visible green and yellow dragon claw tattoo. The bald brute came to a halt, his eyes flashing with menace, his face twisted into a cruel expression, every lump of muscle tense and swollen, as he issued a low, grating warning, "Fighting is prohibited here." He pointed toward the exit, meaning they should take their altercation outside. "Very well." Tianyang nodded and released his grip. Kenta fell heavily to the ground. "Come outside with me. I have something to ask you, or else you'll be sorry." With those words, Tianyang pushed his wheelchair and headed toward the store's entrance. Yes. Kenta nodded repeatedly, bowing humbly as he rose to his feet and followed behind Tianyang's wheelchair with his head bowed. Before they went out, he seemed to have heard a shout from behind, or perhaps not. Outside the house, Tianyang found an empty alley and told Kenta to kneel there. "I'll ask you, answer understood. Do you belong to some? The so-called organization means. It refers to delinquent groups or criminal syndicates." "No, I don't belong to any." Kenta shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianyang suddenly felt a cool breeze blowing straight at his face from the front, as if it were the wind of truth itself. However, there was Kenta in front, and behind Kenta stood a wall. In that case, the wind could only come from the open sides. It was impossible for it to come from the front. This wind shouldn't be a coincidence. Tianyang wondered to himself. He recalled the man in the suit's description of his own ability. At first my ability could only sense the truthfulness of what someone said, but I couldn't judge with 100% certainty whether they were lying. At that time the sensation was like a gentle breeze brushing against my face, and I couldn't tell whether the breeze came from detecting lies or from nature. But after long practice I can now determine with absolute certainty whether someone is telling the truth, because the gentle breeze has become a strong wind completely distinguishable from natural wind. In the dim alley the man in the suit explained with a stern expression. Could it be? Tianyang cleared his mind and looked at Kenta, deciding to conduct an experiment through conversation. Although he knew the wind could only blow from the sides, he couldn't be absolutely certain it wouldn't come from the front. Have you ever heard of the Shinglong Guild? Tianyang first glanced out of the alley, especially at the arcade across the street that he had just entered, and then lowered his voice to ask. Shinglong Guild. Hearing this term, Kenta's body visibly trembled, and then he timidly nodded. I've heard of it. Another gentle breeze blew toward him from the front. This was exactly the same as what the man in the suit had described about his own ability. After all, it was impossible for a breeze to brush against his face on 2 consecutive occasions by pure chance. So that's how it is. Excitement welled up within Tianyang. It seemed he had acquired the ability to detect lies. He reviewed what had happened. The lie detection ability was the same power the man in the suit had possessed yesterday. The day before he had used Preta Path Chakra Devour on the man in the suit, who was then drained into a dried corpse. And today he could use what had originally been the man in the suit's ability. Could it be that as long as he used chakra devouring on someone with supernatural abilities, draining them dry would allow him to copy that person's power? This was truly an exciting ability. Chakra Devour could steal the powers of ability users. The moment this realization flashed through Tianyang's mind, he wanted to test it immediately. Even more thoughts demanding verification began to surface. His mind was like a floodgate suddenly opened to flowing water, constantly spawning new ideas. Tianyang suppressed his curiosity. He was still in the middle of an interrogation and couldn't afford to be distracted by other matters. This was a crucial step that needed to be handled properly. After all, it concerned the Shinglong Guild and fake IDs. Tianyang refocused his gaze on Kenta. Do you know which arcades the Shinglong Guild controls? Kenta's expression shifted slightly, as if wondering why this person was asking such a question. But he did not refuse to answer. I know a few. Speaking of which, Tianyang's expression changed, pointing toward the street across from them at the arcade they had just entered. That one called New World is under the Shinglong Guild's protection, right? Kenta's eyes widened, and then he nodded, unable to deny it. Just as I thought. That intimidating-looking bald man from earlier, the tattoo pattern on his neck was exactly the same as the one on the man in the suit he had encountered yesterday. It was so easy to judge. They were practically announcing to everyone that they were on the same side. Why would the leaders of an organization require their members to get such obvious marks tattooed? Wouldn't this make it too easy for someone like him with ulterior motives to identify them? Tianyang felt puzzled. Was this similar to tying silk around one's sleeves on the battlefield to distinguish friend from foe? Tianyang shook his head and continued. Tell me the locations of the other arcades controlled by this organization. Yes. 10 seconds later, Kenta laid out every location he knew in full detail. Tianyang memorized those places in his heart. Very good. Now I have one final question for you, and once you answer it you can leave. Do you know the person who sells fake IDs? Upon hearing this, Kenta was taken aback. After hesitating for a moment, he replied no. A gentle breeze brushed against his face. Tianyang knew this meant he was telling the truth. In that case you may go. Upon hearing this, Kenta wore an expression of disbelief. Can I really leave? Hurry up and get lost before I change my mind. Tianyang waved his hand carelessly. Kenta stood up. Thud. Suddenly, he knelt back down on the ground. Tianyang was bewildered and asked, what do you mean? Keeping his head lowered, Kenta said, let me join your group. You're a gang member, right? Tianyang replied, I'm not. But you always cause trouble for people like us. I and Fujiki and the others from yesterday. Fujiki? Yesterday? Tianyang remembered there had indeed been someone like that. A blonde-haired delinquent who had bullied Uncle Sasaki only to be punched and then vomit uncontrollably. That must have been the guy. Are you two friends? Yes. No wonder you suddenly knelt down at the arcade. You must have heard what that guy told you. Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed. I'm not a gang member. Tianyang spread his hands. As you can see, I have a leg ailment, making it impossible for me to join the underworld. I see. Kenta's eyebrows drooped, a look of disappointment on his face. That's it then, hurry up and leave. Tianyang beckoned from outside, signaling him to go. Kenta got up and walked toward the alley exit with his shoulders slumped. Watching him walk away, Tianyang suddenly had an astonishing thought. The moment this idea appeared, he genuinely felt as if the god of wisdom had touched his brain. Wait! Tianyang called out to stop Kenta. Kenta's body shook suddenly, and he turned around to look. Tianyang explained slowly. I'm planning to establish a gang, so I intend to invite you to join so you can assist me with operations. His tone was calm, as if he were discussing something completely ordinary. Kenta's formerly grim face immediately brightened with joy. He excitedly bent deeply at the waist, his upper body nearly parallel to the ground, and enthusiastically shouted, "Hello, boss." Although there had been conflicts earlier, they were not irreconcilable. Moreover, this was precisely a time when he needed people, so Tianyang took the opportunity to accept this small-time thug as a subordinate. As a street thug, Kenta would certainly help Tianyang solve various practical problems. What harm could there be in absorbing someone who could actually be useful? Then, since you're willing to join, I should also tell you what our organization is called. Listen well, lad, from now on when we announce ourselves publicly. Akatsuki, Shindai Jiantai, Tianyang. The two introduced themselves respectively. So next, have you heard of supernatural abilities? What's the matter with asking this? Just answer. Well, I've heard of them. From where? From anime and novels. I mean, have you ever heard of someone in reality possessing incredible abilities? No. Shindai Jiantai gave such an answer, meaning that he didn't have any supernatural powers. Although his previous answer, "What's the matter with asking this," also revealed that this guy subconsciously always thought supernatural abilities were fictional settings. It seemed he would need to find a time to explain it to him later. However, a live demonstration should make it easier to accept. Tianyang thought so. Follow me. Tianyang pushed his wheelchair, heading out of the alley and into the arcade gate. Shindai Jiantai didn't know what Tianyang was going to do next, paused for 2 or 3 seconds, then followed. He even quickened his pace to catch up with Tianyang, came to the handles behind the wheelchair, placed his hands on them, and pushed Tianyang forward. Tianyang thus freed his hands. This was the use of a lackey. With nothing to do, there was still one traffic light away from the arcade. Tianyang then said, "Do you know what challenging a dojo means? The kind in karate." Shindai Jiantai tilted his head and replied, "Sort of. Our next task is to challenge a dojo. This. But our challenge is not a game nor a petty quarrel, it's a life and death struggle with the other side." Life and death. Shindai Jiantai seemed to sense something, because Tianyang had just asked him whether that arcade was under the protection of the Xinglong Society. Now they were specially crossing the street to go into that arcade. The conversation on the way also included words like challenging a dojo and doing something big. Shindai Jiantai couldn't help but surmise that Tianyang was about to fight the Xinglong Society people. Dong. The green light turned red. Pedestrians hurriedly rushed across. Shindai Jiantai pushed Tianyang to follow their pace, crossing the black and white zebra crossing to the other side. Tianyang heard the breathing behind him become rapid and footsteps also grew heavier. Could this guy have never fought before, or was he scared? However, when it came to fighting, having this kid or not made no difference. As long as no bug-level superpowered being appeared, Tianyang could defeat them alone. Tianyang didn't need Shindai Jiantai to do anything extra. He just needed to obey orders. In fact, bringing Shindai Jiantai along was also to get him to sign a pledge of allegiance. Soon the two arrived at the arcade entrance. There were no surveillance cameras around, which was quite typical of Japanese customs. In his previous life, Tianyang had learned online that the coverage rate of street cameras in Japan was only 38, a much lower than most countries in the world. There was even an example: a resident installed a camera at his own doorstep only to be sued by a neighbor for privacy infringement, claiming that the neighbor could know every time he came home. No surveillance cameras, that was really great. Tianyang felt relieved. The two entered inside. At this time, the number of people playing arcade games was still about the same as before. "I have a task for you. Go drive them away." Tianyang gave Shindai Jiantai an instruction, then referred to the customers playing here. Upon hearing this, Shindai Jiantai stepped forward without a word. He was familiar with this kind of job, but this place was under the protection of the Xinglong Society. Even though Shindai Jiantai didn't show fear on the surface, he couldn't help but worry inside. However, he braced himself and went ahead. Shindai Jiantai spoke in a rough tone, and wherever he saw someone sitting, he would go next to that spot and curse, "Hey, give this grandpa your seat. Don't you know to respect your elder?" Some timid middle-aged men in suits quickly gave up their seats, abandoning their dignity, and hurriedly left the arcade. But some bold ones, already angry about unemployment, were provoked and exploded. They stood up and cursed Cora. "You want to die? Who the hell are you looking at? Cora, there are plenty of seats here, why should I give way to you? Huh, if you push me again, I'll take you down with me." After cursing, he sat back down in a huff and resumed playing the arcade game. For such people, Shindai Jiantai ignored them first and went to drive away others. After a while, only some stubborn customers and the arcade staff remained in the game hall. Shindai Jiantai looked at Tianyang as if asking what to do next. Pointing at the surveillance camera above, Tianyang gave Shindai Jiantai a look. Shindai Jiantai immediately understood, picked up a stainless steel pipe from the side, and rushed over to smash it wildly, making crackling sounds. Tianyang, sitting in the center, saw the arcade clerk at the front desk hurriedly rushing into the break room. This way that bald man from the Xinglong Society would come out furiously right. Then he had to prepare for battle. Having Shundai Jiantai destroy the cameras was to avoid exposing his abilities to the enemy. At the same time, it was also to better use Chongmin's ability to drive away those who refused to leave. If the cameras were not physically disabled, the recorded footage might be viewed by the police. If the police viewed it, they would definitely be unable to handle the situation and would report Tianyang's actions to the Countermeasures Bureau. Then the Countermeasures Bureau would contact Tianyang first. If Tianyang had legal documents that would be good, they would recruit him into the department. But Tianyang didn't have any documents, and it was unclear what would happen. The only thing certain was that the probability of him being taken as a spy was very high. In the original story, every country had supernatural ability users. As a Chinese ability user, he ran to Japan, which made it hard not to suspect he was a spy. Kata. Shundai Jiantai had already smashed several cameras above into deformed shapes. Even after smashing, he would specifically check if there were any other cameras around. From that spot, several electronic parts of the cameras fell onto the marble floor with broken wires sparking. Some stubborn people seeing Shundai Jiantai wield a weapon couldn't sit still and fled in cold sweat. But some still refused to leave. Tianyang, seeing that the timing was about right, slowly formed hand seals and pressed his hands on the ground. Earth release. Earth flow wall. He murmured. This time he released a greater amount of chakra than before. A stone wall suddenly burst out of the ground, rose up, and directly slammed into the ceiling, causing a tremor. The LED lamps hanging from the ceiling were crushed, wires were torn, and the broken parts fell straight down, but didn't completely drop, hanging by the connected wires. This wall divided the inside and outside into two spaces. The people inside and outside immediately fell into chaos. They stood up from their chairs, staring in disbelief at the brown earthen wall that had appeared out of nowhere. What's happening? What's happening? Oh, where did this wall come from? Hey, is this real? This isn't some magic trick, is it? The scene was noisy. Just now Shundai Jiantai was disturbed by the commotion behind him, stopped his search for cameras, and upon seeing the stone wall in the middle was shocked. When did this wall appear? He didn't know that Tianyang had created it. Tianyang was blocked behind the wall. Shundai Jiantai quickly ran over and squeezed through the gap between the side of the stone wall and the arcade machine. Tianyang sat calmly in his wheelchair, composed, as if this wall was indeed his doing. Boss, this? Could it be? Shundai Jiantai pointed at the earth flow wall, recalling the question Tianyang had asked him, have you ever seen supernatural abilities? He strongly suspected that his boss had supernatural abilities. Tianyang nodded. Then he remained silent, waiting for the remaining stubborn customers to leave. After a few seconds of silence, the customers outside the wall fled in fear. As for those inside the wall, they imitated Shundai Jiantai's way out, squeezing through the gap between the stone wall and the arcade machine, and also ran out of the store. Seeing this, Tianyang told Shundai Jiantai about supernatural abilities. Taking advantage of Shundai Jiantai's shock and dazed, Tianyang stretched out an arm, pressed it against the stone wall, took a deep breath, built up momentum, and murmured Shinra Tensei. Boom. Crash. A sound effect resonated as Tianyang's palm unleashed a violent repulsive force. The wall he touched collapsed with a thunderous roar, crumbling into chunks of earth that hurtled outward in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. The debris streaked through the air at astonishing speed, slamming into the wall, slamming into the arcade machine, slamming into the head of the bald man who had just arrived, and slamming into the head of the arcade clerk who accompanied him. Seeing the stones flying in all directions, Kinta Kamishiro sensed danger and quickly shielded his head with his arms. Strangely, no debris struck him. Nor did any debris strike Tianyang. Moreover, before the wall shattered, Tianyang had placed his hand on its surface. Only then did the wall break apart violently, sending fragments scattering everywhere. It felt to Kinta Kamishiro as if Tianyang had deliberately destroyed the wall. His boss could actually shatter such a thick wall. And he had used some other power to control the debris, preventing it from hitting them. Kinta Kamishiro's breath caught in his throat, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed his mind, and his eyelids twitched involuntarily. Superpowers. The word had not crossed his mind for a long time. Superpowers. Ever since he realized they were fictitious, he had dismissed them with contempt. Yet this long-standing fictional concept now stood before his eyes. This was the ultimate proof. In other words, brother Tianyang truly possessed superpowers. Hiss. Coming to his senses, Kinta Kamishiro drew a sharp breath. No wonder Fujiki had been defeated by the middle-aged brother Tianyang. It was because brother Tianyang had superpowers. Kinta Kamishiro felt grateful that he had surrendered early, kneeling and dropping his weapon. Otherwise, he would have been one of the ones lying in a hospital bed. Perhaps he would have ended up as a fellow patient with Fujiki. What should I do next? Kinta Kamishiro felt a sense of confusion, for the arriving Tetsuo Takamura had already collapsed in a pool of blood. He had originally thought there would be a fight. Tetsuo Takamura, that bald, burly man, was a member of the Koryakai. This fellow was tasked with managing this arcade, and was not a particularly important figure. Struck in the head by debris, he fell instantly, bleeding profusely. It seemed that no matter how well developed one's muscles, or how large ones build a blow to the head was a fatal strike. Search him, Tianyang ordered Kenta Kamishiro. Right. Kenta Kamishiro nodded, stepping cautiously into the blood pool. He rummaged through Tetsuo Takamura's clothes, retrieving a dark pistol and 4 blood-stained 10,000 yen bills. Seeing the pistol, Tianyang instinctively touched the anesthetic gun in his pocket. It had been taken from the suited man and had not been used yet. Thinking he might need it today, Tianyang had brought it along. Unfortunately, the bald man had passed out, or Tianyang could have interrogated and questioned him. Anything else? Then tie them up. Yes. The arcade clerk and Tetsuo Takamura were bound together hand to hand with electrical wire. To be safe, they wrapped Tetsuo Takamura with several extra loops, binding his feet and legs as well. Tianyang looked at the unconscious Tetsuo Takamura trussed up like a caterpillar, then at the pool of blood left when he fell inside. If this guy sold blood, he'd probably bankrupt the blood bank. Tianyang was unsure whether this fellow was an esper. If he woke up and launched a sudden attack, Tianyang might not be able to dodge in time. This was fear of the unknown. What if Tetsuo Takamura had the ability to hypnotize a person's mind? What if Tetsuo Takamura had a supernatural power that could threaten one's life? To be safe, Tianyang administered a dose of anesthetic to Tetsuo Takamura. This anesthetic needle only caused weakness, not unconsciousness. Struck by this anesthetic, one could still feel pain and could still whisper information. That was what the suited man had said. Thus, Tianyang was not worried that Tetsuo Takamura would fail to wake up or that the drug's effect would wear off by the time he did. The anesthetic lasted about 15 minutes. As long as it was within that window, he would be safe. Suddenly, Tianyang recalled the scene after the previous anesthetic had worn off, when the suited man had fought back. That was nothing. He would just need to be careful at that time. Originally, Tianyang had taken 3 anesthetic needle cartridges from the suited man. He had used 1. 2 remained. He had no idea where to replenish his ammunition. Since only 2 needles were left, there was no need to waste one on the arcade clerk. This fellow was probably an ordinary person. If he had abilities, he would have used them already instead of calling the bald man from the lounge. With that thought, Tianyang said to Kenta Kamishiro, "Go check the front desk. Take as much money as you can." "This is robbery," Kenta Kamishiro muttered before running to the front desk to search. In fact, from the moment he had searched Tetsuo Takamura's pockets, it had already been robbery. This was merely an extension of the previous action. A minute later, Kenta Kamishiro returned carrying a small plastic bag full of banknotes, though the exact amount was unknown. Tianyang quickly called him over to help. While Kenta Kamishiro had been busy collecting the money, Tianyang had used his almighty push to shatter a wall inside the lounge. He had observed from outside earlier, this wall connected to a dark alley outside, so he had opened an opening there. Tianyang knew that among the dozen or so customers who had fled, someone would call the police, so he had made an escape route. This way he could escape when the police arrived later. "Drag this guy out." Inside the lounge, Tianyang pointed at the large Tetsuo Takamura. He paused, then pointed at the arcade clerk on the floor. "After you finish what I told you, untie this guy, since you said he was an unrelated person." "Yes," Kenta Kamishiro replied, handing the bag of money to Tianyang. His heart pounded wildly, blood boiling and surging. This was his first time participating in such illegal activities, and he couldn't help feeling excited. With a stride, he leaped to where Tetsuo Takamura was sitting and untied the rope binding him to the arcade clerk. Then, grabbing Tetsuo Takamura's bound hands, he dragged him toward the hole Tianyang had blasted. "So heavy." Kenta Kamishiro grunted with effort, gritting his teeth and squatting low as he pulled. Once at the spot, he first set down Tetsuo Takamura, crawled through the hole, and emerged outside. Then he dragged Tetsuo Takamura out. The alley had 2 passages, one leading to the street, from which the light streamed in. Standing there, one could see the shops across the way and the occasional passers-by at the alley entrance. The other direction led deeper into the darkness, a good escape route. Kenta Kamishiro needed to drag the man at his feet deeper into the alley. If left here, a passerby's casual glance might spot the fallen Tetsuo Takamura. Thus, worried about such a possibility, Kenta Kamishiro dragged Tetsuo Takamura to a more concealed spot around the corner and placed him there. Kenta Kamishiro turned to leave, paused, then went back to tighten the ropes on Tetsuo Takamura. Then he returned to the alley, slipped back through the wall hole into the arcade, and untied the arcade clerk. Tianyang widened the opening to the alley enough for his wheelchair to pass through. This was necessary, because if pursued, Tianyang in his wheelchair might not be able to escape through the narrow alley, though he could defeat the pursuers with his Nagato's abilities. Therefore, he needed an unobstructed path. "Boss, I'm done." "Good job. Keep this bag of money and wait outside." "Yes." "This laptop should be burned as well. The surveillance data must be stored inside it." Tianyang moved the front desk computer onto the marble floor and ignited it with the fireball technique. Thick black smoke billowed. When it was nearly charred, Tianyang extinguished the flames with a water-style jutsu. After the fire died, a lump of black rubbery substance and black metallic objects were visible. "Bansho Tenin." Tianyang murmured, his palm aimed at the mass. Then he abruptly jerked his hand to the left, slamming the mass against the wall. A dull thud echoed. Tianyang's face darkened as he pushed his wheelchair back to the lounge of the arcade, his expression grim as he gazed at the clerk lying on the floor. He examined his own right hand. The hungry ghost path, chakra absorption, could drain a person into a dried husk of skin. As the saying goes, leaving a seed of hatred will inevitably burn everything. Therefore Tianyang would never allow anyone who could threaten him to escape. Unrelated to the Xinglong society. Not necessarily. Members of a gang are inevitably steeped in evil. Ordinary commoners he would not kill, but this man did not seem like an ordinary person. The so-called what goes around comes around is an eternal truth. If one day Tianyang faced his own reckoning, he would face it with absolute composure. What bad luck for you. Tianyang placed his hand on the clerk's head, hardening his heart. Hungry ghost path chakra absorption. No effect. Tianyang waited patiently. The same thing had happened yesterday with the man in the suit. It took a while before the effect began. But now half a minute passed. Still nothing. What a... Tianyang's face froze, and he quickly looked at his hand. For a moment, he thought his ability had vanished. But he realized it was simply not working, not gone. Why wasn't it working? Tianyang narrowed his eyes, a multitude of thoughts surging through his mind. Could it be? It didn't work on ordinary people. It only worked on ability users. The principle of chakra absorption was to devour chakra. Chakra is the synthesis of one's mental and physical energy, but not a mixture. The ordinary people of this world do not possess chakra within their bodies. Thus, chakra absorption is ineffective. However, ability users do exist in this world. The energy within an ability user must be different from that of an ordinary person, so it can be sensed and absorbed by the hungry ghost path's chakra absorption. This explained why he could use the ability of the man in the suit. He had simply plundered that man's energy. Tianyang changed his mind and decided to take this clerk along as well. Just now, why had Kamiyo Kina been so insistent on letting the arcade clerk go, claiming the clerk was an unrelated party? It seemed as if the two knew each other. Then again, when he had argued with Kamiyo Kenta earlier, the bald, burly man Takazono Tetsuo had not come to stop them, even though Kamiyo Kina had already grabbed his collar ready to throw a punch. But the front desk clerk had not gone to the lounge to inform on them. Instead, when Kamiyo Kenta knelt down and Tianyang was about to land a punch, it was exactly then that Takazono Tetsuo was called out by the arcade clerk to stop his evil deed. Clearly the two had a personal connection. Letting him live wasn't entirely out of the question. Wow-oh, wow-oh, wow-oh. The piercing sound of police sirens rang out outside. In the blink of an eye, two police cars stopped in front of the arcade. From the visible car, the door swung open. Four detectives stepped out wearing black stab-proof vests emblazoned with Keishicho Metropolitan Police Department over blue uniforms. They glanced around cautiously and walked into the store with wary steps. Tianyang peeked from behind the wall beside the lounge doorframe, so he remained undetected. It was mostly because the detectives entering from outside were alert to their surroundings and did not immediately notice the innermost lounge. Checking his watch, Tianyang knew it had been 12 minutes. The response time from when the stubborn customer fled the store and called the police to now. Earth-style earth flow wall. Reciting this silently, Tianyang swiftly formed hand seals, gathering earth elements into both palms. He bent down and pressed them onto the ground just behind the doorframe of the lounge entrance. Clang, clang, clang. The earth flow wall erupted with a grating noise sprouting from the marble floor and blocking the doorframe. Before it fully blocked the view, Tianyang saw the police officers, alerted by the commotion, quickly find cover and take shelter. Then rapid footsteps approached from that direction. Then came the sound of impact against the wall. Bam! Bam! The stone wall shook, dust flying. Tianyang felt one wall was insufficient and summoned another earth flow wall. Boom! The earth flow wall rose. Since there were already two, why not summon another and create a triple Rashomon? After summoning the third earth flow wall, Kamiyo Kenta rushed in, frantically drenched in sweat and panting. Not from exhaustion, but from terror. Huff, huff, huff. We need to go. The police are already here. MMI no, Tianyang replied, pointing at the arcade clerk. Drag this guy along too. Kamiyo Kenta was stunned, stammering. We're taking him too. But I can't carry him anymore. Dragging two people while evading the police. That's utterly impossible. That's what he thought, wasn't it? Tianyang saw through Kamiyo Kenta's thoughts and said confidently, I'll handle it. You drag him outside first. All right. Kamiyo Kenta gave an affirmative reply, then with a resigned look, he hoisted the arcade clerk. Tianyang wheeled his chair into the alley, turning his body to face the direction leading to the street. Before the police could discover this spot, Earth-style earth flow wall. Another earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking the road from the street to here. Now they could leave without worry. Counting them, he had placed 5 earth flow walls in total, but they had consumed very little chakra. With Nagato's immense chakra reserves, the chakra spent on these 5 walls was utterly negligible. Besides, using them more often would improve his proficiency with the technique. Perhaps he should also practice his hand seal speed. As Tianyang used, he heard panting nearby. It turned out to be Kamiyo Kinta, who had carried the arcade clerk out. You lead the way or I'll follow, Tianyang said. Then what about him? Kamiyo Kinta panted, wiped his sweat, and pointed at the arcade clerk on the ground. Can you convince him to join us? I can try. It should work. Good. Since you have a way to make him join the Shao organization, I won't kill him. Leave him here for now, while move him. Yes. After uttering this reply, a flicker of hesitation crossed Kamiyo Kinta's face, but he said nothing and walked deeper into the alley. Tianyang glanced at the clerk and summoned a small earth flow wall roughly the size that could accommodate a person lying down, and he customized it. By customized, he meant something similar to Kakashi's modification of earth flow wall. Kakashi added a dog head to his summon wall, while Tianyang altered other aspects. Then Tianyang used Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin to slowly push the earth flow wall over, making no sound as it fell. How did he do it? By using Shinra Tensei to exert a repulsive force, he generated a force that pushed the wall down. At the moment the wall was toppling, he used Bansho Tenin to pull the wall, which was about to fall due to inertia, giving it a retracting force. Thus the combination of the two forces slowed the wall's descent, and with the reduced speed the impact sound was much quieter. Bansho Tenin. Tianyang aimed at the arcade clerk, using gravitational pull to move him onto the fallen earth flow wall. What had he modified on this wall? He had reduced its thickness, making it easy to grip and drag. He also added a stopper at the bottom, so when the wall was lifted at one end, the person lying on it would be caught by the stopper and not slide off. Thus Tianyang rested his arm on the wheelchair's armrest, lifted one end of the earth flow wall, and dragged it along. He turned the wheelchair with one hand, correcting his forward direction. An ordinary person could never do this, because turning only one wheel would cause imbalance and deviate from a straight line. But he was no ordinary person. He possessed Nagato's body. Nagato's strength was indeed formidable. Although his body was still bony, it was in a completely different league from the ordinary people of this world. The world of Naruto was a high-level martial world where the physical constitution of its inhabitants was nothing to sneeze at. In truth, Tianyang had a better method, summoning an Preta Path mechanical arm from behind to drag the earth flow wall. But he chose not to. The only reason was to train his arm strength, dragging an object weighing hundreds of kilograms, and incidentally to see what his limit was in minutes. SSSS. The sound of friction accompanied the stone wall, leaving a pale yellow scrape on the ground. Tianyang thus arrived at a corner where a new problem emerged. The turning angle was awkward. A 90-degree corner lay ahead. Tianyang's situation was now the sofa moving problem. That is, when moving a sofa and encountering a corner, the sofa is too long to turn easily. Moreover, he was in a wheelchair, making it even more difficult. Tianyang glanced back. The police had not yet pursued. But there were still sounds of impact, now somewhat piercing. It seemed they had borrowed chiseling tools from the hardware store. Even so, those Japanese police officers had chiseled for a long time without breaking through. Tianyang felt a measure of pride in his creation, the triple earth flow wall. Kamiyo, I need your help. No response. What's wrong with this guy? Tianyang, speechless, leaned toward the corner in Kamiyo Kinta's direction. Then he was startled. The bald, burly man had been placed here. But now there was no bald man at all. Only an unconscious Kamiyo Kinta remained. A chilling sensation immediately swept through his entire body. What on earth was happening? Tianyang stared blankly at the scene before him. In truth, he had already guessed what had occurred. It was simply that the awakened bald man had knocked out Jindai Kinta and fled with the money. Yet one thing puzzled him: why hadn't Jindai Kinta cried out? When a person is attacked, shouldn't they scream? While he had been busy manipulating the earth-style wall to transport the arcade staff, he had heard no cry from Jindai Kinta. Yet here Jindai Kinta lay unconscious, and the bald man had vanished. No scream. There were two possibilities. The first, which Tianyang was less worried about, was that Jindai Kinta had indeed screamed, but the sound was drowned out by the police breaking through the stone wall, so Tianyang hadn't heard it. That would only mean the bald man was stronger and more agile, nothing serious. The other possibility. Tianyang dared not imagine it. For if there was no scream, it meant the knockout had been instantaneous. Instant knockout. Could that mean that guy was an ability user? Only an ability user could accomplish such a feat. Gazing at the narrow, dark alley, Tianyang furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping over him. I had already administered a sedative and bound his hands and feet with wire. Less than 10 minutes have passed since the knockout, yet he's already this vigorous, enough to knock someone out in an instant. Tianyang calmed himself and looked at the fallen Jindai Kinta. His hands moved with swift, dexterous shifts. Tiger snake, tiger snake, tiger snake. Water-style water wall. Whooshed. A towering water wall similar to the earth-style wall suddenly appeared, the water within it flowing rapidly. Tianyang placed his palm on the wall. Almighty push. Boom. The water wall was instantly blasted apart, and countless streams of water crashed down toward Jindai Kinta. Cough, cough, cough. Choking on a few mouthfuls of water, Jindai Kenta awoke in agony, trembling. "B-boss, Tekawawa got away. That guy is incredibly strong. Cough cough. The money is gone too." "I know. Get up quickly and push me to find him," Tianyang said calmly. If they caught up, there was still a chance to seize him. Jindai Kenta, though still dizzy, obeyed Tianyang's command. He staggered to his feet and stepped behind the wheelchair. "Boss, hold on tight." The wheelchair moved, its speed suddenly surging. Tianyang felt a fierce wind rush against his face. Within a few breaths, they had traversed the long alley and reached a new corner. Jindai Kenta breathed heavily, sweat evaporating, yet his pace did not slacken. Soon they turned another corner. At that moment, fortunately, a tall figure appeared at the end of their line of sight. Tekawawa Tetsuo stood there leaning against the wall, struggling to remain upright. The sedative still had some effect, and in his other hand he clutched a bulging plastic bag, the stolen money. Upon hearing the noise behind him, Tekawawa glanced back and immediately began to move, preparing to flee. "Too slow." Tianyang's voice was icy. He raised his arm palm, aimed at Tekawawa a few meters away, and spoke calmly. "Universal pull." A powerful gravitational force instantly erupted from behind Tekawawa. He stiffened, his face full of disbelief as he was rapidly pulled toward Tianyang and Jindai Kenta. He tried to resist, clawing his fingernails into the wall cracks. He held on for 2 seconds before his nails were brutally torn. Blood gushed out. "Ugh! Ah!" He screamed in agony, his voice hoarse and faint, audible only to Tianyang and Jindai Kenta. The next moment, bang! Tianyang grabbed Tekawawa by the neck, squeezing tightly. He glared at him with the Rinnegan filled with hatred. Tekawawa flew straight into Tianyang's grasp. Their eyes met. Purple pupils. Rings of samsara. This must be the demon's eye. Tekawawa turned pale with fear, his lips trembling, hair standing on end, heart pounding wildly. How? How is this possible? How did he pull me over? Realizing, he began to struggle frantically, flailing his limbs, trying to break free. Yet it was futile. Right. This is ability. But wasn't his ability to summon stone walls? How despicable, using 2 abilities. My ability only enhances my physique, making me a few times stronger than an ordinary person. Yet ugh. A sharp pain spread through his neck. Tekawawa felt 5 fingers tightening violently. He smelled a thick scent of death. No. Who is he? Why is he targeting me? Targeting the Koryukai. Such a terrifying monster. Why? A sea of fear. Darkness. So dark. What is happening to me? Ugh. Ah. Tekawawa's hoarse scream faded as his burly frame visibly shrank, eventually turning into a piece of skin dangling from Tianyang's hand. Tianyang scoffed in disgust and flung the object to the ground. This. Jindai Kenta, witnessing the horror, thought his optic nerves were malfunctioning. He rubbed his eyes. The thing on the ground was still there. It was nauseating, revolting, terrifying. Tekawawa had turned into that thing in Tianyang's hands. Jindai Kenta's heart jolted. He timidly looked at Tianyang, who sat in the wheelchair. What had he done? How could a person become like that? "Don't worry, I won't eat you." Tianyang, without turning around, knew Jindai Kenta was afraid. Looking down, Jindai Kenta realized why Tianyang knew. His hands on the wheelchair handles were trembling. Trembling unconsciously. "Why, yes." Jindai Kenta replied in a low voice. "I'll go drag Rizawa over." He turned back, leaving Tianyang alone. Snake, goat, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Tianyang wasted no time, forming hand seals in 3 seconds, gathering fire elements in his right hand. He circled his thumb and index finger into a ring and blew. Fire-style fireball jutsu. A small flame shot out. Then the object on the ground ignited. A burning smell still lingered in the air. Tianyang felt nauseous. He clapped his hands together and thrust them forward, unleashing a horizontal gale that blew the smoke away. Wind-style gale palm. He controlled the intensity of the gale palm so as not to extinguish the flames. Soon a pile of ash remained on the ground. Tianyang repeated the process, summoning an earth-style wall, then used almighty push and universal pull to create rubble that covered the ashes. In moments, the ashes vanished. Seeing that Jindai Kenta had not yet returned, Tianyang used universal pull to bring the bag of money to his hand, preparing to go back and help. As he turned the wheelchair around a corner, he was going too fast, and the wheel accidentally struck a stone. How had it not been there when they came? The wheelchair tipped forward and Tianyang was flung ahead at great speed. Tianyang sensed something was wrong. Instinctively, he wanted to use almighty push to levitate, but there was no time. Using almighty push to float required a few seconds of preparation. Bang! In the end, Tianyang fell flat on his face, having obtained Nagato's body and abilities, and still falling. He didn't know what to say. Tianyang stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes helplessly. He froze. Wait, I actually stood up? Tianyang looked down at his legs in astonishment. His feet were actually pressing firmly against the ground. He tested a few steps in his leather shoes, and didn't fall. Moreover, he moved with surprising agility, his strength several times greater than before. Then let's give it a try. Tianyang whirled around and punched the wall. After a brief tremor in his hand bones, a large crater split open in the wall, crumbling sand and dirt cascading downward. His hand bones trembled, yet felt absolutely no pain, and his skin's tolerance had also been enhanced. Tianyang was overjoyed, completely bewildered as to what had happened. But as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly understood. Could it be? He quickly turned around and looked toward where Takeo Takura had been buried. It was his supernatural ability. Tianyang remembered that this fellow possessed a supernatural ability, which meant it could be devoured, sensed, and absorbed by chakra. So he had been drained into a withered husk. Besides, when Takeo Takura fled, he had pushed through the effects of anesthetic, broken the wires binding his wrists and ankles, and knocked out Kenta Kamishiro with a single strike. And all within such a short time. He had navigated through 3 alleyways. If he hadn't been found, he would have already escaped. Perhaps his supernatural ability was simply physical enhancement. Having absorbed such an ability, it wasn't surprising that I could stand up now. Tianyang wore a grateful smile and reverently bowed toward the pile of dust, saying, "Brother, thank you. Your death has restored my legs. If you hadn't run away, I would never have thought to use the Hungry Ghost Path technique on you. At first I was only wondering whether I could extract some information from you. I even considered recruiting you if possible, but why on earth did you insist on fleeing?" Tianyang's face lit up with delight as he immediately righted the wheelchair that had fallen forward behind him. This wheelchair had been borrowed from Chizuru, so he couldn't afford to damage it. That earlier tumble had already scuffed the paint on one of the pipes, and Tianyang felt a pang of distress. Suddenly an idea struck his mind. Should I tell everyone outside that my leg ailment has healed and I can walk independently now? Or should I get back into the wheelchair and pretend I'm still disabled? Because this decision concerned something important. Tianyang dared not treat it lightly. For instance, if he pretended his legs were crippled and he couldn't stand, he could deceive others under that pretext. This was the wheelchair deception principle. For example, if Tianyang were to stumble upon a murder scene, due to some commotion, the police would immediately rule out anyone sitting in a wheelchair who couldn't move independently as a suspect. After all, that person wouldn't even have the ability to kill. Unable to flee, yet capable of murder. Completely impossible. By the same logic, if Tianyang joined the Countermeasures Bureau while appearing unable to walk independently, the Bureau would be delighted that he was limited and controllable. At that point, Tianyang could use his shadow clones to handle other matters, and no one above would suspect him. After all, the shadow clones committing the deeds would be standing, walking, and even running freely. To the Countermeasures Bureau, he would simply be a harmless supernatural ability user confined to a wheelchair. Suspicion would never land on him. In that case, my choice is clear. Tianyang returned to his wheelchair. He decided to continue pretending he still couldn't walk, playing the part of prey. As for the matter of having regained the ability to walk, Tianyang didn't even intend to tell Kenta Kamishiro. Kenta Kamishiro was not trustworthy. This didn't mean Kenta would actively leak secrets to enemies, but rather that Tianyang feared this world might possess supernatural abilities capable of searching the human brain and reading memories. If someone with ill intentions discovered that Tianyang could actually walk, they would certainly become more cautious when facing him, and might even use this intelligence to set a trap for Tianyang. Tianyang dared not let his guard down. He spun the wheelchair around and headed back. While turning the iron tubes of the wheels, his fingers accidentally brushed against the bump from earlier. Tianyang glanced down and muttered, "Looks like I'll need to find time to fix this later." Meanwhile, Kenta Kamishiro carried the arcade attendant named Takuma Rizawa on his back. Step by step, he moved forward, sweat dripping onto the ground below and seeping into the damp, dark surface. His short-sleeved shirt was already soaked through. Though not entirely from sweat, most of it had been drenched by Tianyang's water-style technique. Gazing toward the distant corner, Kenta Kamishiro felt irritable. He trudged forward with difficulty, his spine bent beneath the weight of the young man on his back, his wet curly hair clumping together and sticking to his forehead. So heavy, Kenta complained inwardly. How much does this Ryuzawa fellow even eat? Suddenly the horrifying scene from earlier flashed through his mind, as though the person on his back might transform into that thing at any moment. Kenta Kamishiro shivered. Fortunately, this undersigned had joined Brother Tianyang's Akatsuki organization first. I even asked Big Bro to spare you. Otherwise, you'd have been drained into a withered husk long ago. Shouldn't you be kowtowing in gratitude to this undersigned? Kenta sighed and continued forward, one hand braced against the wall, the other supporting Takuma Rizawa's hips. He had to hurry. On his way back earlier, he had deliberately glanced toward the lounge. The triple-layered earth wall summoned by Brother Tianyang was being drilled into. The wall was vibrating, sand and dust swirling in the air. It would likely be breached soon. He had even heard the police urging them to surrender. How foolish. Those policemen still believed they were hiding inside the lounge. Nevertheless, he couldn't grow complacent. He had to quicken his pace. Only by speeding up could he escape the danger of arrest. Slowly the corner grew closer and closer. An intense will to survive sustained his every step forward despite the heavy burden on his back. Suddenly Tianyang appeared around the corner. Rolling his wheelchair, he paused and cast a distant glance in their direction before continuing to turn the wheels. Kenta Kamishiro finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was no longer any danger of police arrest. Tianyang approached Kenta Kamishiro and asked, "Where's that stone slab?" Huff, huff. Kenta Kamishiro was too exhausted to speak, but from his expression, it was clear the stone slab had been left behind. Of course, he was merely a mortal. Carrying 100+ gene of person had already drained him completely, let alone an additional stone slab weighing over 100 kilograms. That stone slab would only benefit Tianyang, who rode in a wheelchair and couldn't carry anyone while moving forward. Plus, with his great strength, dragging the slab didn't feel particularly inconvenient. "You rest here for a bit," Tianyang told Kenta Kamishiro to put down the arcade attendant. After setting Takuma Rizawa down, Kenta Kamishiro plopped onto the ground, indifferent to the damp and filthy surface. After resting for a while, he began sweating even more profusely. However, as the sweat evaporated, he felt noticeably cooler. Tianyang walked around him and headed toward the spot where he had left the stone slab earlier. Only after passing 2 corners and spotting the stone slab on the ground did he suddenly slap his forehead and realize, why didn't I just generate another earth flow wall identical to the last one? That way I wouldn't have to come back. Phew. Actually, it wasn't strange that things turned out this way. Tianyang had not yet grown fully accustomed to his abilities. He hadn't been born knowing ninjutsu, so when encountering problems, his first instinct was always to rely on his own experience to solve them. He had only just remembered halfway through that he could use ninjutsu. After all, he had only become Nagato for barely 10 days. Tianyang possessed many usable techniques, but when the moment came to choose, he didn't know which one to pick. In other words, he lacked combat intelligence. Combat intelligence was something that required frequent fighting to improve. Well, since I'm already here, I might as well pick it up. There was no one around anyway, so Tianyang decided to drop the act entirely. He rose from the wheelchair, took a few steps forward, bent down, and prepared to lift the stone slab and drag it backward. "Don't move. I'm a police officer." Suddenly a thunderous shout erupted. Tianyang's body instantly stiffened, a chill racing down his spine. Damn, the triple earth flow wall was excavated through so quickly. Tianyang kept his head lowered, staring at the stone slab on the ground, daring not to look up. In this position, he could only see the black leather shoes of a detective standing a short distance away. The fact that someone dared to threaten him into staying still meant this police officer must be holding a gun. But judging by the formation, it didn't seem like there was only one officer. As expected, more footsteps echoed and several additional pairs of leather shoes entered his field of view. However, those leather shoes were blocked by pitch-black anti-riot shields. Anti-riot shields too. This is troublesome. The only thing he could take comfort in was that these officers hadn't seen his face, because he was bowing his head, his crown facing toward them, and his long red hair covering most of his facial features. So these officers absolutely could not have seen his face. But still, he had been exposed. His hair color had been revealed, his very presence exposed. Originally, when he had brought Jiang Dai Kantai into the arcade and instigated him to cause a commotion, those middle-aged unemployed men, terrified, had fled the arcade and would only have believed that Jiang Dai Kantai alone was the troublemaker. When reporting to the police, they would only mention the curly-haired young man in a short-sleeved shirt, Jiang Dai Kantai. Just one person. They would never have suspected that the red-haired middle-aged man sitting in a wheelchair at the center was the true mastermind behind the chaos. The reason was simple. The wheelchair misdirection theory. A pitiful, disabled man in a wheelchair at that age would never be capable of such violence. Moreover, there were no surveillance cameras on the street outside, and the arcade's internal computer surveillance data had been destroyed by Tianyang. As long as Tianyang escaped through the alley behind him, the police would have no clues linking him to the incident. They would instead conclude that the attack on the arcade was the work of a curly-haired young man in a short-sleeved shirt with a hammer tattoo on his arm, Jiang Dai Kantai. Then Tianyang could rest easy. This was precisely why he had anticipated and deliberately destroyed the Xinglong Society's stronghold. But reality was that he had been seen by these police officers. Based on the clues provided by citizens, the police knew the rioter who attacked the arcade was not the one with red hair, but rather black curly hair, and was a young man rather than a middle-aged man. Then what was this red-haired middle-aged man doing sneaking around in the alley behind the crime scene? Clearly wasn't this guy an accomplice. Thus the trouble would fall upon Tianyang. However, fortunately, Tianyang had already stood up when he went to pick up that stone slab. In that case, the accomplice identified by the police would certainly not include anyone in a wheelchair. At that time, Tianyang would simply sit back in his wheelchair, change his hair color, and these officers would never recognize him. He could then stroll confidently down the street. No, not stroll. He would be pushing a wheelchair. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. A wicked smile curled Tianyang's lips as he brought his hands together and formed a seal on transformation jutsu. "Don't you move, you damn." "Oh, hey," the lead officer screamed. At that exact moment, with a loud poof, a thick cloud of white mist engulfed Tianyang. Exactly as planned. He needed the smoke. Move aside quickly. They're about to attack. Someone shouted. Shout. Shout louder. Tianyang observed the group ahead through the fog, grinning widely, waiting for something. The officers, seeing the mist, quickly raised their shields to cover themselves while extending their armed hands, aiming their gun barrels into the smoke, and pulling the triggers. Bang. 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 Here it comes. Let you taste what it feels like to be struck by your own bullets. Tianyang's eyes lit up, and he hastily raised his hand. Shinra Tensei. Amidst the rapid-fire gunfire, fierce ammunition erupted from the barrels, filling the air with a pungent smell of gunpowder. The fired bullets, carrying fierce momentum, flew into the mist. In an instant, every projectile vanished into the smoke, disappearing without a trace. Then in the very next moment, the smoke exploded with a poof and scattered instantly. The mist seemed to be repelled by something radiating outward from the center, like an explosive burst. What was repelled was not just the mist, but also the cold, lethal bullets. Everyone was stunned. Bang! 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 The ricocheted bullets struck the anti-riot shields. The officers sheltering behind them exhaled in relief, their tense nerves easing, followed by a wave of gratitude. However, two officers who were not holding riot shields and were positioned farther away had no time to take cover. They were struck by the stray bullets, bleeding heavily, collapsing to the ground and losing consciousness. One of those officers was the very one who had spotted Tianyang and warned him not to move, the one standing at the front. More than a dozen bullets had pierced his body, making the scene horrifying to behold. His body spasmed violently. Finally, enduring the agony, he pressed against one of the wounds and collapsed onto the ground. Everyone witnessed this scene, trembling with rage, yet unable to go to his aid. The enemy was still across the way. Across the way. There was an enemy. Enemy. Where's the enemy? The officers stared in shock and disbelief. Where was the red-haired rioter? All that stood before them was a stone wall 2 stories high, blocking their line of sight. A stone wall. Not another stone wall. Inspector Taijima pushed his way through the crowd behind the anti-riot shields, glaring furiously at the stone wall ahead, stamping his foot in rage. He was rendered speechless for a moment. That stone wall, the previous one, and the one behind them blocking the alley exit. Does that mean all of them were created by that red-haired bastard? An ability. This is an ability. Another ability. Just thinking of that word made him gnash his back teeth in fury, hating himself for being unable to act and arrest the rioter who had harmed his subordinates. Cases involving such supernatural phenomena had to be reported to his superiors, who would then assign them to the Special Countermeasures Division's detectives. Because the division was highly unusual, its members were all ability users. At first he hadn't understood what made it special, and had once asked his superior about it. Each time he had inquired, the answer was always the same: you don't need to know that much, followed by being escorted out the door. Over the years, all he had known was that any case involving paranormal events needed to be escalated to his superiors. That was it. Having served as a detective inspector for many years, he naturally sensed something was deeply wrong. In recent years, he had frequently encountered criminals spitting fire and water out of thin air, things that were impossible in the natural world. He had come to guess that the Special Countermeasures Division was actually a department specifically designed to handle ability users. And the only ones who could counter ability users would be ability users themselves, wouldn't they? Therefore, he had surmised that the detectives in that division were all ability users. Through various sources, he had learned that these ability user detectives were recruited from ordinary society at exorbitant prices. As long as someone was discovered to possess an ability, they would be recruited by the Countermeasures Bureau, cutting through the ranks, bypassing patrol officer promotions to directly become a patrol chief, handling cases within the Criminal Affairs Bureau. How detestable. Back in the day, to become a patrol officer, he had trained himself to exhaustion, advancing step by step through examinations: patrol officer, patrol chief, assistant inspector, and finally inspector. He had earned his position as the head of the 3rd Division of the 1st Investigatory Division through sheer grit, managing violent crimes, assault, and robbery cases. That morning they had received reports from multiple citizens. The reports varied. Some described an armed robbery, others a terrorist attack, still others an indiscriminate killing spree. Yet without exception, all reports pointed to the target, Shinsekai Arcade. Some citizens provided supplementary information. The suspect is a single individual of medium build, resembling a high school student. He has a long face, black curly hair, round eyes, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and black pants. On the upper part of his arm is a conspicuous tattoo shaped like a small hammer. Upon receiving the order, Inspector Taijima did not dare to be careless. Leading his team fully armed, he arrived at the scene. But the moment they entered the doorway, they were interrupted by a loud crash. Looking over, a stone wall rose upward, blocking the entrance to the room. The criminal was likely hiding inside. Inspector Taijima led everyone charging forward. Seeing the black marks on the wall, the charred lump resembling a computer at the corner, the baseball bat studded with nails on the ground, and the ransacked front desk, they grew even more cautious and immediately began forcefully ramming the wall. Working together, they managed to make it sway as if about to collapse. Overjoyed, they decided to try again. They gathered their strength and charged together. However, this time, and all attempts thereafter, they could not move the stone wall even an inch. With no other option, Inspector Taijima called in a renovation crew to break through the wall. Nearly 15 minutes later, they succeeded in breaching it. Only when they saw the cross-section did they realize there were not one, but 3 layers of earthen walls. No wonder they couldn't break through earlier. But why did they succeed on the first attempt? A troubling suspicion flickered through Inspector Taijima's mind. His instincts told him this was not something he should meddle in. The stone wall had appeared so suddenly that he had initially thought it was some kind of mechanism. Calming himself to think it over, it didn't seem deliberately set up as a trap. Staring at the low opening carved beneath the stone wall, Inspector Taijima hesitated. It was essentially a dog hole. How could a person possibly crawl through? His subordinates also seemed unwilling to go through. To lead by example, he was about to go first. Yet a rookie patrolman volunteered, pistol in hand, and crawled through ahead of him. Inspector Taijima silently praised him in his heart, making a mental note of the patrolman's appearance. He must not forget to encourage this fresh blood. He then crawled through second. What stunned him was that the wall had been torn open into a massive gap. Outside appeared to be an alleyway. The suspect must have escaped through here. Alas, all their efforts had been in vain. The first patrolman also wore an astonished expression, staring blankly at the shattered opening. However, the patrolman did not lose heart. Gripping his pistol, he charged forward. Inspector Taijima admired him even more, seeing in him a reflection of his younger self. "Freeze. I'm the police." The patrolman's shout echoed through the alley. Had they finally caught the culprit? Inspector Taijima spurred himself into action, crawling out of the opening into the alley. His subordinates followed suit, all converging into the narrow passage. Riot shields were brought forward to block the way. Ahead, a person with his head bowed was looking at the ground, appearing to prepare to lift that stone wall. Was he the criminal? But this man was a thin, red-haired, middle-aged individual, and there was no hammer-shaped tattoo on his arm. This description bore no resemblance to what had been given in the emergency call. Could he be a passerby who had accidentally wandered in? Inspector Taijima thought so, but then he turned his head and immediately dismissed the idea. Because the path behind leading to the intersection was also blocked by a stone wall, no passerby could possibly have entered. And this wall seemed erected specifically to prevent something from coming in. No way. That wall. Inspector Taijima froze, the sense of foreboding growing stronger within him. Yet he shook his head, dismissing the ominous thought. Then he looked forward again. According to his reasoning, just now the red-haired man ahead was actually an accomplice of the curly-haired youth. Inspector Taijima suddenly grew excited, not only at the prospect of catching the robbers, but also at the young patrolman having distinguished himself. Suddenly, the red-haired, middle-aged man pressed his palms together, making a bizarre gesture. The patrolman shouted at him to remain still. Watching that strange movement of the middle-aged man, Inspector Taijima felt a hint of dread, and he shouted loudly, "Dodge now. This man is about to attack." As expected, a plume of white mist materialized out of thin air, obscuring the red-haired man ahead. The officers quickly took positions behind their riot shields, assuming the enemy had deployed a smoke bomb, and opened fire. Something was wrong. Why wasn't that patrolman coming this way? And Patrolman Yamamoto was the same. Inspector Taijima wanted to call them over, but the gunfire was too deafening. Both patrolmen, swept away by adrenaline, fired recklessly into the white mist without regard for their own safety. And then the tragedy that followed unfolded. Now gazing at this newly appeared stone wall that rose 2 stories high, Inspector Taijima felt a mixture of emotions, able only to sigh at the vastness of the situation, utterly helpless. Remembering that someone had been injured, he immediately ordered his men to call an ambulance and arrange for the 2 officers shot by bullets to be hospitalized. Everyone gathered inside the game center to discuss their strategy. Someone proposed splitting into 2 groups. One would drive to block all alley exits, while the other would scale the stone wall to flanking maneuver against the criminals. Another volunteered to climb over the stone wall, his face alight with righteous fervor, vowing not to tolerate the criminals' atrocities. Inspector Taijima stood among the circle of detectives, discussing the plan deep in worry. When asked for his opinion on the strategy, he merely nodded absent-mindedly and replied, But his mind was occupied with something entirely different. That was how to make his subordinates acceptably abandon this case. If he simply told them, "Let's drop this investigation," without giving a reason, his subordinates would surely refuse. But he truly couldn't think of any reason to make them give up the case. Actually, there was one. He could claim on behalf of his superiors that headquarters had already assigned other detectives to investigate. But wouldn't that make them speculate that their superiors had brought in other detectives because they deemed the current team inadequate? They would sink into an abyss of self-doubt. Yet who could blame them for overthinking? In fact, these ordinary officers had no knowledge of the existence of the Countermeasures Bureau, or espers, let alone the low-ranking officers. If even an inspector like him wouldn't know of the Countermeasures Bureau and espers without specially investigating. And moreover, the rioters they were pursuing were actually espers. Fortunately, one thing could be said with relief: there were no casualties at the scene except for the two of their officers, whose fates remained uncertain. The scene was simply a mess. By the look of it, this game center had been thoroughly looted. Well, looted might be an exaggeration. Aside from the heavy game coins and the arcade machines and claw machines, everything of value had been stolen. In fact, up to this point, they still didn't know what the culprits looked like, only their general features. One was a curly-haired youth with a tattoo on his arm. The other was a red-haired, middle-aged man, skeletal and thin. If there were surveillance cameras, they could check the true appearances of both rioters. By the way, surveillance. Inspector Taijima searched around for the surveillance cameras. Looking up, he found they had been destroyed. Several camera heads dangled in midair, their casings smashed open to expose internal wiring and components. If they were destroyed, then even asking the game center manager to retrieve the footage would be pointless. Wait, it's not useless after all. If he found the game center manager and had him play the stored surveillance data from the computer, wouldn't that reveal the faces of both individuals? Inspector Taijima suddenly remembered. If someone had to destroy the cameras, then the destroyer must have been within the camera's field of view for some period of time. That period would be the time just before the destruction. The culprit's face would certainly have been captured. Now they only needed to find the manager and retrieve the footage from before the cameras were destroyed to see what the culprit looked like. Inspector Taijima probed the surroundings. There was no manager or similar figure at the scene. Then, where had the game center manager gone? Had he fled to the outside with everyone else? It didn't feel like it. Recalling, even the emergency call had not had anyone claiming to be the manager of the New World Game Center. A terrible notion suddenly sprang to Inspector Taijima's mind. Could the manager have been kidnapped? This had become serious. Inspector Taijima was burning with anxiety, but then he thought again. This case no longer fell under their jurisdiction. With that thought, his inner anxiety instantly dissipated. Better to just inform everyone that they needn't participate anymore. Ahem. Inspector Taijima explained the situation to everyone. Headquarters has dispatched detectives better suited to handle this case. I see. But our colleagues are already injured. I want to personally take revenge for them. This is not my decision to make, it's a directive from superiors. Disappointment indeed flashed across everyone's faces. Some were unwilling to accept it, others deeply dejected. Witnessing this, Inspector Taijima sighed helplessly. Who could blame them? They had no esper abilities after all. Emerging from one of the alleyways, a buffer zone between the park and the houses unfolded. It was not particularly expansive, roughly half a meter in width, elongated and narrow with both ends connecting to the streets. Judging by the shortest distance from the alley entrance to the street, it appeared to be about a dozen meters. Though overgrown with weeds, the vegetation had long been trampled bald by frequent foot traffic. A narrow drainage ditch lay across the path. Inside, the dry yellow mud was littered with food wrappers, cigarette butts, glass bottles, and even a few little umbrellas. Most of the trash had dried, faded, and deformed, slowly being decomposed by microorganisms. The ground was unpaved, hard-packed earth embedded with pebbles. It harmonized with the park ahead. Generally, few people ventured here except for some delinquents or hooligans. They might gather here to smoke and drink, or children might sneak away to eat snacks, treating this place as their secret hideout. Of course, judging by the scattered little umbrellas on the ground, it was clearly a sacred spot for lovers' trysts. Standing at the alley entrance and looking up, the first thing that caught the eye was a chain-link fence, the kind found on basketball courts. This fence blocked the view of the lush park beyond. Through the gaps in the foliage, the park appeared nearly empty, perhaps because it was close to noon on a weekday during the school term. It was Kamiyo Kenta who led Tianyang to this alley exit. He had fulfilled Tianyang's request to find a secluded spot, and so he brought them here. Tianyang sat in his wheelchair, his 5 fingers gripping the front edge of a long stone slab, tilting it so that the entire surface formed roughly a 30-degree angle, with the ground laying the arcade clerk upon it. On the way, Kamiyo Kenta told Tianyang that the arcade clerk was named Ryuzuki Takuma, a friend of his. Tianyang nodded, and with Kamiyo Kenta's help he crossed the ditch and arrived before the chain-link fence. Then Tianyang snapped the fence open, creating a large gap. After that, the two entered. The dense thicket provided just enough cover to block the view. Here they only needed to wait for the arcade clerk on the stone slab to wake up. A year ago, Ryuzuki Takuma had fallen into a financial crisis. While playing at the arcade, Kamiyo Kenta noticed the shopkeeper seemed troubled. Upon inquiry, he learned that the arcade could no longer stay open. Recent poor business had led to a shortage of funds, leaving them unable to pay the previous month's exorbitant electricity bill. That day, he received an email from the power company stating that they would cut off his electricity supply tomorrow, which would force him to close the arcade for good. Ryuzuki Takuma dejectedly recounted the situation in detail. Hearing this, Kamiyo Kenta smiled and generously pulled out a stack of 20 10,000 yen notes, offering to lend them to Ryuzaki Takuma to ease his immediate crisis. Thus their bond deepened. Previously they had only exchanged occasional words. A month later, Ryuzaki Takuma successfully repaid the debt. After receiving the money, Kamiyo Kenta genuinely admired his character. From then on, their friendship grew stronger, and they eventually began calling each other brothers. After that, Kamiyo Kenta would bring a group of friends every day to support Ryuzaki Takuma's business. Just as his career was flourishing, Ryuzaki Takuma fell into the vice of gambling, spending his days indulging in the underground casino run by the Shinlong Society. By the time he snapped out of it, he had lost all his savings and owed the casino over 10 million yen. Forced by circumstances, Ryuzaki Takuma signed a contract using the arcade he inherited from his father as collateral and agreeing to hand over 50% of his monthly profits. In exchange, he was released from the underground casino, avoiding the fate of having his hands cut off. From then on, Ryuzaki Takuma was reduced from the de facto owner to a front desk clerk, constantly watched by a gang member named Teuchi Tetsuo, dispatched by the Shinlong Society. Whenever Ryuzaki Takuma slackened off, he would be beaten. Of course, this gang member was vicious and physically formidable, acting as a deterrent that saved Ryuzaki Takuma from many troubles. Incidents like customers damaging machines without paying, stealing tokens, or fighting, all could be handled by this gang member. Handing over 50% of the monthly profit was only one condition: the 10 million yen debt still had to be repaid. After deducting rent and utility bills, he could make about 300,000 yen in profit per month. With the Shinlong Society taking half, he was left with only around 150,000. After expenses for food and drink, he had about 30,000 yen left. And out of that, 20,000 had to go toward repaying the casino. Calculating the time, it would take him over a decade to pay off the gambling debt. It was almost like having a mortgage or car loan. Ryuzaki Takuma was truly grateful that he hadn't borrowed from loan sharks to gamble. Otherwise his life would have been ruined. He accepted this exploitative clause. It was his own misfortune. He couldn't blame anyone else. Who told him to gamble? Until today, Ryuzaki Takuma still monotonously did the clerk's chores. Previously, he had hired a clerk to manage the arcade while he was an absentee owner. After accumulating the gambling debt, Ryuzaki Takuma fired him. He simply couldn't afford it anymore. Thinking back to the carefree life a few years ago, it felt like a dream. That morning, Ryuzaki Takuma sat at the front desk of the arcade, lost in thought. When he refocused his attention, a middle-aged man in a wheelchair suddenly appeared. This man was clearly an anime fan. His cosplay was Nagato. It was quite accurate. Ryuzaki Takuma chuckled inwardly. After a while, the Nagato cosplayer still showed no intention of buying tokens. Instead, he stopped in the middle of the arcade, looking around left and right, surveying the surroundings. What the hell is this guy doing? Ryuzaki Takuma was puzzled, but didn't bother to approach and question him. After another moment, Ryuzaki Takuma saw Kamiyo Kenta and his friend come to visit. Kamiyo Kenta walked to the front desk, exchanged a few pleasantries with Ryuzaki Takuma, pulled out some bills, and bought a handful of tokens. What a rare brother. Ryuzaki Takuma sighed as he deposited the money into the cash box. Then he drifted off again. He had nothing to do to pass the time. The fierce man in the break room forbade him from using the computer or playing the arcade machines, ordering him to sit at the front desk and monitor every move in the shop. Just then, Ryuzaki Takuma saw Kamiyo Kenta and the Nagato cosplayer start arguing. Seeing this, Ryuzaki Takuma suddenly recalled that Kamiyo Kenta had once told him he hated otaku because his younger brother was a hardcore anime fan. A series of tragedies had ensued. So it was only natural that the two would argue. Seeing them exchange words and about to come to blows, Ryuzaki Takuma wanted to help, but remembered he couldn't go over there. The Shinlong Society had imposed a rule: no fighting in the arcade, as it would affect business. If a fight broke out, he had to inform the members sent by the Shinlong Society to keep order. The big shot, playing in the break room. Clearly Kenta has the upper hand now. I probably don't need to call Takeuchi. Seeing Kamiyo Kenta grabbing the wheelchair man's collar, Ryuzaki Takuma muttered to himself. But he feared that Kenta would actually go and punch the wheelchair-using uncle. Because if he did, the uncle would cry out in pain, and that scream would surely alert Takuma in the lounge. If Takuma came out and saw Kenta still beating the uncle, then Tetsuo Takamura would also resort to violence, fighting violence with violence, beating both of them, and kicking them out of the store. And he himself, who had known but not reported, would get a severe beating from Takuma. Arguments are fine, but if you resort to fists, you must be punished. That was Tetsuo Takamura's principle. You saw them wrestling, why didn't you tell me earlier? Are you tired of living? Takuma would likely scold him like that. He hoped Kenta would only show off for a moment, and then let go of their grudges. That was Takuma's wish. Kenta's clenched fist was already poised to strike. Seeing this, Takuma quickly coughed twice, gave him a look, and shook his head solemnly. Kenta gritted his teeth and stopped. However, he still wouldn't let the wheelchair uncle off. He continued to grab the uncle's collar. Unexpectedly, only 10 seconds later, the situation reversed instantly. For some reason Kinta suddenly let go and knelt before the wheelchair uncle. His companions who had come to help exchanged a few words, and then fled in panic. How despicable. Takuma still didn't understand what had happened. The red-haired uncle grabbed Kinta by the collar, raised his fist, and assumed a stance ready to attack. Sensing disaster, Takuma rushed to the lounge and called for Tetsuo Takamura, the bald, gleaming-headed strongman. Fortunately, he was just in time. The wheelchair uncle didn't strike. Tetsuo Takamura expelled both of them before the wheelchair uncle could act. Takuma breathed a sigh of relief. But the wheelchair uncle actually made Kinta follow him outside, apparently to settle the conflict outside. Takuma was startled and quickly called out, "Kinta, you can stay in the store. If you stay, he won't dare to lay a hand on you." But Kinta didn't hear him. He ducked his head and followed the wheelchair uncle timidly. Takuma was stunned. What was wrong with this guy today? He was about to shout again to stop Kinta when a large hand slapped his shoulder. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Get back to work." It was Tetsuo Takamura. Takuma closed his eyes in fear, gritted his teeth, and said, "I'm going to help." "Help? Help with what? You only have one job: sit here, wait for customers, and serve them." Takuma stood up. Slap. He was slapped back down. He covered his face, which burned fiercely, and instantly lost all desire to chase after them. He hoped Kinta would get through this safely. More than 10 minutes later, Takuma stared blankly at the door. Suddenly, the wheelchair uncle appeared with Kinta at the entrance. How had their relationship suddenly improved? Seeing Kinta push the wheelchair uncle inside, Takuma was puzzled. After they entered, the wheelchair uncle turned and said something to Kinta, and then Kinta actually went to harass the customers, driving them away. What was going on? Was Kinta being threatened? No, I have to advise him. Otherwise, when Takuma comes out, there will be trouble for everyone. Clang. Before he could even get up, Kinta had already grabbed a steel pipe and smashed the surveillance cameras wildly. There was no choice. The noise was too loud. Takuma hurried to the lounge. Even if he didn't go, Takuma would hear the commotion and come out anyway. But by then it would be his dereliction of duty. In Takuma's eyes, that would be knowing and not reporting. Inside the lounge, Tetsuo Takamura was lounging, half reclining on the sofa. He held a switch in both hands with a half-burned cigarette between the fingers of one hand. Thin blue smoke rose upward, filling the lounge with a strong, pungent smell. A glance at the table revealed an ashtray crammed with burnt-out butts. Apparently Takuma was playing video games. But why did he look so annoyed? Takuma was a bit scared, but he finally mustered the courage to tell him that someone was trashing the arcade facilities. He specifically emphasized that the culprit was the red-haired uncle in the wheelchair. Tetsuo Takamura flew into a rage. Already furious from losing the game, the news that the wheelchair middle-aged man he had just kicked out came back to wreck his place made him explode with anger. He slammed the table, stood up, grabbed a baseball bat, and stormed out of the lounge. Takuma could only follow behind. Just as he was about to step out, Takuma swore he saw the most impossible sight. A wall of earth had appeared in his arcade. What the hell was that? Takuma was dumbfounded. Even Takuma, holding the bat, was visibly stunned for a moment. Before they could react, the earthen walls suddenly burst, as if someone had blown it open from within. Countless rubble flew toward them. Hiss! Both gasped in shock and panicked. Unable to dodge in time, they quickly covered their faces with their elbows. The stones struck their bodies like bullets, causing excruciating pain. Though he had never experienced being shot, he could imagine. Takuma swore he had never felt such agony. Suddenly a stone fell from above and hit his head. As if a crack opened, more stones rained down. Then a mix of tastes, meat, sour, bitter, flooded his senses. His vision went black, his consciousness scattered, and he fell unconscious. Before losing consciousness, his head spinning, he heard a loud crash, the sound of someone falling. Who had fallen? He thought about it, but couldn't figure it out. Suddenly he realized. Wasn't the one who fainted himself. Takuma vaguely dreamed that he was tied up, then untied. He dreamed that he was placed on a stone slab and dragged. He dreamed that he was carried on someone's back. The jolting was severe, shaking his body constantly. Finally he was laid on the ground, weeds brushing against his skin, causing a tingling itch. Whoosh! In his dream, a torrent of water suddenly fell from the sky, splashing his face. The water rushed into his nostrils, stabbing into his lungs like needles. It was as if the air had vanished. He struggled to breathe. Huff, huff, huff. Takuma was jolted awake by the water, sitting up abruptly, his lungs aching. Cough, cough. He expelled the water from his lungs and fully regained consciousness. Where was this? Everything around was green, and he was sitting on muddy ground. Soaked through yellow mud clung to his trousers and bottom. Who are you? Two figures moved, and Takuma shouted loudly. Accustomed to the darkness, his eyes had not yet adjusted to the light upon waking. Seeing distant objects, his eyes were swollen and vision distorted. Moreover, the two people in front of him were backlit, their features shrouded in shadow. One seemed to be sitting in a wheelchair. Hiss! Realizing something, Takuma's breath caught. He quickly scrambled to his feet and ran. Wanxiang Tianyang. Tianyang extended his hand, aligning his palm with Longza Tawajian, who had run a distance away. Longza Tawajian, disregarding everything, sprinted desperately forward. In reality, he was moving backward. He was instantly bewildered. What's going on? Longza, don't run, Shundai Jiantai reminded him, it's me. Longza Toajin turned back, and upon seeing it was Shundai Jiantai, he immediately let out a sigh of relief, but soon anger surged within him. Shundai, you bastard. Why are you helping that guy? He pointed furiously at Tianyang. Shundai Jiantai, looking utterly helpless, shrugged and said, I've joined up. What? Join? Join what? The gang. This is Big Brother Tianyang. Shundai Jiantai introduced respectfully, pointing to Tianyang sitting in a wheelchair beside him, the leader of the Shao organization. He's the big brother. But what the hell is the Shao organization? Longza Toajin instantly deflated, becoming timid and fearful. No way I actually offended a gang boss. Wait, I don't think I did anything to offend him, right? Longza Toajin was stunned. Instead, this boss had set his sights on his shop. He had already signed an unequal treaty with the Xinglong Society, forced to work as a slave, and give them years of free labor. It was already miserable enough. But this gang boss actually brought Shundai Jiantai to destroy his shop. What was that? What was that? How was he going to pay off his gambling debts? How to make money? He definitely didn't want to get a proper job. Wait. Could it be that this gang boss was attracted by the Xinglong Society? Having heard that a shop called New World Game Hall was a stronghold of the Xinglong Society, he came to wreck it. A wave of grievance welled up in his eyes, almost bringing him to tears. What the hell? This Xinglong Society actually made me suffer so much. Longza Toajin was on the verge of tears, but had none. Not only was he in debt, but it also brought him so much trouble. Tianyang said in a low voice, join us. Huh? Longza Toajin looked up. He seemed to have just heard something extraordinary. Join his gang. That's right, brother Longza, I also advise you to join us. Shundai Jiantai wore a cheerful smile, analyzing the pros and cons for Longza. As long as you join us, you can get rid of the control of those Xinglong Society guys. I can tell you very responsibly, Big Brother Tianyang possesses power beyond our imagination enough to overturn the entire world. Longza Toajin's eyes lit up. He could get rid of the Xinglong Society. Then he was definitely interested. Thinking carefully. Indeed, as long as he joined some gang, he could escape the control of his previous gang, the Xinglong Society. That meant his family's game hall would no longer be monitored by the Xinglong Society from now on. From now on, monthly profits, the gambling debts he owed before. It seemed he wouldn't have to pay them back. The more Longza Toajin thought about it, the more excited he became, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. However, a very realistic problem lay before him. He had no idea how the strength of this red-haired boss's gang compared to that of the Xinglong Society. After thinking, Longza Toajin lowered his head and asked, then how many people are in your gang? Tianyang held up 3 fingers and confidently gave the answer. 30 people. Longza Toajin asked tentatively. Shundai Jiantai revealed a mysterious smile and shook his head. Seeing this, Longza Toajin's heart pounded, growing more excited. Not 30 people, then it must be 300 people. If it was 300 people, then who the hell would fear the Xinglong Society? Shundai Jiantai smiled and shook his head again. It can't be 3,000 people, can it? Ha 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 ha, right, impossible. Shundai Jiantai held his stomach, laughing. What's so funny? I'm laughing at how stupid you are. How could there be a gang of 3,000 people? Idiot. I assent the Yamaguchi-gumi one. That one has tens of thousands of underlings. So how many people is it after all? At this moment, Tianyang spoke up. Including you, it's 3 people. His tone was calm. Huh. Longza Toajin's smile froze, and he was dumbfounded. 3 people. And including me. What the hell? This isn't a real gang, and he calls himself a big brother. His hopes dashed. Longza Toajin became dejected and lost. Shundai Jiantai put away his smile, his face turning gloomy as if thinking of something bad, and said seriously, you might not believe it, but I am 100% certain that you will join us. These words were somewhat eerie. Why are you making that face? Longza Toajin felt his attitude was abrupt, and even got goosebumps. Kamiyo is right, Tianyang said. You will definitely join our gang. Otherwise. Longza Toajin felt a chill down his back, not daring to think further. Then Tianyang rotated his wheelchair and came before a large tree with a thick trunk. Then he assumed a stance, gathered his strength, and threw a punch, hitting the very center of the trunk. Crack! Everyone present undoubtedly heard the sound of wood splitting. Could it be? Longza Toajin, with his heart in his throat, looked over. Tianyang withdrew his fist. The scene was silent for a moment, then the trunk suddenly split with a twisted crack, a large gap appearing with a delay. Boom! The tree suddenly collapsed to one side, falling onto several other trees. Leaves scattered all over the ground, and branches cracked and snapped. Several birds perched on the branches of the other trees were startled into flight, chirping angrily at Tianyang on the ground. Gulp! Longza Toajin's throat moved as he swallowed, unable to believe what had just happened. What destructive power! It was like a humanoid Star Platinum. He had watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and inexplicably associated Tianyang with Star Platinum. Yet such a powerful gang boss looked so gaunt and sat in a wheelchair. Truly unbelievable. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A few birds in the sky kept complaining, making a terrible racket. With a light chuckle, Tianyang raised his hand and aimed at the birds, saying, Wanxiang Tianyang. Gravitational force took effect, and several birds fell down, hitting the ground, and the world instantly became much quieter. Longza Tawajan's eyes widened. Gravity. Wanxiang Tianyang. Could he really be Nagato from Naruto? Red hair, thin limbs, unable to walk. And the Shao organization. OMG. Is this a character from the anime world coming to the real world? Longza Tawajan held his breath and weakly asked, could you really be that Nagato from Naruto? Tianyang was silent for a moment, looked at Longza Tawajan, then at Shundai, Jiantai, and nodded. After all, this world had the anime Naruto. Even if he tried his best to hide it, it was impossible to remain completely undiscovered. Moreover, the fact that this person named Longza asked the question showed that he had watched Naruto. Plus, he could plunder supernatural abilities. In the future, he would have more than one trump card. Even if the enemy knew his identity as Nagato and searched for all of Nagato's abilities, it would be futile. Tianyang could instead take advantage of the opponent's complacency of thinking they knew all of his abilities and use his supernatural power to defeat them. Seeing Tianyang nod, Longza Tawajan burst into tears, hurriedly kowtowing and kneeling, crying out excitedly, Great deity Nagato, please accept my bow. From today on, I am your humble follower. Whether it's walking through blades or wading through fire, I will do it. Tianyang was taken aback. Why is this guy's reaction so intense? Among those present, the most bewildered was Shundai, Jiantai, who stood by. He hadn't watched Naruto, and a series of questions filled his mind. Who is Nagato? Why is this Longza guy so excited? Is big brother Tianyang actually the great deity Nagato? In short, the Shao organization has welcomed its third member. From now on, Tianyang will lead the members of the Shao organization to expand and strengthen it gradually, making it a powerful organization capable of threatening the entire world. By then, an order of peace will be established through violence. From today, you two are the organization's executives. Once we gather 10 members, I will assign each of you a code name. Tianyang said. According to the original Naruto setting, each of the 10 members of the Shao organization had a code name. He planned to distribute all the code names of the Shao organization, keeping none for himself. Namely the 10 abbreviations: 0 White, Scarlet, Mystic Azure, Jade, 3 North, Void, and Boar. As for the full names, Tianyang could not recall clearly, but he probably remembered most of them. For example, the one Tianyang remembered most vividly was White. White was the abbreviation for White Tiger, which was Conan. White Tiger is Conan. This sentence works when read backwards. Ahem. Next was Scarlet, which was Vermilion Bird, the codename of Xiaoyu. The rest, well, let's not mention them. Ho ho, from today, I am also a member of the Shao organization. How exciting. Waka Waku, said Longza Tawajan excitedly. The numbers refer to the rings and code names of the Shao organization, right? Shundai Jiantai asked in confusion, what rings and code names? Oh Jiantai, you should watch more anime and read the settings to understand. What? Longza, don't you know I hate these things? Alright, I was wrong. Longza Tawajan said apologetically. After apologizing, Longza Tawajan looked at Tianyang and asked, Brother Chongmin, what should we do next? Shundai Jiantai also came closer. Since it was a gang organization, there must be missions. Tianyang said, our main tasks are to earn money and develop the organization. However, you have an important mission to prioritize. Missions, the two said in unison. That's right, missions. What mission? Asked Shundai Jiantai. It's not about capturing tailed beasts, is it? Longza Tawajan joked. Tianyang shook his head. I need you to get me a fake ID. What kind of fake ID? Credit card, passport, driver's license, health insurance card, said Longza Tawajan. Or a personal number card, suggested Shundai Jiantai. Personal number card? Actually, I don't have one either. Longza Tawajan laughed. Tianyang said, identity card, ID card. Longza Tawajan said, oh, ID card, here we call it a personal number card. After thinking, he added, but we don't really need it, right? Tianyang asked curiously, really? Shundai Jiantai also said, that's right. Although it has been promoted in recent years, its main function is just to prove identity. Then do you need it to apply for the police? Not sure. Ahem. Longza Tawajan coughed twice to attract attention and said, don't judge by my appearance, I actually once dreamed of becoming a police officer. Although this was an experience from a few years ago, at that time the exam didn't require a number card. Oh, as long as you could prove your identity, it was fine. After hearing this, Tianyang fell into thought. Prove identity. That is to say, he still needed that so-called personal number card, didn't he? Alright, your mission remains unchanged. Focus on earning money and developing the organization. In your spare time, get me that number card, of course with my name on it. If possible, also get me a credit card and a smartphone. Okay, leave it to me. Longza Tawajan vowed confidently. Shundai Jiantai then took out his smartphone and handed it to Tianyang. I just bought this last month. If you don't mind, please use it for now. Taking a glance, it was the latest model of a certain fruit brand, and Tianyang accepted it. As he took the phone, Tianyang noticed the small hammer tattoo on Shundai Jiantai's arm and warned, You must wear long sleeves from now on to cover the tattoo on your arm. Because you might have been wanted, the police will probably be looking for you everywhere. Yes. Shundai Jiantai stood straight and said. Longza Tawajin thought of something and suddenly said to Shundai Jiantai, actually, you destroyed my store, right? If I just tell the police, you should be fine. I'll say you were performers I invited to liven up the atmosphere. Tianyang interrupted him. I injured 2 police officers. If luck is bad, and they can't be saved, they might already be dead. Your so-called performer excuse probably won't change their determination to bring us to justice. Tianyang thought for a moment, and then instructed Longza Tawajin. You should go back to the game arcade now. You need to take up the responsibility of running the business. Take this bag of money back. Don't worry about the Xinglong Society coming after you. I will send a shadow clone to protect you. Shadow clone. Wow, really? Longza Tawajin's eyes lit up, and he quickly prepared to go back. With Brother Chongmin's shadow clone, wouldn't that be invincible? Yes, I'm really sorry for wrecking your store. If I had heard Shindai explain your plight earlier, I wouldn't have done that. It's okay, Brother Chongmin. Actually, I can sell some of the arcade machines to get money and hire someone to repair the storefront. When I was in gambling debt, I already imagined selling some of the machines like this, but I signed an unequal agreement with those guys, and was strongly threatened not to sell the machines to repay the debt. So at that time I really couldn't make money. But now it's different and I can sell the machines. Longza Tawajin showed a relaxed expression. After hearing this, Tianyang said, and directly withdrew his outstretched hand along with the bulging plastic bag. Since you say that, then I won't be polite. Longza Tawajin was stunned, obviously not expecting Tianyang to suddenly take back the money he had just offered. That sentence just now was clearly a polite remark, wasn't it? Well, I actually kind of need the money. Can I have this back? He pointed at the bulging plastic bag in Tianyang's hand. Inside was enough to be half a month's income for him. No, this money has been confiscated just now as the organization's public funds. It can only be used in emergencies after submitting a written application. Tianyang said firmly. Longza Tawajin's mouth twitched, but he could do nothing. He reflected inwardly that he should not be so talkative in the future. By the way, what about that Wu Siyuan in the store? He's a member of the Xinglong Society. To this question from Longza Tawajin, Shindai Jiantai answered coldly, dead. Longza Tawajin shook his head in disbelief. Killed? No way. Tianyang said, this kind of thing is common. You'll get used to it. Oh. Longza Tawajin nodded dazedly. Well, let's disband here. Tianyang said. Hey, that's it already. Kamishiro Kenta said somewhat dazedly. Aren't we going to destroy the other strongholds of the Xinglong Association? After all, Brother Tianyang had asked him earlier where the other strongholds were. The impression was that they wouldn't stop until they had utterly crushed them. Let's wait until the afternoon. Tianyang, seeing Kamishiro Kenta's thoughts, replied, I'm hungry. Oh. Kamishiro Kenta nodded. It was already noon. Trashing the Xinglong Association's strongholds. Longza Tawajin became interested and quickly said, I want to go too. Having incurred a huge gambling debt at the underground casino controlled by the Xinglong Association, he now seriously suspected that those people had colluded to cheat him out of his money. No, you can't go. Why? Because you need to manage the game arcade and earn money for us. Longza Tawajin's forehead creased with black lines. He felt that this style of operation was no different from that of the Xinglong Association. Longza Tawajin suddenly realized that he had merely been transferred from one organization's oppression to another's. Well, actually, it was fundamentally different. From the Xinglong Association's perspective, he was nothing more than a slave working for them. But from the Shao organization's perspective, Longza Tawajin was an important cadre of the gang, a master at earning money for the gang. As long as he diligently carried out the boss's tasks, the organization would grow stronger. He would be a senior, a big brother worshipped by countless underlings. Just then, shadow clone technique. Tianyang summoned a shadow clone beside him. This shadow clone stood on the ground exactly resembling the bony Nagato. Identical in expression, features, clothing, and aura, clearly another Tianyang. Kamishiro Kenta marveled. It's a perfect replica. Having supernatural abilities is really great. When will I get some? So this is the shadow clone technique. Longza Tawajin's eyes sparkled with interest as he circled the shadow clone Nagato a few times. Upon hearing Kamishiro Kenta's words, he froze. What supernatural ability? You just said awakening supernatural abilities? Longza Tawajin frowned. Brother Tianyang and Kenta seemed to be hiding something from him. He couldn't help but wonder if he was not trusted. Oh, you don't know yet. Kamishiro Kenta, with an expression of understanding, explained to Longza Tawajin. He told Longza Tawajin everything that Tianyang had told him. After listening, Longza Tawajin became ecstatic, his heart pounding with excitement. Supernatural abilities. Do they really exist in this world? Whoa, it's getting more and more interesting. Indeed, supernatural abilities aren't just settings in novels and anime, they exist in reality. I want to awaken a supernatural ability too. But how? Faced with the question, Tianyang was taken aback, recalling the world's setting. Awakening a supernatural ability was probably random. Everyone had a chance. But judging by the number of ability users in the original work, the probability for an ordinary person was very low. As for whether there was a method to awaken, I don't know. Tianyang truly had no idea, or perhaps there was no method at all. He only knew, the probability of awakening is random. If you are the chosen ones, you'll awaken. Or rather, if you awaken a supernatural ability that would make you the chosen ones. Well, okay. Kamishiro Kenta and Longza Tawajin both lowered their brows and sighed. Chosen ones. What a distant term. The probability of winning the lottery jackpot was probably higher than awakening a supernatural ability. They'd better not delude themselves. Otherwise, they would only be disappointed in the end. Kamishiro, wait for me at the park this afternoon. I'll come find you. Saying this, Tianyang suddenly remembered he had a smartphone now and said to Longza Tawajin, you should have Kamishiro's contact info. If anything comes up, call this phone. Yes. Longza Tawajin stood at attention and replied. Kamishiro Kenta nodded. Tianyang suddenly stopped. Oh, and one more thing. Kamishiro, give the pistol you confiscated from Bumura to Longza along with the 40,000 yen. This bag of organization funds is in your care. Tianyang said to Kamishiro. Kamishiro first handed over the pistol and 4 10,000 yen bills, then took the bag of money from brother Tianyang. After speaking, Tianyang pushed his wheelchair toward the park exit. Kamishiro Kenta and Longza Tawajin remained standing there. No, there wasn't just the two of them left, but also Tianyang's shadow clone standing there. Wait, standing. Kamishiro Kenta felt he had noticed something peculiar and tentatively asked the shadow clone Tianyang. Brother Tianyang, something wrong? The shadow clone Tianyang responded. Even the attitude and emotions were identical. But why? Kamishiro Kenta was utterly perplexed. Longza Tawajin was about to leave, but seeing Kamishiro's puzzled expression as he conversed with the shadow clone Tianyang, he stopped and asked, what's up? Something troubling you? Don't you find it strange? Kamishiro Kenta whispered, leaning in. Longza Tawajin felt the warm breath in his ear and was uncomfortable. Just speak up loudly. Alright, I'm just curious. Why is brother Tianyang in a wheelchair while this clone is standing? Huh. Now that you mention it, that's true. The shadow clone's condition should match the caster's. If the caster has a missing arm, the clone will also be missing an arm. So, the shadow clone Tianyang interrupted their conversation calmly, saying, don't overthink it. I actually didn't use the ordinary shadow clone technique, but an enhanced version modified with the power of the Luanhu AI. This technique creates a clone twice as powerful as the original, hence I can stand upright. Of course, that was all made up on the spot. Tianyang had forgotten that the shadow clone's state should sync with his own, so the moment the clone appeared, it instinctively stood, possessing Tianyang's memories. I see. I understand. In the anime, Nagato never used the shadow clone technique, but that doesn't mean he couldn't. Now that he's summoned a clone, it's actually much stronger than ordinary ones. It's just that the anime didn't show it. Longza Tawajin exclaimed in sudden realization. Right. The shadow clone Tianyang couldn't deny it, inwardly amused. He thought to himself that this Longza was a genius at filling in the gaps. Kamishiro Kenta, who didn't watch anime, only half understood and was a bit confused, but eventually nodded along, murmuring, I see. Then let's go, Lord Nagato. After figuring it out, Longza Tawajin called out and started walking, heading straight for the New World Game Arcade. Going back like this probably won't work. The shadow clone Tianyang muttered, forming the ram hand seal. With a pop, white smoke appeared and quickly dissipated. The shadow clone Tianyang transformed back into the appearance of Tianyang of the past life. A young man of 175 centimeters, wearing black trousers and a shirt. His shoulder-length black hair was smooth and neat, his straight brows raised, almond eyes slightly narrowed, spirited and natural, and his delicate lips pursed, as if they had never spoken a single foul word. The pattern on the center of the shirt was unmistakably the white-haired Shilfi. The shadow clone Tianyang smiled and patted his stomach, as if stroking Shilfi's head. In the afternoon, Kenta Shindai successfully met Tianyang, who had arrived in a wheelchair after a hearty meal. Upon learning that Kenta had spent the entire noon in the park afraid of being arrested by the police, and thus unable to join him in seizing the Shinglong gang's territory, Tianyang laughed. Tianyang smiled, bought some snacks and a cup of instant noodles from the convenience store for him. Where did the money come from? Naturally, he had taken it from that plastic bag before leaving. In fact, Tianyang did not return to Chizuru's house. Instead, he went to a certain restaurant and feasted to his heart's content. Then he wandered around for a while, and when he saw the time was about right, he came to the park. After Kenta Shindai finished the snacks and instant noodles, he buried the money bag nearby. Then they set off. The first game arcade they went to was the pachinko parlor in the west. It was absolutely packed with people bustling with excitement. At the same time, there was a strong smell of smoke, truly a foul atmosphere. Compared to the New World Game Arcade run by Ryuzawa, it was like heaven and earth apart. Of course, in terms of who made more money, this place was heaven. Rows of pachinko machines were all occupied by men sweating profusely, their faces flushed red with heat. Some of them had cigarettes dangling from their mouths, staring intently at the machines with tense expressions. Kenta Shindai told Tianyang that pachinko was essentially legal gambling. That was why so many people were there. Upon hearing this, Tianyang pondered whether to convert Ryuzawa's game arcade into a pachinko parlor. Kenta Shindai sensed Tianyang's thoughts. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke up, telling Tianyang that pachinko parlors weren't easy to open. They required a substantial investment and the acquisition of relevant permits. Tianyang nodded, indicating that he understood. Before coming here, Tianyang had first observed the surroundings from a street corner in advance. Sure enough, he spotted several surveillance cameras. Tianyang stared intently at those cameras and called out to Kenta Shindai, telling him not to push him forward just yet. Then, using his Heavenly Dao ability, Tianyang secretly damaged the bases of those cameras from the shadows. To passers-by, the cameras simply fell off suddenly. Perhaps they would think it was due to aging. After that, only upon Tianyang's command did Kenta Shindai push the wheelchair toward the pachinko parlor. This time, Tianyang decided to handle the dispersal of the customers himself. Wearing a mask, Kenta Shindai was not suited for such tasks. Before that, Tianyang used a transformation technique to assume the appearance of a passerby he had just seen, while Kenta Shindai donned a brown traditional Japanese mask. With everything prepared, the two arrived at the entrance of the game arcade. Tianyang said nothing, just stared straight ahead. Then, let's increase the power. Tianyang formed hand seals, gathering wind element between his palms. After waiting for over 10 seconds, the wind within the gap grew increasingly fierce. The time had come. Tianyang thrust his hands forward, wind release, violent wind palm. A fierce tornado surged forward, wildly scouring everything around, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. The men sitting at the pachinko machines were swept up by the wind, dizzy and wailing, clustering in the aisle between the two rows of machines. They tumbled wildly within the tornado as if tossed into a washing machine. The front desk staff saw this, abruptly looked up and hurriedly pressed some unknown button. Immediately, a group of underlings with weapons rushed out in an extremely uncoordinated manner. Tianyang summoned an earth flow wall at the entrance, blocking the door. Then he turned his gaze toward the open door behind the front desk, and at the far end he spotted a tea table. Beside the tea table, half kneeling, sat a young man in a yukata, idly playing with walnuts in his hand. His eyes were slightly narrowed, secretly glancing sideways. And the hand playing with the walnuts was actually a severed hand, the cut flesh and blood mangled. Even though the nerves in that hand were severed, the 5 fingers nimbly gathered together, rotating and manipulating the walnuts. This guy was clearly a supernatural ability user. Then those underlings must have been brought in by this young man. Tianyang took a deep look at the young man, keeping a wary eye on him. The horizontal tornado from the violent wind palm came to a halt. A group of men crashed to the ground, piled on top of each other like a game of human pyramid. There were about 20 or so people stacked higher than a mountain. Yet not a single one complained, because they had all fainted. "Push me over," Tianyang said. Kenta Shindai swallowed hard and whispered yes. He pushed Tianyang around the human mountain, drawing closer to the group of underlings. The underlings holding katanas were neatly arranged in 4 rows, each row with 5 people. As soon as they saw their appearance, Tianyang and Kenta Shindai were immediately startled. At that moment, the young man, leaning on the tea chair, suddenly grinned eerily. The 5 fingers of the severed arm being held twitched abruptly, the nerves taut. Suddenly, several of the front underlings, as if receiving orders, straightened their bodies, shuddered violently, twisted their steps, and quickly moved to the sides. All the underlings rushed to their positions, forming a formation with a gap. A formation? Tianyang was taken aback. Looking at the appearance of these underlings, it was as if they were corpse puppets manipulated by that eerie young man. These underlings were dressed in identical black casual clothes, holding katanas. Some had their eyes closed, not blinking at all. Others had bulging eyeballs, revealing terrifying bloodshot veins. Still others had deformed bones, their skin covered with numerous small black holes from which tiny white worms emerged. In short, it was very unsettling. Their skin was all deathly pale, devoid of any vitality. They looked nothing like living people, but rather like corpses. The sight made Tianyang frown, a wave of nausea washing over him. Given the supernatural abilities, he immediately understood that these were not humans at all, but controlled corpses. Kenta Shindai also noticed this, reaching into his mask to cover his mouth, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. Click. Tianyang heard a crisp sound of a wire snapping. Immediately after, 4 corpse puppets like marionettes raised their swords above their heads in an uncoordinated manner and charged straight over. Tianyang had no desire to be touched by these disgusting things. Hastily forming hand seals, he spat out a large fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. Flames shot out, striking the 4 puppets. Their katanas clattered to the ground, and the corpses blazed fiercely. The sound of sizzling fat and a pungent stench assaulted the senses. In the distance, the young man narrowed his eyes as if he had already predicted this. Using a remote, he had already turned all the fans in the shop toward Tianyang. Thus the white smoke with its odor all drifted over. Tianyang was perplexed. What was going on? How did he seem to know I would use fire next? Was it because fire is the bane of corpses? So he anticipated I would set fires. But how did he know I had the ability to set fires? Tianyang grew anxious, a fear of being completely seen through. No choice. Tianyang quickly used the universal pull with both hands, sending 2 burning corpse puppets crashing into the other 2. Feeling it wasn't enough, he used inertia to fling the 2 puppets deeper into the shop, toward the young man's position. Flames soared through the air, streaking in like meteors. The young man smiled calmly, raising his severed arm palm floating in the air. The fingertips of the severed hand moved on their own, pinching something in the air and gently tugging. Click! Another sound of a wire snapping. Tianyang witnessed the most impossible scene. The 2 puppets flying in the air came to an abrupt halt, as though they had struck an invisible barrier, then descended slowly, their feet touching the floor. But that was not all. The 2 puppets stood upright, unbothered by the flames consuming them, as they turned their heads at grotesquely unnatural angles and glared back with their charred firelit eyes. It was a glare that struck at the very soul, as though whispering of the puppeteer's wrongs in life. Tianyang felt an oppressive weight settle upon him, and his gaze turned viciously toward the youth. How could that guy be so sinister? What kind of ability is this? Merely controlling corpses, a puppeteer. But then why would he know I can unleash flames? As if that man could predict the future. Heh, heh. The burning corpse puppets all grinned with their charcoal-blackened mouths, emitting a faint chilling laugh from their throats that made one's scalp tingle. Suddenly, all 4 puppets shuddered again, straightened their bodies, and charged toward him like madmen, flames engulfing them. Tianyang was startled and quickly activated his raging wind palm. He clasped his palms together and gathered wind elements. In just a second, he thrust his hands forward with urgency. A small horizontal tornado swept out, its force modest, capable only of slowing the 4 burning puppets. But this was exactly what Tianyang wanted, for wind carried away much of the oxygen. Combustion requires 3 elements: sufficient oxygen, ignition temperature, and combustible material. Wind or air currents can drive away substantial oxygen, thus making burning objects blaze more fiercely. Of course, stronger is not always better, for wind can also extinguish flames by carrying away heat and dropping the temperature below ignition point. Tianyang had foreseen this long ago, so his raging wind palm was considerably weaker than the previous one. The flames consumed the bodies, burning ever more fiercely. The 4 puppets stood like upright firewood, motionless. Even if they wished to move, they could not, for their legs had been seared apart by the scorching flames. They toppled to the ground, their upper body cross-sections pressing against the floor. With that, these puppets no longer posed a threat. Tianyang's gaze locked onto the youth in the distance. Let us see what other tricks you have left. The youth cast a careless glance and raised a teacup, taking a sip. It was his severed arm that gripped the cup, lifting it to his lips. Kirayashikich. Tianyang could not help but draw the connection. He had never found it strange while watching anime, but seeing it in reality was enough to make him nauseous. After setting down the porcelain cup, the youth rose slowly, still clutching his arm. The dozen or so corpse puppets ahead remained frozen in place, as if awaiting the youth's commands. Are you with the Xinglong Society? Tianyang asked. Indeed. The youth grinned, slowly walking toward the front, his eyes still narrowed, exuding an eerie presence. He pointed behind Tianyang. What about your companion? He is unharmed, is he not? His tone remained calm and unruffled like still water. Tianyang turned his head and finally noticed Kamishiro Kinta lying on the ground, his mask cracked at one corner, with a puddle of pale yellow liquid pooling near his lower body, a pungent odor lingering in the air. No wonder the brat had gone silent earlier. He must have been scared unconscious. Tianyang replied. Hehehe, of course he will be fine. After all, he is hardly hurt. Oh, you truly have courage, still so arrogant on the brink of death. No wonder you could slay 2 of our organization's capable officers. 2. Indeed 2. One was a man in a suit, the other a bald man. But they should not have known I was the one who killed them. Even the police do not know what my face looks like. How could he possibly know? Furthermore, his current face belongs to some passerby. He had used his transformation ability before entering this shop. Tianyang grew even more puzzled. Could the Xinglong Society actually possess someone who could commune with the dead? The slain men in the suit and the bald man had somehow informed the Xinglong Society's boss that a middle-aged man with red hair was their killer. The moment the thought arose, Tianyang dismissed it. For he was not red-haired at all. He had black hair now. And his appearance was not that of a middle-aged man, but of a youth. The youth in the yukata could never have known this face. Let us see if we can extract some information from him. At a loss, Tianyang replied. You claim I killed 2 of your people, but I do not know you, nor do we have any grievance with your organization. How can you speak of killing? This is entirely baseless. You do not know me. Sure, you are right. You do not know me. But soon you shall. You will come to know me as the one who will kill you. I admit you possess many abilities, but what I envy most is your talent for lying without so much as a blush. And there is one thing you must understand, you will absolutely not defeat me. The youth spoke with such conviction. He must have a trump card. Tianyang speculated. The youth suddenly curled 4 fingers. More precisely, it was the severed arm in his hand that curled those 4 fingers. Tianyang had no time to think. Before his eyes, a wave of corpse puppets wielding katana surged forward. Tianyang, having anticipated this, calmly formed hand seals and released a massive fireball. The 4 corpse puppets ahead were instantly consumed by flames. The youth seemed unfazed and curled another finger. A corpse puppet from the rear formation immediately followed, crashing into the burning corpses and charging toward Tianyang with its blade of flame. Tianyang calmly awaited the puppet's charge, and when it reached the appropriate range, he activated Shinra Tensei. The corpse puppet was launched into the air, then crashed down and shattered into pieces. Now, the youth narrowed his eyes and shouted. His severed arm's 5 fingers snapped downward, grasping like a claw. 5 intact corpse puppets lunged forward with their blades drawn, rushing toward Tianyang to kill. Meanwhile, the corpse puppets struck by the massive fireball moments ago suddenly went limp, as though their strings had been cut, collapsing to the ground and freezing in place. The flames had burned them to ash. Something was wrong, very wrong. That man seemed to know I could use Shinra Tensei. The youth had first used 4 puppets to block the massive fireball. Then he sent out a scout to draw out my small Shinra. And now he is sending 5 new puppets to attack. This entire sequence was calculated in advance. Tianyang's mind raced. He watched as the 5 corpse puppets were about to descend their blades. I have it. Tianyang raised his hand and sneered. Sealing absorption. Let us see if you can counter this. As Tianyang's words fell, a pale blue circular barrier instantly enveloped both Tianyang and Kamishiro Kenna, including the wheelchair they occupied. The youth, who had been confidently commanding the puppets to attack, suddenly changed expression. Glancing fearfully at the barrier, he hastily ordered the zombie puppets to retreat from the blue shield. Though Tianyang's expression was far from pleasant, he had confirmed what the youth's ability truly was. It was the power to predict the future. From the outset, the young man's demeanor had been peculiar. When summoning 20 puppets to eliminate enemies, a typical strategy would be to hurl them all into the fray at once, leveraging sheer numbers for dominance. Yet this fellow deliberately sent only a fraction of them charging forward. Naturally, the youth must have been controlling the puppets via the fingers of a severed arm. A severed arm possesses but 5 digits, likely capping his simultaneous control at 5 puppets. Even so, prior to Tianyang's Shinra Tensei entering cooldown, the youth had never deployed all 5 at once. Instead, he repeatedly lured Tianyang into unleashing fire release and wind release with minor skirmishes. Only after successfully baiting out the Shinra Tensei did the youth convince Tianyang had entered a vulnerable lull, command all 5 puppets to charge. However, the moment Tianyang erected his blue shield, the youth's tactics shifted once more, ordering his puppets to keep their distance. It was an obvious countermeasure. Tianyang would inevitably follow up with Shinra Tensei to repel the surrounding automata in one stroke. With the blue shield active, merely waiting for the puppets to close, and would allow him to unleash Shinra Tensei and instantly annihilate them. Yet this youth deliberately maintained the distance, clearly anticipating Tianyang's next move. Anticipating Tianyang's next action. Was this some form of precognition? Just as Tianyang calmly analyzed the situation, his surrounding blue shield dissipated, slipping into cooldown. Yet Tianyang harbored no fear, for the Shinra Tensei's cooldown had already elapsed. He couldn't help but feel he was playing entirely on another level. No one stood a chance against him. Thereafter, the young man, whose every move seemed laid bare, sneered and dispatched a single scout puppet blade drawn, charging forth. Clearly he intended to bait Tianyang's Shinra Tensei once again. But what of it? He had plenty of trump cards left. Unflinching, Tianyang declared Shinra Tensei. The cadaver puppet was repelled, violently crashing to the ground and falling apart. The youth suddenly wore a sinister grin, twitching his thumb, the severed arm's digit curling on its own accord. A hulking, broad-shouldered corpse puppet spasmed as it stepped out from the formation. This cadaver also wielded a katana, yet moved with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it materialized before Tianyang. SP special ability. Tianyang froze in shock. A puppet could wield a special ability, and from the look of it, a dreadfully swift spatial shift. Before a second had passed, the puppet's shadow engulfed Tianyang's figure, katana raised high. Swing. The blade descended in a lethal arc, aimed directly at Tianyang's neck. Memories flooded back, drawing a cold smile to Tianyang's lips. He made no move to activate a defensive skill, instead allowing the katana to cleave down onto his neck. Clang. The katana shattered upon impact, leaving his neck completely unharmed. Azura Path. Tianyang rotated his neck, joints cracking audibly. Blessed with the Azura Path, his body was already forged of steel. What fear could a mere mortal blade inspire? The shadow clone of Tianyang stationed beside Longza Takuma autonomously dissolved the jutsu. Memories from that front streamed into his consciousness. Longza had likewise come under attack by cadres of the Xinglong Society. Likely due to the broken communication with the Xinglong Society, Wu Kunzifu, stationed at the New World Arcade, had dispatched reinforcements there. They were however swiftly defeated by the shadow clone. The cadre sent to investigate was also a special ability user capable of summoning corporeal duplicates to overwhelm opponents with sheer numbers. Leveraging both the Preta Path and Preta Path abilities, the shadow clone Tianyang bested the enemy with effortless ease. Longza had attempted to call Tianyang to relay the news only to be met with a busy signal indicating the phone was powered off. Tianyang promptly recalled that, eager to avoid interruptions, he had intentionally shut off the mobile phone gifted to him by Shindai Jianai before arriving. Realizing direct contact was impossible, Longza, who understood the nature of shadow clones, instructed the clone to dissolve its form and transmit the situation through shared memory. Of course, the clone would only dismantle itself under the prerequisite that Longza's safety was no longer a concern, with guards posted perpetually nearby. The shadow clone had experimented with the new ability, confirming it was more than sufficient to safeguard Longza's well-being. With the memories came combat experience. What manner of combat experience? Naturally, expertise pertaining to the Asura and human paths. Back at the arcade, the shadow clone had utilized the Asura cannon to defeat the ability user capable of generating corporeal duplicates. This insight now dawned upon Tianyang. Having activated the Asura path, his body was rendered indestructible steel. Why fear such crude blades and clubs? Thus Tianyang deliberately absorbed the puppet strike. Tianyang felt a sharp vibration ripple through his neck. Immediately thereafter, with a soft poof, he reverted to his red-haired state, the transformation dispelled by the impact. Very well, I shall cease my pretense. Tianyang rose to his feet. True to form, the youth showed no surprise. It was a testament to how convincingly he had feigned disability. Though it ultimately proved useless, perhaps it served some minor purpose. But now was hardly the time for such musings. Asura cannon. Raising his right arm, Tianyang vividly envisioned the mechanical configuration of Changmin's Asura cannon. His palm instantly began to morph, transforming into a mechanized artillery turret. The youth's expression darkened once more. Seemingly aware of the device's lethal potential, he hastily commanded his corpse puppets to lunge forward, forming a linear human wall to shield his position. Hiding at the very rear of the single-file puppet formation, the youth remained concealed. Observing this, Tianyang smirked. Did they truly believe such a flimsy barricade could withstand his cannon? Yet abruptly he lost interest in using the cannon. Without hesitation, Tianyang instantly aimed his palm toward a spot beside the youth. Bansho Tenin. With his right hand locked in the Asura cannon state, Tianyang instead directed his unharmed left palm toward the youth's flank, his true target being the severed arm clutched in the youth's grip, now exposed within Tianyang's line of sight. That detached arm had been wreaking havoc since the beginning. Meanwhile, Tianyang had refrained from initiating outright attacks, quietly observing the youth's every movement. That vigilance was no longer necessary. Tianyang had observed sufficiently to fully decipher the youth's ability. Frankly, it was nothing particularly remarkable. These puppets were undoubtedly controlled by that severed limb. Should he seize the arm, the automata should render immobile. The youth cursed inwardly. Unprepared for Tianyang's sudden change of heart, the instant the palm aligned with him, he desperately tightened his grip on the severed arm and retracted it toward his center. Yet upon encountering an immovable resistance, he found himself unable to pull the arm back. Abandoning that attempt, he instead commanded the foremost corpse puppets to unleash their abilities and charge. Fireballs, water spheres, bladed projectiles. They all hurtled toward him in unison. Those ability-wielding puppets could conjure fire, water, and weaponry. They lacked any discernible threat. Dismissive Tianyang allowed them to collide harmlessly against his frame. Pathetic abilities. Whoosh. An overwhelming gravitational pull erupted spontaneously from Tianyang's palm. The youth immediately felt his balance destabilize, his body drawn inexorably forward. He fought to anchor his footing, knuckles white as he gripped the severed arm. It's useless. Tianyang's eyes widened as he intensified the pull. The severed arm, along with the youth clinging to it, flew through the air. Thud. Tianyang clamped his hand firmly around the youth's throat. The scene starkly reminded him of the bald man he had dispatched that morning when he had utilized chakra absorption. This time, however, he chose a different approach. He intended to employ the human path's deep thought technique to extract information directly from the youth's mind, then utilize soul absorption to transfer the individual's ability to the fallen Shindai. Precisely. Provided Shindai consumed the youth's soul, he would gain full access to his special abilities. This crucial detail had been relayed through the shadow clone's memories mere moments prior. Choked mercilessly, the youth struggled desperately, his throat convulsing in silent pleas. Tianyang's grip tightened further. The youth's eyeballs rolled upward, his complexion bruising into a deep violet. Regardless, Tianyang bore no concern for the youth's survival. Within a mere instant, he could absorb the entirety of his memories. The youth eventually lost consciousness. Perfect, Tianyang thought silently. Summoning the Asura arm, he hoisted the unconscious youth and pressed his right hand firmly against the youth's forehead. Deep thought. Channeling his spiritual intent, he concentrated chakra into his palm. Closing his eyes, Tianyang watched as countless scenes flashed before his inner vision, streaming rapidly through his consciousness. In that instant, the true nature of the youth's special ability became perfectly clear. It wasn't precognition after all. Tianyang stared in disbelief at the young man hoisted by his Azura's hand, realizing he had guessed wrong. Through memory search, he learned that the youth's ability was actually psychic perception, the power to designate a specific person and steal their thoughts. Whenever a new thought emerged in the designated person's mind, the youth would know it simultaneously. No wonder he had been aware of Tianyang's every move. It was simply that the youth had read his mind. This ability was extremely dangerous. The young man had thoroughly grasped every thought in Tianyang's head. As soon as he entered the game arcade, Tianyang inexplicably recalled the bald man and the suited man he had killed. From this, the mind-reading youth learned that Tianyang had already killed them, so he deliberately mentioned it to Tianyang to apply pressure. The youth also knew that Tianyang had slain them with a strange sorcery that could plunder the victim's abilities. When facing the group of thugs, Tianyang had hesitated over which ability to use, running through his options mentally, and thus the youth learned them all. The youth knew so much. It was terrifying. After a moment's thought, Tianyang decided to claim this ability for himself. As for Shindai, he could offer a substitute. That substitute in terms of combat power was far superior to psychic perception. If he gave psychic perception to Shindai, Tianyang would have to constantly guard against inadvertently revealing his secrets. The substitute was the severed arm at his feet. From the absorbed memories, he learned that this arm functioned like a piece of equipment. Holding it allowed one to manipulate corpses up to 5 at a time, commanding them to do anything. If the corpses had been ability users in life, they could even unleash their original powers. It was almost heaven-defying. The severed arm came from an obscure member of the Xinglong Society. One day that member suddenly died in bed, his body decayed and dissolved within a day, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a smooth, jade-like severed arm. The youth arriving the next day picked it up in confusion, and then the arm began to move. Finding it eerie, he secretly hid it, and later discovered its power. Simply put, the arm was a severed limb with its own ability. Whoever touched it could use the corpse manipulation power it carried. Later, relying on this arm and his psychic perception ability, the youth rose from an ordinary member to one of the 7 cadres of the Xinglong Society, overseeing the organization's special assault affairs and leading the gang's combat team. Gazing at the young man before him, Tianyang decided to personally attempt the human path soul absorption technique. The shadow clone of Tianyang that had stayed with Long Zhe had already tested this ability. The clone wondered what would happen if an ability user's soul were stuffed into an ordinary person's body. The answer came: Long Zhe obtained an ability. So if I absorb a soul and stuff it into myself, or eat it, I can also plunder the target's ability. But could there be problems? If the absorbed soul, a new soul, were inserted into my body, would I eventually exhibit the personality traits of the original owner of that soul? Tianyang suddenly recalled that he himself had occupied Nagato's body in a soul state. If Nagato's body gained another soul, it might lead to the trouble of a dual personality. Better not risk it. Tianyang decided against using the human path soul absorption. Instead, he opted for the chakra-devouring technique, which could also steal abilities. Hungry Ghost Path. Tianyang touched the young man's forehead. The youth convulsed violently, his body rapidly shriveling into something terrifying that dangled from Tianyang's hand. Tianyang was used to it. This was the 3rd time he had killed in this manner. As usual, he incinerated the remains with the Great Fireball technique. However, this time, he couldn't bury the ashes with earth-style wall. The game arcade floor was made of glossy tiles, impossible to cover with loose earth. This place would become his stronghold, and such filth could not be left behind. Tianyang fetched a broom and dustpan, swept the ashes, and dumped them into the trash. Then he picked up the severed arm and examined it closely. It looked almost exactly like an ordinary human hand. Following the memory's instructions, he willed the arm's fingers to flex a few times. Tianyang touched the back of the severed arm with his own finger. Suddenly, he felt a touch on his own hand, the hand holding the severed arm. I see. Tianyang nodded slightly. So this is how you manipulate corpse puppets. He controlled one finger of the severed arm, curling it downward. Immediately, a corpse puppet moved, following Tianyang's mental command, heading to the front desk and dragging out a trembling male attendant. Tianyang knew the attendant had been hiding under the counter, witnessing everything that had just happened. Are you like Long Zhe, oppressed by the Xinglong Society? Huh, what Long Zhe? The male attendant shivered as the burly corpse puppet held him by the scruff of his neck, like a kitten. Tianyang thought for a moment and said, I mean, are you in debt from gambling, forced by the Xinglong Society to sign an unequal agreement that puts this establishment under their control and hand over 50% of the profits? The male attendant shook his head, claiming he was just an employee. But Tianyang sneered, coldly grinning at him. You're lying? When I asked, your mind answered differently. You are a member of the Xinglong Society. The attendant's face turned ashen and he begged for mercy frantically. Kill him. Tianyang showed no mercy, commanding another corpse puppet to swing a katana at the attendant. Wait. Tianyang thought of something and walked over, telling the attendant to hand over all his identification documents. Then he would spare him. Tianyang took the proffered documents, then turned away with a cold smirk. Swoosh. The katana sliced through the air. Something thudded to the floor, followed by a gushing sound. Tianyang repeated the process, burning the attendant's remains completely. He then used water style to clean the floor. After finishing, he sat back in his wheelchair and shook the unconscious Shundai awake. Shundai opened his eyes dazed, but as he recalled what had happened, his face turned pale. When he stood up, the cracked mask fell to the floor. Seeing the corpse puppets standing before him, he nearly fainted again. Don't be afraid, they're on our side now. Tianyang felt the wording was off. Those puppets weren't really people. Shundai Kenta nodded slowly. Go wake up those idiots. Have them line up one by one, or I'll ask them questions. Remember, don't let any of them escape before they answer. I've placed a stone wall at the entrance so they won't get far. Tianyang pointed to the piled-up gamblers in the aisle between the 2 rows of pachinko machines. Though they all seemed unconscious, who could guarantee none were faking it? If anyone was awake, they would have seen Tianyang's face, witnessed him using chakra devouring and fire style to destroy the evidence. If that were the case, Tianyang couldn't let them live. Before Shundai moved, Tianyang used transformation technique to revert to the passerby appearance he had worn earlier. The corpse puppets behind him were ordered to hide in a concealed spot. Shundai, wearing a mask, woke up the gamblers one by one. Tianyang sat quietly in his wheelchair waiting. Shundai explained the situation, stating that one of them had stolen a gem from the store and ordered them to go one by one for interrogation. Immediately, a gambler complained, "I didn't touch that thing. You have no right to detain me." These words were like igniting a powder keg, and more people began to complain. Helplessly, Shundai looked this way and asked for help. He alone couldn't defeat these men, especially since one of them was a local gang leader. Tianyang used the severed arm to manipulate several corpse puppets over. As soon as these strange figures carrying katanas arrived, the gamblers instantly fell silent. Seeing this, Shundai Jiantai quickly seized the advantage and said, "If you don't obey, your fate will be very miserable." Though unwilling, they had no choice. Following Shundai Jiantai's instructions, they came one by one in front of Tianyang. They lined up one after another. The first person stepped forward. Tianyang asked, "Are you from the Xinglong Society?" "No." "Then do you know what just happened?" "I'm not sure." "All right, you may go, but first wait by the wall near the exit." The next person stepped forward and Tianyang continued to ask, "Are you from the Xinglong Society?" The man shook his head. "Then do you know what just happened?" He shook his head again in response. "You may go." Tianyang continued. Next. It went on until the last person, and only then did Tianyang stop questioning. Among these people, not a single one was a member of the Xinglong Society, nor had any of them witnessed the incident. This way Tianyang could safely let them go. Why was Tianyang 100% certain they were not lying? Because he had acquired 2 abilities to detect lies. One was the suit man's lie detection, and the other was the young man's psychological perception. Tianyang walked to the door, and the crowd of gamblers made way. They actually wanted to see how Tianyang would open the stone wall. Tianyang's method was straightforward. He punched the stone wall. With a bang, the stone wall shattered into pieces, falling to the ground and scattering a lot of dust. All the gamblers were collectively shocked, staring in amazement at Tianyang in his wheelchair. Is this something a human can do? They felt a wave of fear, relieved that they had obediently cooperated with this young man in the wheelchair. Some people couldn't bear to stay a moment longer and quickly left the pachinko parlor in terror. However, there were still gamblers who wanted to stay and continue playing pachinko. Tianyang mercilessly drove them out. Because next he had an important task to do: eliminate the reinforcements from the Xinglong Society. The young man's memory told Tianyang that when he unleashed the fierce wind palm, the front desk male attendant had pressed a button that was actually an emergency alarm calling for reinforcements from the Xinglong Society headquarters. The Xinglong Society's headquarters was located in a certain abandoned building where there was an underground casino. They had made their fortune through the underground casino. They oppressed various people through gambling and usury, earning huge illegal sums. If someone was the controller or manager of a game arcade or the Gawuji town, they would deliberately set a trap to let them win a few rounds first. Then they would lead the snake into the hole, colluding to use their superpowers to cheat, causing the person's family to be ruined. And they would use illegal agreements to demand the surrender of profits and obtain money. As for the reinforcements, Tianyang was fearless, because the young man's memory had told him everything about the Xinglong Society, including the number of superpowered individuals inside, what their specific abilities were, and so on. After all, the young man's superpower allowed him to know what all members of the Xinglong Society were thinking, including the one called Zui Longi, the nominal boss of the Xinglong Society. Then Tianyang only needed to wait here to confront them. He was fearless. Before this, Tianyang summoned a shadow clone and send it back to Long Zai's side, so that if anything happened there the clone's memory would be transmitted back, allowing him to know quickly, without needing a phone, and in more detail than verbal reports. Soon a few people walked into the shop. Tianyang drove them out. They were not Xinglong Society reinforcements, but new customers. After thinking for a moment, Tianyang decided to pull down the rolling shutter. If it was a customer who wanted to enter, they would leave upon seeing the door closed. If it was reinforcements sent by the Xinglong Society, they would surely break through the door and force their way in. So there was no need to worry about them not being able to get in. Another 10 minutes passed, and there was still no movement outside. Tianyang then had Shundai Jiantai try out the ability of the severed arm. Shundai looked reluctant, but in the end, with a try-and-see attitude, he grabbed the edge of the severed arm with a trembling hand. Tianyang told him to visualize with his mind, and he would be able to manipulate the corpses. As a result, Shundai had a blast playing with it, completely losing his earlier fear. Tianyang was speechless. Weren't you very resistant to this thing? Apart from the corpse puppets that Tianyang had destroyed, there were 12 remaining corpse puppets. Among them, 4 puppets could use their former superpowers: teleportation, fireball projection, waterball projection, and knife spitting. The drawback of the severed arm was also revealed: the manipulated corpses could not leave the user's field of vision, otherwise they would revert to stiff corpses. These were all lessons learned from Shundai's experiments. Woohoo! From today on, I'm also a superpowered person. Shundai Jiantai raised his arms and shouted, extremely excited. His reaction was almost exactly the same as that guy Long Zai. Back then, after the shadow clone Tianyang pulled the soul of the entity clone's superpowered person into Long Zai's body, Long Zai immediately knew he could use the split ability. He said he had gained the memory of that superpowered person. Then Long Zai also raised his arms and cheered. Thinking of this, Tianyang increasingly felt that 2 souls residing in the same body would lead to 2 personalities. That guy's memory had actually come along to Long Zai's brain. In the future, would Long Zai be unable to distinguish who he is? Then Tianyang would have no choice but to kill Long Zai. Clang! The room suddenly darkened. Tianyang knew this was a superpower that controlled people's vision. It was done by one of the 7 executives nicknamed the Invisible Killer. Before this, Tianyang had already killed 4 executives: the suit man, the bald man, the young man, and another one, the entity clone's superpowered person eliminated by the shadow clone. If he killed this executive as well, only 3 executives would be left in the Xinglong Society. At that time, they probably wouldn't be able to manage the organization's affairs. Tianyang thought this, then his mind turned, and he suddenly realized. No, not 3 executives left, but 2. Tianyang recalled that this invisible killer could only blind people within his field of vision. So this executive must have already entered. To enter, they would have to break the earth flow wall blocking the door. But Tianyang had not sensed the earth flow wall being broken. That meant the earth flow wall was still intact, yet they had entered the interior. Who could do this? The only one Tianyang could think of was another executive who could take people through walls, a guy with a long beard. 2 executives had actually come together. That saved him a lot of trouble, no need to go looking for them. Tianyang smiled. Oh, why is it so dark around here? Kamishiro Kenna asked innocently. Big brother, where are you? I can't see you. His tone sounded more like he was on vacation than in danger. Not a trace of crisis awareness. Good heavens. Tenio complained to himself. Whatever, Kamishiro was hardly a combatant anyway. He could be trained later. Tenio concentrated, perking his ears to listen for any movement around him. He couldn't see, but he could hear. Got it. His supernatural ability, psychic perception, was working. Tenio overheard the inner monologues of the 2 men. Roughly, they planned to bother Tenio and Kamishiro, first exhaust their stamina, and then open fire. The bearded man and the assassin's supernatural abilities were rather mediocre. Compared to the young man, they were more like ordinary folk. No wonder they couldn't rise to the top or lead the special assault squad, forcing them to rely on pistols to attack their enemies. The 2 began whispering. Tenio knew their hearts were filled with unease, for they had failed to locate the young man inside the shop. Both silently wondered whether he had already been eliminated. Congratulations, your 6th sense is quite sharp. Tenio turned around, his gaze seemingly fixed upon the 2 sneaking in. The bearded man and the assassin both caught their breath. Could that fellow have discovered us? Then Tenio turned away again. Phew. The 2 breathed a sigh of relief. But just then Tenio turned back around. Panic seized them once more, and they held their breath. Tenio turned away again. Phew, they exhaled. Then Tenio turned back around. What the hell? Daring to play with me? I can't take this anymore. The bearded man flipped the safety off his pistol and squeezed the trigger. But before the trigger could fully depress, Tenio had already employed his seal absorption. Bang! A gunshot echoed, striking the blue shield. The bullet vanished, instantly transformed into energy that nourished Tenio. Huh. What was that sound? A pistol. Kamishiro Kenta finally snapped out of it, and began commanding his corpse puppets to attack. But since he couldn't see the bearded man and the assassin at all, his attacks were nothing but wild flailing. Water fire, a katana swinging wildly everywhere. Pure chaos. Tenio frowned. Even without sight, he knew full well that Kamishiro had done something foolish once again. Huh, isn't that Suda's ability? How is this possible? Could it be that severed arm? The bearded man's shocked inner thoughts were crystal clear to Tenio. So he'd finally figured it out. The young man had never told them about the severed arm, instead claiming he had awakened a corpse manipulation ability and grew an extra arm one day. Let's end this. Tenio formed hand signs and struck forward with a blast of violent wind. A fierce gale swept toward them, sending both men rolling wildly, screaming in agony. Huh? What's going on? Why is there wind here? Hearing the screams, Kamishiro Kenta assumed his puppets had finally proven effective and rejoiced. Suddenly, Tenio's vision returned, as did Kamishiro's. Tenio guessed he passed out. That's why the ability's effect disappeared. Woohoo! Only after turning around did Kamishiro Kenta realize the enemies were right behind him. All his puppets had been striking pachinko machines. Kamishiro blushed, awkwardly scratching his head. To make up for his earlier embarrassment, he swept his hand and commanded 5 corpse puppets to charge toward the bearded man and the assassin. Tenio reached out to stop him. You don't need to fight. Fearing the lad would do something reckless, Tenio intervened. Mwahaha! Rolling in the vortex of dragon-like winds, the bearded man laughed wildly. Tenio narrowed his eyes, pondering. Could his wall-phasing ability also penetrate wind pressure? Realizing the danger, Tenio quickly invoked universal pull, drawing the bearded man into his grasp. But in the very next instant, the bearded man phased through Tenio's palm and dove into the ground, like a swimmer, vanishing completely. He's a supernatural ability user too. Kamishiro was dumbfounded. Tenio said nothing. Instead, he rapidly formed hand signs and slammed both palms against the ground. A earth-style wall erupted upward from the floor. No one was thrust upward. Tenio had miscalculated. Wait, he could still hear the man's inner voice. The bearded man seemed trapped in a state of disorientation and suffocation. His mind was in complete chaos, brimming with the desire to survive, desperately calling out for help. When phasing through walls, one cannot breathe, or else they would become lodged within the cracks. This was precisely the situation the bearded man now faced. Underground, even if he wanted to breathe, he simply couldn't. Tenio looked down at the ground and said, he killed by your own stupidity. Then stay down there in eternal suffering until you die. Perhaps once the bearded man perished, he could use the earth wall to thrust the body upward. Tenio then seized the assassin known as the Shadow Killer and consumed him with chakra absorption. In doing so, he had plundered his 4th supernatural ability, the power to control another's vision, rendering them blind just like the darkness he had experienced earlier. I'll call it sensory deprivation, Tenio declared. Kamishiro approached at that moment and grumbled, did that guy escape? He's dead down below, Tenio replied. Oh, Kamishiro looked down. He was also puzzled. How could the bearded man who had so confidently smirked as he slipped underground have died? But soon he ceased to care. Something far more interesting caught his attention. A pistol. Kamishiro's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly scrambled to pick up the black pistol lying on the ground. Glancing over, he spotted another one, and cheerfully gathered both, examining them curiously in his hands. Tenio took one, glanced at it a few times, and discarded it. Guns are the most useless weapons, you know. Why? Because in anime, pistols nearly never kill anyone. But this is reality. Then keep it then. Alright. After disposing of the assassin's remains, Tenio punched through the stone wall before the doorway and called out to Kamishiro. Kamishiro asked what Tenio intended to do. Tenio was speechless. Wasn't it obvious? They were going to fight. Shinglong Society's underground casino dream rose. At the mention of this, Kamishiro immediately perked up. We're heading straight for their headquarters, aren't we? Put away that grin. We're not going for fun. Yes, sir. Remember, in the battles ahead, you must rapidly accumulate combat experience and shoulder the responsibility of fighting for the organization in the future. Kamishiro was deeply moved, responding with tears in his eyes. I understand. Tenio found Kamishiro's abilities utterly untrustworthy. When they first met, this guy had been so arrogant, but now he acted like a docile husky. Truly exasperating. Tenio instructed Kamishiro Kenta to lower the roller shutter of the pachinko shop, then led the way toward the Shinglong Society's underground casino along the route etched in his memory. Of course, he remained seated in his wheelchair, being pushed forward by Kamishiro. In the dimly lit room, 2 middle-aged men sat side by side on round table chairs, staring at the 6 empty seats in silence, their expressions heavy with gloom. After exchanging a glance, they shook their heads. The 2 were Ryuichi Sato, the head of the Rising Dragon Society, and Tomoya Kanna, the organization's second-in-command. Both were individuals with supernatural abilities. Sato's ability was to amplify his own aura, making others perceive him as unfathomably profound. However, he kept his ability a closely guarded secret. As a result, none of the members knew what his true power was. Whenever he appeared, his ability made him seem utterly inscrutable. Thus, everyone instinctively believed he could shake heaven and earth, a true leader in name and deed. Tomoya Kanna's ability, on the other hand, was to alter his appearance to resemble anyone he had seen before, a purely useless skill. Still, it had its advantages. Even though he had over 20 arrest warrants, the police never managed to catch the real culprit. A year ago, he and Sato, acting on a whim, founded the Rising Dragon Society. They gradually expanded the organization to over 30 members, appointing 7 executives based on contributions, with Kanna himself serving as the first executive. Within that year, they established underground casinos, took control of numerous game arcades and kabukicho districts, and collected protection money totaling 200 million yen. Do you think our organization is about to perish? I suppose it is, but I can't accept it. Who is the one attacking our base? He killed 4 of our executives in less than a day. I suspect even Sawano, who's been unreachable since yesterday, might have been eliminated. That Sawano who always wears a suit. Forget it. His ability was useless anyway. Why bother? In truth, we should just flee. The Rising Dragon Society was merely a fleeting whim. We can start as many as we want later. Sato offered this consolation to his second-in-command, taking 2 cigarettes from the pack, handing one to Kanna, and keeping the other for himself. With a click, Sato lit the cigarette between his lips using an expensive flip-top lighter, then extended the flame to ignite Kanna's cigarette as well. They each took a deep drag and slowly exhaled. The conference room was instantly shrouded in swirling smoke, like a celestial mist. Do you think we should bring him along too? Sato suddenly asked. Tomoya Kanna nodded, cigarette in hand. Let's bring Tetsuya. His ability is at least somewhat useful. He's the one who told us about the 4 executives' deaths. Of course, 5 executives had died, leaving only Tomoya Kanna and Tetsuya Mochizuki alive. Tetsuya had one more thing he hadn't told them. It was about the man in the suit whose fate they were still guessing. Tetsuya Mochizuki was actually one of the Rising Dragon Society's executives with the ability to sense life signs. The condition was that he had to touch something belonging to the person, such as hair or worn clothing. By doing so, he could determine whether that person was alive. After Sato made Tetsuya an executive, he had each of the other executives pluck a strand of hair labeled with their names and handed them to Tetsuya for safekeeping. This allowed Tetsuya to monitor the executive's life status at any time and report to the organization. Even Sato's own hair was given to him. He said that if he ever died unexpectedly, Tetsuya should immediately contact Kanna to gather everyone for revenge. However, Tetsuya, like the others, had no combat capabilities. Thinking of this, Sato took a drag of smoke and smiled bitterly. It seems our organization doesn't welcome combat-type ability users. As the smoke escaped his lips, he continued, including you and me, none of our abilities, except for Kenji's corpse manipulation, are suitable for combat. Tomoya Kanna sighed and shook his head. How could they ever recruit combat-type ability users? Sato summarized the lesson. Next time we form a new gang, we should recruit more combat-type ability users. That's the reason we couldn't stand against the attacker. Perhaps the attacker wasn't even one person, but a group. An organization of ability users like us. After a moment's thought, he added, call the underlings to gather in the abandoned parking lot downstairs. It's time to tell them that the Rising Dragon Society is relocating. Tomoya Kanna was silent for a long time before replying, okay. The underlings of the Rising Dragon Society usually lived at home and were summoned here when needed. Or they were dispatched to guard game arcades and kabukicho, reporting critical intelligence back to the gang's headquarters via communication devices. Their headquarters was located in a derelict office building. They had transformed it into a casino complete with an indoor swimming pool, karaoke rooms, and even sexual services. The gamblers who frequented the place called it Dream Rose. A sudden electronic ringtone and a vibration in his pocket interrupted the silence. Hello? Who's this? Sato took out his smartphone and pressed the answer button. Tenio. Don't know them. He promptly hung up. Tomoya Kanna asked what happened, and Sato told him it was a wrong number. Let's go downstairs and wait. All right. Kanna nodded and followed Sato into the elevator. They had installed an elevator here as well. Soon they reached an underground area resembling a parking lot. Several luxury cars were parked there, belonging to the executives and the boss. Sato glanced at his Rolex. It was 5:45. The underlings would need only 15 minutes to assemble completely, meaning exactly 6 o'clock. Anyone arriving after 6 would have a finger cut off. This was the organization's rule. Upon receiving the assembly order, everyone must gather within 15 minutes. Hey Sato, who's that person in the wheelchair being pushed over there? Seeing the figure approaching in the distance, Tomoya Kanna asked uneasily. He didn't recall any underling in a wheelchair. Those who used wheelchairs had long been expelled from the Rising Dragon Society. Could it be an enemy coming to attack? Sato was also stunned. He doesn't look like one of our people. Maybe we should leave. You're right. Sensing danger, the two hastily turned around and pressed the elevator button. The doors slowly opened, but they couldn't wait. Use the stairs. They exchanged a knowing glance and sprinted toward the stairwell. Suddenly, everything around them plunged into darkness as if they were trapped in a world without light. Countless horrors invaded their minds, and they shivered violently. Damn it, I can't see a thing. You too, Sato. This must be an ability attack. Darkness. Could it be that Akata has betrayed us? Kanna quickly lowered his voice. Sato, release your aura and intimidate that guy. You're right. Sato immediately activated his ability, unleashing an oppressive pressure. But then they heard a snap of fingers. The world burst into light. At first they thought Akata had been frightened into unconsciousness, thus canceling his ability. Instead they saw a young man in a wheelchair, and behind him another young man holding a severed arm. The latter had a hammer-shaped tattoo on his arm. In an instant Sato and Kanna felt a chill that crept into their bones, making them collapse to their knees, unable to support themselves. So these are the actual leaders of the Shinlong Society. Upon closer inspection they seemed utterly ordinary. Timid creatures scared into kneeling at the slightest intimidation. If people like this can become gang bosses, the world is beyond saving. Having already seen them in his memories, Tianyang couldn't help but scoff at the sight before him. Tianyang pondered for a moment, then rubbed his head, and said, I'm Tianyang, the one who called earlier. Sato Ryuichi looked up in shocked disbelief written on his face. Huh? You're saying you're the one who dialed the wrong number earlier? Kanna Tomoya's face turned pale as he stammered. And was it you who sent those men after us? From behind Tianyang, Kamiyo Kina spoke with a teasing tone. Why don't you two take a guess? A guess? Those words alone confirmed it. Kanna Tomoya shuddered. So did Sato Ryuichi. Slap. 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 Tianyang slapped Sato Ryuichi's cheek 3 times and said, You've got some nerve cutting me off before I even finished. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Master Tianyang. Sato Ryuichi groveled on the ground, kowtowing in a manner utterly incongruous with his 6'3" frame, a ridiculous sight, indeed. Tianyang placed his hands on both their heads and said expressionlessly, You two can rest easy in hell. I'll take over the Shinlong Society. I know you've called your underlings here. Perfect, we can wipe them all out at once. No, please don't kill us. We'll work for you like beasts of burden, help you make money. Tears and snot streaming down their faces, they pleaded with Tianyang, their expressions pitiful and pathetic. Tianyang responded by devouring them with his chakra. Thus the two became those things. Boss, I think it'd be better if you let me finish them off. Kamiyo Kinta looked a bit embarrassed, waving the severed arm in his hand. They've turned into such things that I can't even use them to control anymore. Tianyang said calmly, Soon there'll be more corpses for you to manipulate. Hearing this, Kamiyo Kinta broke out in a cold sweat. Was he planning to keep killing? Suddenly a man's voice echoed through the dim underground parking lot. Hello? Is anyone here yet? A short figure entered through the exit. Due to the darkness and chill of the underground lot, the short man felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. Come over here. He heard a stern voice, unfamiliar and unlike any of the cadres. Pressured, he slowly walked forward. He witnessed a horrifying scene. Before the young man in the wheelchair lay 2 sheets of skin, with faces clothes, but they had been compressed into paper-thin figures, as if forcibly flattened. Kill him. Tianyang's gaze swept over the short man with murderous intent as he commanded Kamiyo, forcing himself on a virtuous woman. Kill her. Hearing that, the short man turned and fled, his short legs pumping as he held his breath. In 2 seconds he covered over a dozen meters. Kamiyo watched the retreating figure, hesitated for a moment, then drew his pistol and pulled the trigger. In the short, middle-aged man's look of disbelief, a cold bullet pierced his heart. His heavy body bent his legs, and he collapsed to the ground lifeless. Kamiyo manipulated the severed arm to curl its fingers. The fallen short man instantly shot upright, like a Qing dynasty zombie, standing rigidly. The man's eyes were open, pupils dull and lifeless as he turned around eerily to face them. I'll leave the rest to you. Tianyang patted Kamiyo on the back reassuringly. A pistol and a corpse puppet should be enough to handle the 20 or so men coming, right? No, wait. I recall there's still one cadre who can sense people's life conditions. The Shinlong Society's cadres are usually armed with guns. Carrying a gun might threaten Kamiyo's life. So to be safe, Tianyang left a shadow clone to assist him. This shadow clone would only protect Kamiyo Kina's life, not help him take down the underlings. Tianyang needed Kamiyo to gain combat experience on his own for the organization's sake. As for Tianyang, he took the elevator to the second floor's casino. Soon, with a ding, the elevator doors opened. Tianyang stepped onto the second floor. Ignoring the array of gambling tables and equipment, he headed straight for the front desk to search for something. The front desk had wooden shelves lined with bottles of expensive wine. Tianyang knew they were all fakes designed to trick gamblers. Though most gamblers weren't easily fooled. I remember, it's around here. Tianyang reached under the desk and found a red button. With a gentle press, a mechanical sound rasped. Rumble. Turning around, he saw a hidden door slowly open behind the wooden shelves. Pushing the shelves aside and stepping in, Tianyang saw dozens of firearms. All pistols, stored in iron boxes piled haphazardly. Next to them were boxes of ammunition, also stacked messily. No sign of anesthetic dart rounds. Tianyang patted the anesthetic gun in his pocket as he thought. He ignored the real weapons. Continuing deeper inside, he found 6 safes lined up in the corner. Tianyang knew the left 3 were stuffed with cash, and the right 3 held dozens of gold bars. Because these illegal assets couldn't be kept in banks, all expenses were paid in cash. So whenever they needed money, they withdrew from here. Well, he wouldn't be polite. Underground parking lot. Camillo and Tianyang's shadow clone hid behind a concrete pillar, watching the scene outside. More and more people were entering. In fact, the parking lot had a raised platform, probably for speeches. Those entering gathered around the stage. Now quite a few people were standing there chatting. A white fluorescent lamp illuminated the surrounding darkness, allowing everyone to see each other's faces. The pillar where Camillo stood was about 8 or 9 meters away, and no one had noticed him yet. He was pondering how to take down that group. With only 3 bullets left in the pistol, he could kill 3 people and create 3 corpse puppets. Would the corpse puppets scare them? Probably not. This ability was originally taken from their side anyway. In fact, they might mistake it for a puppet released by a cadre colleague. Wait, that might be exploitable. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through Camillo's mind. If he pulled it off, Boss Tianyang would surely praise him. With that, he would secure his position as the second-in-command of the Shao organization. Camillo squinted with a sly smile. Then he strode boldly out into the open. Clap, clap, clap. He even clapped to draw attention. Of course, the clapping was done with the severed arm's hand. Hearing the noise, the crowd below turned their heads in unison. Upon seeing something, they bowed respectfully. The figure in the darkness was indistinguishable, clutching an object resembling an arm. They instinctively assumed it was the leader of the Special Assault Team, Kenji Suda, rumored to possess the ability to control corpses. Ha 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 ha. Kenta Kamishiro burst into arrogant laughter. The crowd was baffled, staring blankly as Kenta Kamishiro stepped from the shadows into the light. The fluorescent lamp illuminated his face, and the crowd found it unfamiliar. They had never seen this face before. It was definitely not their big brother Suda. Who on earth was this guy? Kenta Kamishiro grabbed the severed arm and bellowed, "I am the one who will destroy your organization." Nanny. Upon hearing this, the underlings flew into a rage, pointing at Kenta Kamishiro and hurling abuses. What the hell are you saying? How dare you insult the Koryokai? Do you have a death wish? Kasu Kurosu Yeru. Nandatu. Huh. A swarm of venomous glares like fangs coated in poison bore into Kenta Kamishiro. I've killed all your executives. If you don't believe me, here's the proof. Kenta Kamishiro manipulated the short corpse puppet, which emerged from the shadows clutching 2 skins. SSS. The crowd was stunned at the sight of the bleeding short puppet. Wasn't that Nakajima? Why was there a bullet hole in his chest? Wait, what are those 2 skins? The underlings panicked, whispering among themselves, and the scene erupted into chaos. Just then the short puppet tossed the objects in its hand to the ground. With a slap, they unfurled. 2 familiar faces and outfits immediately came into view. THTHA. Yuji. Ugh. Those are humans. No way. Boss Sato and Brother Kana turned into skins. Kusu. What the hell have you done? Kill him. Kill him for me. Though the crowd was seething with rage, more were gripped by fear. It was too eerie. They had already found it strange that Big Brother Suda could control corpses. Now that curly-haired guy not only controlled corpses, but had also turned Boss Sato and Brother Kana into skins. Sensing the moment had come, Kenta Kamishiro smiled slightly. Well, do you believe me now? Your Koryukai is finished. Staring at his arrogant, triumphant face, the crowd glared at him, but dared only to glare. They had no desire to step forward and seek revenge. They feared becoming the next skin. Listen up, said Kenta Kamishiro. I'll give you 2 choices. Choices for us. What choices? The crowd was taken aback, sensing trouble. The first choice. I kill every one of you and turn you into my corpse puppets. The second choice. Submit to me, submit to our Akatsuki. Kenta Kamishiro stated the options with a blank expression. Kill us. What a big mouth. You're alone, and we're a crowd. Surely we can beat you. Someone protested. Bang. Gunpowder smoke filled the air, a shell casing fell, and the bullet struck the protester's head. The man died with unwillingness in his eyes. Thud. The crowd's hearts skipped a beat, as if they had fallen into a living hell. He dared to kill so casually. Someone cowered. I'll call the police. The police won't let you get away. Bang. Another gunshot rang out. The man fell, and the crowd immediately stepped aside, staring blankly at the corpse at their feet. There was no doubt. They had confirmed one fact: the curly-haired young man before them was a living Yama. Their hair stood on end, as if facing a blade, their faces pale, as they warily eyed the pistol, the weapon that could take their lives. Ha ha ha. Under the crowd's gaze, Kenta Kamishiro suddenly laughed, the fingers of the severed arm hooking downward. The 2 fallen corpses eerily stood up as if pulled by invisible strings. The crowd panicked, retreating to the wall of the stage, staring fixedly at the 2 puppets. Their pressure intensified, especially seeing their dead comrades rise again and become enemies. Oh, so you've made your choice, huh? What a pity. Kenta Kamishiro shrugged and aimed the gun at the crowd. Thud. At that moment, someone finally couldn't bear the pressure and knelt. I surrender. I submit to Akatsuki. Don't kill me. I surrender too. Me too, don't kill me. I also. One by one the underlings shed their dignity and knelt before Kenta. In the end, everyone knelt. They were all small fry with little status or treatment in the Koryukai anyway. They might as well surrender. After all, it's the same everywhere. Ha 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 ha. I've made a great contribution. Kenta Kamishiro chuckled inwardly. That's me. Ding dong. The elevator bell rang, and the door slid open. Under the elevator light, Tianyang stepped out in a wheelchair. Then he saw a dense crowd of people standing behind Kenta, who was grinning foolishly, showing his big white teeth. Spotting Tianyang, Kenta waved his hand and bowed, "Greetings, boss." In unison, the crowd behind echoed, "Greetings, boss." The dense crowd bowed simultaneously, their upper bodies nearly parallel to the ground. Even the three corpse puppets followed suit, bowing. Tianyang glanced at the shadow clone Tianyang in the corner, who immediately dispelled the shadow clone technique. The memories of the shadow clone instantly flooded into Tianyang's mind. He now knew everything Kenta had done. Tianyang looked at Kenta with a speechless expression. I asked you to gain combat experience, and you pull this stunt. What if these guys betray us? Forget it. It's impractical to kill them all anyway. Tianyang eyed the group of underlings suspiciously. The last executive, Toru Mochizuki, didn't come. Toru Mochizuki had the ability to sense life signs. Probably before arriving, he sensed that the top two leaders of the Koryukai had lost their vital signs. So he was scared and didn't show up. That guy isn't much trouble anyway. Tianyang thought so, and said to the Koryukai underlings, I want you to choose a leader for yourselves, someone to lead you. Of course that leader will become the boss of the new Koryukai, and the new Koryukai will become a subordinate organization of Akatsuki. All affairs and principles of the new Koryukai will follow me and Akatsuki. The underlings exchanged glances. Kenta Kamishiro was puzzled. Why not take them directly into our organization? Why create a separate, new Koryukai? Finally, everyone chose a man named Riku Suzuki to be the head of the new Koryukai. Riku Suzuki, his face brimming with excitement, knelt joyfully at Tianyang's feet, licking the ground Tianyang had stepped on, and said, eternal submission to my master, never betray. Suzuki Rikudo knelt on the ground, piously licking the filthy floor. Could he be mentally ill? Tianyang was utterly dumbfounded and ordered him to stand obediently. Tianyang sighed, finding the group before him troublesome. He thought it would be better to turn them all into silent puppets to strengthen Kamiyo's power. After a moment of contemplation, Tianyang cleared his throat and announced, you may all go back and attend to your duties. Report anything to this man, Kamiyo Kenta, who will lead you. Tianyang introduced Kamiyo Kenta to everyone. Unexpectedly, Kamiyo Kenta scratched his head and said with a smile, I've actually already introduced myself to them. Tianyang felt awkward. Well, never mind. The crowd exchanged glances and dispersed sporadically. Hey Suzuki Rikudo, you stay? Tianyang halted Suzuki Rikudo. As for the other underlings, he didn't care if they left. He wasn't afraid they'd call the police. Generally they wouldn't. If anyone had considered reporting him, Tianyang would have known through his psychosensory ability. From now on you'll live here, he instructed. After all, someone had to watch the place. What if someone sneaked in at night? Suzuki Rikudo shouted excitedly, yes. Tianyang read the man's mind. No ulterior motives, only the desire to expand the organization. Suzuki Rikudo, it seemed, was someone who admired the strong. He attached himself to whoever was powerful. Now that he had become the leader of the new Koryukai, Suzuki Rikudo instinctively believed they should work heart to heart to develop the cause together. Whose superior he was didn't matter. Tianyang asked Kamiyo Kenta to stay as well. Kamiyo readily agreed. From Kamiyo's mind, Tianyang learned something. Kamiyo Kenta's parents had both passed away, and he had sold the house they left him for money, so he had been living in an internet cafe. No wonder he could lend Ryuzawa hundreds of thousands to pay off the electricity bill. Tianyang also told Kamiyo about the vault, and even gave him the password. In the Koryukai, only executives knew the vault's location and password. The young man whose memory Tianyang had stolen, Suda Kenji, was an executive of the Koryukai. Thus Tianyang learned the password. Even without it, he could break into the vault by force. Kamiyo Kenta was unreliable, so to be safe, Tianyang warned him not to reveal the vault password, including to Suzuki Rikudo, who was standing nearby. Kamiyo Kenta asked if Ryuzawa could know. Tianyang gave a positive answer. Ryuzawa was the first to follow him and was relatively trustworthy. After a moment's thought, Tianyang opened his contacts and called Ryuzawa. The phone rang 3 times. Ryuzawa answered immediately. Tianyang told him about what had happened that afternoon, how he had eliminated and absorbed the Koryukai. Ryuzawa was overjoyed, his voice trembling with excitement. Before hanging up, Tianyang gave his final instructions: send a clone to this place, the underground casino where you owed the gambling debt last time. But don't attract anyone's attention. I mean, you and your clone cannot appear at the same time. Yes, came the reply from the other end. Then Tianyang hung up. Now let's talk about Ryuzawa Takuma's ability. The executive with the physical clone ability was named Always Sook. After Tianyang killed Takamura Tetsuo, the Koryukai executive stationed at the New World Game Hall, the Koryukai immediately sensed it, and their boss Sato dispatched Always Sook to investigate. He was well suited for the task, as it didn't matter even if he died. Aoi-suk's ability was to split one physical clone per day, with seemingly no upper limit, as even he himself didn't know if one existed. The created physical clone was identical to the original, possessing the original's memories, and was a completely independent entity, not something that disappeared upon taking damage. Rather, it was a thoroughly independent individual. Of course, like an ordinary person, it would die if killed. The most useful aspect was that the clone mechanism was similar to the shadow clone technique, even stronger. If one clone died, the other clones would automatically synchronize all the memories of that clone. As for the shadow clone technique, when it disappeared, only the user could synchronize the memories of the vanished clone. This ability was superior in that regard. Aoi-suk had discovered this ability last month. One morning after waking up, he found another version of himself lying beside him. He was startled at first, but since the organization had conducted ideological work on abilities, he quickly accepted the fact. Aoi-suk gradually learned how to use the power. Initially, he worried that the splitting would be uncontrollable and cause trouble later, but he found that if he thought about not splitting before falling asleep, it wouldn't happen the next day. Over time, he discovered that his clones were 100% obedient to his commands. After killing one clone, he realized that memories could be shared. Thus, thanks to this ability, he was selected as an executive. By now, he had over 20 clones scattered around working for him, while he lay in bed reaping the benefits. Perhaps the clones were already furious. But they had no way out. That wasn't the point. The point was that after receiving Boss Sato's order, Aoi-suk casually sent a clone to investigate. After all, it didn't matter even if it died. After a moment's thought, he, now dozens of pounds heavier, lay back in bed attended to by his clones. And so that clone arrived at Ryuzawa's game hall. Inheriting the arrogant and domineering personality, the clone immediately started smashing things and demanding Ryuzawa kneel. The shadow clone Tianyang was inside the shop waiting on customers. Seeing someone from the Koryukai causing trouble, he said nothing, raised the Azura cannon and fired. The clone Aoi-suk was blasted out onto the street. The crowd stared blankly at the charred figure on the ground. The shadow clone Tianyang also stepped forward and, noticing the growing crowd, decided to discreetly execute him. Tianyang first thought of the human path's ability, mind depth and soul extraction. So, pretending to perform CPR on the clone Aoi-suk in front of everyone, the shadow clone Tianyang used mind depth. He hadn't expected it. To his shock, the memories revealed that this guy was also a clone. If he killed it, the memories would be transmitted back to all the other clones. The shadow clone Tianyang immediately sensed the dire situation. If this clone died, it would completely expose the fact that a strong man capable of wielding a cannon was lurking near Ryuzawa. He didn't want to reveal that information. Suddenly a thought occurred to the shadow clone Tianyang. What if he extracted the soul of this guy? Would the original and all the clones lose their souls and die? With a try-it-and-see attitude, he used soul extraction. Gathering chakra in his hands, he pulled at the abdomen, and a blue-purple soul was instantly drawn out. The soul seemed invisible to the people around. The shadow clone Tianyang stared at the soul ball cradled in his palm, deep in thought. What would happen if he stuffed this thing into a human body? Could it replicate abilities? The shadow clone Tianyang thought of the Preta Path's chakra absorption. So, holding the soul ball under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the shadow clone Tianyang entered the shop. Later, the shadow clone Tianyang called Ryuzawa and told him to swallow the soul ball. Ryuzawa looked at the shadow clone's palm in confusion, saying there was nothing there. Not wanting to waste time, the shadow clone Tianyang shoved the soul ball into his throat. Ryuzawa was stunned, feeling something being absorbed. Then flashes of memories of Aoi-suk, came to him. Next, he mentally chanted split. To the shadow clone Tianyang's astonishment, Ryuzawa split into two people. This scene reminded him of a certain character, Tomi. After reading the mind of Suda Kenji, a young male executive of the Shinglong Society, Tianyang learned that Songjing Zei was completely dead. This was confirmed by intelligence sent by the organization. It appeared that after all his souls had been extracted, the fellow suddenly collapsed and died in bed. All the clones lay motionless on the ground. Tianyang shook his head, ending his reverie. He then turned to Shintai Kinaru and outlined the daily routine. Open promptly at 8 each morning and have Suzuki Rikito lead the men to guard the premises. Of course, by business, I mean the casino on the first floor. The second floor and above remain closed for now. Remember to maintain strict control over operations and be ruthless when necessary. Keep accurate accounts every day and send them to me. Alright, I plan to establish some organizational regulations. For now, let's implement 2 rules. First, the casino is restricted to wealthy patrons only. Poor people should be turned away. Second, no member of the organization is allowed to handle drugs or engage in any drug-related transactions. If anyone discovers such activities, they must report to the organization and to me directly. Being a boss is so troublesome. But why drive away poor people? Shouldn't more customers mean more profit? Drugs. They wouldn't touch those. Besides, he had never even seen such things. Shintai Kinaru felt a headache coming on after hearing this, yet he nodded anyway. He sensed Tianyang had deeper intentions. Actually, upon reflection, Tianyang thought Shintai Kinaru had handled the disposal of the former Xinglong Society members quite well. By absorbing everyone into his ranks, he could legitimately take over the Xinglong Society's former operations. Moreover, this abandoned building could serve as their headquarters. Lost in such thoughts, Tianyang pushed his wheelchair toward the front desk area, where the two bodies lay. Sensing Shintai Kinaru following him, Tianyang dismissed him to attend to his own affairs. And so Shintai Kinaru took the elevator upstairs. Judging by his direction, he was likely heading toward the vault on the second floor, probably to stock up on ammunition. As for Suzuki Rikido, he had already gone upstairs the moment Tianyang ordered him to stand guard. Gazing at the bodies of Zadu Ryuichi and Kanna Tomoya, Tianyang rose, crouched down, and began searching their clothes. He pulled out 2 leather wallets, both stuffed with thick wads of cash. But that was not the priority. After all, Tianyang already carried a stack of 10,000 yen notes in his own pocket. What mattered were the identification documents inside. Kanna's wallet contained only money, no ID. But Zadu Ryuichi's wallet held 3 cards: a driver's license, a health insurance card, and a credit card, which Tianyang carefully extracted. Any one of those documents could verify Zadu Ryuichi's identity. Now that they were in Tianyang's possession, he might well find a use for them. Alright. Tianyang suddenly remembered demanding identification from a male attendant at the pachinko parlor. He hastily retrieved the document from his pants pocket. It was just a single driver's license bearing the attendant's name. Staring at the 2 sets of documents, Tianyang found himself uncertain which to choose. But soon clarity came to him. He would go with Zadu Ryuichi's identity. In Suda Kenji's memories, where the young man had used his ability to manipulate a severed arm to control corpses, he had learned through supernatural means that their boss Zadu Ryuichi was an orphan with no living parents, spent most of his time frequenting entertainment districts, and maintained only superficial connections with others. Tianyang had naturally absorbed this same knowledge while probing Suda's memories. It had simply escaped his mind until now. With no meaningful relationships to complicate matters, assuming Zada's identity would raise no suspicions. Having made his decision, Tianyang burned the male attendant's documents. As he watched the small fire consume them, he tallied the money from both wallets, 8140 yen in total. Adding the 10,000 yen notes from his own pocket brought the total to 121400 yen. Whoop! He was suddenly a man of means. The realization sent a thrill through Tianyang, yet he understood deeply that this money was stained with blood, the blood of shattered families and destroyed lives. He knew this well enough from Ryosaku's tragedy. From this point forward, Tianyang resolved to earn only from the wealthy. As for the money already in his possession, he would use it as startup capital to establish a new order. By inflicting suffering upon the world, he would force the wicked to cower beneath pressure, too afraid to commit crimes, thereby forging genuine peace. At that moment, Tianyang thought of a certain godlike figure from another world. Then let us return. The sunset blazed across the sky in brilliant hues. Office workers trudged home in exhaustion, briefcases in hand, but Sasaki moved with evident lightness, carrying a birdcage and a bag of pet feed as he crossed the zebra crossing, spirits high on his way back to the apartment. Inside the cage perched a little bird with crimson beak and feet, its silver-gray plumage catching the light with a dazzling brilliance, and a white 5-pointed star marking its belly. Its bright, intelligent eyes seemed to belong to some mischievous sprite. Sasaki gazed down at the adorable bird and broke into a wide smile. So cute. I actually gotta keep a bird like this. It seems this world is truly vast, the bird remarked after glancing around. It's talking again. Sasaki didn't find this strange, he simply attributed it to fatigue. After all, parrots capable of mimicking human speech were not uncommon. Oh, isn't that Tianyang-kun? Sasaki waved the feed bag and called out to someone ahead. The middle-aged man in the wheelchair turned his head at the sound as though drawn by something unseen. His gaze fixed on Sasaki for an uncomfortably long moment without wavering. Confused, Sasaki looked down and realized the man was staring at the bird. He lifted the cage and said, "How about it? Cute, right?" Tianyang nodded. "Did you just buy it?" "Yes. Following your advice yesterday and encouraged by senior colleagues at work who had been discussing cat care, I happened to visit the pet shop and picked up this bird on a whim." Sasaki nodded warmly, clearly delighted with his purchase. "If anything unusual occurs, please let me know, such as the bird speaking, for instance." "Huh? What do you mean? Can it actually talk?" "Well, is a bird talking really so strange? Biologically speaking, it should be, shouldn't it?" Sasaki frowned in thought. As Sasaki pondered, a familiar voice whispered in his ear, "Please do not reveal me. That red-haired individual appears somewhat peculiar." Startled by the voice, he hesitated for a moment before responding to Tianyang with a serious expression. "I see. However, I have not encountered any instances of the bird speaking." Tianyang nodded and took his leave. "Until next time. Take care." Watching him depart, Sasaki glanced between the retreating figure and the bird, momentarily at a loss for words. Hey, could it be that you're actually talking?" Sasaki leaned close to the cage and lowered his voice. The bird opened its beak, naturally. I am the Sage of Stars, an apostle from another world. Sasaki's eyes widened. Terms like sage, another world, and apostle were so bizarre they nearly left him dazed. Never mind. I'll just chalk it up to hallucinations from poor sleep last night. Shaking his head, Sasaki composed himself and continued cheerfully toward home. After meeting Sasaki, Tianyang learned two things. The first was that Sasaki had lied. When Sasaki claimed that the bush warbler had not spoken to him, there was no gentle breeze brushing against his face. This was the effect of the lie detection ability. Based solely on this, Tianyang could not be certain it was a lie. However, he possessed another ability to discern falsehoods, psychological perception. That is the ability to read a specific person's immediate thoughts. The combination of these two abilities was sufficient to expose all lies. Therefore, having read Sasaki's mind, Tianyang knew that statement was a lie. Yet for some reason Tianyang could not read the bush warbler's thoughts. Logically, since the soul residing in the bird was human, psychological perception should have worked. But it didn't. Precisely because he knew that animals do not possess human-like thoughts, Tianyang subconsciously assumed that the bush warbler in Sasaki's cage was an ordinary bird. Earlier, Tianyang had stared intently at the cage to confirm whether it was the otherworldly sage. Fortunately, reading Sasaki's mind revealed that his claim, the bush warbler did not speak, was a lie. Since it was a lie, that meant the bush warbler had indeed spoken. It could talk. Thus he could confirm that it was indeed the great sage from another world. Had it used some kind of magic that prevented him from reading its thoughts? Tianyang was puzzled. Could it be that abilities were no match for magic? The second thing was deduced from Sasaki's lie and the bush warbler. That was that the plot had already begun and the wheel of fate had started turning. Tianyang pushed his wheelchair while planning. Last night he had proposed two essential preparations: the issue of fake identification and the matter of organization management. The fake ID problem was still unresolved. The organization issue required Tianyang to devise a layout, such as drafting detailed rules and regulations, formulating expansion plans, recruiting more ability users, and so on. In fact, Tianyang already had some ideas, something like a preliminary blueprint taking shape in his mind. Your Shadowbriand steak is packed. After a 10% discount, the total is 67400 yen. The female clerk at the fresh meat shop smiled and handed over a transparent white plastic bag. Oh. Interrupted from his thoughts, Tianyang took the bag, pulled out his wallet, counted out 7 bills, and handed them over. Soon change was given. Tianyang struggled to stuff the coins into his wallet. It was too full of 10,000 yen notes. Thank you for your patronage. The female clerk bowed with a smile. Nodding, Tianyang turned his wheelchair and headed out of the store. Once outside, he lifted the bag to look at the frozen steak wrapped in plastic wrap. So this is Shadowbriand steak. It looks just like ordinary beef. A pound of meat costs nearly 7,000 yen, which converts to about 3,000 yuan in Chinese currency. So expensive. Tianyang frowned. However, fortunately, he had a bit of money now. It wasn't that he craved this delicacy. He wanted to buy it to reward Chizuru. Along the way, he intended to persuade her not to work at the bookstore anymore and just focus on her studies. Living expenses would be covered by the rent Tianyang paid. Speaking of rent, by the way, what's the average rent for an apartment in Tokyo? Tianyang thought for a moment and decided not to dwell on it. Because he simply couldn't remember. He would search online with his phone when he got back. Just as he was thinking this, Tianyang suddenly noticed a rental advertisement. It read, 138,900 yen per month. While Tianyang hadn't expected it to be so expensive. Was it because this was in the city center? But the more expensive it was, the better. It would give him a reason to pay Chizuru more for her support. Tianyang wasn't short on money now, so he didn't mind. With that thought, he went to buy other fresh ingredients and also grabbed some instant noodles for staying up late that night. Woohoo! Thinking about tonight, Tianyang was incredibly excited. He was going to binge-watch anime to his heart's content. Tianyang arrived at Yukimi Chizuru's door and placed the bags on the floor. Seeing no one around, he quickly took out the key, stood up, and opened the door. With a swift step inside, he used his Heavenly Dao ability to pull the wheelchair and the purchased items in through the door. Then he immediately closed the door. Without a word, Tianyang carried the wheelchair upstairs to the second floor. After that, he went downstairs to organize the things he had bought. Vegetables and steak were placed in the kitchen. Instant noodles, potato chips, and such were taken to the bedroom on the second floor. Tianyang remembered that he hadn't yet eaten the lunch Chizuru had prepared for him. So he devoured a hearty meal, wolfing it down. His stomach seemed like a bottomless pit. After eating, he didn't feel full at all. How strange. Tianyang felt something was off. He couldn't quite pinpoint it. Shaking off the thought, he went downstairs to make dinner. Before, Chizuru had always cooked dinner. This time, it was finally his turn. Thanks to his legs being revived. I know it's thanks to that guy named Takemura. Or Muto's ability. That person's ability must have been something like body enhancement. That's why he could stand. Tianyang thought while thawing the steak. At this rate, it won't thaw for a while. Tianyang considered using fire to thaw it, but then decided against it. He could take a bath in the meantime. Both floors had bathrooms. The second-floor bathroom had been left unused for a long time before Tianyang came. After his arrival, Chizuru opened it up. The fixtures were all there, but there was no bathtub. Tianyang went upstairs, found a transparent plastic bag, put his phone inside, and started watching the anime he hadn't finished the night before while bathing. Oh, so that's how it is. Tianyang watched with great enjoyment, letting the hot water splash over him. Suddenly the phone screen went black. Tianyang fumbled in the bag and saw that it was leaking. He was speechless. He tried pressing the power button, and the phone lit up again. It turned out he had accidentally pressed the power button. Having increased strength was really troublesome. Tianyang hadn't even felt the resistance of the button. After a while he changed into clothes. Old suits left behind by Chizuru's deceased father. Tianyang felt he should buy some new clothes. Looking at his phone, Tianyang suddenly smiled. I'll order a few Akatsuki robes online. He had the credit card of former Ryukai boss Sato Ryuichi, which he could use for online payments. Wait, I don't know the password. Tianyang hadn't read Sato Ryuichi's memories. He could only learn about Sato Ryuichi from Suda Kenji, who possessed this psychological perception ability and was deeply familiar with Sato's thoughts. This was ridiculous. Tianyang regretted devouring Sato Ryuichi directly with Chakra Devour. If only he had used deep mental probing to read his memories first. Despite his regret, Tianyang was firm on one thing: the ability to read memories should not be used recklessly. Otherwise it could lead to memory confusion, potentially creating multiple personalities that would manipulate his body. Suddenly, I'm home. Chizuru's voice came from downstairs. Tianyang froze. Why was she back so early? If this continued, wouldn't it expose his ability to walk independently? Wouldn't that reveal his ability to walk on his own? Previously, Tianyang would push his wheelchair to the bathroom door before crawling inside to take a shower. The shower head switch was low enough for him to reach with ease. He usually changed clothes after leaving the bathroom. Shueijin Shinha felt at ease about his bathing routine. But what if she came upstairs and saw no wheelchair by the bathroom door? It would be hard not to suspect that the man could actually walk on his own. Tianyang could hardly claim that he deliberately crawled from the bedroom to the bathroom, could he? Who would believe that? Why would anyone refuse to use a wheelchair and crawl instead? How could there be such a fool? If Shueijin Shinha discovered a piece of high-grade steak thawing downstairs, Tianyang wasn't too worried about that. He had an explanation ready. But the current bathroom situation was troublesome. It involved a matter of intelligence. Thump thump. Footsteps sounded outside, growing louder as Shinha ascended the stairs. Tianyang felt a wave of panic. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He cracked the bathroom door open and called out, "Please don't come up. I just finished bathing and need to get dressed." This life-saving plan relied on the timing of leaving the bathroom to change clothes in the bedroom. The footsteps outside indeed halted. After a pause, a silvery voice chimed. "Oh, is that so? How rude of me. I'll go downstairs now." Thump thump. The footsteps resumed, but this time they grew fainter, descending the stairs. Hearing the retreating sound, Tianyang breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly changed into clean clothes and crept toward the bedroom. What a nuisance. He thought about telling her his legs were healed, but decided against it. The idea had barely crossed his mind when he shook his head in rejection. He sat in the wheelchair, pushed it to the stairway, and called out, "I'm done changing." "Oh," Shueijin Shinha replied from downstairs, her voice muffled by the walls. Yet he could still hear her clearly. "Ah." A surprised exclamation came from downstairs, as if she had discovered the steak thawing in warm water in the kitchen. In fact, Tianyang had also left the plastic wrap with the price tag there. He didn't think much of it. "Old man. Mashikashite, could it be? Did you buy all of this?" Shueijin Shinha shouted in surprise from downstairs. Tianyang replied yes. Silence followed. After a while, Shueijin Shinha came upstairs holding several 10,000 yen bills in her hand. When she spread her hand and offered the money, Tianyang noticed they weren't all 10,000 yen bills. There were also 5,000 yen and 1,000 yen notes, along with a few copper and silver coins. The smaller coins were placed on top of the stacked bills, which were arranged in descending order of denomination from bottom to top. Without calculating, Tianyang knew the total amount. It was about 67,400 yen, exactly what he had spent on the 500 grams of high-grade steak. "Please take it." "No, I don't need it." "But where did you get the money to buy such expensive meat?" "I remembered my credit card number and PIN, so I withdrew some money, and then bought the steak on a whim. That's all." "I see. Still, please take it. I don't need you to spend money on me, especially since I'm the one who shamelessly asked you to stay here." Shueijin Shinha appeared calm, but Tianyang could see fear and unease in her eyes, even a glistening tear forming at the corner. Was she afraid he would leave? So she used the pretense of free food and lodging to keep him here, binding him with a sense of obligation. Once he stopped accepting her charity, the reason for free meals would vanish, and with fewer ties he would leave. Was that her thought? Tianyang stroked his chin in contemplation. But regardless, he had no intention of leaving. Not to mention that this was the protagonist's neighborhood. The fact that Shueijin Qianhe cooked for him was already satisfying. Besides, he still owed her for saving his life. Unless Shueijin Qianhe found happiness in life, Tianyang felt this matter would not be settled. He would stay here until she was happy. Speaking of happiness, he didn't know what she needed. Was it spiritual, family love, or material? Giving her money wouldn't make her happy, would it? Tianyang couldn't figure it out since he had just left the circle of junior high school students a dozen days ago. He had stepped into what he thought was the maturity of high school. If asked what happiness was, Tianyang would say it was staying in his room day and night watching anime without restraint. Tianyang felt that being transported to the anime world right now was happiness. He had gained many experiences he had never had before. Amidst these events, Tianyang could laugh heartily. Actually, I've found a job. Without hesitation, he pushed the money back. I was thinking that I should pay you rent soon, so I bought the steak to thank you for your recent care. No, Shueijin Qianhe was at a loss for words, unsure what to say. Tianyang added, of course the cost of the steak counts as part of the rent. Divided evenly, it means I've already paid half of the 67,400 yen, 33,700 yen. This? Shueijin Qianhe shook her head unconsciously, not even aware she was doing so. I checked the rental prices in Chiyoda Ward. They're about 137,000 yen per month. I plan to give you a full 140,000 yen each month. Don't refuse. This is my hope as an old man, that you can live happily without having to toil like an adult. Tianyang finished seriously. He didn't find anything wrong with his words. Perhaps he was a Chinibu teenager always saying embarrassing things that annoyed those around him. Except for that guy, Yang Ming. In terms of physics, Tianyang and Yang Ming's brainwaves were on the same frequency. Shueijin Qianhe was stunned, as if a revelation struck her. She murmured, hoping I can be happy, without having to work so hard. They say thinking of sad things is like having your eyes stung by onions. At that moment, Shueijin Qianhe's eyes were stung by onions. The past grievances and sorrows all surged forth like a spring. But instead her tears only welled up in her eyes, her eye sockets red. How to put it? Tianyang felt a subtle awkwardness, a feeling of not knowing how to handle the situation before him. Finally, under Tianyang's strong insistence, Shueijin Qianhe took back what she had in her hand. Tianyang's promise to pay her rent monthly was rejected by Shueijin Qianhe. Tianyang didn't mind. He thought to himself, I'll just slip the rent money into Qianhe's hand when the time comes. She won't be able to refuse it then. Leave it to me, Shueijin Qianhe declared with conviction, summoning her spirit as a young girl should. With a sweet smile playing on her lips, she cheerfully ran down the second floor. Tianyang understood that what she called leave it to me actually meant preparing the Chateaubriand steak downstairs. What puzzled him was that this girl completely ignored how Tianyang managed to leave the door. The wheelchair remained on the second floor. A frail old man with a leg disability couldn't possibly drag it downstairs and then head out. Upon reflection, Tianyang realized his words had quite a few loopholes. For instance, his earlier statement about remembering his bank card number and password before going to the bank to withdraw money was problematic. To actually withdraw funds, one must possess the bank card itself. A bank card number alone holds little value. The bank would never allow withdrawal based solely on the number and password. When Tianyang was brought home by Shueijin Qianhe, he was completely naked, lacking any form of identification whatsoever. It was impossible for him to have a bank card. Thus, there was no way Tianyang could go withdraw money. Additionally, Qianhe hadn't pressed him about where his money came from. Over 60,000 was an enormous sum. An ordinary office worker earned merely 10,000 or so for a day's labor. Yet Tianyang produced so much in a single day, though most people would naturally suspect it was stolen. Could her nerves be somewhat dull not having thought this through? Tianyang mused, rubbing his chin. As the party involved, he certainly knew the details of his own actions, constantly reflecting and correcting them. Consequently, he grew more sensitive to the logical flaws in his words and deeds. Meanwhile, Shueijin Qianhe, unaware of Tianyang's background, cared little about such matters. Indeed, people sometimes place absolute trust in those close to them. Regardless, Tianyang chose not to dwell on these thoughts further. Let's watch anime. Tianyang's face lit up with delight as he headed toward his room. Yet before doing so, he glanced out the window. Above, scattered clouds burned like fire as the sun slanted downward. Below, at the doorway of an apartment building, a certain room. The middle school girl sat there as agreed, clutching an unwrapped chocolate bar, nibbling it slowly bit by bit, as though treasuring what she held. Because it was a gift from someone she liked. This girl must have met Sasaki. Tianyang thought upon seeing the chocolate bar. Right, I'll ask Shueijin Qianhe later whether she knows that middle school student. Just as Tianyang was pondering, an enticing aroma drifted from outside the door. Simply smelling it made one's mouth water and appetite surge. Whatever dish produced this fragrance must be exquisite. Tianyang couldn't wait to taste the steak. Premium steak has its own merits, yet, without masterful cooking skills, its full flavor cannot be realized. Shueijin Qianhe was precisely such a person, possessing refined culinary expertise. Soon Tianyang saw Shueijin Qianhe carrying the dishes upstairs. Wearing heat-proof gloves, she repeatedly brought plates of food to the low table in the living room, resembling an impeccable homemaker managing her household. Tianyang spun his wheels and headed straight out. Xuejin Xinha said, "It's ready to eat now." Tianyang replied, I have something I'd like to ask you." "What is it?" "Do you know the girl who lives across the way?" "Across? You mean that rental apartment?" "Which girl?" "She wears the same uniform as you, but she always sits alone by her doorway." Actually, she's still there now. Even at dawn sometimes she'll be there. I mean sleeping at the doorway." Really?" Xuejin Xinha looked utterly disbelief-stricken. Could there really be such a girl across the way? "I observed a middle-aged woman pulling at her. Probably her mother," Tianyang remarked deliberately. "That's domestic violence, isn't it?" "No, it's already abuse." Xuejin Xinha covered her mouth, unable to conceive that someone's life could be even more wretched than hers. Tianyang nodded, informing Xuejin Xinha that the girl remained seated downstairs, and asked her to look from the window to see what she looked like. As expected, Xuejin Xinha peered from her position and exclaimed, "Indeed, that's our school uniform." After emerging into the living room, her face wore a worried expression. Tianyang said, "If you're concerned, you could go visit her." "Of course, I wouldn't mind having an extra set of chopsticks at dinner." Xuejin Xinha immediately understood and headed downstairs. Tianyang's objective was accomplished. All that remained was to wait quietly. Concern for his neighbor's younger sister and pity for her plight were factors. Another factor was that she might prove useful to the development of the Shao organization in the future. Tianyang knew that the future neighbor's sister, the middle school girl, would be drawn into the death game of angels and demons, bound as a companion by a powerful demon named Basa, or a powerful demon. Each time the neighbor's sister's manipulation of the demon secured a victory against the angel faction, the demon would grant her a single wish fulfillment opportunity. This wish fulfillment meant granting any desire, though whether it truly realized every wish remained questionable at present. Tianyang wanted to recruit her into the Shao organization to make the world peaceful together, naturally through violent means. If circumstances permitted, he also wished to bring Sasaki into their ranks. Unfortunately, Sasaki's personality was rather stubborn, likely an aging Japanese middle-aged man who feared trouble and conflict, seeking only stability and a leisurely pace of life. Therefore, Sasaki would most likely refuse to join such an illegal organization destined to terrify the world. Tianyang expressed his helplessness regarding this. Just moments ago, Sasaki had heeded the talkative bird's words and chosen to address Tianyang with abusive language. Tianyang harbored another impractical notion, to have Sasaki transport him to another world where he could expand the Shao organization and incidentally study magic. Tianyang recalled that in the original work, magic required spiritual power to unleash. Could he possess such power? Perhaps upon arrival, the very atmosphere there would nurture him into a vessel of spiritual energy. Tianyang had no way of knowing. Regardless, he desired to explore the other world. Xuejin Xinha returned alone. The neighbor sister did not come. Xuejin Xinha informed Tianyang that the neighbor sister had declined the invitation. Tianyang felt neither surprised nor taken aback. He had anticipated this outcome. Had she found herself sitting alone in that desolate spot, and a stranger her age suddenly appeared claiming to invite her home for a meal, Tianyang likely would have refused as well. By analogy, the neighbor sister's rejection of Xinha proved inevitable. Yet the encounter was not entirely fruitless. This marked merely the beginning, the initial exchange. All friendships originate from simple conversational openings. This novel required extensive preparation on my part. As my inaugural attempt at writing an integrated anime fiction, I kindly ask for your understanding and patience. I once identified as a dedicated otaku, yet that persona seems distant now. Upon entering high school and university, I discovered my anime watching time had significantly diminished. Particularly during university, the number of anime I completed annually became countable on fingers. I would occasionally click into a series, find it intriguing, yet lack the patience to follow it through to completion, a lamentable parallel to Master Yu Yangzi of Eastern Han. I might have grown more fulfilled. But no, actually I haven't. I remain unchanged. From previously staying home, binge-watching anime, manga, and novels, I transformed into staying idle in my dormitory, scrolling through short videos all day while contemplating building Chinese vocabulary for future writing and editing work. It feels quite absurd, reminiscent of the notion that life spans merely 30,000 days, yet one accomplishes nothing substantial. Thus I decided to seize this opportunity to write novels for everyone's enjoyment, grounding myself in practical endeavor. If fortunate, I might earn some royalties to reward myself. So I went ahead and did exactly that, giving birth to this work, my roaming through the two-dimensional world after crossing the door of growth. My writing style hasn't proven particularly popular on Tomato Novel. This represents my own fresh attempt at something new. Readers who appreciate it will naturally savor it, those who don't will naturally struggle to finish it. Tomato Novel advocates for fast pacing and high gratification points, yet I deliberately pursue the opposite approach. It's not that I lack the ability to write them, rather I find certain plots excessively simplistic embarrassing to read, leaving one utterly disinterested and unable to bear finishing them, though I may write similarly in the future. Slow-paced narratives those familiar with this genre should understand offer a lingering sweetness that emerges after savoring simplicity and naturalness. I believe this constitutes the satisfying element of slow-paced fiction. Regarding this work, if readers perceive any shortcomings, feel free to offer criticism. I will address each point raised. Concerning the plot, since I intend to write integrated anime fiction here, I need to carefully examine the source material, thoroughly investigate details of each series, and contemplate character psychology with precision. This demands considerable time investment from me, catching up on anime, reading light novels, or manga source materials. Therefore, some matters prove difficult to articulate. Namely, daily word count updates may run somewhat low. However, please rest assured I shall maximize efforts to ensure minimum 4,000 characters per day. Supplementary viewing will await the protagonist's arrival in the new world. Readers needn't worry about abandonment during this period. I guarantee minimal character portrayal issues. For every anime the protagonist enters, I will thoroughly investigate the original source material, light novels, manga, and similar formats. Looking ahead, I might also have the protagonist enter light novel worlds, if doing so proves entertaining. Author's query: would this still qualify as integrated anime fiction? Brief discussion on Tianyang's characterization. In truth, he suffers from severe shinibu tendencies, yet inner monologue fails to reveal this sufficiently. Our readers might instead perceive him as scheming, because simultaneously he remains a high IQ prospective high school student. Previously, certain readers criticized my characterization of Tianyang as overly peculiar. I have corrected this to the greatest extent possible. Here, readers may also engage in plot discussions, sharing desired story developments with the author, who will review each submission for what could prove more engaging than perusing reader commentary and draw inspiration. The author's literary capabilities remain limited, unable to capture genuine emotion and authentic feeling. In summary, I simply hope everyone will offer generous support. A fine work inevitably requires devoted readership. Only thus can the author maintain motivation to continue writing. Here I sincerely express gratitude to Brother Mahjong for tips and encouragement, and to everyone for prompt requests and active participation. Bows deeply. Your reminders to update have renewed my desire to keep writing. Truly thank you. Should I ever pause updates, I ask each reader to store this book quietly on your shelves. The author may very well be catching up on anime, or perhaps attending to more important matters. Waiting until I resume updates or fully develop this work before reading won't prove premature. Emphasize: this author will absolutely never abandon the work. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Important matters stated thrice. If I hadn't done that back then, would I not have suffered so much? A middle-aged man with dyed blonde hair wept uncontrollably, recalling the past few months, his heart brimming with an intense nameless fury and a deep well of grievance. He unfurled the expensive parchment bought from the sundry shop and grabbed a quill. He furiously scribbled the title of the article he was about to write: The Otherworldly Chronicles of Shuejin Shangren, Autobiographical Preface. The preface read: I am a traveler from another world hailing from Earth named Shuejin Shangren. Through a twist of fate, I arrived in this Megan empire, and after wandering about, I was greatly delighted. Hence, I wish to introduce my original world to everyone. Compared to your world, mine belongs to a different realm, so I have named this book Chronicles of Another World. The reason for my transmigration remains fresh in my memory. That night was a dark and windy one. Suddenly, a figure flashed past the bedroom door of the house. Sensing something, I awoke from my slumber. What met my eyes was a dark circular chandelier hanging from the ceiling. My eyes, now accustomed to the darkness, could faintly make out the surroundings. Beside me was a window with no curtains drawn. Moonlight streamed in, casting a faint glow on things. This was my late sister's home. I remembered. I had been asked to take care of my sister's orphan, so I was staying here. Yet that night, an eerie chill hung in the air. Indeed, there was none of the sweltering heat typical of the season. Instead, it felt as bitingly cold as encountering a blizzard. So with a shiver running down my spine, I got out of bed and headed toward the hall. I had intended to drink some water to soothe my dry throat, but I inadvertently witnessed a bizarre scene. From my sister's room, shadows flickered, and the sound of rummaging came intermittently. Could it be a thief? My heart pounded. I felt as if facing a great enemy. Picking up a kettle, I crept cautiously toward the room in the dark. Suddenly, I saw something I could hardly accept. It was a strange creature, a humanoid with a bull's head. It was ransacking the room, turning everything into a mess. In other words, it was a minotaur of this world, wreaking havoc. Well, those weren't the important points. Because at that time I had never seen a minotaur before, so it was only natural for me to be afraid. Afraid? No, I wasn't afraid at all back then. Ahem. Not to brag, but now I am a powerful adventurer. Wait, I'm digressing. Ahem, back to the point. That minotaur was utterly despicable. I went up and punched it. Needless to say, it fell flat in an instant. It's laughable to think. The Minotaur pinned beneath me tried to hit me with the kettle, hilarious since it was too short it could only strike my arm. I slapped it backhanded and it immediately begged for mercy, shouting things like help and spare me, and even burst into tears. You ask if Minotaurs can't speak. You ask if Minotaurs only shed tears when dying. Well, let me tell you, that Minotaur was on the verge of death from my beating. From this you can see how valiant and divine I am. He, truth be told, someone once praised me for being full of martial prowess, virtuous, talented, graceful, manly, handsome, as Jade, as brilliant, as Zijin, as beautiful as Panin. A million words omitted here. Now you know my prowess. Alright, here comes the key point. Just as I was being strike through, just as I was pinning it down, suddenly a magic circle with intricate patterns appeared, its circular lines radiating a faint shimmering glow. I was instantly stunned. Then I felt a great relief because the Minotaur had vanished all of a sudden. I fled so fast. Otherwise I would have meted out justice on the spot. I shook my head helplessly, exuding an air of dominance. Alas, being too strong is such a nuisance. Suddenly, another magic circle appeared. Wait, could it be? I thought at that moment. Suddenly more Minotaurs appeared. I was startled. I was brimming with confidence. I grabbed a weapon and thrashed them wildly, leaving them bruised and battered, unable to speak. They cowed out and apologized profusely. Then that Minotaur in agony grabbed my sister's leftover jewelry and suddenly vanished. And then I vanished too. When I woke up, I found myself on a vast plain, boundless and endless, with the horizon line on the distant mountains cutting off the north and south. Could I have transmigrated? I thought at that moment. Later I began to search for human settlements. Gradually, I learned many things. For instance, this was no longer my original world. Here there existed things like magic mana, and so on. Realizing that this was the legendary fantasy otherworld, I was overjoyed and marveled at the fickleness of fate. After that I charged forward, triumphantly, laughing maniacally as I registered, as an adventurer, fought wildly against Minotaurs, and rescued a lowly girl trapped in distress. I thought if this world had a demon king, then I might very well be the opposing hero. After a few months of wandering, I arrived at a certain brothel, having taken on a mission to rescue a fallen woman. Of course I completed the mission successfully. With nothing else to do, I began to plan my heroic chronicle, the very book you dear readers are now reading. That sums up my experiences. Oh, there's almost no space left on the paper. Regrettably, this preface cannot fully showcase all my bravery and wisdom to the readers. Alright, see you later. Johnny. In the room, the scent of aged wood lingered, bringing an extraordinary sense of comfort. The world outside the window was pitch black. Night had fallen. Shui Jin Shangren picked up 2 oars with faint reddish veins, rubbed them lightly, and sparks flew out. The sparks landed on the wick of the oil lamp, and with a whoosh the room instantly bloomed with a dim red light. It was as if a sun had risen in the ever-darkening room. Shui Jin Shangren shook his head with a wry smile, raised his quill again, and wrote the last word of this preface on the parchment. Phew. After finishing, Shui Jin Shangren exhaled, put down the quill, stretched, and relaxed his body. I hope it sells like hotcakes. That way I can turn my life around. Shui Jin Shangren narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. From this hell. Knock knock. A rough knock came at the door, and Shui Jin Shangren instantly tensed up, shivering. Time to work. Yes, I understand. Shui Jin Shangren quickly replied humbly. Then he tucked the parchment between the pages of a fire magic book and walked toward the wooden bed nearby. Back then he should never have been curious enough to investigate that room. Those damn Minotaurs. Shui Jin Shangren gritted his teeth, seething with rage in his heart. The scars from a few months ago had not yet fully healed. With a sigh, Shui Jin Shangren shed all his clothes, standing stark naked, revealing a body covered in red whip marks, and holding his rear walked outside. After dinner, Tianyang noticed something strange. In fact, he had sensed this oddity before dinner, but at that time, he didn't find it unusual, or perhaps he subconsciously ignored it. Tianyang knew he was not a big eater, so this situation would never occur. It never did before, and it never would in the future. Yet now he could not guarantee that such a situation would not arise later, because Tianyang was already in this state. If the current problem remained unresolved, it would become a long-standing issue in the future. That is, after finishing all the food, Tianyang still felt no sensation of fullness in his stomach. Whether it was the lunch made by Qianhe in the evening or the delicious feast tonight, after eating, he truly felt no sense of fullness at all. Tianyang suspected that something was wrong with his body. Could it be? What exactly caused it? Could it be that the accumulation of supernatural abilities resulted in a negative buff? I have a total of 6 supernatural abilities in my body. They are lie detection, enhanced physique, psychological perception, visual obstruction, appearance alteration, and aura suppression. Tianyang thought that there was another ability he had not plundered, which was the wall phasing ability of the bearded man in the underground of the Western Pachinko game parlor. Originally, Tianyang planned to absorb it in a few days, but he dared not think that way anymore. The physical problem might indeed be caused by having too many supernatural abilities. Supernatural ability stacking. Tianyang murmured. The settings of supernatural abilities differ in every anime. For example, in Charlotte, supernatural abilities are actually a virus from the comet Charlotte, which only infects adolescents, thus causing the disease. This disease can grant people supernatural abilities. Moreover, the more abilities one has, the more severe the disease becomes. Tianyang might be in this situation. After much thought, Tianyang shook his head. The worldviews of these two worlds are different. How could it be? Well, to be cautious, it's not impossible. In Sasaki and the Little Bird Pie, there is no mention of a supernatural ability user with multiple abilities. But in reality, a user with multiple abilities might fall into some kind of situation. Tianyang's current situation. Tianyang stroked his chin. It seems that since noon, I haven't felt any fullness. He recalled the situation of having lunch at a restaurant at noon. Distracted by various things, he didn't pay attention to whether he felt full. In fact, Tianyang never ate until he felt full, because if he ate to that extent, every time his weight would increase year by year. Realizing this, Tianyang naturally restrained his appetite. Until today, after lunch, Tianyang broke this rule in order to finish the bento left by Shui Jinqianha. But after eating, his stomach felt nothing. Of course, Tianyang still didn't take it seriously, but he became a bit cautious. So during dinner, Tianyang devoured 4 bowls of rice. First, it was delicious. Second, it was to test whether he could get full. Okay, the result was out. Tianyang simply couldn't get full. Tianyang couldn't help but worry. Where exactly was the problem? Wait. An idea popped into Tianyang's mind. He pointed the finger of blame at one of his supernatural abilities, enhanced physique. If it was this ability that caused the problem, then it seemed quite reasonable. He had seen such settings in anime before, saying that after physical enhancement, appetite also increased. Could it be this situation? Tianyang's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly recalled the memories of the young man, Su Tianjinzi, trying to find the answer. No answer. That was the answer Tianyang found. Because the cadres generally didn't have dinners together or huddle together to eat. No one had seen Wu Siyuan eating. Forget it, just assume it's like that. Hope the body won't have other problems. For now, it was just a larger appetite. Tianyang thought, so turned on the computer and began his nightlife. Breakfast. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the room, Tianyang woke up. Moreover, he was full of energy without any trace of drowsiness. Originally, staying up late would cause temporary migraines, but now he didn't feel that pain. His eyes were not sore or swollen, and his mind was very clear. It seemed he had experienced a baby-like sleep last night, shedding all fatigue and stress without reservation. Tianyang guessed that this was also the merit of enhanced physique. He pressed the power button, and the screen lit up. Tianyang knew it was only 537. For ordinary people, especially students who need to go to school, or office workers who need to go to work, waking up bored and seeing this time would unconsciously fill their hearts with joy. It's only a little past 5, so I can sleep for another hour, what a bonus. Then they would immediately lie down and sleep soundly, without any worry about not being able to sleep through till dawn. Tianyang was the same. In the past, if he saw this clock, he would definitely fall asleep immediately. But now he wouldn't do that. For no other reason, he simply couldn't sleep. Truly, he had no drowsiness at all. With his eyes open, he was full of vitality. Looking at the phone screen, Tianyang discovered something. So today is Saturday, no wonder Chienha came home so early yesterday afternoon. Since Chienha is at home, I'll ask her for a favor. Tianyang thought so. Starting today, he would practice his hand seal speed. To practice hand seal speed, he must first know his original speed. The thing Tianyang asked Shuejin Chienha to do was timing. Specifically, she just needed to press the countdown button for him. It didn't matter whether she pressed the stop button. After all, Tianyang would only let the timer run for 1 second. In that 1 second, Tianyang would count how many seals he could form. Presumably Chienha was still asleep, so Tianyang decided to practice hand seal speed in his room first. That is, randomly forming the 12 hand seal postures, Zicho Im Mao, Chen Si Wu Wei Shin Yu Su Hai. After an hour, Tianyang was still tirelessly practicing hand seals, and his hands had reached the point of leaving afterimages. Looking at his 2 hands above his thighs, Tianyang felt they were not his own, very unfamiliar. Just like how if you look at a Chinese character for too long, you'll no longer recognize it. Tianyang stopped and said, "Alright, time to wash up." Sounds came from downstairs, and Tianyang knew that Shuejin Chienha had already gotten up. Tianyang jumped off the bed, sat in his wheelchair, and headed to the bathroom sink. After a while, Tianyang went downstairs. Of course, he dragged the wheelchair down step by step. He had never tried going downstairs like this. Before, when his legs were still not healed, he would usually use his Tiandao ability to place the wheelchair at the bottom of the stairs. Then he would fly down himself. Tianyang actually just wanted to prove that he was capable of bringing the wheelchair downstairs. And Shuejin Chienha, hearing the noise, indeed came over. She quickly came up to help. In this way, the matter of my being able to go out independently would no longer be a point of doubt. This is near a park in the heart of Chiyoda Ward. Yesterday, a suspected robbery involving superpowered individuals occurred. Tingshu Chung was dispatched by his superiors to investigate the area. According to that middle-aged police inspector, there were two criminals. One was a young man with curly hair and a hammer-shaped tattoo on his arm. The other was a gaunt middle-aged man with red hair. Neither had a specific portrait. Tingshu Chung first visited the game arcade that had been robbed, whom the store manager had returned. The middle-aged inspector even suspected the store manager might have been kidnapped. How laughable. With his age, his insight and reasoning skills were truly poor. With a disdainful attitude, Tingshu Chung went to question the store manager, who was lying in the lounge watching anime, while the clerk at the front desk was irrelevant. The store manager was a young man appearing to be around 15 or 16 with a frivolous demeanor and exaggerated expressions. He wore a short-sleeved shirt with a pattern of an anime girl with long ears and white hair in the center. Tingshu Chung picked up his notebook to record. "Can I help you?" Suddenly the clerk from the back approached. "It's like this," Tingshu Chung said calmly. He reached into the pocket of his suit and pulled out a black wallet-like case. Opening it revealed it was a police badge. Tingshu Chung's Special Crimes Division Countermeasures Department Patrol Inspector. The clerk was clearly startled, then put on a nonchalant expression. Relax, relax. What could possibly require your presence here?" Tingshu Chung said. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? I mean our game arcade doesn't need police assistance." The clerk continued. "Forget it, talking to you is like casting pearls before swine. I'll talk to the store manager." "You don't think I look like the store manager?" "You are the store manager." "That's right." Longza Tawajian nodded solemnly, his expression serious. "What kind of store manager are you?" "Of this game arcade." Tingshu Chung was taken aback, saying, "Since when does a store manager sit at the front desk?" "I like it." "Who is that guy?" Tingshu Chung pointed at the youth lying in the lounge watching anime. "Oh, him." Longza Tawajian's eyes darted, and he said, "He's the store manager." Tingshu Cheng's face twitched. "Are you messing with me? Aren't you afraid I'll arrest you for obstructing police investigation?" Longza Tawajian laughed. "There's no case to investigate here in the first place. And what right do you have to arrest me? By the way, I haven't seen your search warrant. Well, what gives you the right to come in and investigate? If you make me happy, maybe I'll let you search voluntarily. The law divides searches into voluntary searches and compulsory searches. Compulsory searches require a court-issued warrant. Voluntary searches require the consent of the party involved." Tingshu Chung never expected that this guy, a victim, would dare to refuse him entry to investigate. Originally, it was expected that the victim would cooperate, so the department didn't give Tingshu Chung a search warrant. Tingshu Chung also thought that even without a warrant, he could still come and search. But the result was eye-opening. This store manager must be losing his mind. Wait, how did I mistake this guy for the store manager? He's just an ordinary clerk. Tingshu Chung was speechless. Never mind. He decided not to pursue it further. Finishing the task was more important. After glaring at Longza Tawajian, he walked into the lounge. That youth. The store manager seemed unaware of his entrance, still holding his phone watching anime. Ahem. Tingshu Chung gave a cough. After a few seconds there was silence, only the sound of anime from the youth's phone, which ironically made the scene even quieter. There was a sense of the chirping of cicadas makes the forest quieter, the singing of birds makes the mountain more secluded. Tingshu Chung felt awkward, cleared his throat again, and coughed louder. Ahem. However, there was still no response. Ahem. He increased the intensity. This triggered a chain reaction, and Tingshu Chung actually started coughing painfully, as if he had a cold. A skin that isn't itchy becomes itchy when you scratch it. Similarly, a cough that isn't there becomes real when you keep coughing. This was exactly Tingshu Cheng's situation. Now his throat was itchy, but fortunately he recovered. After recovering, anger burned in his heart. Is this store manager deaf? Uffed. Laughter came from behind. Without turning around, Tingshu Cheng knew it was Longza Tawajian laughing at him. Tingshu Chung clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, forcibly suppressing his anger. No, I must not lose control. They are just ordinary people, who I cannot kill them. Thinking this, Tingshu Cheng's anger subsided. At that moment the youth, Yingfinshin Tianyang, put down his phone and walked over. What is there, something? Of course, I'm a detective. I need your assistance in solving a case. What case? Tingshu Chung looked at Yingfinshin Tianyang in disbelief. This guy, no way. The case of your store being robbed by criminals. Yingfinshin Tianyang curled his lips into a smirk. Sorry, officer, there was no robbery in our store. I'm afraid I can't entertain you any longer. With that, he went back to lying on the sofa watching anime. As expected, Tingshu Chung gritted his teeth, nearly grinding his molars. He now strongly suspected that the two people in this store were the criminals. But he had no evidence, and why would someone rob their own store? Phew, forget it, goodbye. Tingshu Chung waved his hand and left gracefully. He was never cut out to be a detective anyway. Until last month, he was still an employee of a small company. Although Tingshu Chung left that store, he did not intend to give up investigating the case. It was now Friday 1620. By tomorrow he could take off his police uniform and go to an izakaya to drink to his heart's content. Before that, Tingshu Chung needed to complete the task assigned by his superiors. However, he had a thought. After going outside, he directly went to the alley next to the game arcade and walked in. Looking at the messy scene, Tingshu Ching knew it had been vandalized. He walked deeper following the various turns. Finally, he arrived beside a park. This soil. Tingshu Ching crouched down and rubbed some yellow dust between his fingers identical to the crushed stone dust he had seen in the alley. This meant that there had also been a stone wall here that was shattered into powder as fine as sand. Tingshu Ching suddenly laughed. Huh. A powerful enemy always gets the blood pumping. Then he calmed his excitement. Next he noticed a gap in the park's chain-link fence. Tingshu Ching entered. The woods were dense, a good hiding place. He suddenly noticed a tree had fallen leaning against another tree. He hurried over. The cut on the tree was uneven, jagged like a saw. The edge of the stump was indented, as if someone had punched it, causing the tree to snap with a crash. Tingshu Ching couldn't suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He discovered more. Nearby the soil was moist, as if someone had poured a bucket of water there. A few feathers scattered not far away, as if some birds had been pulled down, fallen here, fainted, then revived and flown away. The soil had been disturbed, as if something had been buried there. He indeed dug out a bag of banknotes. Tingshu Ching's face broke into a smile extremely exaggerated and ugly. He extended one hand, and a drawn katana materialized out of thin air. He held it blade up, its silver gleam imposing, an intimidating cold light radiating outward. He loosened his grip on the handle, and the katana fell like a guillotine, its blade sweeping an arc, cleaving the air, and slicing through the hardened ground as easily as cutting a cake. Tingshu Ching's body shuddered, and he pulled out the katana, swinging it fiercely to the side. A crescent-shaped sword aura shot out. Time seemed to stand still, then resumed with a thunderous roar. A large swath of trees was slashed diagonally, falling with clean cuts, causing a commotion. Someone screamed. Tingshu Ching no longer cared. Actually, before coming here, he had already had an answer. Hammer-shaped tattoo. That must be Shindai Jiantai, who hangs out with his younger brother. Red-haired middle-aged man. That must be the guy who beat his brother into the hospital. It was Saturday, finally no need to endure those boring classes. Those rigid teachers only become more exasperating the longer you watch them. Nor did she have to go to school and face those classmates who were like melons. In bed, Yukimi Chizuru opened her eyes delightedly, her heart brimming with joy. She took off her pure white onesie pajamas and prepared to put on her favorite outfit. Not a black sailor suit, but a cream-colored dress. It was bought by her deceased mother for her when she grew up. It had been kept in the wardrobe for years until she could wear it, yet it remained as fresh as new. The only pity was that her mother didn't live to see her wearing the dress. In the cozy room, occasional breezes drifted in, stirring the edges of the curtains. Before putting on her beloved clothes, of course, she had to take a nice bath. Yukimi Chizuru hummed a cheerful tune as she entered the bathroom. La la la. Steam filled the air, swirling with mist. After rinsing off under the shower, Yukimi Chizuru lifted her slender calves and stepped into the bathtub, sending ripples across the water. Splash! Her whole body sank into the water, as if merging with it. As she lathered her body with foam, Yukimi Chizuru suddenly realized that she had grown much fuller and more mature. Once a tender bud, the petals had slowly unfurled as nutrients were absorbed, eventually blooming into a vivid pink flower, revealing the sweet stamens at its core. Such is the result of youth, she thought. Suddenly a wave of comfort spread through her entire body, as if on cue. The warm heat enveloped her completely, like returning to the amniotic fluid of the womb. Her cheeks flushed crimson like a peach blossom in first bloom. At that moment she felt as if this was the happiest time of her life. Phew! She exhaled a steaming breath and rested quietly against the wall of the bathtub. A sound came from upstairs. Huh. Uncle is already up. Yukimi Chizuru shuddered slightly and hurriedly stepped out of the bathtub. After taking a step, she murmured in a daze, "Why am I acting so guilty? Uncle can't come in anyway." But after this incident, Yukimi Chizuru no longer felt like soaking any longer. Instead, she went back to the bedroom naked, put on her underwear, and then the white dress. Huh. Yukimi Chizuru heard a sound from the stairs. Could it be that uncle is coming downstairs? She hurriedly trotted over. Looking closely, she saw that her uncle was indeed dragging the wheelchair down the stairs step by step. So that's it. Uncle is really strong. So this is how he goes out. Yukimi Chizuru went up first to help her uncle down, letting him sit on the ground. Then she went up alone, gritting her teeth, and slowly lifted the wheelchair down with all her strength. The wheelchair weighed over 30 jin. Going upstairs was manageable. Chizuru didn't have to worry about falling down the stairs. Though tiring, with more time, she could always get it up. Going downstairs was a different story. She had to be extremely cautious step by step. Phew! Sweat dripped down, soaking her dress. The bath she just took felt like it never happened. As Yukimi Chizuru was thinking this, she accidentally tripped over the wheelchair's wheel as she stepped down. No! Those two words instantly filled her mind. Yukimi Chizuru felt she was about to tumble down. Ah! She screamed as she flew downward, and in her terror, she closed her eyes. Without a doubt, the wheelchair would roll down as well. Sorry, uncle. It would probably crash right into him. Huh. Yukimi Chizuru suddenly felt as if she had turned a corner in midair and landed in someone's arms. Opening her eyes, she saw a shock of red hair and a stern face. Although her uncle was seated, Chizuru could tell that she had been caught in a bridal carry like a little girl. Yukimi Chizuru's face flushed hot, and her heart pounded like a startled deer. "Oh no, Uncle, the wheelchair. The wheelchair, huh?" she shouted. The wheelchair, how had it stopped beside them? She had thought the wheelchair would crash into them, but turning her head she saw it had stopped beside them as if it had landed just so. How could it be so coincidental? Yukimi Chizuru's eyes were full of confusion. Then realizing she was still lying on her uncle, she quickly moved away, bowed her head, and apologized with a flushed face. "Uncle Gomen Nasai." Uncle waved his hand and patted her head. "Instead of apologizing, what you should say is thank you." "Alright." Yukimi Chizuru suddenly realized, and her face grew even hotter. Ashamed, she said, "Thank you. No need to thank me." With that, Uncle pushed himself off the ground to sit on the wheelchair. Yukimi Chizuru quickly went to help him. "I need you to do me a small favor." Uncle said. "What favor?" "Time me." With that, Uncle pulled out a smartphone and handed it over. "Huh, when did Uncle buy this?" Yukimi Chizuru took it in confusion. Looking down, the phone screen was lit, showing a timer, a countdown timer. The timer showed 1 second. What was Uncle going to time with this? Yukimi Chizuru was completely baffled, but still she nodded like a pecking bird and said, Okay. What exactly was he going to do? "Alright, when I say start, you press the start button." "Yes." Uncle first took a deep breath. Then he shouted, "Hajime." "Whoa." Chizuru pressed the start button. Then the countdown began. In the blink of an eye, a long beep sounded in her ears. Uncle nodded, showing a satisfied expression, and took back the smartphone. Yukimi Chizuru tilted her head in confusion. "It's done," Uncle said. Oh. So what exactly had just happened? Yukimi Chizuru didn't dare to ask further, so she simply buried the question in her heart. She understood the principle that too many words lead to mistakes. By extension, there must also be a case of too many questions lead to mistakes. "Chizuru, maybe you shouldn't work part-time anymore. It affects your life." Why was Uncle saying this to her? Yukimi Chizuru suddenly recalled the scene last night when her uncle demanded she pay rent. Yukimi Chizuru said, "No, I feel that working part-time enriches my life. The feeling of earning money to support myself makes me proud and self-satisfied. In short, I like that feeling." Uncle clearly hadn't expected Chizuru to say such things, so he gave up and stopped dissuading her. Yukimi Chizuru walked to the kitchen feeling triumphant and made today's breakfast. Today was one of the rare occasions when she had breakfast at the same table with her uncle. Right? Why did Uncle get up so early today? Could it be that he encountered something joyful? It's said that once a person finds something they're interested in, they become full of energy and enthusiasm for everything. Could it be? Was what Uncle said yesterday about finding a job true? Is he going to look for a job today too? Forming 7 hand seals in 1 second. This was the result Tianyang achieved. Following the order of Zi Chou In Mao Chen Si Wu Wei Shin Yu Su Hai, when Tianyang reached the Wei seal, the countdown alarm on his phone rang. Wei was the 7th hand seal. That is, in 1 second he had gone through all 6 previous seals. Thus, although it was not yet absolutely certain that he could truly form 7 seals in 1 second according to the prescribed order, but the actual speed was close enough. After practicing the hand seals for a specific ninjutsu in the future, Tianyang would undoubtedly achieve high efficiency for that particular technique, such as the Great Fireball, Earth-style Wall Gale Palm, and so on. While eating breakfast, Tianyang thought this, and suddenly felt his appetite had improved significantly. It's the effect of the physique-enhancing ability, huh? Yukimi Chizuru finished her bread first, put away the plate, and told Tianyang she was going out, but didn't specify where. As for the milk, she didn't drink it, and left it for Tianyang. Tianyang nodded, indicating he understood. His plans for today were simple. There were only 2 items. First, inspect the headquarters to see the casino's operations. Also, convene a meeting of the cadres to uniformly establish the policies and regulations of the Akatsuki organization. Second, test his abilities by finding an open space to experiment with the summoning jutsu and see if the animal path's power could still be used. In fact, this was also another test. A test of whether the 6 paths of pain could actually be summoned. In the original Naruto, the 6 paths of pain could be summoned via the summoning jutsu. When pain invaded Konoha, it was the lowly path. Ahem, the animal path hydrangea, who first infiltrated the great forest outside Konoha alone, and then summoned the 6 paths of pain. Tianyang remembered that a famous scene was born here, so he wanted to try and see if he could summon the pains from the Naruto world. If he could summon them, many things would become much easier. Moreover, secretly manipulating the pain puppets to do his bidding made Tianyang feel like he had become a behind-the-scenes big boss. If it really turned out like this, he estimated he would be so thrilled he could activate the Byakugan. Almost at the same time as this thought emerged, Tianyang inexplicably thought of a certain person lurking in the shadows. Hiss. Yes, that's right. It feels great. Tianyang nodded, beaming with joy, his mind racing with fantasies. He felt that he should also get a set of black robes to wear. That's right. From then on he would gradually expand the organization in the shadows until he controlled the entire world, inflicted pain, and established a new order of peace. However, the prerequisite for all this was being able to summon the 6 paths of pain. Schwa schwa schwak. Unable to wait, Tianyang finished his bread. After licking the cream off his fingertips, he raised a large glass containing 500 milliliters of fresh milk and drank it down in one go. Gulp, gulp. In 3 seconds he alone finished the milk meant for 2 people. Tianyang stared wide-eyed, touched his throat in disbelief. Have I really become a bottomless pit? Crack. The glass let out a whimper, as if about to break. Tianyang looked at his hands in fear. I should practice controlling my strength in the future. Dream Plaza was actually just an abandoned building. It felt pretty good sleeping there for a night. Although it looked dilapidated from the outside, a lot of money had been spent on the interior decoration. This was what they called rough exterior, refined interior. It lived up to the name Dream. But what Kamiyo Kenta couldn't understand was how the former executives of the Shinglong Association had managed to hire a decoration company to renovate it. An ordinary decoration company would never take on such an illegal job as renovating an unlawfully abandoned building, right? Could there be a specialized decoration industry in the underground market? Kamiyo Kenta shook his head, puzzled. Didi? His pocket vibrated and a text message notification sound came. This phone was taken from the pocket of the former Shinglong Association boss Sato Ryuichi. It was a top-tier model of a certain fruit brand phone, the same model as brother Tianyang's. Kamiyo Kenta had given his own phone to his elder brother, so he had to borrow this one. After a moment, Kamiyo Kenta woke up the screen. He found that this message was actually sent by brother Tianyang. Kamiyo Kenta immediately realized. Before Sato Ryuichi was killed, brother Tianyang had already called that guy Sato Ryuichi. Therefore, the two phones had each other's contact information. As expected of brother Tianyang, he easily accomplished what I couldn't, referring to obtaining the phone number of a medium-sized gang boss. I'll come over this morning. Come down and pick me up. The text showed such words. Whoa, got it. Sitting on the large cotton bed, Kamiyo Kenta muttered as he typed the words he had just said. He also sent a work hard emoji sticker. A feeling of full energy. Oh right, I should inform Suzuki too. Kamiyo Kenta turned his head and shouted toward the room door, Suzuki. Suzuki. Hey. Suzuki. No one answered him. Kamiyo suddenly felt that Suzuki was unreliable. He called him, but there was no response. What's the use of having such a subordinate? By the way, where is Longza? He was called over by brother Tianyang yesterday. It seems he awakened some kind of clone ability. How enviable. Longza? Longza. He called several more times, but there was no answer. No way. Longza was also missing. Kamiyo was a bit puzzled. The place he was in was the 6th floor. There were 10 rest rooms on the 6th floor. The 3 of them had stayed there last night. The room Kamiyo was in was the most luxurious among the 10. A typical bedroom covers 10 to 20 square meters. But this one was 46 square meters. It was also equipped with a large hanging smart TV, a 10 square meter bed, plush bedding sheets, pillows, and other supplies. He could even use his smartphone to control the curtains remotely, turn appliances on and off remotely, and other IoT technologies. Without a doubt, this was the former residence of the Shinglong Association boss Sato Ryuichi. Kamiyo Kenta thus occupied it. Tianyang arrived in a wheelchair at a remote location in the western part of the city. The surroundings were all old urban areas with houses not like the skyscrapers in the city center, mostly single-family homes. Nevertheless, in the corner stood an abandoned building of some construction company. Tianyang had now arrived at the foot of such an inconspicuous abandoned building. 2 underlings were guarding the entrance to the underground parking lot, keeping watch around. The main entrance was sealed with cement. To enter the interior, one had to go through the underground parking lot, which had both an elevator and stairs. Tianyang glanced at the 2 underlings and prepared to go down the slope into the parking lot. But the 2 underlings put on ugly faces, blocked his way, and swung their wooden sticks in the air, producing several whistling sounds. He was stunned. Couldn't they recognize his face? Thinking of this, Tianyang realized he had forgotten to use the transformation jutsu. This damn carelessness of mine. Tianyang almost wanted to slap his own mouth. Hey, what are you doing here? You're a poor guy, aren't you? This place doesn't welcome poor people. One of the underlings bared his teeth and threatened. Look at your clothes, you look like a beggar. Get lost, the other underling added. The 2 of them gestured in front of Tianyang. Tianyang didn't speak. He silently dialed a phone number, said a few words to the person on the other end, and then handed the phone over. The 2 underlings took the phone in confusion, but upon hearing the voice they immediately straightened up in fright and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, big brother." When underlings meet a gang cadre, they call him big brother. When they meet a gang leader, they call him boss. Tianyang naturally knew that the 2 underlings had mistaken him for a gang cadre, because he had just called and quietly instructed Kamiyo to say that. After all, his current face was still Nagato's face. Forget it, a shaman-like appearance is fine. It won't matter anyway. Tianyang was thinking thus when suddenly one of the more clever underlings walked behind his wheelchair, placed his hands on the handles, forced a smile, and said, Let me push the boss. Tianyang turned his head to glance at the underling behind him and nodded approvingly. This underling was undoubtedly a tough character. Short black hair, dark skin, a face full of brute flesh, not particularly tall, but his muscles were taut. About 1.6 meters tall, Tianyang guessed. What's your name? Shinshi Banan. What a strange name. Suddenly a curly-haired young man in a long-sleeved suit ran out from the shadows. It was Shindai Jiantai. Tianyang smiled. It seemed this kid was somewhat clever. Earlier he had given Shindai Jiantai a piece of advice to wear long sleeves to cover his tattoos to prevent discovery by the Countermeasures Bureau. Perhaps it was because of this advice that Shindai Jiantai was now wearing a suit. As soon as Shindai Jiantai arrived, he first bowed and said, "Greetings, boss." Tianyang's smile froze. "Boss, my current status is equal to yours, and you call me boss." The two underlings looked down at the red-haired uncle in the wheelchair in confusion. Why did Brother Shindai call him boss? Tianyang glared at Shindai Jiantai. The moment I praise you, you make a mistake. Can you be reliable? Didn't I warn you earlier on the phone to tell these two underlings that I am a cadre of the Shao organization? Now he himself had not used the transformation technique, but was in the appearance of a middle-aged red-haired Chongman. In the memories of these underlings, the leader of the Shao organization was a black-haired young man. Although he also sat in a wheelchair, he was definitely not like this now. Yesterday afternoon, Tianyang appeared before the underlings of the Xinglong Society in the guise of a passing young man. Therefore, the underlings would only think that the black-haired young man in the wheelchair yesterday was the true leader of the Shao organization. But now, because of this guy Shindai, suddenly Tianyang seemed to make up his mind and simply stopped hiding. Whatever comes, let it be. To hell with it. He planned to directly assume the position of leader of the Shao organization as Chongmen. Ignoring the doubts of others, Tianyang ordered, "Push me to the 5th floor." The 5th floor was the meeting room. It could be used for meetings. Gather everyone. Well, wait a moment first. Take me to see the underground casino on the 2nd floor. Let me see how it's going. Yes. The underling behind him, Shinshi Banan, responded loyally. But Shindai stepped forward, intending to push this underling aside and push Tianyang himself. But he found that his strength was no match for the other. Shindai collided and was bounced back, falling to the ground. The underling Shinshi Banan stood rooted to the spot like a pillar. Embarrassed, Shindai stood up and said to Shinshi Banan, Could you step aside?" Shinshi Banan looked down at Tianyang, wanting to ask his opinion. Tianyang naturally had nothing to say. He responded with silence. The meaning of silence was to keep the original policy unchanged. Everyone understood that Tianyang wanted Shinshi Banan to push him. Never mind. Shindai Jiantai scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Shinshi Banan, under Tianyang's orders, headed towards the elevator door. Damn it. Shindai Jiantai glared at Shinshi Banan, feeling that guy was just here to cause trouble. The three stood in the elevator as it ascended. Since it was only the 2nd floor, they arrived quickly. With a ding, the elevator door slid open. Noisy sounds came from outside. Tianyang and the others entered the casino. There weren't many people. Counting around, there were only 7 or 8. This was unavoidable, as many people were stopped at the door. In fact, most gamblers were poor. They didn't gamble because they had money, but because they were poor. Therefore, the casino gathered mostly desperate people. Moreover, casinos made money from the poor. Tianyang naturally knew this. He was actually thinking maybe he should ease the policy first. Accumulate initial capital, develop and expand the organization, and then restrict the gambling industry. Tianyang shook his head and decided to find another source of income. Lingmu Lurin and Longzi Tuajin were both here, directing their underlings to handle affairs. Lingmu Lurin had already woken up at 6 in the morning. Because Tianyang ordered them to temporarily open only the 2nd floor, the first thing he did was to call and stop the escort girls who were about to come. The 3rd floor was a pleasure quarters. Usually customers would come here to fulfill their needs. Escort girls who had previously cooperated would receive guests here. Since the rule was to only open the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor was unnecessary. He considered this a wise move. The second thing he did was to gather the underlings who didn't need to mind the shop downstairs. A total of 12 came. The new Xinglong Society had a total of 21 underlings, 12 came, and the remaining 9 were stationed at the controlled shops. Lingmu Lurin stood on a platform and personally assigned tasks to everyone who came. Who would stand guard, who would host the gambling tables, etc. were all assigned. During this time, Longzi Tuajin also came down to help, mainly to clean up the casino. Then he helped Lingmu Lurin intercept a large number of gamblers from entering. The method to verify the poor was simple. First, look at their mental state, second, their clothes, a third, their physique. Thus they handled most of the necessary tasks. As for Shindai Jiantai, he did nothing. Upon seeing brother Tianyang, Lingmu Lurin and Longzi Tuajin bowed together. Lingmu Lurin was initially puzzled as to why such a wheelchair-bound middle-aged man had entered, and immediately wanted to reprimand his subordinates for being inefficient. In a wheelchair, letting in such a disabled person, isn't that harming him? Boss Tianyang is a deity who saves all living beings. How could you go against his will? In fact, when Lingmu Luren heard that boss Tianyang had ordered to ban the poor from entering, he immediately realized that boss Tianyang wanted to change the gambling industry's atmosphere. People nowadays dare to do anything for money. They commit all kinds of heinous acts. Boss Tianyang must have descended here with the hope of saving all living beings to sow the seeds of peace for all. Furthermore, that great man's steps would never be limited to the gambling industry. Lingmu Luren was certain that Lord Tianyang was about to accomplish something earth-shattering. That is to save all living beings. Therefore, he would unswervingly follow the steps of boss Tianyang. So why did Lingmu Luren realize that the red-haired person before him was boss Tianyang? Boss Tianyang was a black-haired young man. Theoretically, the person before him could not be boss Tianyang. But his way of thinking was different. He saw his own underling and colleague Shindai Jiantai standing behind the red-haired uncle. Added to that was the familiar wheelchair. There was a small bump on the wheel tube, which he had specially noted yesterday, and Lung's respectful demeanor. Lingmu Luren immediately realized that this person was the boss from yesterday. He must have used some disguise art. You go to the meeting and wait for me. Tianyang gave such an order. Lingmu Luren quickly responded with an affirmative and hurried upstairs. Of course, he ran up the stairs. He thought the elevator was too slow. Soon he arrived at the meeting room sweating profusely. Before him was a round table that could seat about 8 people. This was because the former Xinglong Society's executives, including the boss, numbered 8 in total. Lingmu Luren stood there for a while. Then Shindai and Longza came out of the elevator and stood beside him. Now only boss Tianyang had not yet arrived. Since boss Tianyang hadn't come, they dared not sit down. They waited like this. Dong! The sound of gears echoed as the elevator ascended. Suddenly, for some reason, their hearts began to pound, as if a large hand was gripping their hearts and rhythmically squeezing. They couldn't help but tense up and swallow. Whether it was an illusion or not, they felt that this pressure and aura grew stronger as the elevator approached. Their minds suddenly became dizzy, as if the pressure was about to crack them open like a mountain crumbling, and the earth splitting ceaselessly, stimulating them. Boom! It was as if a loud noise had occurred. Suddenly, they felt everything disappear, both the pressure and the aura. The scene they had just experienced seemed like an illusion. In a daze, as if they had been struck by lightning, they stared quietly at the elevator door. Ding! With a faint sound, the elevator door slowly opened. A pair of purple eyes appeared before them. Those purple eyes, with endless terrifying aura and intense intimidation, stared fixedly at them. The concentric rings of the Rinnegan made them feel as if under a jinjutsu. That person, he standing upright inside the elevator, looked down at them with his purple pupils, as if viewing insignificant ants. He in a faint and hoarse voice calmly said, "From now on I am called Xuanhua Changman." His words, though soft, sounded like roaring waves in their ears, devastating their psychological defenses. In an instant it seemed as if a dazzling light burst forth before them, impossible to look directly at. Blinking, it turned into darkness blacker than ink. In everyone's mind a single thought arose: God has descended at this moment. The meeting concluded swiftly under Nagato's leadership. He clearly stated that the organization's highest ideal and ultimate goal was to achieve world peace. A series of draft regulations were formulated. Preamble: to better promote the organization's development, the following rules are established to strictly regulate members' mentality and habits. 1. Usury lending to vulnerable groups is prohibited. The same applies to casinos. 2. Members are forbidden from using or trafficking drugs. Upon discovery, the matter shall be reported to the organization and a special task force will be established to eliminate them. 3. It is forbidden to indiscriminately bully or kill personnel unrelated to gangs or nations, namely ordinary civilians. 4. This organization aims to make the world feel pain, specifically targeting power institutions and violent groups, thereby decentralizing power to the grassroots and benefiting the common people. 5. All members of the organization and its subordinate organizations must not violate the above regulations, otherwise the penalty will be discussed by senior cadres. 6. Organizational rules are not limited to the above, they will gradually be added and adjusted as the organization grows and develops. Those were the organizational regulations. Kamishiro and Rizua listened in astonishment, clearly unprepared for such strictness and grandeur. Suzuki Riku restrained his excitement and the smile tugging at his lips. Nagato continued with future policy deployments, outlining 3 major objectives. First, personnel recruitment. Recruiting especially those with supernatural abilities to join the Akatsuki organization. Under this major objective, all members of the Akatsuki organization and its subsidiary, the new Koryukai, will be dispatched to various cities to establish gangs with the opportunity to become gang leaders. Of course, all established gangs will be subordinate to the new Koryukai, which is itself a subsidiary of the Akatsuki organization. Headquarters will provide each person with 1 pistol, 100 rounds of ammunition, and 10 million yen in funding. Budget calculation for this objective, including the organizational leader and cadres, there are 25 members in total. Excluding the leader, the remaining 24 members all have the opportunity to become heads of subsidiary organizations requiring at least 24 pistols, 2,400 bullets, and 240 million yen. The treasury contains 500 kilograms of pure gold bars equivalent to approximately 370 million yen plus 20 million yen in cash, yielding a total budget of 500 million yen. Prerequisites: cadres must conduct ideological education regarding this operation, ensuring all members thoroughly memorize the organization's supreme program and act accordingly under this program. Before the Akatsuki organization formally declares war on the world, members must not mention the Akatsuki organization publicly. They may only indicate that they were formerly members of the Koryakai. As the highest decision-making organization for all gangs, the Akatsuki organization cannot be exposed to the public too early, otherwise it will face the crisis of perishing before maturity, i.e., dying in the cradle. The above is a draft, though adjustments will still be needed during actual implementation. Second, expansion and development, meaning conquering other illegal organizations and absorbing them as vassals. Once the number of gang members recruited by each member is sufficient and their combat strength is strong enough, investigate other gangs lurking in the city first. Then report to the organization's senior leadership. After collective deliberation by senior cadres and personnel adjustments, hostile actions may be undertaken cautiously. If an opposing gang is weak, absorb it directly without requiring vassal status. Regarding funding sources for gangs, 1. Subsidiary gangs may apply to senior leadership for subsidies of up to 1 million yen per month. 2. After establishing a gang in a city, the leader may take over arcades controlled by other gangs, intercepting their revenue streams to develop themselves. Remember to be friendly and never intimidate others. 3. Although intimidating others is prohibited, violent debt collection assignments may be accepted to generate income. However, debt collection tasks for loans owed from usury, lending, are forbidden. If such debt collection tasks are encountered, the leader must report to senior leadership and under their guidance eliminate the gang that issued the debt collection task. 4. Online loans. With the rapid development of the internet, loan services have now expanded online. Given everyone's unity and the organization's strong power, this method can be used to borrow loans one by one from websites, obtaining substantial initial capital. If debt collectors come to your door, simply repel them. Killing is forbidden. The above is a draft, though adjustments will still be needed during actual implementation. Third, waiting. Once the gangs established by members become sufficiently powerful, they must constantly monitor senior leadership's policies and always heed their commands. While ensuring their own gang's development, each month they must pay gang taxes to the upper-level Akatsuki organization. These taxes will be used to subsidize other underdeveloped subsidiary gangs. Kamishiro and Rizawa were dumbstruck after hearing the above policies. They never expected their brother to think so far ahead and so deeply. Immediately, Kamishiro showed an eager expression, while Ryuzawa was equally unwilling to be outdone. Suzuki Riku secretly rejoiced, his respect for Nagato deepening. Nagato issued an order appointing Suzuki Riku as the overall commander of this mission, with all affairs entrusted to him. Any future policies would be adjusted and deployed by him. Kamishiro and Ryuzawa were responsible for assisting Suzuki Riku in completing this mission together. From this moment on, the three became senior elders of the Akatsuki organization, convening a deployment meeting with all subsidiary gang leaders once a month. This order undoubtedly confirmed Suzuki Riku as the future second-in-command. Clearly, Kamishiro was somewhat displeased. Why entrust such an important mission to that newcomer? Ryuzawa, however, was indifferent and actually enjoyed it. He had once been a Chinibu sufferer, though he had been cured in recent years. The events unfolding now made him feel as if he had transmigrated into an anime world. So he was excited. Suzuki Riku knelt on one knee, placed one hand behind his back, and held the other fist against his heart, declaring loudly and devoutly, "I shall not disgrace this mission." Nagato nodded. He discovered that Suzuki Riku was a talented individual possessing top-tier intelligence and emotional quotient alike. Furthermore, Nagato had misunderstood one thing yesterday. Suzuki Riku was indeed someone who admired strength, but he would never betray. Because he was also someone willing to fight for lofty ideals. Even if it meant sacrificing his life, he would never retreat. Entrusting the mission to such a person gave Nagato great peace of mind. From now on, he could be a hands-off manager. All prerequisite tasks had been completed. Then it was time to infiltrate the Countermeasures Bureau. Nagato thought to himself. His objective at the Countermeasures Bureau was clear. That was recruiting. Nagato recalled an incident where many supernatural ability users from the Countermeasures Bureau were killed by opposing organizations. Moreover, this incident was orchestrated by the Bureau's section chief in collusion with the heads of opposing organizations. The purpose was to reduce the number of supernatural ability users in the Countermeasures Department. Nagato wanted to recruit all the supernatural ability users who were originally destined to die in the original work into the Akatsuki organization. This incident was known as the Bowling Alley Incident, and it was also when an important character made their debut. Futari no Shizuku. Nagato pictured a loli wearing a purple kimono in his mind. Her supernatural ability was to absorb life force to gain longevity. Relying on this ability, she had lived from the Meiji era 1868-1912 all the way to the present. At least that was what she claimed. In other words, she was a centuries-old loli grandmother. Wise and cunning. Nagato wanted to recruit her as a cadre of the Akatsuki organization to serve its interests. Obviously, given her personality, she would certainly be willing to join the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, she might be able to transmit her life force to him, restoring his body to its youthful prime and even granting him immortality. After the meeting, Nagato drove to an open space near the forest. This was the countryside. He had Suzuki Rakuto arranged to get a Kawasaki HR. It was his first time riding a motorcycle, but he quickly got the hang of it. Moreover, he was driving without a license. In short, he came here all alone. There were few people around, making it a good place for experimentation. After all, it's the countryside. Nagato muttered as he parked the motorcycle, took off his helmet, and after kicking down the side stand, dismounted. After walking some distance into the woods, a black car drove past on the path behind him. Nagato turned around, alertly squinting as he watched the black car speed away. Was it an illusion? It seemed someone had glanced at him just now. Thinking it over, Nagato ducked into a certain forest. Following an overgrown path, he arrived at a spacious woodland clearing. He came here for only one thing. Once this was done, today's itinerary would be complete. That thing was to test the animal path, namely the summoning technique and the summoning of pain. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Nagato muttered as he opened his phone to check the information. The hand seals for the summoning technique are boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. The hand seals must be completed within 3 seconds, otherwise the effect would be compromised. Before forming the seals, blood was needed as a medium. Okay, he noted. After practicing for a while, he was now able to complete the seals within 1 second. Nagato remembered that in the anime, biting the finger and slapping the ground would produce a formation similar to a magic circle. Then a burst of white smoke would erupt, and when the smoke cleared, the summoning beast would appear. Or perhaps the beast appeared the moment the smoke emerged. Without further ado, Nagato immediately channeled his chakra, placing the side of his thumb inside his mouth, suspended between his teeth. Hardening his heart, he bit down, and pain instantly shot from the pad of his thumb through the nerves to his brain. Enduring the pain, Nagato hastily formed the hand seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Ninja technique, summoning technique. Boom. He slapped the ground with one hand, raising dust. The ground instantly generated densely packed black lines resembling a magic circle, though not as complex. It's coming, Nagato thought. Immediately following was a burst of impenetrable white smoke so thick that one could not see their own hand within it. Nagato quietly waited for the smoke to dissipate. Though he already knew the outcome, he still waited patiently until he saw that nothing had appeared. The summoning beast he had imagined was the Yata crow, but now there was no giant bird in sight. Nagato sat on the ground, chewing on a twig, pondering what went wrong. In that instant, though only a brief moment, he felt a connection between his body and something else. But that connection was extremely weak, like a thread barely holding ready to snap at a pull. Nagato searched online for a while about the principles of the summoning technique. Of course, not the official setting, but answers from forums. After all, that guy Kishimoto would drop settings later. The online answers were vague, a real mix of opinions. Nagato found one answer that seemed relatively reliable and reasonable. That was the summoning technique was actually a space transference technique, summoning beasts from other spaces to the caster's location. In reality, the summoning technique wasn't necessarily limited to summoning beasts. For example, the wooden coffins containing impure world reincarnation bodies, or the 6 paths of pain puppets, could also be summoned using the technique. Similarly, there were tailed beasts, the 3rd Rashomon, 5th Rashomon, Rashomon gates, and the animal paths puppet summons, not living beings, actually also a type of pain. Even a certain ninja who captured the most could use the summoning technique to pull people into a dark room, the interrogation room. That was clearly a space transfer. There was also the reverse summoning technique, which could send people into the world of summoning beasts, a secret realm. Obviously, the summoning technique was not a simple summoning technique, but more like a space transference technique. Could it be that he now had a faint connection to the Naruto world? Nagato couldn't help thinking this. Is it because I didn't use enough chakra, he murmured. So he gathered 1/3 of the chakra circulating within his body into his hand. But he didn't expend all his chakra on this. If he used up all his chakra, he would always feel a sense of unease. It was as if he had become a mortal, vulnerable to anyone. Now he could see tangible blue energy in his hand, clinging to it like a tailed beast's cloak, as dense as a chakra blade, dazzling and brilliant. However, he wasn't holding a blade. Nagato clenched his resolve, tensing his muscles, and brought his finger to his teeth. He bit down. Then in 1 second he formed the hand seals and slapped the ground. Thump. The moment his palm struck the ground, Nagato's face suddenly changed, turning pale. In an instant his heart painfully leaped, as if stabbed by a knife. Something was coming. The thought flashed through his mind, and Nagato grew excited, forcing himself to stand despite the pain. Sweating coldly, he stared quietly ahead. However, within the white smoke, there was still no trace of a massive creature. Nagato was greatly disappointed, slumping onto the muddy ground, unsure what to do. He felt so close to success. But why? Why didn't it appear? As the white smoke cleared, Nagato stood up again, unwilling to give up. This time he planned to expend half of his body's chakra on the summoning technique. He refused to believe that he wouldn't succeed this time. Nagato's face turned cold as he gathered the chakra cycling through his body, slowly moving it to his right hand. He calmly watched the blue energy engulf his hand, growing denser until the shape of his fingers was no longer visible. Nagato took a deep breath. He placed his thumb between his upper and lower teeth again. Crack. After biting down, a rusty, salty taste spread on his tongue. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Ninja technique, summoning technique. Boom. Nagato swiftly slapped the ground with one palm, and black lines spread outward like a radiation, forming a bizarre array of runes. Almost as soon as the array appeared, fog instantly generated. Within the white smoke, a figure stirred violently, whipping its tail to disperse the entire cloud of smoke, like a storm. Nagato endured the pain, staring at the center of the smoke. Could it be? As the fog cleared, a brown-haired hellhound indeed appeared before his eyes. This hellhound had a pair of eerie Rinnegan, its dog head sticking out, its tongue mouth wide open, revealing sharp, shark-like serrated teeth. A black rod was inserted near the dog's nose. On its back grew a pair of wings which seemed unusable for flight. However, to Nagato's surprise, the hellhound's height only reached his Achilles tendon, its size like that of a small puppy. Why was it so small? Nagato was stunned. And only one head. Could it be that he had summoned one of its split bodies? Shink. Just as Nagato was puzzled, a terrifying arc-shaped sword aura suddenly slashed from behind, striking Nagato's lumbar spine with a fierce gale. This attack was impossible to dodge. The weakened Nagato, his purple eyes wide, turned back in shock. The forest within 100 meters behind him was instantly reduced to ruins, countless trees and leaves minced into powder by the sword aura floating in the air. Everything was silent, as if the world had been muted. At the far end stood a young man with a sinister smile, holding a samurai sword. His face was unclear. Nagato painfully spat a mouthful of blood. In the silence, his upper and lower body separated cleanly, and smoothly crimson blood gushing out, as if never-ending. Then a dizzying spin. The previous night, Fujiki Joe had visited his hospitalized younger brother, Fujiki Makoto. Through Makoto's account, he learned that his friend Kamishiro Kenna had been residing in a private room of a nearby internet cafe for approximately 1 year. Without hesitation, Fujiki Joe rushed to the internet cafe and presented his police credentials to the front desk staff. Soon after, the staff member consulted the registration ledger and informed Fujiki Joe that Mr. Kamishiro occupied private room 24 on the 3rd floor. Accompanied by a staff member wielding a spare key, Fujiki Joe hurried toward the room, only to find it utterly empty. No one was inside. After considerable deliberation, Fujiki Joe secured the adjacent private room and intermittently kept watch over the exterior. He waited through the entire night, yet Kamishiro never returned. Concluding that Kamishiro may have fled to another city, Fujiki Joe checked out of the internet cafe and departed. By then it was already the following day. Makoto had mentioned that he was assaulted near the dam area by a middle-aged red-haired man who used a wheelchair. Fujiki Joe lay in ambush at that location, a cigarette dangling from his lips, for nearly 3 hours, his sharp, eagle-like eyes scrutinizing every passerby. Ultimately, he returned empty-handed. After much frustration, Fujiki Joe summoned his colleague and partner Kirishima Shuji. Shuji possessed an ESP ability that allowed him to perceive all living beings and objects within a 1-kilometer radius through thermal imaging. According to him, when activating his ability, it felt as though an eye suddenly hovered in midair, surveying the entire area below, capable of zooming in and out. However, what came into view was not a clear satellite image, but a thermal imaging map. Thermal imaging carried both advantages and disadvantages. The drawback was the inability to discern specific physical features. The advantage was that even at night one could determine where someone was hiding. Through specialized training, he could distinguish which thermal patterns corresponded to which colors visible to the naked eye. This phenomenon related to light reflection. For instance, black objects hardly reflect light at all, causing light energy to convert into heat and gradually warm up, which is precisely why wearing black clothing under the sun makes one feel hotter. Conversely, white objects reflect the majority of light, reducing absorbed energy and resulting in lower temperatures. Each colored object reflects light differently, thus exhibiting varying temperatures under sunlight. Therefore, Kirishima could instantly identify red objects within a 1-kilometer radius, proving exceedingly useful for tracking down the red-haired individual. Before long, a black Mercedes sped into view, and from its door emerged a young man, wearing sunglasses resembling a high school student. In fact, he truly was one. After exchanging greetings, Fujiki Joe took the driver's seat. Seated in the passenger seat, Kirishima activated his perceptual ability, scanning the surroundings as the vehicle moved forward. Though the search dragged on for quite some time and involved numerous false leads, they ultimately discovered the suspected red-haired man beneath an abandoned office building. Fujiki Joe was puzzled as to how the red-haired man could stand and walk, let alone mount a motorcycle and drive away. He had initially thought they had made another mistake, but at this point there was no other explanation. Thus they gave chase by car. After driving over 10 kilometers, they arrived at a remote rural area. The red-haired middle-aged man parked his vehicle and walked toward a mountain ravine. Fujiki Joe cast a glance at him, but the red-haired man turned his head and looked back. In that instant, Fujiki Joe recognized with certainty that this was the red-haired man who had beaten his younger brother. Although he was no longer seated in a wheelchair, the oppressive aura and extraordinary presence left no doubt. After parking the car at a concealed location ahead, the two of them secretly followed along a different path. Kirishima handed a walkie-talkie to Fujiki Joe, saying that if a fight broke out, he could provide intelligence support from behind. Of course, if Fujiki Joe proved unable to handle the situation, Kirishima would definitely drive away and flee. That was what he had stated himself. Fujiki Joe was highly confident in his own capabilities, given that his ESP ability had reached B rank. ESP abilities were classified according to their strength levels. The classification denoted the danger level posed by the ability user. The grading system used letters from A to F, with A rank being the most dangerous and F rank the weakest. Generally speaking, espers who could not be subdued by ordinary police were classified as D rank or above. Espers of B rank and above were extremely rare. Among the general population, only 1 in 100,000 could awaken an ESP ability. Those of B rank or higher were exceedingly rare indeed. Of course, while there were no official regulations, there seemed to exist espers whose abilities approached the terrifying S rank danger level. This was merely an urban legend he had heard of. Not to boast, but if it were not for other espers or nuclear weapons, Fujiki Joe could, if he wished, destroy an entire city. Thus, Fujiki Joe bid farewell to Kirishima Shuji and proceeded to a vantage point from which he could observe the red-haired man summoning a katana into his hand. This katana could cut through iron as easily as mud, its edge sharp enough to sever hair, killing without staining the blade, and cutting bone without dulling the edge. He gazed into the distance, noting that the red-haired man, for some reason, kept releasing large amounts of smoke and exhausting himself. But this suited Fujiki Joe perfectly. It was exactly like the old ox perishing at the tip of the blade. Murderous intent rose in Fujiki Joe's heart. His eyes fixed on the distance, he raised the katana above his head, gathering strength like a drawn bow ready to release. Hey, brother Fujiki, you're not thinking of killing him, are you? Didn't our superior instruct us to recruit him? Through the vibrating walkie-talkie, Kirishima Shuji's youthful voice came through. Kirishima Shuji had never witnessed a killing before and immediately deactivated his perceptual ability. Shuji knew from personal experience the devastating power of Fujiki Joe's strike. He had seen it cleave waves dozens of meters high and sever thick layers of clouds. The longer the charge, the more powerful the katana strike. Fujiki Joe stared at the red-haired man's position and brought down his arms, which had held the katana in a charged stance for an extended period. SCHHH. A slash through the air, the blade screaming, releasing an earth-shattering torrent of sword energy, brimming with killing intent, magnificent and catastrophic. No one could withstand this strike. It was utterly futile. No one could endure this blow. No pain. No sorrow. The world fell into unprecedented silence. A vast area ahead was devoured by white light, with grains of sand rising into the air, leaving all who witnessed it utterly stunned. With ringing ears came an environment of silence. Fujiki Joe sheathed his sword and turned away with elegant grace, fading into the shadows. Behind him, just as anticipated, the red-haired man had been sliced in half, reduced to dust under the residual sword energy. In principle, this should have been the outcome. Yet Fujiki Joe heard a strange sound. It was a thud. The sound was familiar, as though heard somewhere before. Fujiki Joe turned to look, and on the ground 100 meters away, a brand new wooden stake had appeared. Unlike Fujiki Joe, Kirishima Shuji had witnessed the entire process. He hastily activated his perceptual ability and scanned toward the forest, and upon seeing something was momentarily startled. How could this be? How is he still alive? Human thermal signatures appeared in the forest beyond the blade's maximum range. Did this not mean the red-haired man was still alive? Although it seemed cruel, he had personally witnessed the red-haired man being bisected and spouting blood. Subsequently, the red-haired man suddenly transformed into a block of wood with a thud. Kirishima Shuji then activated his ability to scan the area, checking whether the red-haired man was still alive. While surprised, Kirishima Shuji was actually more relieved that the middle-aged man was still alive. However, the sight of the man turning into wood left him puzzled. By the way, isn't this a substitution technique? After a dizzying whirl, Chong Min found himself lying in a patch of grass. Hiss! It hurts. He rubbed his head, a sharp pain throbbing within. It wasn't caused by the sword aura, but rather the backlash from using the summoning technique. He had succeeded in summoning something from the Naruto world, the Hellhound. However, that hound had only one head and was extremely small in size. It appeared to be a split entity of the three-headed Cerberus. Tisk tisk tsk. How much chakra would I need to summon the complete form? Changmin shook his head helplessly. He knew this was just the beginning. Perhaps soon he could summon more things from his original world. Even the 6 paths of pain or a mobile toilet. Somehow he felt an inextricable connection to the Naruto world. Though intangible and invisible, a sense of déjà vu lingered in his heart. A feeling that he could travel back. So who attacked me just now? Changmin finally got to the point. If he hadn't used the substitution jutsu beforehand, he might have died. Well, not really died, but would have been severely wounded. But who was the one who attacked him? That technique was something else. Changmin gazed at the devastated scene before him. In his memory, the once lush jungle now exposed bare earth as if scorched by fire. Tung Shuqing, gripping his katana, approached. His eyes fixed on the spot, knowing Changmin was hiding in the grass. Wu Dao Xiushi had told him through the walkie-talkie. Although he didn't understand how Changmin had teleported there in an instant, he didn't care. Fearless, he tightened his grip on the katana. Realizing he had been exposed, Changmin quickly commanded the summoned beast, the Hellhound, that was now linked to him. Receiving the order, the hound immediately dashed toward Tung Shuqing. Only the scene was rather odd. The dog was tiny, looking like a puppy, just a few months old. Compared to Tung Shuqing, who stood 1.7 meters tall with a katana, it was like a rabbit fighting a lion and ant shaking a tree. When the Hellhound got close, Tung Shuqing noticed its abnormality and was stunned. The dog's nose was pierced by a nail, and it had a pair of wings sprouting from its back. He found it bizarre and suspected it was the strange creature Changmin had summoned, likely related to some supernatural ability. Thus Tung Shuqing drew his blade and slashed. In an instant the dog split in two. It truly split in two, but soon became 2 intact puppies. Seeing this, Changmin was not alarmed, but delighted. It seemed the ability to split upon being struck was still intact. So he clasped his hands together, interlocking his fingers. The 2 hellhounds merged into one, instantly becoming a 2-headed hellhound. What's happening? Seeing this, Tung Shuqing stepped back and slashed again. He cut the lunging hellhound in 2. Then, as before, the 2-headed hellhound split into 2, forming 2 2-headed hellhounds. Under Changmin's control, the 2 2-headed hellhounds merged again into a 4-headed hellhound. Woo! The 4 heads howled at the sky as if trying to intimidate the enemy with their roar. Tung Shuqing grew anxious, finding the dog increasingly troublesome. It wouldn't die when cut, and instead multiplied. He quickly retreated. While retreating, he defended against the biting 4-headed hellhound. This time he learned his lesson and used the back of the blade. But even that didn't work. After tapping a head, the hellhound grew another head. Then, Changmin sneered and released his hands completely. The 5-headed hellhound immediately split into 5 identical single-headed hellhounds. The hellhounds bared shark-like rows of sharp teeth and lunged at Tung Shuqing. Some heads bit into his thigh, some into his arm, some onto the katana, and some onto the 3rd leg. Ag! Tung Shuqing let out a cry, writhing in agony. Oh, I see. Realizing something, Changmin, still lying in the grass, smirked wickedly. He increased his chakra output. Boom! The 5 hellhounds instantly grew to the size of mountains. Their 20 feet stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Changmin grew more excited, sweating profusely from the chakra drain. He merged the 5 single-headed hellhounds again into a 5-headed hellhound. The 5 heads roared madly, spewing sticky saliva. Their renegade eyes scanned the surroundings while their claws aimed downward at Tung Shuqing. Tung Shuqing collapsed to the ground, hands raised above his head, staring at the 5 dog heads that blotted out the sky like hellish demons. He was so terrified that a puddle of yellow liquid formed beneath him. He had never seen such a terrifying creature. It was a being straight out of hell. Tung Shuqing crawled backward, trying to escape, reaching for the claws. Suddenly a pillar blocked his way. Looking up, it was a wooden stump, the one he had cut in half. The 5-headed hellhound let out a long howl, retracted its foot, and instead lunged downward with its heads. Stop! A faint low voice rang out. The 5-headed hellhound halted as if its neck had been yanked back. One of the heads turned in bewilderment to look at the distant diminutive Changmin. The middle head hung in the air. Its rows of sharp teeth were merely a centimeter from Tung Shuqing's face, and the stench it exhaled was enough to make him vomit for 3 days. But fear overpowered the urge to vomit. His katana had long vanished. Tung Shuqing curled his legs, staring straight ahead. His katana would disappear automatically when he was afraid. Because his will had crumbled. A drop of hot saliva fell from above, drenching Tung Shuqing and nearly drowning him. Tung Shuqing coughed, violently spitting out the liquid he had accidentally inhaled. Clap! Clap! Changmin clapped his hands, and the 5-headed hellhound instantly shrank back to the size of a puppy. The original 5 heads transformed into 1. Changmin stroked his chin, pondering. I see. As long as I don't cancel the chakra consumption for the animal path, this hellhound won't disappear. Conversely, as long as the Hellhound doesn't vanish and return to its original space, it will continuously drain Chong Min's chakra. It's like Kakashi with his Sharingan. As long as that eye remains open, it constantly consumes his chakra. That's why Kakashi often ran out of chakra. But Chong Min was different. His chakra reserves were vast enough to suffocate. Though not as immense as Hashirama's, of course. Chong Min beckoned to Teng Shuqing, having already read his mind thoroughly. Who is Teng Shuqing? Why did he come? How many people are with him? What abilities does he have? Chong Min knew everything. Come, I'll give you a chance. Weren't you trying to kill me just now? Now I want to see what you're really capable of. At this point his chakra was actually 3/4 depleted, leaving only a quarter. But regardless, he wanted to fight personally. A true duel with Teng Shuqing. He wanted to accumulate combat experience through battle. Come on. Seeing the Hellhound stop and shrink, Teng Shuqing breathed a sigh of relief. But then this red-haired man said he would give him a chance to kill him. Huh. You have a killing move, but refused to use it. So arrogant. You asked for this. Teng Shuqing straightened up, all fear gone. At that moment the katana reappeared in his hand. This katana represented his Dao heart. If his will wavered and his Dao heart was unstable, the katana's power would diminish, even vanish. But now his heart was strong and unbreakable. Clang. Drawing his blade, Teng Shuqing stood up and assumed a stance facing off against Chong Min. Willpower katana, huh? Chong Min stared at the katana, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. He distanced himself, keeping a vigilant eye on Teng Shuqing's movements. Teng Shuqing wasted no time, unleashing a fierce slash. A dim sword rainbow streaked through the air, striking Chong Min's sealing absorption shield. Chong Min felt a trace of chakra replenish within him. Universal pull. The blue shield vanished, and Chong Min immediately raised his hand to generate gravitational force, giving his opponent no chance to catch his breath. A powerful force tugged at Teng Shuqing, causing him to float and move forward. Suppressing his shock, Teng Shuqing hastened to thrust his katana into the ground to halt his advance. It seemed to resist, but the blade was too sharp. The katana cleaved through the soil and continued forward, leaving a narrow slit in the earth behind. Azura Path. Seeing this, Chong Min transformed his free hand into an Azura cannon and fired a blue projectile with a thunderous boom. Teng Shuqing's eyes widened. He hurriedly retracted his katana, abandoning resistance to the gravity, and instead followed the pull, raising his blade to unleash a sword rainbow. His entire body was carried along by the gravitational force. The swift sword rainbow collided with the blue Azura projectile, producing a deafening roar. The powerful shockwave blew Teng Shuqing away, sending him crashing farther back. Facing the shockwave, Chong Min stood firm, unmoving, calmly observing the katana in Teng Shuqing's hand, growing more intrigued. The sword aura from that slash could actually cause the Azura cannon to detonate prematurely. Moreover, that blade seemed to be wieldable only by its owner with the supernatural ability. Anyone else who grabbed it would instantly vanish. A thought suddenly occurred to Chong Min to plunder Teng Shuqing's supernatural ability. With the black rods absent, he had no suitable weapon at hand. Might as well take that katana for the time being. Wandering Chong Min, huh? Chong Min muttered, his hands moving. Snake, goat, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire release, great fireball technique. In a second, Chong Min formed hand seals, gathered fire elements in his hands, and blew them out fiercely. A fierce ball of flame shot forth, targeting Teng Shuqing. Seeing the fireball that had scorched his sleeve within half a second, Teng Shuqing caught his breath, first using his katana to block the remaining flames, then dodging to the side. After dodging, the fireball struck the tree behind him, blazing fiercely. Teng Shuqing's heart raced, and he panted heavily. The katana in his hand had its strength, halved, even appearing translucent. No, not possible. I am invincible. Encouraging himself inwardly, Teng Shuqing stared into his own heart. The katana instantly solidified, its color growing more vivid, the blade becoming finer, and even seductive purple patterns emerging on the blade. A piece of gravel shot through Teng Shuqing's shoulder, tearing through flesh. Ugh! Teng Shuqing's expression changed, and he groaned in pain. That attack shattered his shoulder bone, causing him such pain that he couldn't lift his right hand. The entire katana instantly fell to the ground and gradually vanished. Facing Chong Min before him, Teng Shuqing felt he had no hope of victory, like a greenhorn kid facing a 120-kilogram professional boxer, helpless and pitiful. At that moment, the walkie-talkie crackled with Wu Daoxiuxi's voice. Wu Daoxiuxi shared some conjectures about the opponent's information with Teng Shuqing. After listening, Teng Shuqing took a deep breath, reached into his trouser pocket, and pulled out a pistol and a syringe of adrenaline. Bang! Bang! Teng Shuqing rolled to dodge another incoming fireball, firing his pistol at Chong Min, while simultaneously plunging the adrenaline syringe into his thigh and injecting all the fluid into his body. Chong Min's Rinnegan moved nimbly, observing and predicting the bullet's trajectory. In the nick of time, he rolled aside and raised his hand for another cannon blast. Thud! Almost simultaneously, Teng Shuqing's heart raced rapidly, blood pumped frantically through his body, warmth spread, and an inexplicable courage arose out of nowhere. He felt invincible at that moment. The katana reappeared in his right hand. Tung Shuqing smirked, loosening his right shoulder and stretching his arm muscles. Boom. With a slash, the Azura cannonball exploded, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured vision. Tung Shuqing squinted, charged into the smoke, dragging the katana along the ground, tearing a crack. Changmin saw a shadow in the dust, shifted his gaze, and quickly formed hand seals. Just then, Tung Shuqing in the mist, without waiting for Changmin to finish, slashed at him. Hit! Tung Shuqing's eyes lit up, his face filled with excitement. Suddenly, the struck Changmin vanished with a puff into smoke, disappearing into the air. What a... Tung Shuqing's face froze, stunned. The walkie-talkie crackled with Wu Dao Xiuxi's anxious shout. Brother Ting Shu, that's a shadow clone. Watch your back. Behind. Tung Shuqing turned to look, and immediately a mechanical arm seized his throat, pressing him to the ground, kicking up mud and dust. After aiming the other cannon at his head, Changmin achieved overwhelming victory. Guh. Tung Shuqing writhed in agony, glaring at Changmin less than 10 centimeters away, but avoiding those eyes that were sometimes terrifying. He feared that the Rinnegan, which could instill fear, would weaken his will. Of course, this was also information Wu Dao Xiuxi had told him. The bitter taste of soil lingered on his tongue. Tung Shuqing squinted, spat a mouthful of saliva aimed at Changmin's face. Seeing this, Changmin immediately dodged. For what came flying was not just saliva, but a murderous katana. That katana was actually floating in midair, as if automatically protecting its master, fiercely attacking Changmin. Sort of mortal. The term flashed through Changmin's mind for a moment, and he was instantly stunned. Previously, Tung Shuqing could not control the katana remotely, but now he could. Could it be that his supernatural ability had evolved? In anime and novels, there are often such cliché stories. Whenever the protagonist falls into a crisis, they break through, level up, and defeat the villain. And Tung Shuqing, under the pressure of death, had his ability qualitatively enhanced at a critical moment. Changmin knew that in this world, supernatural abilities could indeed evolve, or that was the setting. Clang, clang, clang. Changmin drew his pistol to fend off the katana's fierce assault. He fired several shots at the blade, but none left a scratch. Meanwhile, his pistol barrel was sliced off in several sections. Tung Shuqing chuckled, stood up, and leisurely brushed off the dust from his clothes. Thank you so much. You've helped me elevate my ability to A rank. To thank you, I'll send you to heaven to enjoy bliss. He drew his pistol, aimed at Changmin, who was still fending off the katana. Bang! The firing pin struck, the gunpowder burned, and the bullet was fired from the barrel, hitting Changmin in the heart. Changmin collapsed with a groan, motionless. Is it finally over this time? Tung Shuqing retracted his flying sword and stepped forward to examine. The corpse of Changmin on the ground lay peacefully. Seeing this, Tung Shuqing breathed a sigh of relief and sat down, laughing heartily. This was the smile one would only show after defeating a powerful opponent. But at that moment, a familiar low voice came through the walkie-talkie. The rat on the mountain is quite cunning, causing me so much trouble. This voice wasn't Wu Dao Xiuxi's. It was Changmin's. Poof. At that moment, the corpse on the ground suddenly turned into a mist, vanishing with the wind. Tung Shuqing sprang to his feet, looking in the direction of Wu Dao Xiuxi, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and growled, "You despicable bastard." Then he used his mind to control the katana, halting it in midair, and leaped onto the blade, flying swiftly toward Changmin and Wu Dao Xiuxi. Only then did he realize that behind him had already become a sea of flames, clearly set ablaze by Changmin's great fireball. Nagato gripped Kirishima Shuji by the throat, suspending his body over the cliff's edge as his feet dangled below. Beneath Kirishima Shuji lay jagged spike-like rocks. Should he fall, the manner of his death would be unimaginably gruesome. However, Nagato had no intention of taking Kirishima Shuji's life, for there was no enmity between them. In fact, he even wished to recruit this man into the Akatsuki. He had already extended an olive branch earlier. What is your decision? Would you like to join the Akatsuki in the pursuit of world peace? Nagato spoke to Kirishima Shuji in a flat tone, his Rinnegan eyes fixed intently on him, applying pressure. Noticing the chokehold on the throat, Nagato quickly realized something. Can't speak, can you? Just nod or shake your head. After a moment's thought, Nagato continued, regardless of your answer, I won't kill you. But if you stand in my way, I will stop at nothing to eliminate you. His voice was low, dripping with menace. Hearing Nagato's declaration of, I won't kill you, Kirishima Shuji's pale face showed hesitation. He could not discern whether Nagato spoke truth or falsehood. What I said is true, of course. Nagato seemed to read his thoughts. Not just seemed, but actually did. Kirishima Shuji was taken aback. Never mind, let's deal with the trouble first. Nagato felt it was enough, so he set Kirishima Shuji down on an open space nearby, for Tung Shuqing, riding his flying sword, was approaching, having covered half the distance. Kirishima Shuji, an 18-year-old senior high school student, in his third year, attended a full-time high school. Due to his supernatural ability, he had joined the countermeasures department a year ago, often taking leave to go on missions, which caused him to fall behind in coursework and repeat a year. Today was Saturday, so the idol Kirishima Shuji had been summoned by Tengshu Chung to assist in locating Nagato. Nagato could hardly imagine that the Countermeasures Bureau actually had a sensory-type ability user. The original work never mentioned this, upon reflection aside from the protagonist group, and certain antagonists no other ability users' powers were ever specified. It felt as if the Countermeasures Bureau only had Sasaki the female office worker and Eranjing actually doing the work. Perception eye. Similar to Woluo's sand eye perhaps. Nagato recalled the scene during the Chunin exams where Woluo used his sand eye to cheat off others' answers. Nagato had learned of Kirishima Shuji's existence and his ability by reading Tengshu Cheng's thoughts while he was toying with him using the Hellhound. Presumably whenever Tengshu Cheng heard the walkie-talkie, his mind involuntarily associated it with Kirishima Shuji's ability. Such is the nature of the human mind. Wandering thoughts divided attention. One cannot suppress the urge to associate, for the very act of suppression is already thinking about it. Nagato also knew that Kirishima Shuji had watched Naruto and had already guessed his identity, as Kirishima Shuji had relayed some information about Nagato to Tengshu Cheng. Eavesdropping on Tengshu Cheng's mind, Nagato naturally learned this as well. To capture Kirishima Shuji, Nagato used several shadow clones to roam the vicinity while his main body advanced stealthily. Nagato knew that his approach would definitely be detected by Kirishima Shuji, who could sense heat. So he used the Great Fireball technique to burn down the forest, a necessary action. This way Kirishima Shuji could never detect someone moving through a forest brimming with heat. That thermal image must have already disoriented him. Moreover, Kirishima Shuji's attention was mostly focused on Tengshu Cheng, making his observation of the forest even more negligent. Nagato shook his head, ceased his thoughts, turned around, and looked at Tengshu Cheng approaching on his flying sword. He grew increasingly eager to seize Tengshu Cheng's ability. Not to mention that this guy constantly harbored the intention to kill me, but the lethal moves he unleashed left the surroundings ravaged and destroyed forest resources. If I didn't possess Nagato's abilities, I would have been killed by him long ago. Nagato thought this way, no longer having any intention of letting him live. Wait, destroying forest resources. Nagato recalled something. Hadn't he done the same? Ahem, well then. Nagato coughed twice, his expression turning serious, and murmured, "Let's try this technique." Ahem, well then. Nagato coughed twice, his expression turning serious, and murmured, "Let's try this technique." Nagato took a few steps, moved to the cliff's edge, and looked at Tengshu Cheng riding his flying sword toward him. Who? Nagato took a deep breath, feeling that the chakra in his body was sufficient to unleash this ultimate technique. This ultimate technique was one he had always longed to perform, but had abandoned the idea due to the lack of a sufficiently large experimental site. However, this remote forest with the rural road some distance away was the perfect testing ground. Nagato calmed down and aimed at Tengshu Cheng. Then he gathered chakra, pressed his palms together, and shouted softly, "Chibaku Tensei." Releasing his hands, a spherical black orb appeared between his palms like a miniature black hole. Nagato extended his hand and sent the orb soaring above Tengshu Cheng. The black sphere slowly ascended high into the sky. Kirishima Shuji was stunned. "That's Chibaku Tensei. No, brother Tengshu will die." Nagato's voice came though his back was turned. "Rest assured, Chibaku Tensei won't kill him, because I will personally extract his soul." These words, uttered like a specter, were terrifying. Kirishima Shuji was at a loss for words. Tengshu Cheng, flying atop a katana, saw Nagato send a black orb into the air and immediately halted. Could he be up to some trick? Boom, boom, boom. While he pondered, countless earth-shattering roars erupted below, shaking the ground, as if a massive earthquake had struck. Tengshu Cheng's body swayed. The solid earth beneath him suddenly cracked into fissures, countless trees toppled, countless clods of earth collapsed, birds and beasts scattered in alarm, and rats and ants scurried in chaos. Whether earth, trees, stones, dust, flowers, or gravel, all were drawn upward by an immensely powerful gravitational force. Huge floating rocks obscuring the clouds converged toward the black orb. Even trees still embedded in soil floated up together, clearly visible, their roots and veins clinging to moist dirt. The ground continued to rumble as Tengshu Cheng, now encased within massive rocks, realized the dire situation and hastily urged his sword forward to escape. Nagato gazed at the incredible scene in the distance, filled with excitement. He nodded and praised endlessly. The black gravitational orb in the sky was already partially covered by stones, gradually taking the form of a Chibaku Tensei. Countless rocks and gravel floated upward, slowly forming the outer shell of the Chibaku Tensei. Yet Tengshu Cheng, trapped in the danger zone, ultimately could not escape this catastrophe. Riding his flying sword, he collided with one of the attracted rocks, fell unconscious, and was carried along with the debris toward the growing Chibaku Tensei, finally slamming against the stone and being firmly encased. Sizzle! Countless rocks pressed together, layering over the old stones. At that moment, a complete Chibaku Tensei was formed. The rock sphere hung in the air, with fine gravel falling like threads from the final collision. The sphere had a radius of 30 meters, blotting out the sun and casting darkness below. Of course, the raging fire in the forest below had been extinguished by the commotion. In fact, there were no trees left below, only bare, uneven earth that could no longer burn. Nagato waved his hand down. The planetary devastation, as if receiving a command, stopped floating and plummeted instantly. The displaced air rushed downward and outward with fierce force. The surrounding trees, still intact, bent under the strong wind, their leaves trembling and fluttering, swirling into the air until the sky was filled with green foliage. The colossal rock sphere, like a meteor, shattered upon nearing the ground, unleashing countless smaller projectiles that crashed into the earth with overwhelming force. Countless rocks struck the ground, unleashing a series of thunderous explosions that echoed across the heavens. As the mushroom cloud of dust dissipated, the ground revealed a scarred, ravaged landscape littered with countless rocky mounds embedded in the earth, resembling an ancient battlefield. Grasping Kirishima Shuji by the collar, Nagato sprinted down the cliffside at an incredible speed, the wind rushing past his face, while Kirishima screamed in terror, his heart pounding. Soon Nagato, carrying Kirishima, reached the site where the planetary devastation had fallen. Before them loomed what appeared to be a rocky hill. Kirishima could sense a faint, dying presence. It was over there. Reading Kirishima's thoughts, Nagato turned his gaze toward a corner of the rock mountain. Then, using his ability, he excavated a large portion of the earth. A blood-soaked figure was revealed. Chakra absorption. Nagato wasted no time, crouching down and pressing his palm against Fujishiro's forehead, the warm blood clinging to his hand. The lower half of Fujishiro's body was still buried, but that was irrelevant. Nagato looked at the scene before him and recalled the memory of Obito being crushed by rocks. Obito was crushed on his left and right sides. This man was crushed on his upper and lower halves. He shook his head. Under Kirishima's horrified gaze, Fujishiro's upper body rapidly contracted, shriveled, and collapsed into a sheet of skin. Though he could not see the lower half, he assumed it was in a similar state. Kirishima, already paralyzed with fear, sat on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. He shook his head, unable to believe the scene before him was real. He pinched his cheek to confirm it was not a dream. After pulling the Mercedes key from Fujishiro's suit pocket, Nagato used the water wall technique to wash his grimy hands. Then he turned back to Kirishima, offering an enigmatic smile. "Please spare me." Kirishima kowtowed and begged, tears and snot streaming down his face, smashing his head against the ground until it bled, yet he continued desperately. Nagato chuckled and said, "I told you I wouldn't kill you. So now it's your turn to answer the question I asked earlier. Will you join or not?" There was no choice. Kirishima, trembling with fear, quickly replied, "I'll join." "I'll join." Nagato nodded, satisfied with his decision. This added another member to the organization. He had no fear of Kirishima betraying him, for he would keep a close watch. Moreover, a member recruited through fear without the assurance of safe power would never dare to think of betrayal. Nagato gave his orders: stay low for now, lie low within the Countermeasures Bureau, and wait for the right moment to emerge. If possible, build good relationships with your colleagues, and try to recruit as many ability users into the Shao group. No, into the Shinlong Society. Only those who joined the Shinlong Society and passed the screening could enter the Akatsuki. Nagato added this rule on the spot. "Why, yes." Kirishima nodded numbly. Nagato handed the car keys to Kirishima, giving him the vehicle. As for Nagato himself, he drove the motorcycle back to the abandoned company. After switching to a wheelchair, he returned home. At home, he binge-watched anime until evening, when Shizuru returned, and he learned that she had been working part-time, handing out flyers to earn money. Nagato didn't know what to say, only admiring her. Truly a strong and stubborn girl. The next few days were uneventful, so Nagato had some leisure time and reviewed the plot of Naruto. Next, he needed to join the Countermeasures Bureau. After drinking beer with the section chief at a beef offal hot pot restaurant for nearly 2 hours, Sasaki managed to avoid further invitations and walked home. It was already past 9 in the evening. It had been so long since he adopted Xiaobai. Thinking of this, Sasaki's steps lightened, his heart sweet, and an old, ugly smile spread across his face. Today he had been dragged by colleagues to accompany the section chief and a client for business. But he shamelessly managed to get the section chief to treat him to a beef offal hot pot. One must admit the section chief could be generous too. Since the beef offal hot pot restaurant was relatively close to home, only 2 stops away, Sasaki decided not to take the train and instead walked home. A cool breeze brushed his face, waking Sasaki from his slight drunkenness. Perhaps because of his magic, his tolerance for alcohol seemed to have improved. Speaking of the gold bars he obtained from the other world, he walked along the deserted road, thinking about his business dealings in the other world. Halfway through his return journey, Sasaki heard a sharp hiss, and an ice shard streaked past his face, slicing off a few strands of his bangs. The ice shard had been shot from a nearby dead-end alley. Was that magic? Thinking this, Sasaki peered inside and saw a scene that made him blush. In the alley were a man and a woman. The man with golden hair looked like a thug. The woman in a business suit appeared to be an office lady from some company. The man was sitting on top of the woman, pinning her down. The next step should be a full-blown romp. Couples these days are so open-minded. Thinking this, Sasaki also noticed other ice pillars on the alley's pillars. Suddenly, the golden-haired man's arm began to transform, eventually turning into a sharp blade. Oh no, it was a terrorist attack. No wonder there had been so many indiscriminate murder cases lately. Sasaki started to flee, but then remembered that he could also do something like that, turning his hand into a blade. Though he could use magic. He didn't want to get involved, but the image of Xiaobai popped into his mind. So Sasaki raised a hand and cast the same magic that had sliced off his bangs. It was an ice pillar magic he had just learned a few days ago without chanting. The ice pillar struck the man's shoulder, and the man's blade-like hand crackled as it reverted to a human arm. But that wasn't all. The spot where the ice pillar hit began to freeze, crackling. The slick-backed, golden-haired man collapsed in agony. Oh no, I haven't learned any magic to thaw things. The frozen area is close to his neck. He might die. If only Xiaobai were here. Sasaki anxiously thought, but the pinned-down office lady placed her hand on the frozen spot. Miraculously, the rock-hard ice instantly turned into liquid and dripped away. Within seconds, it melted completely. Then the young man thudded to the ground. The office lady glared at Sasaki. Click. She cocked the pistol in her hand, her lips parting in a threat. What kind of ability user are you? Chongmin was lying on his bed scrolling through anime as usual when he suddenly heard the engine sound downstairs stop. He quickly pressed pause and looked out the window. Because he had noticed beforehand that the tenants in the apartment building opposite rarely drove, always going out on foot. Therefore, he was particularly sensitive to the sound of engines. After all, this could be a sign of an important plot point. Uncle Zuazomu being forced to join the Countermeasures Bureau. Sure enough, a black car was parked below, and a female office worker with heavy makeup stood with her hands on her hips downstairs, dressed in a woman's suit, exuding an air of overbearing arrogance. Xingqi. The suit-clad lady's surname was Xingqi. Chongmin didn't know her given name, as neither the anime nor the original novel had ever mentioned her full name. But she was actually an important protagonist. After being rescued by Zuazomu multiple times, she developed feelings of admiration, even romantic affection for him. Incidentally, the novel Zuazomu and the Java Sparrow Xiaobai never revealed the full name of any character. Even the protagonist, Uncle Zuazomu, only had his surname Zuazomu disclosed to readers. Speaking of Zuazomu, Chongmin thought of a certain Tokyo investigator named Feisher. Miss Xingqi appeared as mature as a woman in her 20s, but was actually a high school student. Afraid of being looked down upon by her colleagues, she appeared before them with heavy makeup. In Chongmin's impression, Miss Xingqi was a complete workaholic. She seemed perpetually short of money, often working overtime at the bureau to earn extra pay. Though she also had a little scheme. She could save on air conditioning costs. She was such a money-obsessed high school girl. Chongmin saw Zuazomu leaving with a dark green handbag. Whether it was an illusion or not, as Zuazomu turned to close the door, the Java Sparrow in the backpack-style cage behind him shot a wary glance in this direction, as if sensing that someone was spying. Chongmin quickly hid in the shadows. While he had made up his mind, tomorrow he would join the Countermeasures Bureau. He had had enough fun these past few days. Since the time point had arrived, it was time for him to execute the plan in his mind. Zuazomu opened the door, and the moment he did, he heard a young girl's voice say, Ajisen. It was the neighbor girl who lived next door. Going out. Yes. Startled slightly, Zuazomu turned to close the door, revealing the backpack-style birdcage behind him, inside which appeared a cute little bird. I'm going out. So late you must be tired. The neighbor girl stood up, her golden pupils as beautiful as gems, looking at Zuazomu's back. Is that a Java Sparrow? Yes, I just started raising it. The neighbor girl leaned in with those golden eyes to look at the Java Sparrow. Xiaobai the Java Sparrow behaved no differently from an ordinary bird. Do you dislike Java Sparrows? Zuazomu couldn't help asking. No, the neighbor girl replied. Is your mother working? Seems like it. I see. She herself had a hard time too. Zuazomu couldn't help thinking about whether there was anything he could do to help. He had considered freeing up a room for the neighbor girl to use temporarily in such situations, but in the end, he didn't act on it. An uncle bringing a strange little girl back to his apartment. If anyone saw that, they would definitely report him to the police. Moreover, what if her mother was the kind of pervert who enjoyed seeing her daughter suffer and resented him for offering food and shelter, then made a call to the relevant authorities? Then with the neighbor girl in my room, even if she spoke up to exonerate me, it would be hard to clear my name. Oh, by the way, there seemed to be some sweet bread in the kitchen. Zuazomu put down his handbag, went back inside, and after a while came out with a bag of bread. Here, take this if you don't mind. Sorry. The neighbor girl accepted it with a guilty expression. Even though this conversation had taken place dozens or hundreds of times, her demeanor remained as reserved as ever. That was why Zuazomu had continued this convenient gesture to this day. Zuazomu thought that if the neighbor girl were to fall from grace, she might live better than now. Although it was rude to think this way, since she was still young and had a lovely appearance, she could surely get by somehow. That way she wouldn't need the help of an uncle like him. But the neighbor girl was willing to live such a frugal life. By the way, can I talk with you for a while? With me, eh? Yes. She wanted to say something, and Zuazomu was curious. But now there was no time. The suit-clad woman outside was still waiting for him. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Is that so? Can we talk another time? I'll be back tomorrow. Okay. Zuazomu thought that with today's advanced technology, everything could be communicated via phone. He and the neighbor girl could do that too. However, this assumption could only hold if the neighbor girl had a phone. Obviously, that irresponsible mother wouldn't buy a phone for the neighbor girl, so the assumption was invalid. Even if the neighbor girl had a phone, Zuazomu wouldn't want to exchange contact information with her. If she got involved in a murder case or something, and the police searched her phone finding a middle-aged uncle's number in her contacts. Nothing could be more terrifying than that. Sorry, I have to go. Okay, take care. After bidding farewell to the neighbor girl, Zuazomu went outside and got into the suit-clad woman's luxurious black sedan. Whether it was an illusion, he felt the neighbor girl had also followed out, watching the car depart from behind. Looking at the rearview mirror, it reflected the scene behind. Under the dim street light, a hazy figure in a sailor uniform emerged in the darkness. It was the neighbor girl who had moved from the doorway to the street, staring straight at them. For a moment, Zuazomu felt their eyes met in the mirror. What's wrong? Asked the suit-clad woman beside him. Nothing, Zuazomu replied. Zuazomu sat in the back seat, and the suit-clad woman also sat in the back. The driver was a man in a black suit and sunglasses, looking like a movie agent. Zuazomu was speechless. Was it really okay to drive in sunglasses? After that, they remained silent for a long time. Soon they arrived at a magnificent building in the city center. Zuazomu was led to one of the floors, a place resembling a meeting room. The suit-clad woman explained the situation to him. It was about supernatural abilities. Supernatural ability users were like fictional magicians capable of using a wide variety of different abilities. Some supernatural abilities could burn an entire town to ashes overnight, while others were so weak they were negligible. Moreover, once an ability manifested and was confirmed, it would not undergo any other changes. The other changes here meant that one could not awaken a second supernatural ability, but if used repeatedly, the ability would be strengthened. The suit-clad woman's ability was water manipulation, and she demonstrated it to Zuazomu. She said she could freely control both the shape and temperature of water. According to her, various countries secretly managed supernatural abilities as they posed a great threat to peace. If a supernatural ability user refused to comply with the government's arrangements, they would be sent to eliminate. In principle, upon discovery of their ability, users were required to work in a state-controlled supernatural organization. If they dared to refuse, something bad would happen. Something bad. That must be the elimination mentioned above, Thuma thought. After that, the suit-clad woman explained more to Zuazomu. For instance, the so-called supernatural organization was directly under the cabinet, not under the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Police Department. It was a state agency, and employees could enjoy state council-level treatment. Where there is justice, there must be evil. Rather, evil gives birth to justice, and justice, in turn, nourishes evil. The Countermeasures Bureau, officially the Cabinet Office Supernatural Phenomena Countermeasures Bureau, also has troublesome adversaries, several supernatural ability organizations that openly oppose the government. The Blade Man defeated tonight was a member of one such organization. The Bureau's primary mission is to suppress these evil forces and maintain social order. That sounded extremely dangerous. Sasaki had no desire to engage in actual combat to face enemies with a pistol, whether it was ability-based or magical battles. He wanted no part. He only wished for a slow, peaceful life. But things turned out contrary to his wishes, and troubles kept mounting. Especially when facing the suit-clad female office worker before him, who looked at him with keen interest. As if he were a precious treasure, he felt a headache coming on. This woman was definitely a field operative. Sasaki didn't want to partner with her. Let's stop here for now. First, let me confirm. What can you do? What can you do meant his ability. As you just saw, I can fire ice spears. That's all. He concealed the matter of magic. In truth, he could release not only ice spears, but also flames, water currents, barriers, even healing magic, all without incantation castable in an instant. To be safe, he lied and claimed he could only fire ice spears. If he could only do that, it was nothing impressive. Even a pistol packed more power. That way he would be underestimated, assigned to a desk job in the office, and never have to face powerful terrorists in the field. Could you demonstrate it for me? I'm sure. Sasaki hesitated, feeling that something bad was about to happen. He finally extended his hand and summoned an ice spear in the air about 30 centimeters long, exuding a chill. The spear floated above the table. You really can create something out of nothing. The woman's lips curled into a smile. It felt dangerous. Excuse me, is something wrong? Sasaki hurriedly asked. Your ability and mine are quite compatible. Huh, I told you earlier that I can manipulate water, but I can't create it. So before a battle, I have to bring water or find it on site. If I could take you to the battlefield, I could use my ability freely. The suit-clad woman excitedly transformed the ice spear Sasaki had summoned into water, explaining the limitations of her own ability. The implication was clear. She wanted to drag Sasaki along to fight enemies in the field. It was only then that Sasaki realized she couldn't create water. From her tone earlier, this woman was definitely a workaholic. She even said she wanted to take him to the field. Not good. Usually I bring water in plastic bottles or buy it from vending machines on site. If I partnered with you, I wouldn't need to prepare that. I could use much more water. The woman licked her red lips, revealing a frightening smile. The smile of someone eager to work. Sasaki broke into a cold sweat. Could it be? You're the career woman type. Oh, didn't I tell you? Ability users' salaries increase without limit based on performance. The base pay is 1 million yen per month. The woman continued to smile innocently. But if it weren't like that, the higher-ups wouldn't assign these field missions to us. Us? That's you. In any case, Sasaki felt he had been targeted by a terrifying person. Sasaki was assigned to a room in an inn to sleep. He wanted to just collapse into bed, but thinking about his business in the other world, he got up to go to the supermarket to stock up. His business mainly involved selling common modern items, batteries, flashlights, walkie-talkies, binoculars, etc., to merchants in the other world at high prices in exchange for vast amounts of gold. He wasn't sure if this room was monitored, but he knew that if he stepped out, the bureau would have someone tail him. If that happened, he couldn't use Xiao Bai to summon the teleportation array and go to the other world. Fortunately, they hadn't suspected anything strange about Xiao Bai, treating it as just an ordinary finch. It was already midnight, and Sasaki was very tempted to just sleep. Wait a moment, he said to Xiao Bai. Baiyu. Xiao Bai chirped, pretending to be an ordinary finch. How adorable. Such a finch was rare. Sasaki smiled happily and picked up the birdcage. Let's take a short walk, Xiao Bai. Baiyu. Xiao Bai responded with chirps. Then Sasaki slung the backpack-style birdcage over his shoulders and left the room. He didn't recall anyone touching his clothes, so he was sure no listening devices had been planted on him. This time Sasaki wasn't going out to stock up. He first wanted to explain the situation to the Harmon Trading Company in the other world, saying he couldn't sell them anything for a while. By making use of the time difference between the two worlds, he could complete this task without arousing suspicion. Incidentally, 1 hour on Earth equaled 1 day in the other world. However, recently the time flow ratio had been decreasing. Perhaps because the two worlds were connected, their time was gradually synchronizing. Sasaki walked along the quiet street, entertaining this speculation. We're being followed, Xiao Bai's voice sounded in his ear. Sasaki squinted behind him and indeed spotted a few figures. He quickly devised a countermeasure. He stepped into a convenience store, entered the restroom, and locked the door. Xiao Bai, I'm counting on you. Xiao Bai nodded, and the bathroom floor instantly glowed with the light of a teleportation magic array. After a flash of light, he arrived at a radiant medieval European street. But this was not the Middle Ages. It was a border city called Betorian in the Kingdom of Hertz in the other world. The local lord was Viscount Muller, a noble with golden hair and blue eyes. A few days ago, Sasaki had been taken to the Viscount's mansion by someone from the trading company and had forged a friendship with him, but so far it was only a nodding acquaintance. In the luxurious reception room, Sasaki explained to the deputy manager of the Harmon Trading Company that he wouldn't be able to trade for about 2 or 3 months. The deputy manager looked worried and asked if there was anything he could help with. Sasaki politely declined. Sorry, I can't bring you to the real world. After leaving the trading company, Sasaki went to the restaurant run by Mr. Frankie and enjoyed a hearty meal. Mr. Frankie was a down-and-out chef Sasaki had hired a few days earlier. Thus Mr. Frankie began working at a restaurant Sasaki had opened. Sigh. It had to be said his cooking was top-notch. After leaving the restaurant, Sasaki and the Finch returned to Japan. Returning to his room, Sasaki fell asleep quickly. Even though he really wanted to chat with Xiao Bai, he would have to wait until tomorrow. After a night passed, someone knocked on his door early the next morning. He opened the door slightly, revealing a beautiful face full of vitality. It was the woman in the business suit from yesterday. Sasaki, still groggy from sleep, asked, "Is it about work?" "That's correct." The woman in the business suit replied briskly. Yar being this energetic so early in the morning. "Is that really okay?" Sasaki wanted to go back to sleep. After all, he didn't really want to talk to this activist, who might become his partner in the future. "I apologize for the sudden request. Could you come with me?" An indecisive smile appeared on her face. Her makeup was as heavy as always. Her bare thighs, plump and snow-white, retained their usual charm to attract men. An ordinary man would likely find himself drawn to strike up a conversation with her. But Sasaki had no such interest. Ever since he contracted a venereal disease last time, he had never set foot in a pleasure house again. If he had that kind of spare money, he might as well enjoy a good meal. Even when lust arose, Sasaki felt that opportunities to interact with women were becoming increasingly rare, and a sense of indifference was creeping in. Was this the legendary loss of libido? Facing a colleague overflowing with work enthusiasm, Sasaki could only resort to the usual excuses of a middle-aged man. "In this organization, I don't know anyone except for you. Of course I'm willing to go with you. But would this align with the overall work arrangements of the organization? Could you confirm with your superiors first? As he spoke, he slowly closed the door. Just before the door was about to close completely, a long leg wearing high heels slipped through, jamming the gap and preventing Sasaki from shutting it. Do you have any objections to working with me, eh? The woman in the business suit leaned her head through the crack, enunciating every word. Those violet-pink pupils instantly saw through Sasaki's inner thoughts. Sasaki was speechless, but still managed to blurt out. As a future colleague, isn't it only natural for me to objectively confirm your position within the organization? You look like someone who works in the field. Going to the scene with you before obtaining approval from your direct supervisor. I believe that would be inappropriate. Older people are simply inconvenient. Sasaki was at a loss for words. That's so rude. If you treat others with sincerity, they will naturally open their hearts. Sasaki quickly replied. I understand. I'll go back to the bureau later and seek approval. The woman in the business suit closed her eyes and spread her hands in resignation. Miss Hashizaki, please wait a moment. A man's voice came from the hallway. Chapter Chief. The woman in the business suit immediately frowned. Behind her appeared a handsome man in a suit, tall and slender with features like a male actor. He was in his early 30s, over 180 centimeters tall, making his suit fit him perfectly. The chapter chief said, I noticed you rushing out early, so I came to check on you. It seems this is what's going on. It's fine to be enthusiastic about work, but don't drag new recruits into personal matters. Sasaki never expected his superior to be such a young man about his own age, yet having risen to the position of chapter chief so rapidly. It was incredible. The position of chapter chief was typically held only by those over 40. Could he possess some special ability to conceal his appearance or make himself look younger? Regardless, his background was quite intriguing. The chapter chief introduced himself. This must be Sasaki. My name is Akatsuki. I serve as your supervisor along with Miss Hashizaki. Hashizaki. So that was the woman's name. Nice to meet you. Sasaki responded respectfully. Chapter Chief Akatsuki said, Miss Hashizaki, please return to the bureau first and complete the reports from the past few days. Miss Hashizaki straightened and agreed, walking outside as the rhythmic sound of her high heels echoed on the floor. As for Sasaki, I need you to attend training. Oh, his superior was unexpectedly reliable, unlike some water-manipulating woman who was all brawn and no brains. If his superior were like that, Sasaki would never have had a peaceful day. Chapter Chief Akatsuki handed him a mobile phone. It was an ordinary type available on the market. What's this for? We will communicate via this phone. I hope you follow the instructions from your supervisor. I understand. Please carry it with you at all times, even during my personal time, because there may be emergency calls. I see. I apologize for the hasty introduction. Consider this our formal greeting. Ah, very well. Then I have other work to attend to, so I shall take my leave. If you have any questions or encounter matters that cannot be resolved on site, my contact information is in your address book. Please discuss with me via phone or email. Thank you very much for taking the time to visit. After Sasaki nodded slightly, Chapter Chief Akatsuki quickly departed. Not long after Ms. Hashizaki and Chapter Chief Akatsuki left, his phone received a message. Following the instructions, Sasaki came to the downtown building from yesterday. Under the guidance of a staff member, Sasaki arrived at a 5-tatami meeting room. His training was about to begin. Someone was already waiting inside, seated at a meeting chair. That person was not an instructor. Like him, they were here for training. To be precise, that person was not sitting in the designated guest seat prepared for the meeting room, but rather in a chair they had brought themselves. That chair was unusual. It was a wheelchair. Seated in the wheelchair was a young man who was skin and bones. Well, not quite that extreme, but extremely thin regardless. A thin man sitting in a wheelchair. Sasaki felt he had seen him somewhere before. Yes, he had encountered him a few days ago and had been saved by that person. It was Tianyang. But Sasaki would never mistake the young man before him for Tianyang, because the youth in the wheelchair had short black hair and a countenance that suggested underworld connections. It was nothing like the red-haired, pale-faced person he remembered. The youth politely turned his gaze towards Sasaki and spoke. Hello, my name is Sato Ryuichi. Nice to meet you. Sasaki was stunned, clearly unable to imagine that the youth in the wheelchair would initiate conversation with him. He had deliberately sat several seats away. He originally didn't want to engage, but there was no way around it. Sasaki approached the wheelchair of Sato Ryuichi and introduced himself. I am Sasaki. Pleased to make your acquaintance. After that, both fell silent as the training began. In front of the audience seating was a large screen computer. One by one, people who appeared to work in similar workplaces came forward to explain various aspects of their work, from attendance management methods to service regulations, the issuance of various accounts and future plans, all of which were included. Since there were only 2 people here, Sasaki did not dare to doze off, even though he was very sleepy. The youth in the wheelchair beside him must also be sleepy, right? Driven by curiosity, Sasaki cast a glance at Sato Ryuichi beside him, which was unexpected. This guy looked like he was about to fall apart, yet he was so energetic. Indeed, Sato Ryuichi sat upright, listening attentively, and even took out a small notebook to record key points. Sasaki suddenly felt that he himself was being rather disgraceful. As for what exactly was disgraceful, he couldn't even describe it. Sato, Ryuichi, and Sasaki sat in the meeting room of the Countermeasures Bureau headquarters attentively listening to the lecturer's briefing on work-related information. Sato Ryuichi was actually the incarnation of Nagato. That's right. He had infiltrated the Countermeasures Bureau under the alias Sato Ryuichi. This morning he had utilized the spy, or rather the agent Kirishima Shuji, lurking within the Bureau. He had Kirishima bring him into the Bureau under the pretense of discovering an ability user, thus allowing him to join the Countermeasures Bureau as Sato Ryuichi. Nagato had transformed his appearance to that of Sato Ryuichi. The ability he used was not ninjutsu, but a supernatural ability. This supernatural ability was plundered from the former second-in-command of the former Kanryukai, and its function was naturally appearance alteration. Appearance alteration could only change facial features, including the eyes and skin texture of the face. As for height, weight, and body skin texture, they could not be altered. Nagato had already devised a countermeasure. For biometric information such as fingerprints, he could only resort to transformation jutsu, partial transformation jutsu, which was the solution. After a series of operations, Nagato attended the onboarding training under Kirishima's instructions. Of course, before that he had met with the hastily returned Section Chief Akatsuki. Section Chief Akatsuki was indeed extraordinary, exuding an aura that set him apart. Incidentally, Nagato had joined the Countermeasures Bureau under the pretext of being able to produce the smallest flame. He did not want to reveal his true capabilities, nor did he want the Bureau personnel to perceive him as a troublesome figure, lest he become a target. Being watched would always hinder his freedom of action. He could have used transformation jutsu to become Sato Ryuichi entirely, but he did not do so, and even sat in a wheelchair for the reasons stated above. There was also another reason. When himself under transformation jutsu sustained damage, he would revert to his original form. In short, transformation jutsu had its flaws. He had no choice but to use the flawless supernatural ability. Nagato listened to the staff member's explanation while jotting down key information. For instance, supernatural abilities were classified into 6 grades from A to F, and the full name of the Countermeasures Bureau was the Cabinet Office Supernatural Phenomena Countermeasures Bureau, among other details. The staff member also emphasized the strict prohibition of disclosing any information about supernatural abilities to others. According to him, ability users differed from other employees, so they were not required to report to work at fixed times every day. However, they were obliged to respond to periodic summons from the Bureau. These summons could occur at any time, dawn, dusk, or noon, because opposing organizations occasionally wreaked havoc on society. As their primary duty was to participate in combat operations, they had to go to the battlefield. Nagato and Sasaki each received a credential. It was a police badge. Sato Ryuichi, Special Crime Division Countermeasures Department Senior Patrol Officer. The badge displayed these details. Nagato held the card and scanned the information. Having studied the Japanese police system the night before, he knew that this senior patrol officer rank was essentially a minor leadership position, ranking second from the bottom in the entire police hierarchy. The Japanese police rank system roughly went as follows: patrol officer, senior patrol officer, assistant inspector, inspector, superintendent, senior superintendent, assistant commissioner, superintendent general. Patrol officers were ordinary detectives, typically responsible for patrol work or on-site miscellaneous tasks. A senior patrol officer held certain authority and could direct officers at the scene. An assistant inspector generally supervised on-site operations. If an inspector was present, the senior officer would naturally take command. The Metropolitan Police Department had divisions, sections, and units. An inspector typically led a unit, such as Inspector Magyar and Detective Conan, who was the chief of the Violent Crimes Section 3, Criminal Investigation Department, 1st Investigative Division. Although Inspector Shiratori held the same rank as Inspector Magyar, both being Inspector Shiratori was a career track officer starting as an inspector after graduating from the police academy, so he worked under the non-career track, but more senior Inspector Magyar. An officer with the rank of superintendent served as the chief of a section, such as Section Chief Akatsuki, whom Nagato met today. In Detective Conan, the good-natured officer Takagi held the rank of senior patrol officer, while Officer Sato was an assistant inspector. The two were in love, but actually had a superior-subordinate relationship. During investigations, it was common to see Officer Sato directing Officer Takagi. So that meant Nagato's current position was the same as Officer Takagi's. Thinking this way, he felt the position was not very significant. But he firmly believed that within 2 months he could be promoted to inspector. Because in the upcoming bowling alley incident, all members would be dispatched to fight against the hostile organization. After completing that mission, everyone would die. Only he and Sasaki would survive, and they would definitely be promoted to assistant inspector. Later, there was a mission to recruit supernatural ability users, and completing that mission would earn a promotion to inspector. In the story, Sasaki was entrusted by the section chief to take care of the 2 quiet ones, and subsequently received a promotion. Nagato mused that the Akatsuki organization had dozens of supernatural ability users. all recruited by the new Kanryukai's underlings from various cities. Summoning just one of them would allow him to get promoted, while also infiltrating the Countermeasures Bureau. Although these ability users themselves were unaware that the Akatsuki was their superior organization. But Nagato only needed to give orders to the former Kanryukai henchmen, and the ability users would comply. However, such commands were not absolute. Some underlings might become arrogant, and even betray him. In such cases, coercive measures were necessary. Compared to that, Nagato needed more loyal subordinates. The other world seems to have slavery magic, Nagato murmured. After the meeting, the two each received a check for 1 million yen. Sasaki appeared excited while Nagato accepted it calmly. Nagato had seen larger sums before. In his vault, there lay nearly 300 million yen. Asato-koen, I shall take my leave now, Sasaki said politely. He then turned and walked toward the door. Nagato did not wish to linger either, so he opened his phone and dialed a number. Soon a robust, muscular man with a broad back and a bear-like physique entered. His bronze skin was strikingly conspicuous, and his well-defined muscles were layered distinctly. Kurosaka Toru was a member of the Countermeasures Bureau whom Kirishima had successfully turned. He was now considered a member of the Akatsuki. What method did Kirishima use? Money, of course. Wouldn't everyone join the Countermeasures Bureau for the base salary of 1 million yen? So Kirishima hired him for 5 million yen per month. Kirishima had sought Nagato's prior approval, and after careful consideration Nagato consented. Thus Kuroshaku Toru readily agreed to Kirishima's offer and joined the Akatsuki. Kuroshaku Toru's supernatural ability was effortless. An ordinary person could lift at most 50 kilograms, but in Kuroshaku's hands the same weight felt no more than 2.5 kilograms. A reduction of nearly 10 times the effort. According to him, one day, he suddenly became as strong as an ox, and later at an underground fighting arena, agents from the Countermeasures Bureau brought him to the Bureau, forcing him to become a civil servant. Kurosaka Toru was taciturn and almost never spoke. If not for his massive frame, he would be easily overlooked. With Kuroshaku's assistance, Nagato made his way out of the building. He returned home, not to Chizuru's residence, but to the former dwelling of Sato Ryuichi. Nagato had located it using the identification records. He turned to Kurashiki Tetsu and said, "You may return first." Kurashiki Tetsu nodded silently and walked away without uttering a single word. Before him stood an apartment building. Nagato slowly pushed his wheelchair to one of the rooms on the second floor and forcibly breached the door. Upon entering, a stale, moldy odor filled the air. The place had been unoccupied for quite some time. If his guess was correct, Director Akitsu had already installed pinhole cameras here. Since he could not pinpoint the exact installation locations, he was unable to conduct any dismantling work. For security reasons, Nagato decided against having his shadow clones reside here. Instead, he contacted the landlord and separately rented the room adjacent to this one. Upon entering, Nagato performed the shadow clone jutsu, summoning a shadow clone disguised as Sato Ryuichi to take up residence in his stead. As for Nagato's true body, he employed the transformation technique, leaped out the window, and prepared to make his way to the Akatsuki organization headquarters to receive reports from his subordinates. Incidentally, the wheelchair he had been using was not the one borrowed from Chizuru, but a brand new model purchased specifically from a specialty store. The old one had been left behind for repairs. During the previous pursuit of enemies, he had accidentally knocked the tubing, causing the paint to chip and the frame to dent. He had put off repairs until now, when he finally remembered. Shortly after Nagato secured the adjacent room, Director Akitsu placed a call to the Shadow Clone's phone disguised as Sato Ryuichi. The mobile phone in the Shadow Clone's possession was identical to Sasaki's, a dedicated device for task force members, modified with a GPS transmitter and even equipped with listening devices. Quite impressive, Director Akitsu remarked in a calm tone after connecting the call. "No, I am simply sensitive to surveillance, so I requested to reside in a quieter room." The Shadow Clone, Sato Ryuichi, responded on the other end. "Rest assured, this was merely a test. Congratulations on passing. I will send someone to dismantle the surveillance equipment in your room. That will suffice." Both parties ended the call. Director Akitsu sat before his computer desk, studying the information on Sato Ryuichi, lost in deep thought. Sato Ryuichi, age 37, unemployed. Height 1.9 meters, weight 100 kilograms, excellent health records. However, he actually suffered from bilateral leg disabilities. His apparent height did not exceed 1.8 meters, and his physique looked nothing like 100 kilograms. A weight closer to 50 kilograms would be far more reasonable. His iris patterns, fingerprints, and facial features all matched perfectly. They were unquestionably the same person. Within merely a few days, how had he deteriorated into such a wretched state? Director Akitsu shook his head in disbelief. Beside the computer monitor lay information on Sasaki. Sasaki, age 39, an ordinary company employee. Height 1.79 meters, weight 70 kilograms, excellent health. Suddenly, one monitoring screen after another went dark. After a moment of contemplation, he finally murmured, "These recent new recruits are truly extraordinary. Nagato arrived at the abandoned building sensing it might be worthwhile to secure a more luxurious base of operations. Shrugging, he took the elevator to the conference room. The conference room was crowded with 24 other individuals. At the very front stood 3 executives: Kamishiro Kinta, Ruzawa Takuma, and Suzuki Rikudo. Behind them were 21 subordinate members, including Kami Hatton. Aside from Kami Hatton, Nagato did not know any of their names. Seeing Nagato arrive, Suzuki Rikudo stepped forward and bowed deeply with utmost respect. "Good day, boss." "Good day, boss." A resounding chorus erupted from behind as all the subordinates bent forward in unison, their upper bodies nearly parallel to the ground, demonstrating extraordinary reverence. Nagato nodded. Suzuki Rikudo spoke with excitement. "In merely a few days, our organization has grown to a total of 1,300 members. Our influence spans across numerous cities including Osaka, Yokohama, Nagoya, Sapporo, Fukuoka, Kobe, Kyoto, Kawasaki, Hiroshima, Sarai, Imabara, and beyond, with Tokyo as our base. We have established affiliated gangs such as Tsukigiryu, Hyaki Yagyogumi, and Tetsuguru Sakai, all of which have taken root and await further growth. The largest faction commands 230 members. The smallest has 27. Suzuki Rikudo gestured toward a dark-skinned young man with a rough, menacing face. "Kami Hatton. This member is Kami Hatton, a rising star in our organization. He is the founder of Tsukigiryu, our largest faction." Nagato nodded slightly. He knew who this person was and found no surprise in his achievements. From the moment he first laid eyes on him, Nagato had always felt that this young man was a formidable character. Kami Hatton pressed his clenched fist against his heart to demonstrate his loyalty and proclaimed to Nagato, "I pledge my life to your service." Nagato patted his shoulder. Ryuzawa Takuma reminded him, "We have yet to report on the number of espers." "Oh yes." Suzuki Rikudo nodded and hastily continued, "During this operation, we have recruited a total of 56 espers. 23 belong to Tsukigiryu, 14 to Hyaki Yagyogumi, and the remainder to Tetsuguru Sakai." After hearing the report, Nagato assigned him a task. He instructed Suzuki to separately catalog each esper's abilities and submit the findings in written reports. Meanwhile, Kamishiro Kinta sat with a grim expression, remaining silent for an extended period. Having recruited the fewest members, he dared not speak as his faction was the smallest. He had originally believed that his exceptional leadership abilities and personal charisma would attract a large following of subordinates. Instead, fate dealt him a harsh blow. He had been dispatched to Kobe, where rival factions were deeply entrenched and the populace was a murky mix of all walks of life. In particular, certain areas near the prefecture were places he dared not approach. If not for the prosthetic arm, the handgun, and 10 million yen in his possession, he would not have even survived long enough to establish a faction. He would have been beaten to death. There was no question of securing any revenue streams. He could not lay claim to any of the game arcades or dance halls controlled by existing gangs in the area. Thus he festered in frustration, unable to utter a single word. With Nagato's approval, several plans to seize control of rival factions were smoothly approved. The other members were eager and restless with anticipation. They believed that before long the Akatsuki organization would shake the very foundations of Japan. Nagato intended to make Japan his first target, establishing true peace through force. Although Nagato had ultimately been persuaded by Naruto that violence could not solve the problem of world peace, in truth, all fear originates from violence, all notions of peace are born from violence, and all conflicts are resolved through violence. To maintain domestic stability, nations gave rise to violent institutions such as police departments, courts, and prisons. To defeat fascism during World War II, countries waged war, which in turn spawned weapons such as fighter jets, rocket launchers, and atomic bombs. For nuclear-armed nations, nuclear weapons remained the most powerful deterrent, ensuring mutual peace. This was precisely the vision Nagato held from the anime. By providing military support to whichever warring nation proved stronger, that side would inevitably bring the conflict to an end. Though not an elegant solution, it was the most forceful and efficient method. This was exactly Nagato's current intention. The peace he sought was not merely the cessation of war or a fragile truce between parties. It was a world where all people were equal, where no class hierarchy existed, and where no individual would ever face oppression. To create such a world, this was his ambition. Go find Zwazuamu. This thought emerged in Chong Min's mind. He wanted to learn magic and go to another world. He had to ask Zwazuamu for help. Was Zwazuamu likely restocking at the supermarket now? Before the others could leave, he withdrew from the meeting room and left the abandoned building. Using the transformation art, he reverted to the appearance he had when visiting the wheelchair store this morning. Chong Min retrieved the repaired wheelchair. After pulling it into an alley, what emerged was a red-haired, middle-aged man naturally seated in the wheelchair. Chong Min pushed the wheelchair towards his home. About 3 li away, with several downhill slopes, Chong Min soon arrived there. At this time, dusk was approaching and the road was filled with many high school students returning home. Chong Min pushed into the apartment. Conveniently, Zwazuamu lived on the first floor, so Chong Min easily reached the door. Knock knock. He knocked twice, but there was no response. There were two possibilities: either Zhuozhuamu was restocking, or he was already in the other world. Chongmin was not anxious. If he was restocking at the supermarket, he would return soon. If he had gone to the other world, given the time flow between the two worlds, Zhuozhuamu would also return quickly after finishing his business. Uncle. Turning around, a girl in a black sailor uniform tilted her head and set her black hair loosely falling from her shoulders, hanging over her chest. Her delicate face featured sparkling eyes that were unforgettable, especially her amber pupils. It was the neighbor girl. Chongmin remembered her surname was Heizei, and that should be correct. Heizei's younger sister was a bit puzzled and said softly, "Are you looking for Uncle Zhuozhuamu?" Yes. He might be a bit busy lately. He went out last night and hasn't come back. If it's the usual time, Uncle Zhuozhuamu will be back in an hour. Oh. Chongmin nodded and said, "Then I'll wait here." Huh. What's wrong? No, nothing. Heizei's younger sister waved her hand, looking troubled, and finally, with blushing cheeks, she slid down against the door and sat in front of the neighbor's door. Although Chongmin knew why she was sitting there since they were meeting for the first time, he still asked, "Why are you sitting on the ground? Did you forget your keys?" Sort of. I see. By the way, Uncle, you live across the street, right? Heizei's younger sister pointed at the single-family house of Qian, his family, and said, "This girl's observation skills were truly top-notch." Chongmin squinted his eyes, and then said, "That's right." Heizei's younger sister said then, "Is Shui Jiansen your daughter?" Chongmin paused, and said, "No, she's not." Heizei's younger sister said, "Actually, we are classmates." Oh. Chongmin was stunned. They were classmates. That was quite a coincidence. Heizei's younger sister continued, "At first, I didn't know that Shui Jian was in our class. Then one day she suddenly ran over from the building across the street and asked if I wanted to come in and have dinner with her. Of course I refused. Until the next day I saw her sitting in the front row of the class." I see. Chongmin nodded. Heizei's younger sister hugged her knees, leaning against the door, gazing at the sky as if yearning. "How are you two getting along?" Heizei suddenly blushed, thinking that Chongmin was asking about her relationship with Uncle Zhuozhuamu. After a moment's thought, she realized it was not that. "He's asking about my relationship with Shui Jian, right?" Heizei breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's barely okay, but I can't handle that kind of personality." "Oh, how so?" "She's too enthusiastic." Enthusiastic? Chongmin thought probably because Shui Jian, he sympathized with Heizei's younger sister. Because Shui Jian, he had a similarly tragic experience, she felt closer to Heizei's younger sister. And after Heizei's younger sister said the word enthusiastic, she realized that she had been chatting with a strange uncle for so long. Was it because of "love me, love my dog"? Because Uncle Zhuozhuamu was a middle-aged man, she would inexplicably feel close to other middle-aged men. Heizei couldn't understand this. Well, if she couldn't understand, she wouldn't think about it. Just then footsteps came from outside. Was it Zhuozhuamu returning? Chongmin stared at the gate of the wall, guessing in his heart. It was Uncle Zhuozhuamu. And Heizei's younger sister looked certain, her blood flowing rapidly. She straightened her collar, pinched her cheeks, and cleared her throat. She remembered Zhuozhuamu's footsteps well. The sounds he made when coming home, even without seeing Heizei, could instantly know that the person returning was Zhuozhuamu. And Chongmin, who could read minds, naturally knew all of Heizei's younger sister's inner thoughts just now. At this, Chongmin found the neighbor girl even more remarkable. "Oh, it's Tianyang Koen." Tianyang. Chongmin had forgotten to tell Zhuozhuamu that he had changed his name, so he said, "Actually, my real name is Xian with Chongmin. Please don't call me Tianyang anymore." "Ah, is that so?" Zhuozhuamu was speechless. Xian with Chongmin. Wasn't that a character from anime? It seemed he was too immersed in it. Heizei's younger sister quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Uncle." She stood up excitedly. "Oh, Zhuozhuamu responded, seeming a bit awkward because Chongmin was present. He was afraid that Chongmin would mistake him for a perverted lolicon who casually flirts with little girls. Chongmin heard Zhuozhuamu's inner thoughts, but did not show it. Heizei's younger sister said, "Uncle, was that woman with you last night your girlfriend?" Zhuozhuamu could feel a chilling aura behind him, and he answered with cold sweat, No, that woman is my superior at the company." Heizei's younger sister revealed a suspicious look. "Oh, so young and already a superior. Our company actually advocates meritocracy." Zhuozhuamu replied with a forced smile. This was of course a lie. Heizei's younger sister asked, "Is it a foreign-owned company?" Yes." Zhuozhuamu touched his nose and answered. In reality, it was as domestic as it could be. Since he couldn't reveal information about the Countermeasures Bureau, he had no choice but to say so. Zhuozhuamu quickly changed the subject. "Yesterday you said you had something to say, right? You still remember?" "Sorry, I almost forgot." "No, it's fine. I'm sorry for suddenly asking to talk to you." Heizei's younger sister stood up and gave a slight bow. Zhuozhuamu asked, "So what do you want to talk about?" "I have something I want to give you, Uncle." She took out something from the pocket of her sailor skirt. It was a few cookies wrapped in clear plastic and sealed with pretty tape. "I made these in cooking class." Chongmin watched this scene and thought of the time he had given him cookies. Heizei's younger sister turned around and said to Changmin meaningfully, Shui Jian also made cookies. Oh, Changmin responded softly. Zuozhuamu was puzzled who is Shui Jian, but he didn't want to pursue it. Instead, he thought about the neighbor girl in front of him. Previously, he had always given her some food, but now it was her turn to give him something. But when he thought of the neighbor girl's current predicament, Zuozhuamu felt embarrassed to accept, because food was precious to her. Because you always give me things, please let me express my gratitude. Was this a matter of pride? Would it be bad if I didn't accept? After thinking, Zuozhuamu frankly accepted the cookies. Thank you, I'll eat them with care. No, I should thank you for your usual care, uncle. Sasaki looked at the biscuit in his hand somewhat at a loss. Embarrassingly, this was actually the first time he had received a gift from a female other than a relative. Afterwards, they chatted for a while. Nagato returned to the house with Sasaki, and before leaving, Sasaki naturally gave food to the neighbor girl. Oh, Nagato-kun, is there something you need? Sasaki prepared tea and placed it on the wooden table in the living room. Yes, there is something I want to ask of you. Sitting on the cushion, Nagato spoke, while looking around. After a moment, he added, actually, what I want to ask is not about you, but about the Java sparrow you keep. Sasaki nearly spat out the tea he had just drunk. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Sasaki broke the silence, sweating coldly, forcing a smile. Aha, you want to see the sparrow, right? It's actually in my room, I'll go get it now. Nagato waited in the living room for a few minutes. A Java sparrow flew up to Nagato and spoke in a mature, stern tone. I hear you have business with me. It really can talk. Nagato looked calmly at the sparrow. Yes, I want you to take me to another world. The scene fell silent once more. How did he know about another world? Sasaki, who had just walked out of the bedroom, was full of question marks. The Sparrow Lord was not flustered at all. What do you want to go there for? Nagato thought for a moment, and said, to learn more magic and spread love and peace. Learning more magic. As if he knew magic. The same thought occurred to everyone. Oh, well, can I interrupt? Sasaki asked at this point. Nagato and the sparrow both nodded, turning their gazes to Sasaki's face. The two gazes were somewhat piercing. Sasaki felt as if needles were pricking his back. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he asked again, Nagato-kun, how did you know about the other world? Nagato naturally had an explanation. I sensed it. He looked at the sparrow not far away. My perception ability is very strong. I can clearly sense that this little creature has the same energy flowing inside it as I do. It's magic, right? That means he, like me, comes from another world. This was a lie, but no one could prove it false. Because Nagato really could unleash strange abilities no different from magic. Sasaki was dazed for a moment. You say you're also from another world? The sparrow said, I can also sense the energy inside you. You are no ordinary mortal. But as for the previous statement that the energy flowing inside you is the same as mine, I dare not agree. Because I know that the energy flowing through your meridians is not magic. Nagato asked with interest, how do you know that this energy is not magic? What if the other world with magic is not the only one and the magic system of my world is different from yours? You are right, there is some truth to that. The sparrow flapped its wings. Sasaki spoke awkwardly. Well, although I'm not doubting you, Nagato-kun, and this is presumptuous, I still want to see your magic. Nagato nodded, all right. Then he aimed his palm at an object, a kettle a few feet away. Universal pull. Nagato thought inwardly. Swish. In an instant, the kettle flew into his hand. I see, it is indeed the condition of magic circulation, roughly the same principle as when I circulate magic. I saw that strange energy inside you flowing toward your palm. The sparrow nodded, its eyes flickering with a faint magical light. This was a detection magic that could see the energy condition inside a body. Just now, when Nagato used universal pull, blue chakra flowed and gathered toward his palm. So the sparrow thought that magic was at work. Gravity magic. Quite an advanced magic. The sparrow murmured, I believe you are an apostle from another world. After all, you are just like me. But I don't understand why you want to visit my world. Isn't the reason, learning magic and spreading love and peace, a bit too far-fetched? Nagato said, I want to find a way to return to my original world. I myself cannot use space transfer magic. A few nights ago, I sensed a powerful spatial array force, and since it was coming from Sasaki's house, I immediately knew it was you. Earlier, I asked Sasaki whether the sparrow had ever spoken. Actually, at that time, I sensed that you carried the will of another world, and I thought about whether I could return to my original world through you. The spatial magic circle aura, I sensed later, further proved this. Then I thought more like learning more magic, and so on. Nagato spoke plausibly, talking nonstop. However, these were all excuses. All excuses to go to another world. He couldn't sense magic at all, nor did he know when the sparrow had summoned a spatial magic circle. But he had watched this anime. As long as he spoke vaguely, no one would doubt his words. Nearby, Sasaki saw Nagato's ability and thought for a long time. How come Nagato-kun's ability was exactly the same as Nagato from the Naruto anime? He exclaimed in surprise and asked, could it be that Nagato-kun's original world is the Naruto world? Nagato, who could read minds, already knew Sasaki's thoughts thoroughly. He nodded expressionlessly. Yes, but there are some differences from the Naruto anime in this world. For example, in the anime, people define the term for magic as chakra, while in our real world we call chakra magic. He lied expressionless without even blinking. I see. Sasaki nodded, not knowing what to say next. The sparrow also fell silent, as if thinking about other things. Nagato's mind-reading ability did not work on the sparrow, so he didn't know what the sparrow was thinking. After a long while the sparrow spoke, "Since you helped Sasaki-san out of a predicament before, I should repay the favor on his behalf." Sasaki was shocked. "Xiao Bai, that really makes me." He was speechless for a long time, finally forcing out, "Xiao Bai, who repays her master's favor, is also adorable. I didn't expect it to actually succeed." Hearing the sparrow's words, Nagato's eyes widened, and he asked, "Really?" "Yes, but what?" "But you must agree to one condition, only then will I take you to my world." "Easy to say, as long as it's within my ability, I will agree." "Very well. There are two things I need you to promise. First, you must not harm anyone there. Second, you must help Sasaki at appropriate times. That is work as an assistant." Without hesitation, Nagato agreed. "Okay. Then let's set off immediately." The sparrow flapped its wing. A complex magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Sasaki saw the magic circle and hurriedly said, "Hey, that's too fast." But as he said this, what appeared before him was a medieval town of another world. Before him lay a world of dazzling strangeness where townsfolk in plain attire passed by, their fabrics lacking the vibrant variety of modern times. Yet their hair colors were rich, gold, red, brown, or black. The streets were paved with cobblestones, and the houses seemed built of stone, unmistakably European in architectural style. Carriages dashed by here and there. Sasaki, well-versed, introduced, "This is Bidorian, a border town of the Hertz Kingdom." Nagato scanned the surroundings and nodded in reply. "Oh, truly impressive." It felt like stepping back into the Western Middle Ages. "This way," Sasaki said, walking a short distance as if to guide Nagato. They arrived at a restaurant. A chef with curly red hair, a short beard, and a white apron rushed out, his eyes sparkling as he respectfully grasped Sasaki's hand, exclaiming excitedly, "Boss Sasaki, you're here." Sasaki, beaming, introduced to Nagato, "As you can see, this restaurant is mine. His name is Frankie, who I hired him as a chef, and his culinary skills are quite remarkable." Nagato bowed slightly and said, "I see. My name is Uzumaki Nagato. Just call me Nagato. Pleased to meet you." Nagato had seen Frankie in the anime, but had forgotten his name until Sasaki reminded him, finally jogging his memory. In response to Nagato's self-introduction, Frankie bowed humbly. "Mr. Nagato." "Hello." The restaurant was full, yet Mr. Frankie had specially prepared a table for Sasaki's dining. Under Frankie's guidance, the two and the bird took their seats at the empty table. "So even people in another world speak Japanese?" Nagato joked. He understood it was due to Pippi's translation magic. He could also learn the otherworldly language systematically by reading the minds of its inhabitants. "Nagato-kun, I think it's because of Pippi," Sasaki said. "I know." Nagato nodded. Soon many dishes were served. There were fruits, vegetables, steaks, puddings. Nagato had never seen such food, but the aroma was utterly intoxicating. The meat glistened, the presentation fresh. Even without the scent, the sight alone would have stirred his appetite. After an eager first bite, Nagato was content, a blissful smile spreading across his face. Sasaki too seemed pleased, forking a piece of meat into his mouth and asking, "How is it?" "Delicious." The answer was already written on Nagato's face. Pippi also dined, gently pecking at the tiny meat scraps Sasaki cut with a knife, then swallowing them with a tilt of its head. Chirp. After eating, Pippi let out an excited cry. The way Pippi shrieked with joy over tasty food was adorable too. Laughing, Sasaki suddenly noticed something and stared at Nagato in astonishment. "Your legs are healed." Nagato replied, "Yes, they were cured over 10 days ago. But weren't you still in a wheelchair when you came?" "I was faking it." Pippi chirped, a reminder. "I saw through his feigned disability long ago. With his inner powers several times greater than an ordinary person's, it would be strange if he couldn't stand." Nagato smiled without answering, lowering his head to continue enjoying the meal. "I see." Sasaki said, a light dawning on him. More than 10 minutes passed, and the two with full belly stepped outside. "Nagato-kun, I'm going to do business with the Hammond Chamber of Commerce. Would you like to come along?" Sasaki gestured to the bag on his shoulder and gave Nagato a meaningful look. Nagato waved his hand. "I'm not interested in that. Allow me to wander elsewhere. I'll be back in about 2 hours. We can meet here then. Then we'll go to the lake in the eastern forest to practice magic." Sasaki smiled. For some reason, Nagato felt his shoulders broaden. Would he really not mind others learning magic? Nagato thought that if he had discovered the black hole that could traverse worlds, he would never share it with anyone, let alone teach them magic. Flapping its wings, Pippi flew in the air and reminded Nagato, "Remember, don't wander too far. I've cast a translation spell on you. It only lasts 2 hours." "Okay." Nagato nodded. After the instructions, Sasaki, along with the Java Sparrow Pippi, headed toward the tall building in the distance. "Now where should I go?" Nagato surveyed his surroundings. Everything felt novel. Is there something like an adventurer's guild? He murmured to himself. Though the original story never mentioned such things, that didn't mean they didn't exist. So Nagato grabbed a passerby, pulled him into an alley, and asked, "Hey mister, do you know where the adventurer's guild is?" The person before him, seemingly 15 or 16, wore a petite frame clad in splendid white garments, looking like a noble, exuding an aura befitting a noble. Blue eyes, silver hair, tousled yet neat. Wait, could this be that prince? Nagato felt he had seen this face before. The person bowed with proper etiquette, neither humble nor arrogant. "I am Adnus. May I ask your esteemed name?" "Indeed. Nagato replied. "Then Mr. Nagato, is there something you need?" Adnus suspected he was being kidnapped so much so that he unconsciously ignored Nagato's earlier question. "I asked earlier, do you know where the Adventurers Guild is?" "In the capital. Anywhere else? Like this city? Only the capital has an Adventurers Guild." Hearing this, Nagato frowned. A whole country with only the capital housing an Adventurers Guild. Was this Hertz Kingdom a small nation? It did seem small. Nagato clutched his head in distress. "I'm sorry for making you look disappointed," Adnus said with a bitter smile. He had already sensed why Nagato wore that expression. It was disdain for his country's poverty. And as the second prince of the Hertz Kingdom, he bore an inescapable responsibility. "Well then, goodbye." Nagato waved and went elsewhere. Passing through buildings, he arrived ahead of schedule at the eastern lake Sasaki had mentioned. This was the grassland of Midoriyan town adjoining the forest. Being a distance from the town, there were no other people. Let's try the summoning technique again. Nagato hadn't used it since he last summoned the Hellhound. Incidentally, that single-headed Hellhound hadn't vanished into smoke. Nagato had secretly kept it at home. It didn't eat or sleep, always alert. It consumed only half a point of chakra per hour. Actually, when Nagato used the summoning technique last time, the one he silently invoked was not Hellhound, but Yada no Karasu. Yet what came out was Hellhound. Nagato felt he had fallen into the same predicament as Naruto. When Naruto used the summoning technique to call toads, each time a different one appeared. Whichever toad was free came. Last time he silently invoked Yada no Karasu but got Hellhound. This time Nagato decided to do the opposite, silently invoke Hellhound, and use the summoning technique to see if he could summon Yada no Karasu. Excellent. Full of drive, Nagato bit his thumbs, swiftly formed hand seals, and slammed his palm onto the ground. With prior experience, he naturally used half of his chakra. Boom. A cloud of mist filled the surroundings, obscuring the view. Nagato could sense that what he had summoned this time was a massive creature. The mist dissipated, revealing the colossal being before him. Nagato's jaw dropped in astonishment. The mist dissipated, revealing a towering figure blocking the path ahead, casting a shadow over the area where Changmin stood. Changmin stared blankly ahead, his legs crossed as he sat on the lake's surface before the 100-meter-tall Outer Path Demon statue. The Outer Path Demon statue possessed a body like a wooden stake and stone statue with densely packed spider-like eyes across its forehead, all tightly shut. Its back was covered with long spikes like those of a giant thorn dragon, appearing extremely eerie. Its hands and feet were firmly locked by iron rings. Although this Outer Path Demon statue stood motionless like a sculpture, the aura it exuded was akin to a living creature. An ordinary person upon seeing this statue would likely be terrified and jump about like a rabbit. Maintaining this statue's existence did not consume chakra like the Hellhound. Changmin felt as if he had summoned the entire Outer Path Demon statue out of thin air without needing to expend additional chakra on it. However, if he wanted to manipulate the Outer Path Demon statue, Changmin would need to consume chakra. It was estimated that even if one attacked the Outer Path Demon statue, it would not disappear. Unless it was completely destroyed or someone summoned it back to the ninja world. Changmin took a deep breath, contemplating what to do next. After all, this was another world. What if the Outer Path Demon statue was discovered by people who then mistook it for a demon lord's invasion and gathered adventurers to destroy it? Moreover, was Wamu and the others would come over here sooner. It probably wouldn't be good if they saw the Outer Path Demon statue. The bottom of this lake seemed suitable for hiding things. Gazing at the calm lake surface, Changmin muttered to himself while stroking his chin. In fact, he could hide the Outer Path Demon statue at the bottom of the lake. Wait, before that, Changmin suddenly remembered that he could use the statue to create chakra black rods. In the anime, when the young Changmin first used the Outer Path Demon statue, it produced a chakra connector that pierced into his back. The so-called chakra connector was actually a black rod. With the black rod, he had a weapon. If inserted into a corpse, it could be turned into a pain. If inserted into a living person's limb, it could also control their movements. How should I use the Outer Path Demon statue? Changmin closed his eyes and murmured. According to the usual method, it required the connection between the two. That's right. It was the Rinnegan. Opening his eyes wide, Changmin activated his dojutsu. More precisely, he used the Outer Path ability. Suddenly, Ruawar, the Outer Path Demon statue abruptly burst open, its lock rings stood up violently, and stood on the lake's surface, clutching its head and roaring at the sky. Veins bulged all over its head, densely terrifying. SSS. A piercing, teeth-grinding sound rang out as a black rod thrust out from the outer path demon statue's belly. In an instant the rod split into multiple branches heading straight for Chongmin. Chongmin hastily stopped supplying chakra to the outer path demon statue. The black rod that was coming to a halt just stopped right in front of his eyes. Crack. Chongmin reached out, broke off a piece of the chakra black rod, gripped it tightly, and carefully sensed it. After a moment he laughed out loud. I see, so this is the feeling. Chongmin threw away the chakra black rod, then using the sensation, he just felt gathered yin-yang chakra in his palm. A chakra black rod instantly thrust out from his palm. Success! Looking at the chakra black rod in his hand, Chongmin beamed with joy. Now he could independently create chakra black rods. With that he could also create pains. Although he very much wanted to use the summoning technique to summon his previous pains. But using other corpses as substitutes for pains was not impossible either. Overjoyed, Chongmin became excited. Soon he would become the hidden mastermind lurking in the shadows. After rejoicing for a while, Chongmin calmed down. He looked at the outer path demon statue and said, "You stay calm at the bottom of the lake for now. When I have time I'll move you to earth." Gathering chakra at his feet, Chongmin stepped onto the water, his palms striking the surface. Boom, 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 boom. With a thunderous roar the lake's surface churned violently, and the outer path demon statue sank into the depths like mud. Just as Chongmin marveled at the lake's depth, the sinking outer path demon statue stopped. Half of its head was exposed above the surface. It seemed it had reached the bottom. This lake is clearly not deep enough. After thinking, Chongmin consumed chakra to manipulate the outer path demon statue to lie horizontally, thus completely hiding it. No one would ever imagine that such a behemoth was hidden beneath the lake. Complacent Chongmin decided to capture a few beasts to use as summoned beasts. The animal path summoned beasts were all dead things, none alive. Most were corpses manipulated by the past Chongmin, using chakra rods to control their bodies and utilize their abilities. Thus the current Chongmin could also use black rods to create summoned beasts for his own use. It wasn't necessary to use the summoning technique to call the ones made by the previous Chongmin: pandas, yada birds, wild oxen. After searching around, Chongmin found several slimes and a black wolf. He released black rods piercing through their hearts, and the beasts immediately fell still. The wolf was fine. After death, Chongmin inserted chakra black rods into its limbs, allowing him to control it with his gaze. However, the slimes, as soon as they were killed, turned into sticky liquid and disappeared completely uncontrollable. Chongmin did not understand the structure of slime bodies. Thus, after an hour of work, the only gain was that wolf. This was not surprising, as this place was not far from the town, so the chance of encountering fierce beasts was much smaller. The black wolf ahead had a pair of sharp eyes gleaming with purple light, with rings of samsara glaring around, as if to seize souls. Its height reached Chongmin's shoulder, and its body length was about 4 or 5 meters. Its body was furry, but its mouth was covered in oily saliva, and its sharp teeth gleamed with cold light. Let's test its strength. With a thought, an additional image appeared in Chongmin's mind. This was the vision-sharing ability of the Rinnegan. The extra image was the black wolf's field of view. Thus Chongmin felt as if he had become a wolf, able to freely control its body. He lifted the black wolf's stump-like paw, extended its sharp claws, and struck forward. Bang! A tree as thick as 10 men could embrace snapped in two instantly. Amid a crashing sound, the upper half of the tree fell to the ground, its branches flailing. Suddenly Chongmin sensed a stream of magical power flowing within the black wolf, scorching hot, lodged in its throat. Could it be? He manipulated the wolf to spit out the magical power, and a magic circle appeared in midair. As brilliant light shimmered, one after another mighty fireballs shot out from the magic circle. They bounced off trees, piercing through them, and continued until they hit 8 trees, before stopping, setting everything ablaze in their path. When the fireball struck the last tree, it exploded with a bang, turning an area several meters around into a sea of fire. Falling sparks ignited the tender green bushes. Right at the moment of the explosion, a piece of charred bark flew swiftly and landed with a thud at Chongmin's feet. Chongmin picked up the blackened piece of bark and examined it closely. So this is what they call magic. When made into an animal path summoned beast, it can retain the beast's abilities from its lifetime, such as the chameleon's invisibility or the crab's bubbles. And this wolf can use all the magic it had in life. He cupped his chin, then checked if it could release other magic. However, after testing, Chongmin found that the wolf only knew fireball magic. A low-level monster. In fact, that single shot had consumed nearly half of the black wolf's magical power. A beginner-level magic like this could only be fired once or twice. Ridiculous. Chongmin decided to capture some powerful monsters to serve as his summoned beasts. Remember, this other world seems to have dragons. Alright, later in the story there will be a powerful monster of this world. A dragon-type sea creature Kalakin that crosses over to Earth. Wen Niao and Zhuazhuamu spent a huge cost to successfully eliminate it. Why can't I wait until then to capture it? and use it as my summoned beast. Changmin narrowed his eyes, formulating a plan. 2 hours should be about right. Estimating the time, Nagato dispatched a shadow clone, racing toward the town. Soon the clone Nagato arrived before him with Sasaki and the little bird Xiaobi. At first Sasaki paused in surprise upon seeing 2 Nagatos, but when the clone Nagato vanished in a puff of white smoke, he quickly realized and murmured, "So that's how it is." Xiaobi claimed he had seen through Nagato's clone technique long ago. However, he did not immediately recognize that the arriving Nagato was a separate body. Instead, he first sensed something unusual about the energy within the clone, diminished by nearly 3/4 compared to their first meeting. Yet it did not resemble the effects of overuse. Therefore Xiaobi, the sage renowned for his mastery of magic, imagined it to be a spell that allowed him to divide himself and evenly distribute magical power between each body. Since he was about to teach Nagato how to wield magic, Sasaki demonstrated the spells he had learned thus far. A dazzling display of flashing lights erupted. Nagato absorbed every detail. Aside from the teleportation spell, everything Sasaki had cast was merely common low-level magic. Sasaki told Nagato that he had not yet mastered intermediate or advanced magic. At that moment the little bird suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "I forgot to tell you. Magic is divided into 3 ranks: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Unlike the easily learned elementary magic, an ordinary person would need at least a decade to master intermediate spells. Advanced magic required even longer. Indeed, the opportunity to learn such spells was nothing short of extraordinary fortune. As for the key to learning magic, simply recite the correct incantation and form a sufficiently vivid mental image, and you can cast spells. The prerequisite is that you must have magical energy within you, but there is no need to worry. I have already checked. The moment you stepped into this other world, the magical particles in the air had already entered your body. You now have 2 streams of energy flowing within you." Nagato was taken aback. "Really?" "Indeed," replied Xiaobi. "The Star Sage does not lie." Incantations also vary in length. The shortest consists of only a few words strung together, while the longest can be as extensive as an entire book. As for the latter, memorizing the full text is nearly impossible. After gaining familiarity, one may also omit the chanting, though this requires a clearer and more precise imagination. This part is difficult to explain in words, but simply by practicing hundreds or thousands of times your body will gradually remember it. It felt rather complicated. Just as Nagato was thinking this, Sasaki raised his hand before his chest and cast an intermediate-level spell, scratching his head apologetically. "I accidentally learned it." Truly a natural-born prodigy, Nagato marveled. In that instant, a swift bolt of lightning had shot from Sasaki's hand, striking the rock wall and kicking up dust. This similar magic, well, perhaps it should be called a ninja art. Nagato himself could also perform lightning-release lightning strike. Xiaobi boasted proudly, "Of course, Sasaki is my chosen companion. By the way, in my terminology, Sasaki belongs to the high human race. Therefore, compared to ordinary people, he is an exceptionally gifted genius." Sasaki blushed and quipped, "Ah, Xiaobi, you make me blush." Nagato already knew Sasaki's constitution, but he wanted to confirm something. "Am I also a high human?" Xiaobi frowned, his expression troubled. "I cannot be certain, for your internal condition is quite complex. I can sense that you possess the potential of a high human, yet it may not necessarily be the kind recognized in my world. By now I suppose you have already understood. But one thing I can affirm is that you are a top-tier genius by the standards of your own world." Nagato fell silent, for Xiaobi spoke the truth. In the original storyline, Nagato had mastered all 5 nature transformations since childhood, pushed the Rinnegan to its absolute limit, and created mighty ninja arts such as the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique, Path of the 6 Paths of Pain, Elephant Substitute, and Phantom Dragon 9 Seal Formation. Cough cough. After a cough successfully drew everyone's attention, Sasaki smiled bitterly. "I am not that kind of genius after all. Even though I managed to cast an intermediate spell, remembering the later incantations grows increasingly difficult." Lord Xiaobi then spoke up. "Actually, you can rely on a grimoire to release magic. Here it comes." Nagato's eyes lit up as the image of a data grimoire surfaced in his mind. Sasaki asked, Is there really such a thing as a grimoire? Where is it?" "As long as you hold a magic book, you can cast spells without reciting incantations. The prerequisite is simply holding it." After saying this, Xiaobi added, "I have already downloaded all the magic spells as ebooks onto your phone's storage system." Sasaki hurriedly took out his phone and indeed found several gigabytes of ebook documents in his folder. He exclaimed in surprise, "This works too. As long as it is recorded in text, it qualifies as a grimoire. In essence, a physical book is not necessarily required. I never imagined the criteria could be so casual." The little bird flew onto Nagato's shoulder and said, "Nagato, take out your smartphone as well. I will send you the files." Hearing this, Nagato was secretly delighted. In his vision, the smartphone floated before Xiaobi as if affected by anti-gravity magic. Xiaobi's red beak opened and closed as he chanted an incantation. After a while, nothing happened. Yet it said it has been downloaded. Nagato, stunned, accepted the floating smartphone from midair. His folder indeed showed an unfamiliar large file transmitted via Bluetooth. Brainwaves. Nagato glanced at Xiaobi. Xiaobi's eyes reflected star-shaped highlights. Not bad. It is indeed brainwaves. Can you read minds? No. Then how did you know what I was thinking? From your facial expressions. Nagato found this rather reasonable. As a sage, Xiaobi had lived decades in his previous life, already witnessing the full spectrum of human warmth and suffering, enduring all manner of trials. In truth, Xiaobi had been betrayed by humans, which was precisely why he had been reborn as a bird, making him even more attentive to people's every gesture and movement. Much like a psychologist who, after years of practice, naturally learns to perceive what lies beneath another's thoughts. Then Nagato, why don't you give it a try? The little bird said, its gaze fixed on Nagato with keen interest in the magic he might unleash. Very well. Nagato picked up his phone and opened one of the spells, teleportation. He closed his eyes, focusing intently, allowing magical energy to slowly converge toward the device. The ethereal power seemed to travel far away, reaching that very restaurant from earlier. Nagato opened his eyes to find the world around him transformed, space itself rippling and shifting. His entire body materialized out of thin air inside the restaurant. The dining patrons and the waiter carrying dishes turned to look at Nagato with confusion. Afterward, Nagato used teleportation to return to the previous testing ground. Sasaki explained, teleportation magic allows you to instantly go to any place you have visited before. Of course, on Earth you cannot use teleportation to travel back to another world. I have already tested this. Nagato then cast a few more spells, barely earning a nod of approval from Bai. We should head back. It's almost dinner time now. Your family must be worried about you. Sasaki glanced at his smartphone and said with concern. Indeed. Nagato should return. Chizuru was probably already home, clutching a packet of chocolate cookies ready to surprise him. With a flutter of Bai's wings, a magic circle materialized. A brilliant radiance consumed everything. When they regained their senses, they were already sitting in the living room. Well, I'll take my leave then. Nagato stood up and took a step. Thump. His heart gave a violent lurch. Nagato suddenly found it hard to breathe. Could this be a heart attack? Thinking this, he opened his mouth to call out to Sasaki, asking him to send him back to the hospital. But when he turned around, he saw Sasaki still standing there with a smile, one hand extended, as if to see him out to the entrance. Bai had its wings spread, suspended in midair in an impossible posture. What's going on? Had time been stopped? Nagato glanced sideways at the clock on the wall. Its hands were motionless, as if broken. Ugh, Aya. The agony in his heart twisted his features into a grimace, and he couldn't help but cry out. Boom. A thunderous roar, and the world fell into utter silence. Nagato's vision faded into darkness. His consciousness remained lucid as he stared into the blackness. He could not move, as if someone had cast a binding spell on him. After an indeterminate time, like an instant, like several years, Nagato opened his eyes. Before him towered majestic white clouds, lush forests, and a crystal-clear riverbed of pebbles. He was being supported as he walked. The one holding him was Uchiha Itachi. What was happening? Nagato stared blankly at Itachi's face. Uchiha Itachi's features were handsome, cool, and aloof. Yet across his chiseled face were black cracks, as if covered by paper. The whites of his Sharingan eyes were no longer visible, only pitch-black darkness. This face, those eyes, this is impure world reincarnation. Nagato shouted in terror. Uchiha Itachi looked surprised and said calmly, Nanijie Ada. Did something happen? Nagato replied calmly, it's nothing. He realized he had lost his composure, but he couldn't understand why he had suddenly become like this. He was wearing the robe that only members of the Akatsuki should wear after being reincarnated by impure world reincarnation. The hair covering his right eye was not the vivid red he remembered, but a desolate white. The wrinkles on his arms betrayed his age, as pale as his hair. His feet were bare, and the scars from explosive tags on his legs were easily visible. We've been walking for a long time, since dawn. It seems we're finally about to fight. The reincarnated Itachi, supporting Nagato, fixed his gaze ahead. Nagato nodded. It seemed that Kabuto had summoned him back to the ninja world in this reincarnated form. The reincarnated Itachi, as if seeing through everything, looked at Nagato and asked, from your expression, do you know who we're about to face? Nagato nodded. It's Naruto and Killer Bee, isn't it? Are we close? The reincarnated Itachi asked as he walked. Just then Naruto in Kyuubi chakra mode and Killer Bee arrived ahead. Naruto's eyes widened. Uchiha Itachi and Nagato. Killer Bee said, are they acquaintances? Naruto continued to stare at the two with his determined eyes, and said to Killer Bee, yeah, I know both of them. Uchiha Itachi asked, what's with that appearance of yours? It's a chakra mode that controls the Nine-Tails chakra. You've already mastered the Nine-Tails chakra. Your growth is astonishing. The reincarnated Itachi seemed somewhat pleased. Nagato, however, remained expressionless throughout. He had just realized that his supernatural abilities seemed to have vanished entirely. Was it because this body was different from the one in Sasaki's world? Then let's see if magic can still be used. Nagato closed his eyes tightly and gathered chakra throughout his body. Let's see if the teleportation ability still works. There was a pop inside his body. It seemed the chakra detected an incorrect path of circulation and retreated back to its normal cycle. The reincarnated Itachi asked, "What's wrong?" Nagato shook his head grimly. "How can I go back? How can I escape from here?" He hadn't yet completed the ultimate mission of achieving world peace in Sasaki's world. How could he abandon it? What he hated most was when a game console broke just as he was in the middle of playing. The reincarnated Itachi looked at Naruto and said, "By the way, there's something I want to ask you." Naruto replied, "Funny, I have something to ask you too." Fire-style fireball jutsu. The reincarnated Itachi suddenly formed hand seals rapidly and blew out a ball of fire. Naruto blocked his face with his elbow while Killer Bee split the fireball with his Samahata sword. "We were having a nice chat, so why did you suddenly attack?" Naruto asked. "Looks like we have to deal with the mastermind behind this," Killer Bee warned. Just as he finished speaking, a faint pop sounded beside Nagato. The reincarnated Itachi had turned into white smoke and vanished from the spot. The next moment he appeared above Naruto. Naruto launched a counterattack. The two exchanged words in midair. Nagato couldn't hear them, nor did he want to. He only thought about how to get back. After a brief exchange, the reincarnated Itachi and Naruto ended in a stalemate and Itachi retreated. Almighty push. Nagato couldn't control himself as he raised one palm toward Naruto. A gravitational force lifted Naruto into the air. His other hand then pulled a rock toward him. The two collided, but Naruto dodged. Summoning jutsu. Nagato again involuntarily performed the summoning technique. A massive three-headed hellhound and a Yata crow appeared from the mist. Meanwhile, the chameleon turned invisible and hid. Naruto pointed at the summons and let out a strange cry. The reincarnated Itachi spat fire-style phoenix flower jutsu toward Killer Bee, warning him of the invisible chameleon behind him. Killer Bee dodged, gripping Samahata, and used his palm to block the incoming phoenix flowers. He then partially transformed his arm into a tailed beast and thrust it into the ground. Almost simultaneously, an octopus tentacle burst through the earth and tightly grabbed the reincarnated Itachi. Meanwhile, Nagato, unable to move, was carried aloft by the Yata crow. He used the three-headed hellhound to bite at Naruto. Naruto countered with a Rasengan. One of the hellhound's heads instantly withered and collapsed. Just as Naruto was feeling triumphant, the hellhound's destroyed head regenerated, and this time it had one more head than before. Naruto was startled. Nagato was still daydreaming. After a while, the reincarnated Itachi activated Amaterasu, burning toward Naruto. When Nagato came to his senses, a black flame was already burning on his own body. He felt no pain, no sensation at all. And so Nagato fell to the ground, letting the Amaterasu consume him without moving. Nagato's vision gradually dimmed. Everything went black and utter void. He could sense that he had used Shinra Tensei, then moved with a summoning beast, engaging in battle against his enemies with various ninjutsu. This was undoubtedly Kabuto, forcefully manipulating his body, fighting three opponents alone. He thought that if he knew the hand signs to release the impure world reincarnation, he might break free from the caster's control. But he had never seen the hand signs for the release of impure world reincarnation before. He had planned to learn such forbidden techniques later. Moreover, the ninjutsu he had already mastered were sufficient. Just as Naruto always relied on the Rasengan and its variations along with the shadow clone technique. Mastery alone could defeat 1,000 foes. Even if he learned more ninjutsu, it would only lead to specialization without depth or swallowing dates whole. When facing enemies, he would be drained by the internal conflict of deciding which technique to use. Thus, after mastering the 5 basic ninjutsu and the 3 basic techniques, Nagato stopped seeking new techniques and instead focused on exploring the powers of the Rinnegan, such as the animal path, the human path, and so on. Nagato quietly waited for the plot to unfold. He had a certain feeling that was once the impure world Nagato was sealed by Itachi's Totsuka blade, he would return to his original world. Soon the Totsuka blade pierced through the impure world Nagato's body. Nagato's vision returned. A dazzling light stung his eyes. He looked at his soul form, then at the impure world Itachi, Kurama Chakra Mode Naruto, and Killer Bee standing before him. The three of them stared wide-eyed, stunned. Nagato knew why they were astonished. Because in his soul form he appeared as Tianyang. He was not Nagato at all. Anyone would be surprised to see the soul inside an enemy's body look different from the flesh. Nagato smiled. Then, as expected, he returned to the world of Sasaki. In the Sasaki family's living room, the clock resumed ticking. Sasaki and the Japanese White Eye escorted Nagato to the entrance. At the entrance where shoes were changed, a wheelchair stood. Nagato put his phone back into his pocket as if making a decision and slipped on his leather shoes. Gripping the wheelchair's handles, he opened the front door with his other hand, ready to step outside. Sasaki called out to Nagato, asking in surprise, "Hey, you're not hiding it anymore." That leg. Nagato must have had a reason to pretend to be disabled. But why stop now? Nagato replied, I'm tired. I see. Sasaki murmured. Sasaki watched Nagato leave. Nagato glanced down at the wheelchair he was pushing, feeling a sense of tedium. However, he no longer needed it now. The wheelchair's greatest use had been to deceive his enemies. But in the future he might no longer appear before others, so the wheelchair was optional. He planned to use pain and shadow clones to act on his behalf. He had already done so. He released 2 shadow clones to handle his affairs. One was stationed at the arcade run by Ryozuki Takuma. The other, disguised as Sato Ryuichi, became a member of the Countermeasures Bureau working to turn other members. Nagato thought about his next move, creating pain puppets. He needed 7 corpses. Upon reaching the door, Nagato pulled out the key, pushed it open, and stepped into the Chizuru household. Yukimi Chizuru, as he expected, hadn't returned yet, and was still working at the bookstore. As the saying goes, what comes from the dust returns to the dust. Nagato placed the wheelchair back into the storage room where it had been. Then he went upstairs and entered his room. He opened the search engine on his phone and typed in hand signs for Impure World Reincarnation and its release. The blue loading bar under the search bar quickly swept across. A web page appeared before him. Introduction: Impure World Reincarnation summons the souls of the dead back to the world and resurrects them in physical form. The prerequisite is to prepare a living human body. Impure World Reincarnation was invented by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju with the original intention of manipulating the impure bodies to attach explosive tags and perish together with the enemy. Later, realizing how powerful this technique was, he classified it as an S-rank forbidden jutsu and sealed it in a scroll. Usage method: the caster must prepare the corpse of the deceased to be resurrected. Even a portion of the body suffices. Then find another living human body as a vessel, summon the soul of the deceased, and bind it within. Cover the living body with dust to transform it into the appearance of the deceased. By embedding a talisman inscribed Kanai into the back of the deceased head, the caster can erase the consciousness of the deceased. Whether to retain emotions and will is entirely up to the caster. Precautions: the caster can release the control. However, if the deceased knows the hand signs for the release, they can form the seals themselves to break the summoning contract and escape control. Hand signs for Impure World Reincarnation: tiger, snake, dog, dragon, then bring both palms together. Hand signs for Impure World Reincarnation: release, rat, ox, monkey, tiger, dragon, boar. Nagato memorized the hand signs for both techniques and practiced them himself. 10 minutes later, Nagato exhaled. This way, if I ever return to the period when Kabuto was controlling me, I won't have to worry. Nagato vaguely felt that he might travel back again. Not might, definitely. He sensed that his connection to the Naruto world was growing stronger. Just like another world, after visiting it once, he could perceive the link. If Nagato wished, he could summon the Geto statue with a small amount of chakra right now. Previously, it required half of his chakra. Woof, woof. A small brown dog crawled out from under the bed, wagging its tail, and rubbed its firm head against Nagato's calf. Nagato crouched down in surprise and patted the head of the one-headed hellhound. For some reason, Nagato felt that this hellhound had developed self-awareness. This creature was originally made into a summoning beast after death, so it shouldn't have any self-awareness at all. Perhaps it had been possessed by something. Just like that Japanese white eye. Nagato narrowed his eyes, reached out, and touched the hellhound's navel human path. Sure enough, a purple energy body was pulled out by Nagato. It was a soul. Not a human soul, a dog's soul. The moment the purple energy body emerged, the one-headed hellhound immediately went still. The energy transformed into the shape of a dog lying on the ground, panting with its tongue out. Nagato chuckled, finding it amusing, and stuffed the soul back into the one-headed hellhound's body. It had indeed been possessed. Dead things cannot have souls, so this one-headed hellhound could only be consciously controlled by Nagato, unable to act against his will. Yet now it could behave like a dog. In other words, if he granted animal souls to the animal path summoning beasts, these beasts could be revived without draining Nagato's mental energy attention. If that were the case, he would be overjoyed. Who wouldn't want an army of animals? In any case, Nagato decided that if he summoned other summoning beasts later, he would grant them all souls. And he would only grant them dog souls. Why choose dogs? Because dogs are easy to tame and obedient. Where would he get these souls? From pet stores, of course. Nagato planned to buy a few pet dogs to keep just in case. That evening, Yukimi Chizuru returned. She indeed carried a bag of chocolate cookies in her hand. Not only that, but she also carried other items. It was a cake. Whose birthday was it? The moment he saw it, Nagato thought to himself. Not his birthday. It must be Chizuru's birthday. Today was not Nagato's birthday, and he had never told her when his birthday was. That meant today was her birthday. Yukimi Chizuru handed the chocolate cookies to Nagato. Nagato stood in the living room and took the cookies. As before, Chizuru said these were baked during her cooking class. Today is your birthday, eh? No. Then you. Nagato's words were interrupted by Yukimi Chizuru's startled exclamation. That's right, my legs are healed. Really? Yukimi Chizuru murmured, her expression puzzled as she stared blankly, and said, "Didn't they say you were already paralyzed?" Even though her voice was soft, Nagato could hear it clearly. Nagato replied, "I've been trying to practice walking at the park these past few days, and this morning I realized I could actually walk." That statement was a lie because Nagato had not stepped out of the house all week. He had stayed locked in his room, binge-watching anime from morning until night, sometimes skipping meals entirely. However, Yukimi Chizuru, who had to attend school, had no way of knowing this was a lie. A trace of fear flickered in Chizuru's eyes, which Nagato immediately caught. Actually, even if he had not detected that emotion, he could have heard her thoughts through his telepathic ability. Sensing her unspoken worry, Nagato gracefully set down the cookies and patted her head. "Don't worry, I won't leave before you can live independently." Indeed, Chizuru was afraid Nagato would abandon her. Yukimi Chizuru nodded gently, a radiant smile of happiness spreading across her face. She suddenly let out an "ah" and held the cake up in front of Nagato. "Today is not my birthday." "Oh right, this one is specifically for you. I bought it as a snack for you." "I see." Nagato took the cake. He placed it on the wooden table. The cake sat inside a square gift box decorated with colorful ribbons tied into a bow around its base. Nagato deftly untied the ribbon and removed the outer wrapping. Before him appeared a creamy white round cake adorned with assorted fruits. Though it carried no obvious fragrance, it stirred a strong craving. The craving to eat it. Nagato fetched a knife and fork and cut the cake in half. Yukimi Chizuru said she could not finish it all. In the end, he cut her portion into 4 smaller pieces. "I still need to prepare dinner later, so don't overeat." After offering that reminder, she carried the 2 portions of cake and walked outside. The door remained open. Nagato quietly followed behind. He noticed Yukimi Chizuru heading toward the apartment building across the way. One could not see inside from this angle, because a stone wall blocked the view. Nagato returned to the living room. Not long after, Yukimi Chizuru came back. The 2 portions of cake she had carried were gone. Clearly, she had given them to the neighbor girl. Yukimi Chizuru explained, "Kurisuzi classmate's family environment is not friendly. To her, that was a necessity." Kurisuzi. Was it not Kurizawa? Nagato felt confused. Perhaps he had simply misremembered. The neighbor girl's surname was Kurisuzi rather than Kurizawa. Besides, since Yukimi Chizuru was classmates with the neighbor girl, she must know exactly what her full name was. In the original work, readers were never told the neighbor girl's name. Why not learn it from a character in this world instead? Nagato asked directly, "I'd like to know, what is Kurisuzi classmate's full name?" Yukimi Chizuru paused for a moment, then replied with a gentle smile, "Her name is Kurisuzi." Nagato frowned. Right after Chizuru spoke the kanji for Suzy, his ears seemed to malfunction, and he could not hear the sound at all. A certain force had sanitized those 2 characters. The power of this world. Had interference from the world's power prevented me from hearing clearly? Nagato smiled and shook his head. It could not possibly be that. He would be far too foolish to believe in such an absurd concept as world-level authority. Perhaps because the author served as the creator of this world and never bestowed a name upon the character, outsiders to this world could naturally never hear it either. Never mind, I could not hear it clearly anyway. It was not something important regardless. Nagato asked in the same manner, "How is your relationship with her progressing?" Yukimi Chizuru lowered her brows and said, "I feel like it did not go well. Kurisuzi classmate always maintains a cold expression. She probably thinks I am showing off in front of her." Nagato thought for a moment and said, "I think it is because you were overly enthusiastic. After all, that was precisely how the neighbor girl had responded to me. If I use those same words to respond to Chizuru, that should count as a good answer, right? Why are you crying?" Nagato realized he had made matters worse, and actually brought her to tears. Had his earlier words wounded her feelings? Actually, I exaggerated things earlier. By the way, she did accept the cake you gave her, so I think she is simply a person who warms up slowly. Yukimi Chizuru wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded. Afterward, silence reigned. Nagato felt the heaviness in the air. Fine. Nagato retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Today he would be the chef. Nagato followed one principle in his cooking: never add water to reduce heat during frying or stir-frying. Allow all the natural moisture within the food to evaporate completely. That is the only way to produce meat that is neither fishy nor dry nor greasy, clean, crisp, and delicious, preserving the full aroma of the meat. Let us begin. Nagato squinted his eyes and tied on an apron. And then, heat the wok and add oil. He placed the meat cutlets into the hot oil. The meat sizzled loudly as it hit the pan. Some parts of the meat twitched in the intense heat, while the lower sections, touching the oil visibly, turned yellow, even showing signs of charring. Heavenly attraction. Nagato whispered softly. The meat cutlets flew into the air and flipped back down. With a sputtering sound, they landed flat on the pan. Hot oil splashed everywhere, threatening to spray onto Nagato's body. Nagato sneered and raised his hand, activating divine repulsion. The oil droplets were instantly deflected away. Then came a loud boom. It was not the wok exploding, nor was it divine repulsion bouncing off some other object. Rather, he had accidentally knocked over a soy sauce bottle. A large hole had formed in the lower half of the bottle and dark brown soy sauce poured out, immediately spilling across the floor. Darn it. Meat cutlets without soy sauce are incomplete. Nagato held his head and wept in anguish, gazing pityingly at his ruined soy sauce. What happened? Yukimi Chizuru's worried voice came from nearby. Nagato stood up and quickly replied, "Nothing, I just accidentally knocked over an old bottle. Stay seated there. Dinner will be ready shortly." Using heavenly attraction to clean the floor, Nagato immediately slipped out through the window. Clutching his phone tightly, he swiftly activated instant transmission magic, appearing in a supermarket restroom before hurrying toward the aisle where soy sauce was sold. After paying, he returned to the restroom and instantly transmitted back to the kitchen. Another chant of heavenly attraction. The meat cutlets flipped once more. Phew phew phew. Nagato panted, secretly relieved that he had made it back in time. He lifted the lid and drizzled the soy sauce over the meat. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Because soy sauce contains moisture, the water reacted violently upon contact with the hot oil. Nagato quickly replaced the lid to prevent the oil from splashing outward. He busied himself washing plates, chopping radishes and vegetables, and preparing other ingredients to cook. Half an hour later, Nagato emerged carrying several dishes. He felt remarkably like a certain agent known as Mole. At the dining table, Yukimi Chizuru stared dumbfounded at the dark lumpy dishes arranged before her. She opened her mouth, hesitated, then said nothing. "Eat, why aren't you eating? It smells wonderful." Meanwhile, Nagato sat with a bowl of white rice, devouring it ravenously. Seeing that Yukimi Chizuru had not taken a bite, he offered that gentle encouragement before returning to his own hearty eating. Indeed, food made by his own hands tasted divine. He felt he possessed the innate qualities of a master chef. The next day, Changmin replaced the shadow clone, Zwiding Longyi, with his true body, transforming into a countermeasure bureau operative and proceeding directly to the bureau's headquarters building. Upon arrival, someone led him to the section chief's office. It was the burly man Haichi Che who pushed him along. In the countermeasure bureau, they seemed to have become partners. Haichi Che's ability was effort-saving, which naturally made him an assistant for Changmin, who was confined to a wheelchair. Although Changmin's registered ability in the bureau was not particularly strong, this arrangement was deliberately orchestrated by his superiors. "Oh, you're here. Sorry to spring this on you, Zwiding, but you'll be heading to the battlefield shortly. You'll be accompanied by Zozomo, Miss Xingqi, and others." "Has something happened?" Changmin asked deliberately. He knew perfectly well why the section chief would send someone as weak as himself in a battle. Naturally, it was to push him into the jaws of death. Akatsuki was probably trying to cut the bureau's expenses. He had collaborated with the head of the hostile organization, planning to eliminate the surplus ability users in the countermeasure bureau. According to the original storyline, Changmin reasoned that section chief Akatsuki's treason was motivated by saving money. The countermeasure bureau members were all randomly invited ability users lacking any sense of righteous ideology. In short, they were just freeloaders. Zuazomu and Miss Xingqi were the exceptions. However, among the recruited ability users, some were former thugs, rowdy and unruly, completely lacking the awareness expected of civil servants. They loafed around on a daily basis, even harassing female colleagues. Yet the policy for recruiting ability users stipulated that once discovered, they must be registered and absorbed into the countermeasure bureau, resulting in an overstaffed organization that drained national resources. Presumably for this reason, Section Chief Akatsuki came up with the treason strategy. However, it could also be that he had accepted bribes from the hostile organization to weaken the countermeasure bureau's strength. Regardless, Changmin had his own plan to recruit the countermeasure bureau members who were originally destined to die in the storyline into his own ranks. Conveniently, a spell in the phone grimoire proved useful, the enslavement spell. It hypnotized the target into becoming one's pet by enslaving their mind. This was precisely what Changmin had in mind when he sought out Zuazomu to learn magic before the bowling alley incident. At the same time, it served as an experiment to gauge the spell's power. Incidentally, Changmin's ability was rated as the lowest F rank. Haichi Che was also an F rank ability user. Both held low status in the countermeasure bureau. Therefore, on their way to Section Chief Akatsuki's office this morning, several colleagues sneered at them. A useless person can join the countermeasure bureau. The state council's recruitment standards are really low. Waste belongs in the recycling center, not here. Also, that big oaf behind you. His ability is supposedly effort-saving. I have every reason to suspect you don't actually have an ability and are just pretending to be a cheat. After all, no one can be sure if you really have an ability. Haha, you still want to go to the battlefield. It's already a miracle you haven't wet yourself. Hey, you two, shut up. If you keep bullying your colleagues, I'll tell the section chief. A graceful figure rushed over, loudly reprimanding the three taunters. Her violet eyes radiated a sense of justice. She wore heavy makeup, dark eyeshadow foundation so pale it was almost startling, but she was undeniably beautiful. This was Miss Xingqi, dressed in a clean, simple women's suit with a string of pearls around her neck. Her heavy makeup made her appear to be around 25 or 26. Standing upright behind her was Zazomu, who wore an awkward smile as he looked on. Zazomu's registered ability was summoning ice spikes out of thin air, while Miss Xingqi's ability was manipulating water. Their abilities complemented each other, making them partners. What's this? I thought it was someone important. Just a troublesome woman. Be careful, old man, or your bones might fall apart. Ha ha ha. The three left laughing mockingly. All that remained was Miss Xingqi fuming and stomping her feet, and the nervous Zazomu. Neither Changmin nor Haichi-che took those insults to heart. Changmin simply didn't care. After all, who would bother arguing with a bunch of ants scurrying underfoot? As for Haichi-che, he was completely indifferent by nature, naturally lacking the temper to react. Changmin thought this guy is an honest man. But if an honest man ever lost his temper, he would definitely do something unexpected. The workplace veteran Zazomu was the first to greet them hello. Changmin returned the greeting. Haichi-che nodded without speaking, fully displaying his personality. To put it simply, he was like a silent, immovable stone. Are you new here? You look a bit unfamiliar. Miss Xingqi said bluntly without any trace of feminine delicacy. I just arrived yesterday, Changmin replied. Oh, as your senior, I need to properly educate the junior. Miss Xingqi grinned, the mole beneath her eye glinting brightly. A badge reading Assistant Police Inspector hung on her chest. The rank of Assistant Police Inspector was one level above Patrol Division Chief, so she truly deserved to be called a senior. Changmin smiled and said, I appreciate your guidance. And so the two of them visited Section Chief Akutsu's office at different times. Afterward, they went to the meeting room to listen to the staff explain the operation plan. After some shuffling, Changmin put on a bomb suit, picked up a shield, and with Haichi-che's help arrived at the bowling alley. For an ability user as weak and disabled as Changmin to be sent to the battlefield, it was clearly a death sentence. Yet no one on site thought that way. They were all as excited as if they'd been injected with adrenaline, faces full of thrill. Truly, those in the game cannot see the truth. Changmin sighed. The more excited they were now, the more miserable they would be later. They were about to face ability users dozens of times stronger than themselves. Changmin secretly opened the grimoire folder on his phone and searched for one of the spells. Sleep spell. This was to be used against Zazomu. If Zazomu remained conscious, it would be inconvenient for Changmin to move the other unconscious ability users. Besides the sleep spell, he had made many preparations before today. He had secretly deployed operations. The work of the Akatsuki organization's high-ranking members had also been halted by Changmin. His goal was to bring the Countermeasure Bureau members, who were supposed to die in the original plot, back to headquarters. One by one he would enslave them. Bang! Bang! The dense sound of gunfire echoed throughout the bowling alley as criminal investigators advanced with shields, engaging the enemy in combat. Each time a shot rang out, an officer from the Countermeasures Bureau fell. They were not struck by bullets, nor did the enemy wield firearms. They collapsed solely due to supernatural abilities. The enemy's powers were far too formidable. Meanwhile, apart from Miss Hashizaki, nearly everyone on this side possessed abilities rated below D class. From the darkness, it could vaguely be discerned that the enemy numbered only in single digits. The abandoned venue had long lost power, plunging everything into pitch blackness, making it impossible for anyone to determine the enemy's exact positions. Thud! Another member was thrown through the air by the enemy and smashed into the wall. It's telekinesis. Evade now, someone screamed in terror. That's a B-class ability. Why is it here? Damn it, I'm done with this. Another man angrily ripped off his helmet, threw it to the ground, and declared he was resigning on the spot. But the very next second he too was flung through the air, crashing against the wall and dropping to the ground, where the clustered bodies resembled a human pile. Yet none of them had actually died. Whenever someone was thrown, Nagato used his Heavenly Dao ability to dampen the impact, secretly casting a slumber spell. No one noticed the magical glow when he cast the spell. He had already subdued Sasaki beforehand, and since his own ability involved projecting fireballs, no one would suspect magic was at play. In the chaos, one or two fainting would hardly attract attention. Even Miss Hashizaki was unaware. She was directing ice spikes crafted by Sasaki to strike at the enemy. She had no idea Sasaki had already fallen unconscious. Only when she turned to ask him for more ice spikes did she discover the fully equipped officer Sasaki lying motionless on the ground. Useless! Miss Hashizaki cursed under her breath and retrieved 2 unopened bottles of mineral water from her bag. 5 minutes earlier, when they had first entered, there had been absolutely no sign of movement. As everyone held their nerves and waited in position, the walkie-talkie crackled with Chief Akitsu's order: advance and attack. Chief Akitsu was stationed slightly outside the building, seated inside a van. He seemed particularly adept at commanding such operations. Upon receiving the order, the team advanced cautiously. They found the interior empty, as it should have been. But the next moment, the walkie-talkie emitted horrifying screams. It was the shrieks of teammates. Aya! Help me! Save me! Aya! These agonizing cries evoked an unsettling sense of identification. Panic spread among the group. Fear surged as they frantically searched for the enemy. Nothing. They could not see the enemy anywhere. Then from the most unexpected direction, a fierce hurricane erupted. Bowling balls were swept up and hammered into them. Watching their comrades fall one by one, someone finally broke under the terror and fled desperately, abandoning all equipment. Where are your supernatural abilities? Use them. Nagato wanted to shout, but then remembered. These people were merely expendable pawns. Despite possessing supernatural powers, they clung tightly to their handguns. How pointless. Nagato felt deeply disappointed. Just then someone finally unleashed their ability. A flash of white light, a bolt of lightning. At last someone had activated their power. Nagato's heart leaped with joy, but as he looked up, the lightning bolt slithered like a thin loach and vanished into the hurricane. Instead, a bowling ball sized like a human head crashed into that person. Nagato was speechless. Absolutely useless. What good were they? He finally understood why Chief Akatsuki wanted to ally with the enemy to eliminate them. Nagato gestured subtly toward the shadows, and 4 black-clad masked men slipped inside, dragging the fallen officers one by one to safety. Miss Hashizaki called out, "Sasaki, give me water now." Sasaki hastily responded, "Yes, sir," and summoned several ice spikes from his palm. Miss Hashizaki immediately transformed the ice spikes into flowing water, pulling it upward like silk spinning, forming a fan-shaped water barrier. The tension of the water wall buffered the incoming bowling balls and pins, stopping them midair. Nagato quietly approached Sasaki from behind, using cover as a pretext, and cast another slumber spell on him. Sasaki leaned against a stone pillar and slid to the ground. Excellent. Just then, clink. The ground trembled, and countless bowling balls that had been scattered across the floor suddenly flew into the sky. Clearly this was telekinetic power. Someone was lifted forcefully into the air, and then released, plummeting down to be crushed into meat. Others were slammed against the walls by telekinetic force. If Nagato had not been secretly aiding them, they would have died instantly. In fact, some already had. Nagato was overwhelmed and could not handle everything. He dared not unleash his full power because Miss Hashizaki was still here. While maintaining the water barrier, she asked, "What ability do you have?" "Fireball," Nagato replied. Miss Hashizaki frowned, realizing they were doomed. Sasaki, their source of water, had also fallen unconscious at some point. She gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept defeat. "Oh my, someone is still alive." A pleasant voice rang out from the darkness, and a Lolita in kimono stepped forward. The Lolita in kimono had sharp, piercing eyes and a delicate face adorned with a red floral hairpin. She wore wooden Geta sandals, and her height appeared to be under 140 centimeters. Upon seeing this person, Miss Hashizaki immediately regarded her as a grave threat. She unscrewed the sports bottle tied to her waist, and countless streams of water erupted upward, transforming under her control into icy vines that surged toward the Lolita in kimono. Unexpectedly, the Lolita sidestepped, gracefully deflected the icy thorn vines with her hands as weapons, and charged toward Miss Hashizaki while evading. Miss Hashizaki clenched her teeth and swung her ice thorns with all her strength, stabbing toward the Lolita in kimono. Clang! Breaking through the siege, the Lolita smiled coldly and punched through the defensive ice wall. Miss Hashizaki's eyes widened in sheer horror, whispering, "No way. I won't kill you. Your ability is truly useful." The Lolita in kimono reached out and touched Miss Hashizaki's cheek. Miss Hashizaki instantly fainted, and all the ice walls, vines, and thorns in the air melted into water, splashing onto the ground. Nagato watched all of this calmly. "And who might you be?" The Lolita in kimono regarded Nagato, who sat in a wheelchair in the corner, with a slightly playful gaze. "Sato Ryuichi." Nagato glanced around at the fallen bodies and calmly corrected himself. "No, my name is Nagato. I am the one who will change the world." Humph, what bold words. The Lolita in kimono feigned anger, but a smile lingered at the corners of her lips. It seemed nothing could threaten her. Their expressions darkened simultaneously as they launched into the air, diving toward Nagato. "Then let us see if you have the strength to back those words." Futari Shizu darted forward at incredible speed. Just as that hand was about to touch Nagato's skin, Nagato raised his hand, seal absorption. A blue shield instantly enveloped Nagato's body, causing Futari Shizu to crash into it. They were thrown to the ground in utter disarray. "Ow! Old bones of mine are about to break." Futari Shizu propped himself up in the loli's body, yet spoke in an unnaturally mature tone. He stood up again, brushed off the dust, and looked straight at Nagato seated in his wheelchair, asking solemnly, "Just who exactly are you?" Nagato did not answer. Instead, he cast his gaze further behind Futari Shizu and extended his palm. Before Nagato could activate Banch, Tenin, the figure in the darkness, struck first. Rhying. The hurricane surged again, its target squarely aimed at Nagato. A powerful telekinetic force attempted to hoist him into the sky. With a dismissive glance, Nagato applied just a fraction of Shinra Tensei, breaking free from the telekinetic grip. Then a harsh cough echoed from the darkness. Backlash. That was the first thought that crossed Nagato's mind. The hurricane drew ever closer, and a cold smirk formed on Nagato's lips. "Wind, you say? Let us see whose wind is more fierce." Futari Shizu stared blankly at Nagato. The fellow was staring death in the face and still managing to smile. What a peculiar creature. After a moment's thought, Futari Shizu realized, could this guy have some countermeasure ready? Nagato lifted his gaze with contempt, gathering massive chakra in his hands before clapping them forward and thrusting them ahead. Wind release gale palm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Space itself seemed to wail in agony, screaming like boiling liquid as a violent twister shot horizontally, plowing straight through the oncoming hurricane. But that was not all. The fierce wind pierced through the darkness, blowing the two figures there off their feet. Only then did Nagato clearly make out the appearance of those in the shadows. A pair, one male, one female. The man looked every bit a street thug, sporting a spiky haircut and dressed in typical gangster attire. The woman was petite, dressed in a gothic Lolita style with a raccoon coat. Both were swept into the gale palm's vortex. Nagato raised both hands. In an instant they were drawn toward him, their necks landing squarely in Nagato's grasp. He had already risen from his wheelchair, canceling the technique, countenance alteration, and reverted to his original middle-aged appearance. His Rinnegan shone with extraordinary radiance, as if violet flames flickered within. With the two before him choking in his grip, a sudden thought struck Nagato, and he cried out, "Do you two wish to dance as well?" The words hung in the air, dripping with menace. Every heart present skipped a beat. Aside from Nagato, 4 others were on site, all members of the opposing organization. The thug, the gothic Lolita, Futari Shizu, and the teleporting woman who had appeared silently at the moment Nagato unleashed gale palm. Why did your appearance change?" Futari Shizu exclaimed. But after a closer look he fell speechless. "Hey, are you some kind of Chinibu?" Nagato released his grip and the two fell to the ground. Only then did he respond, "Will you join us?" A flicker of surprise passed through Futari Shizu's eyes. What are you talking about? I'm not joining the Countermeasure Bureau. Nagato corrected, not the Countermeasure Bureau. The Akatsuki. What's that supposed to be? An anime reference? Futari Shizu covered his mouth, chuckling. I suppose so. For now, let it stand. Nagato glanced at the remaining 3. He knew nothing of these people, and they hardly shared Futari Shizu's personality, which meant they might not join the Akatsuki or serve him. So, kill them all. A ruthless glint flashed across Nagato's eyes. Absorbing their divine processions would undoubtedly be the right call. In fact, these 3 could very well become candidates for pain. A black rod materialized in Nagato's palm. Pointing it at the 2 on the ground, he fired it with Shinra Tensei. With a swift whistle, both were impaled, the rods embedding deep into their bodies. Nagato could sense he could control their movements at any time. TCH. The teleporting woman stepped back hastily, clearly intending to flee. You have no chance, Nagato said calmly. Just as she was about to activate her ability, a magic circle erupted beneath her feet. A golden chain shot out, binding her legs firmly. Unable to move, the torment was far from over. A swift current of electricity surged along the chain, and the teleporting woman immediately stiffened and collapsed, her body convulsing uncontrollably. It was a trap magic. While the scene had been in chaos, Nagato had secretly planted 4 or 5 identical traps here. What are you doing? Futari Shizu asked, watching Nagato with a calm expression. Nothing. Merely dealing with a few pests, Nagato replied. Futari Shizu smiled. This is getting more and more interesting. You wore such a confident expression, as if you already knew I would join your organization. Actually, I was just about to turn the question around and invite you to join ours. Nagato said, I can foresee the future. Soon you will leave your organization. You're lying. How could such an absurd divine possession exist? Futari Shizu shook his head repeatedly. Then farewell. Before you go, could you return our people? They are already dead men walking. Or do you prefer your comrades deceased? TCH. You unbearable bastard. I should be the one saying you're lucky I didn't kill you. Go back and report to your boss. You said. You didn't kill me. You can't kill me. Indeed. I know you can regenerate lost fingers. But that merely relies on your divine possession. What if one day it vanishes? I understand. Futari Shizu slowly walked toward the darkness, his expression thoroughly displeased. Meanwhile, Suzuki Rakudo and the others dragged the fallen Countermeasure Bureau members to a concealed location and loaded them entirely into a large truck. Ryazaki Takuma had summoned several clones, bringing his total to 10. One was left to guard the arcade, another to watch the headquarters building. The rest had all come. Kamishiro Kenta held his severed arm, commanding 5 corpses to help him carry the bodies. Kirishima Shusuke was also present. Having received other orders from Section Chief Akatsuki, he had gone elsewhere. But he had sneaked back in secret, leaving a subordinate to hold the Countermeasure Bureau's phone at the mission site. This way no suspicion would fall upon their superiors. This was a room on the first floor near the exit. A cardboard box filled with mobile phones had been left behind. Every phone had been recovered from Countermeasure Bureau members, each fitted with a tracker and listening device. Under Nagato's orders, Suzuki Rakudo and the others carefully gathered them and placed them here. Swish. Once collection was nearly complete, he set a fire. The gasoline-sprayed box immediately erupted into roaring flames. Kamishiro Kenta poked his head out puzzled. Boss, what does he mean by this? Is he going to frame the national government? Shoo. Suzuki Rakuto pressed a finger to his lips warning him to stay silent. Oh. Pouting Kamishiro Kenta grumbled discontentedly. It was infuriating that Suzuki had become the second in command. After all, he had been the second to join the Akatsuki. He should be the one holding that position. Kamishiro Kenta complained inwardly, his mood thoroughly sour as he continued to command the corpses to carry the unconscious countermeasure bureau members. Before long the task was finished. Oya, what are you lot up to? A delightful voice rang out. Everyone froze, turning around in astonishment. How could there still be someone awake? Nagato looked at Sasaki and Miss Hashizaki lying on the ground, then glanced at the three members of the opposing organization. Shadow clone technique. Nagato conjured several shadow clones. The three clones understood and nodded, then moved the three opposing members toward the hidden passage. Nagato himself used his supernatural ability to transform back into Sato Ryuichi. He found a comfortable spot and lay down. To be more at ease, he cast a sleeping spell on himself. When changing his appearance, he added a scar to Sato Ryuichi's face. Sato-kun, Sato-kun. Nagato awoke to the calls, and the stern face of Section Chief Akatsuki came into view. Behind him stood Sasaki and Miss Hashizaki. What's the matter? Do you know what happened in the battlefield? Section Chief Akatsuki asked calmly. Section Chief Akatsuki had a bandaged arm and a band-aid on his forehead. Nagato knew this guy had colluded with the enemy, but now he wore a bitter expression and was covered in wounds as if he had fought the enemy. He couldn't help but marvel at how well he acted. Nagato said, I don't know what happened. I only know I was hit on the head by a bowling ball, then everything went dark and I knew nothing. By the way, Miss Hashizaki saved me, right? I am truly grateful. After saying that, Nagato bowed to Miss Hashizaki. Miss Hashizaki waved her hands in a fluster, blushing, and said shyly, No, I actually didn't help much. I also fainted later. Actually, the water barrier she created did block the attack for everyone. Miss Hashizaki humbly accepted Nagato's thanks. Sasaki reacted and also thanked Miss Hashizaki. Actually, he couldn't figure out why he had passed out. One must never let down their guard. He must never slack off just because he had magic. This was a good example. Sasaki reflected inwardly. Is that so? Section Chief Akatsuki said with a heavy expression. By the way, did you see anyone else? And where is the communication phone I gave you? Nagato deliberately said, Let me look for it. He felt his body and found only his own phone, which he showed to Section Chief Akatsuki. The Countermeasures Bureau's dedicated phone was nowhere to be seen. Actually, he had burned it. Otherwise, all conversations in the bowling alley would have been exposed. I see, said Section Chief Akatsuki. I'll prepare another one for you when we get back to the Bureau. By the way, remember to write a report when you return. After giving these instructions, Section Chief Akatsuki got into the car and left. Nagato, Sasaki, and Miss Hashizaki watched Section Chief Akatsuki leave. Well, should we leave now? After Section Chief Akatsuki left, Nagato spoke first. Sasaki said, But we have to write a report. That can be done tomorrow. Yeah, I guess so, Sasaki muttered. Nagato said, Yes, let's leave it at that. Hey, you two juniors, don't ignore a senior's opinion. Miss Hashizaki pouted. No one paid attention. In a wheelchair, Nagato turned and left. Sasaki hailed a taxi and headed home. Honestly, Miss Hashizaki complained unhappily. Anyway, the matter came to an end. Sitting in the passenger seat, Section Chief Akatsuki was frustrated. He couldn't tell whether Nagato or Sasaki had lied. Perhaps both were lying. Half of the Bureau's combatants were missing and the rest of the support personnel were asleep. The enemy organization had also lost 3 people. Who had done this? Was it Sasaki? Sato Ryuichi? How could just 2 people transfer over 100 people? The fact that the phones were burned meant that the person who did this knew the phones had listening devices. Who could it be? Well, forget it this time, just keep an eye out in the future. Section Chief Akatsuki rested his head on the headrest, closed his eyes, and said to the driver, Wake me when we arrive. Yes. Nagato returned to Sato Ryuichi's apartment, immediately used the shadow clone technique, left the shadow clone there transformed back into his own appearance, and drove to the abandoned building, the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. He soon arrived at the building and drove into the parking lot. Since this car originally belonged to the boss of the Shinglong Association, the thugs guarding the entrance did not stop him. After getting out of the car, Nagato walked toward a hidden passage in the underground parking lot. He pulled open the gate, and inside lay a crowd of people in the dark, all bound with ropes and sleeping. Only a few executives stood on the ground: Lingmu Lurin, Longza Tawajan, Shundai, Jintai Wudao, Shosher, Haichiche. Nagato entered, and they all bowed. Lingmu Lurin reported. Report, boss, a total of 120 people are in prison here, of which 37 died and became Shundai's corpse puppets. Nagato nodded and ordered them to wake up one of the Countermeasures Bureau members and bring him before him. Lingmu Lurin immediately grabbed a hostage and threw him over. Despite being thrown heavily, the man was still sleeping soundly with no intention of waking up. So they found a bucket of water and poured it over the man's head. Startled awake when he saw his situation, he immediately shouted and threatened that he was a police officer and would throw all the kidnappers into prison. Everyone laughed. Nagato didn't laugh. He opened the phone folder and found the enslavement magic. It stated that the enslavement magic required a certain amount of time, and that one's will must be stronger than the targets for it to take effect. Of course, this was the level of beginner magic. If one's mana reached the level of intermediate magic, the effect would be even stronger. But Nagato could not cast intermediate magic, so he could only use the low-level enslavement magic. Nagato raised his phone and aimed it at the struggling hostage. He had to maintain this position for 10 minutes for the magic to take effect. He read the man's mind and learned that his supernatural ability was to extinguish fire, a support-type ability. It would be very useful in team battles, but in a one-on-one fight, he would definitely be crushed. Gradually time passed, and the hostage's pupils lost their color. Nagato slowly perceived that he had formed a connection with the hostage. This feeling was very similar to binding a summoning beast. Could this person fight for me as a summoning beast? He shook his head. It was impossible to think so. Nagato looked at the hostage and commanded, "Kneel." Instantly the hostage changed from a sitting position to a kneeling one. The executives were stunned. Wasn't this guy just shouting that he would send them to prison? How could he now? They felt a chill. Could the boss have the ability to control people's minds? Longza Tawajin and Wu Dao Xiushi thought this was normal. After all, Nagato could use illusion magic. Using illusion magic to control people's actions was only natural. Then Nagato said, "All of you come closer." Nagato prepared to increase his mana output to turn everyone in the space into his slaves, making them serve him more loyally. Following the pattern depicted on the phone, Changmin used pebbles to draw a colossal magic circle on the ground so vast that it could encompass everyone present. The grimoire folder on the phone contained all the spells of the Finch Xiao Bai, and the esteemed Finch Lord had even thoughtfully annotated each spell. It was under the guidance of these annotations that Changmin decided to draw the magic circle on the ground. The annotation stated that any delayed magic when aided by a magic circle could skip many steps and reduce magical energy consumption, thereby accelerating the spell's release speed and expanding its range. After completing the magic circle, Changmin instructed the executives to arrange all the hostages inside the circle. Finally, the executives themselves also stepped onto the circle. Changmin released his magical energy holding the grimoire folder. In an instant, a flash of light swept over everyone. Suzuki Lurin felt his inner resolve become even stronger. It was as if an extra chain had been bound around a safe, linking it to Changmin's heart. The other executives all felt the same way. Whatever orders Changmin gave, they would obey and execute without question. The group found this both incredible and natural, as if they were born solely to serve Changmin. Their affection for him instantly soared to the maximum. Changmin glanced at them and summoned a shadow clone to move the deceased members of the hostile organization aside. There were 3 bodies in total: a golden-haired man with spiky hair, a gothic-style raccoon loli, and a scantily clad older woman. Changmin created chakra black rods, breaking each rod into small segments. Following the image of pain from the phone, he inserted the rods into the 3 bodies one by one. Soon the 3 pains were completed. To control their movements, he would have to insert chakra sensors into his own body. Changmin conjured several black rods, and enduring the pain, pierced them through his shoulder bones. The others witnessing this were at a loss. What was their master doing? Some suddenly realized, understanding that this was how pain was created. Changmin assigned the abilities. The golden-haired spiky man became the Deva Path pain, the purple-haired gothic loli was the animal path pain, and the scantily clad older woman became the human path. Excellent. Now there was only one step left: to dye their hair uniformly orange, maximizing the resemblance to pain's appearance. You go buy a few bottles of hair dye, make sure it's orange. Changmin pointed at a random executive. The executive stood straight and shouted enthusiastically, "Yes." Then he swiftly ran out through the roll-up door. Soon 3 bottles of hair dye were delivered into his hands. Changmin ordered a few recently enslaved countermeasures bureau members to carry out the dyeing work. Before long, the 3 panes had all been dyed a uniform orange. However, their clothes were also stained with a lot of dye. Clearly the people doing the dyeing were amateurs. Something still feels off. Changmin stroked his chin and thought. Clothes stained with dye? That's it, the attire. They needed to wear the red cloud robes of the Akatsuki from Naruto to truly be pain. Changmin quickly opened his phone to order online, but soon closed it. This wasn't China, and online payment wasn't so widespread. The only available method was online credit card payment, but Changmin didn't know Sato Ryuichi's password. Changmin turned his gaze to the assembled members and executives behind him. Does anyone here know a way to get custom-made outfits? We need uniform combat attire. Many hands make light work. With 100 people, it was truly effective. The moment Changmin asked, someone immediately raised a hand and answered, "I do." It was an unfamiliar member. Not knowing him didn't matter, as Changmin had no intention of memorizing their names anyway. that would only waste brain space. Step forward first. Suzuki will tell you what to do later. Changmen said. Yes. The man hurriedly ran out. By the way, before moving these people into the magic circle, Suzuki Lurin and the others had already untied them. After giving the order, Changmen summoned Suzuki Lurin over and whispered into his ear, instructing him to have a few custom-made coats with the design naturally being the style of the Akatsuki from the anime. Suzuki Lurin nodded in understanding, then turned to brief the former Countermeasures Bureau member who had stepped forward. Ahem. Please listen to me for a moment. Changmen walked to the center and spoke. He instantly drew everyone's attention, and a wave of fervent gazes fixed on him, nearly making him forget his lines. Nearly. Meaning he was close to forgetting, but in fact he did not forget. From today onward you are all members of the Akatsuki. However, you must not claim to be members of the Akatsuki externally. You are only to refer to yourselves as members of the Shinlong Association. Our ultimate goal is world peace. Keep this purpose firmly in mind. Everyone responded with a resolute yes. Changmen continued, before that each of you must tell Suzuki Lurin, that is the person standing in front of me, your own supernatural abilities. At first it was fine, but as the number grew, Changmen felt overwhelmed. Counting the supernatural ability users recruited from affiliated gangs, there were about 150 people, meaning over 150 abilities. He alone lacked the energy to assign tasks to each of them. His plan was for Suzuki Lurin to distribute these ability users among the various affiliated gangs, strengthening the grassroots forces. At that moment, Suzuki Lurin pulled a folder from the inner pocket of his suit and handed it to Changmen. It was a financial report. Income 13 million yen, primarily from tribute paid by affiliated gangs, accounting for about 80. The remaining 20 came from businesses seized from the Shinlong Association, such as underground casinos, game arcades, and bars. Expenditure 21.7 million yen, of which 12 million was used to subsidize affiliated gangs that had not yet developed. 4 million for the monthly salaries of the 4 executives, Suzuki Lurin, Jindai, Kinta, Izawa Takuma, and Kirishima Shuji. An additional 5 million to recruit Kuroshaka Toru, and the remaining 7 million for the executives' daily expenses. The subsidy amount Changmen set for each affiliated organization was 1 million yen per month. The financial report showed a total of 12 million yen spent in this area, meaning 12 organizations had applied for relief. The other 12 organizations had already established profit channels and were paying tribute to the Akatsuki. Among them, the largest contributor was the Moon Wheel Hall, which Changmen had anticipated. Its leader was a dark-skinned youth named Shinchi Ba-nan. An income of 13 million yen was actually not much for an organization with over 1,000 members. Many ordinary people had a monthly salary of 7,000 to 8,000 yen, meaning that the salaries of just over a dozen people could reach 13 million yen. If that were the case, it would be better to let the underlings work regular jobs. Each month, over 1,000 people earning 7,000 to 8,000 yen would amount to 70 to 80 billion yen. But Changmen knew that he himself had restricted the profit channels of the affiliated gangs. Moreover, the financial situation would not be so dire after a while. Section Chief Akatsu's phone call reached Nagato's private mobile phone. Nagato had provided that number when filling out his personal information form, and the registered owner of the phone number was naturally Saito Ryuichi. He had registered it under the identity of Saito Ryuichi before joining the Countermeasures Bureau. As the head of the Countermeasures Bureau, Section Chief Akatsu would naturally investigate the registration information of his subordinates' personal mobile phones. In his own words, there were many ill-intentioned individuals who might infiltrate the Bureau. Thus, Nagato had prepared a phone number and everything else that matched the identity of Saito Ryuichi in advance. Nagato, I need you to come over and pick up your communication device. Can I go tomorrow? No. The section chief's tone was firm, leaving no room for doubt. Is this an order? Yes. Could it be that you suspect me, Section Chief? Nagato asked tentatively. Section Chief Akatsu gave an affirmative reply. Yes. As your superior, I must always keep an eye on my subordinates' actions. I see. Nagato sneered. But why was today's operation so coincidental? The enemy knew exactly what we were doing, as if our intelligence had been leaked to them. A few seconds of silence on the other end of the line, then came Section Chief Akatsu's calm voice. It was an internal leak. That's why I have reason to suspect my subordinates. Nagato noticed the flawed logic in his statement. But just a moment ago you said you suspected your subordinates because you were their superior. Now it's because of an internal leak. Silence from the other end. Nagato pressed his advantage. Could it be that the upper echelons of the Countermeasures Bureau are deliberately colluding with the enemy, aiming to reduce the number of our agents? You know, too many people aren't fit for this identity. After a long silence, Section Chief Akatsu finally responded, seeming to let out a sigh. Saito-kun, I believe you are innocent. Let this matter rest for now. I'm just calling you back to the Bureau to write a report and pick up your official smartphone. Don't speculate about anything else. All right, give me a moment. I'll be there soon. Nagato replied. After hanging up, he gave some instructions to Suzuki Rakuto and then drove to the apartment where his shadow clone Saito Ryuichi resided. He swapped identities with the clone. Upon arriving and seeing the luxury car downstairs, Nagato suddenly realized he could teleport. Why had he driven here? In truth, it was also his first time driving a vehicle. He had learned it over the past few days through the internet. He had just thought it would be convenient for transportation, so he had specifically studied it. And seeing the 7 luxury cars that had long been abandoned in the headquarters parking lot, his desire to learn to drive grew even stronger. Driven by various factors, he had brought this car to the foot of Saito Ryuichi's apartment. Arriving at the Countermeasures Bureau building, section chief Akatsuki did not make things difficult for Nagato. After a few brief remarks, he handed Nagato a phone. It was identical to the one he had given last time. This phone must also be equipped with eavesdropping and tracking devices, Nagato thought, as he accepted it. Miss Hashizaki and Sasaki are also in the conference room. You 3 will complete the report together. Understood. Nagato pushed his wheelchair and left the door. As for his partner Kuroshaka Tetsu, he had been hospitalized under the pretext of serious injuries. In reality, he was still in that building, placed under Nagato's slave magic with absolute loyalty. He had even voluntarily returned 5 million yen, claiming that serving senior brother Nagato was only natural and just. This slave magic was indeed very useful. Nagato mused to himself. He had already reached the conference room. 2 hours later, Nagato stretched his back and left the Countermeasures Bureau building, heading for a public restroom. It was nearly empty. As soon as he entered the restroom, he took out his phone, a grimoire, and used teleportation to return to Saito Ryuichi's apartment. Leaving the shadow clone behind, Nagato teleported back to Chizuru's home. Phew, so many things happened today. Nagato felt utterly exhausted. Woof! As soon as he entered the bedroom, the single-headed hellhound rushed into his arms. Nagato patted its head, thinking he should take it out for a walk. It couldn't stay cooped up here forever. He bought a leash and a collar from a nearby supermarket. After putting them on the hellhound, they went out together. It was late afternoon, the sky turning yellow. Man and dog strolled along the spacious street. Nagato suddenly realized he hadn't eaten lunch, yet he felt no hunger at all. Ever since that day, he had never experienced the sensation of being full. After a meal, he could last an entire day. Nagato suspected it was an effect of the enhanced physique ability. However, he wasn't entirely sure that this buff was responsible. Woof! The single-headed hellhound barked toward the riverbank. It tugged Nagato over to the gravelly mud near the river and began pawing at the soil. It had truly inherited the traits of a dog perfectly. With ample chakra reserves, Nagato pondered using the summoning technique tonight to see what kind of summoning beast he could conjure. Sand and dirt flew as the single-headed hellhound dug up something human-shaped wrapped in bandages. A foul stench rushed over, carried by the hot wind, making one retch. No way! Nagato muttered in shock. He quickly pulled the hellhound to the river to clean its hooves, then hurriedly left the scene. He didn't want to be implicated in a murder case. Suddenly, a corpse materialized before his eyes, falling onto the road. It was utterly without warning. Unprecedented. Nagato stared blankly at the bloodied corpse. The body was a horrific sight, severed head, one thigh missing, blood streaming along the uneven road. Wait, could this be? A possibility flashed through Nagato's mind, and he immediately recalled the original plot. This was the death game of angels and demons. So it started this early. Nagato suddenly understood. Angels and demons existed in the world. The two factions had been locked in an endless, brutal struggle since ancient times. However, both sides were too powerful. If they clashed directly, the world might be destroyed. Thus, they used humans to wage proxy wars. An angel and a demon each selected a mortal as their proxy. When the two proxies approached within a certain distance, they would enter a special space. This space was still the original world, but one where time had stopped. In this world, no other humans existed, only the chosen proxies. Only when one proxy escaped beyond a certain distance, or killed the other, would the opposing proxy return to the original world. Moreover, the victor could make a wish to the angel or demon that had chosen them, including, but not limited to, being able to fly like a bird, bewitching hearts, and so on. This was the death game of angels and demons. Nagato also wanted an angel or demon to choose him. How interesting that would be. And winning came with a reward. Wait, what about this corpse? Right? Nagato transformed himself into the appearance of Saito Ryuichi, pulled out his patrol inspector ID card, and pinned it on his sleeve, then dialed the police. A police car sped to the scene, and Nagato sat motionless in a wheelchair. Where did the wheelchair come from? He had instantaneously retrieved it from his previous location. After all, he had fabricated Saito Ryuichi as a disabled person with impaired legs. To maintain this identity, the wheelchair was indispensable. Several officers alighted from the vehicle, casting a glance first at Nagato, then at the card pinned on his chest. Saito Ryuichi, Countermeasures Division, Special Crimes Section Patrol Inspector. Upon seeing the title Patrol Inspector, the detectives promptly saluted and said, "We salute you, Inspector Sato." After some commotion, an officer finally inquired about the situation. "Do you know where this corpse came from?" "No, it appeared out of thin air." Out of thin air. You mean it suddenly materialized? Wouldn't that be a bit strange? Are you questioning me? I wouldn't dare. I've checked, there are no surveillance cameras nearby. Fortunately, there are other witnesses. Go ask them, see if they have any leads. Yes, sir. The officer ran toward the 3 women Nagato had indicated. Another officer recorded their conversation. In reality, the scene was already crowded with onlookers, mostly housewives and students. Confronted with the gruesome sight, they covered their mouths, fighting the urge to vomit, while a surge of indignation toward the perpetrator rose in their hearts. A young student in the prime of his youth had been brutally murdered and even dismembered. Indeed, the victim was a boy who appeared to be a middle school student. His neck had been severed with a sharp weapon, separating his head from his body. A gaping hole was rent in his skull, bruises covered his face and body, and one of his legs was severed at the thigh, just like the neck cleanly slashed by some bladed instrument. This indicated that the perpetrator possessed immense strength. Meanwhile, the victim wore the uniform of a nearby school. Its design bore a striking resemblance to that of Yukizumi Chizuru. Are they from the same school? Nagato wondered inwardly. Upon arriving at the scene, the police immediately covered the body with a white cloth and cordoned off the area in an attempt to disperse the crowd. However, their efforts were futile. Instead, more people gathered. Even though this was not a heavily trafficked area, they jostled and shoved, their anger boiling over, clamoring like a pot about to explode. If this continued, there was a risk of a stampede. The officer who had recorded the conversation pressed his pager and requested backup. A few minutes later, 3 police cars pulled up outside the crowd. A dozen officers forced a path through the throng and entered. The situation was so grave that even a police superintendent, alerted by the commotion, arrived to take command and ordered the scene sealed off. Under the threat of batons, the crowd retreated a short distance, but they continued to hurl insults at the officers, accusing them of being useless and heaping on pressure. Superintendent Taijima roared at the crowd, "You laymen, stop your racket. If you interfere with our work, I have reason to suspect you are the killer. I'll detain all of you." After this outburst, the crowd fell silent, refraining from further speech and merely observing with their eyes. Superintendent Taijima, crouched down, lifted the white cloth and looked inside. His fury instantly rekindled. How could there be such a cruel murderer? His subordinate handed him a report, a document detailing the condition of the corpse. Preliminary assessment indicates the victim is approximately 14 years old, a middle school student. The estimated time of death is about half an hour ago, coinciding with the time the emergency call was made. Superintendent Taijima sensed something amiss and lowered his voice. The time coincides. Yes, sir, replied the young officer with a salute. Hearing this, Superintendent Taijima shot a wary glance at Nagato, who was seated nearby. He then took the conversation record from the officer. The document clearly stated Nagato's identity, a member of the Countermeasures Division. Superintendent Taijima was momentarily stunned, sensing something, and then fixed his gaze on Nagato. His eyes held other emotions, disgust and contempt. Superintendent Taijima stepped forward and asked, "You say your name is Sato Ryuichi, a patrol inspector from the Countermeasures Division?" "That's correct. I am a member of the Countermeasures Division," Nagato replied. Seeing the familiar face, Nagato was not surprised. After all, this was a criminal case, and only a few police superintendents could be on site. It was only natural that the one named Taijima was present. Superintendent Taijima was the same officer who had pursued him in the alley near the New World Game Arcade last time. At that time, Nagato hadn't known his surname was Taijima. He only learned it just now when the officers respectfully addressed him as Superintendent Taijima. From the thoughts in his mind, Nagato understood that Superintendent Taijima harbored a deep aversion to the Countermeasures Division. As for the reason, Nagato had yet to discover it and would need to induce Superintendent Taijima to think about it internally. But Nagato simply didn't care to know the reason. After a full 3 seconds, he averted his gaze and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" The body appeared out of thin air. "As an officer, I would no lies to a colleague." Suddenly, Nagato sensed that Superintendent Taijima's inner anger had intensified. Was it because he disliked being addressed as a colleague? Nagato found it somewhat absurd. It was not just this situation that was absurd, but also the fact that Superintendent Taijima had already locked onto him as the prime suspect. Superintendent Taijima's internal reasoning was as follows: this member of the Countermeasures Division, named Sato Ryuichi, was an esper and possibly lacked a sense of justice. He might have had an irreconcilable grudge against the victim and thus used his covert abilities to kill him. Given that the time of death and the time of the emergency call were identical, the perpetrator was most likely the man before him. Don't be fooled by his guise as a member of the Countermeasures Division. Superintendent Taijima quietly called his superior to inquire about a series of procedural matters. For instance, whether he could arrest an officer and detain him in a holding cell without a warrant. The superior gave a negative answer. Arrests required evidence. If he made an arrest without evidence, and the other party complained, he would not be the only one implicated. In Japan, a politician or governor who embezzled a few hundred yen would have to resign and go to prison, facing public criticism and apology. The police were even more cautious, having to act with extreme care. Having no other choice, Superintendent Taijima informed his superior that this was a murder case involving some kind of extraordinary ability, and the suspect was Patrol Inspector Sato Ryuichi of the Countermeasures Division. The superior finally realized that Taijima had been bluffing all along, trying to deceive him. He immediately gave Taijima a severe scolding. Superintendent Taijima, red-faced from the reprimand, unwillingly hung up the phone, leaving his superior to fume on the other end. Left with no alternative, he had to continue searching the scene for evidence that Nagato was the culprit. 5 minutes later, a police car arrived, and 4 slovenly officers stepped out. Move, move, get out of the way. You bunch of riffraff blocking the way. How the hell am I supposed to investigate? The officers roughly shoved the crowd aside, causing some people to fall to the ground. Well, if it isn't my old buddy Taijima. What brings you here to investigate a case? A familiar-looking officer stepped forward and greeted him. I've been ordered to relieve you. Get your men out of here now and don't waste my time on the case. Superintendent Taijima was furious at the sight of the newcomer. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, and his voice trembled as he ordered his men, let's go. We're leaving. Let's see what they can dig up. You may leave. Yamashita Matsu waved his hand, dismissing Nagato with an air of impatience. Just moments earlier, he had been utterly confident, taunting Inspector Taijima with insolent provocation. Now he appeared perfectly at ease, as though the homicide bore no significance to him whatsoever. He had even cut through the police tape, working alongside several colleagues to stuff the corpse into a body bag. One officer kicked the body bag, nudging it forward a short distance. He continued kicking until it reached the forensic van, after which they lifted it inside. During this, numerous onlookers could not bear to witness the scene and spat vicious insults. Yet not a single person stepped forward to stop them. Knowing that the first bird to fly gets shot, everyone feared those officers might target whoever dared to speak out first. Citing that gentlemen settle matters with words, not fists, the crowd feared the gruesome, blood-soaked corpse. And so, under the watchful eyes of the assembled throng, the ambulance departed in silence. Officer Yamashita Matsuzuki withdrew a cigarette box and distributed them one by one to his colleagues. Click! The lighter flared, and the men began smoking with reckless indulgence. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in furious curses. Officers Yamashita and his companions were deeply moved in an extreme fashion. The more viciously the crowd cursed, the more exhilarating and satisfying their smoking became. Extinguished cigarette butts were cast carelessly onto the ground, regardless of whether they disturbed the crime scene. With triumphant arrogance, Officers Yamashita and his group returned to their police car and drove away beneath the roar of the engine, leaving behind the uproarious crowd. Nagato witnessed the entire sequence, perceiving their true nature. If one called them members of the strategy division, their conduct was no different from hooligans. If one called them thugs, they still wore the uniform of police officers. Meanwhile, when Yamashita Matsuzuki approached the range of Nagato's psychic perception, this revelation resolved many of his doubts. The first was why Yamashita Matsuzuki would directly order him to leave, a man who harbored almost no suspicion that Nagato himself was the murderer. The second doubt concerned why the death game had begun so prematurely rather than at a later stage. The third doubt questioned why Officers Yamashita and his companions were being so perfunctory. Nagato had learned the answer. It was something he had never anticipated. Yet upon hearing it, he found it entirely logical. However, he also sensed a trace of danger. The danger of being framed. Indeed, what Nagato discovered within Yamashita Matsuzuki's mind was this. Officer Yamashita Matsuzuki himself was the murderer of that junior high school student. And this meant he certainly knew Nagato was not the culprit, hence his direct dismissal of Nagato. Since Yamashita Matsuzuki had murdered this victim, it proved this was not the result of the death game, meaning the death game had not yet begun. Similarly, if Officer Yamashita Matsuzuki were the killer, he would not labor as diligently as other police officers, which is why he handled the matter sloppily and closed the case hastily. So why did Nagato sense danger? The reason was simple. Officer Yamashita Matsuzuki's ability was far too unreasonable. His ability allowed him to selectively render anything he touched transparent, pausing the flow of time for that object, while transparent with the duration controlled entirely at his discretion. If he wished to cancel the transparency, he merely needed to mentally whisper dissolve. If he chose not to cancel it, the transparency would persist forever. Just moments ago, Nagato had personally witnessed the corpse falling. That was entirely the result of Yamashita Matsuzuki's manipulation. Nagato reasoned within himself. After killing someone, Yamashita Matsuzuki rendered the corpse transparent and hurriedly searched for a disposal site. Through a series of detours, he discovered this location. Thus, when Nagato was about to pass by, Yamashita Matsuzuki dropped the corpse from the rooftop of a nearby building. And so the subsequent series of events unfolded. Nagato found himself puzzled. Wasn't Yamashita Matsuzuki's deliberate act of framing someone quite apparent? Then why had he let Nagato go? This did not align with the pattern of framing. Because Yamashita Matsuzuki could have utilized his ability to dispose of the corpse far away and simply never mentally dissolve its transparent state, keeping it concealed forever. In that case, no one would ever discover it. Yet Yamashita Matsuzuki chose not to do so. He deliberately selected a tall building and dropped the corpse before the eyes of others. Could it be that he originally intended to frame me as the murderer, but upon seeing the strategy division card on my chest he abandoned that plan? Nagato speculated. It was likely so. Nagato could think of no other explanation. Yamashita Matsuzuki. Such a useful ability indeed. A fleeting greed crossed Nagato's mind. Leaving the crime scene, Nagato arrived beneath a concealed bridge culvert. Using instant transmission, he returned to Sato Ryuichi's residence, leaving the wheelchair behind. Then with a mere thought he appeared once more in an abandoned forest, precisely the countryside where he had clashed with Fujishiro Joe days prior. At the mountain entrance, warning barriers had been strung up marking the area as forbidden. However, Nagato instant transmission directly to the mountain summit. Accompanying him was the Cerberus pup at his feet. The one-headed hellhound wagged its tail vigorously, its eyes sparkling as it gazed at its master Nagato. Woof! Woof! It barked twice. Go play over there, Nagato said, waving his hand to let the Cerberus pup roam independently. Next there was only one thing he needed to do. He needed to perform the summoning jutsu. Let us see what he could summon today. The first summoning produced the Cerberus pup. The second summoning produced the demonic statue of the outer path. Then for the third summoning, perhaps pain could be summoned. As Nagato pondered thus, he closed his eyes and sensed a thread connecting him to the demonic statue. To his surprise, an image even manifested within his mind. The vision revealed the demonic statue lying on its side at the bottom of a deep lake. Nagato understood that whenever he performed the summoning jutsu, should he desire it, he could summon the demonic statue. But Nagato had no need to summon the demonic statue at present. There were currently no formidable enemies. Perhaps in this world no one could endure long enough for Nagato to summon the demonic statue. No, wait. Nagato seemed to recall a powerful enemy. That enemy was nicknamed Otaku, and could unconditionally summon anything from games, novels, and anime, including living beings, items, and more. An undoubtedly formidable opponent. Perhaps if Otaku summoned the true sage of six paths, then Nagato would have no recourse. Nagato suddenly thought if he were to steal that person's ability, would not someone as versed in anime as himself be able to freely summon objects and powerhouses from anime worlds to serve his purposes? Where there is gain, there is risk. Conversely, under certain circumstances, this principle also holds true, and Nagato had already made up his mind to plunder Otaku's ability. The priority now was to make adequate preparations. Pondering thus, Nagato bit his finger, rapidly formed hand seals, and struck the ground. Secret technique, mountain palace, gelatinous bubble. With a single palm strike to the ground, the spiritual black lines instantly carpeted the earth, stirring up dust that stretched for hundreds of meters. The summoned creature was undoubtedly a massive one. Standing within the mist, Changmin gazed intently at the enormous dark silhouette ahead, his face brimming with anticipation. Of course, judging by its size, he knew this summoning was not pain. Before him stood a cliff dozens of meters high, yet from its edge a colossal beast now revealed three pitch-black massive heads. A sudden foreboding sensation crept over Changmin. As the smoke parted, a creature of mottled brown and yellow stood fully exposed. Once Changmin discerned the creature's form, he was left utterly speechless, for what had been summoned was none other than the three-headed hellhound. The three canine heads were strikingly conspicuous, each pair of Rinnegan gleaming with a violet radiance. The drooling mouths and the three pairs of murky, enormous eyes gave the creature an air of dim-wittedness. He knew that the animal path could summon the hellhound multiple times, each instance a different individual. To put it more precisely, these summoned hellhounds were all the pre-transformation states of the hellhound before it became a summoning beast, each a separate entity, yet each with its own distinct memories. The mindless hellhound possessed no memories. Oi Changmin merely employed the term memory for ease of expression. Naturally, a more accurate description would be that this hellhound was but one of its split bodies. Greatly disappointed, Changmin hastily dissolved the summoning contract. The three-headed hellhound instantly dissipated into smoke. He had expended 3/4 of his chakra only to summon such a creature. Last time, using half his chakra, he had summoned a small single-headed hellhound. Now, with 3/4, summoning a large three-headed hellhound seemed quite reasonable. Yet Changmin had no intention of maintaining the chakra to keep the summoned beast in this world. He already possessed one hellhound, and it had been sent to play in the forest. Changmin began to ponder the pattern of the summoning technique. Both his first and third uses of the technique had been performed in this world, but both summons had resulted in hellhounds. So, could it be that only hellhounds could be summoned in this world? When he had traveled to the other world and used the technique there, he had summoned the outer path demon statue. Could this indicate that each world allows only one type of summoning beast? Changmin resolved to expend another 1/4 of his chakra to test this hypothesis. Yet after careful consideration, he found it impractical. After all, when he had previously used a 1/4 of his chakra, nothing had been summoned. How could he succeed this time? Suddenly, the visual field of the single-headed hellhound flooded into Chong Min's mind. Within the forest, several figures in suits, each gripping a single pistol, were steadily approaching this location. Clearly, they had been drawn by the massive hellhound summoned earlier. After a series of deductions, Chong Min concluded that these individuals were members of the Countermeasure Bureau. This all traced back to Wu Daoxiusi. Today, having received a different assignment from Section Chief A. Jiojin, he had not participated in the morning's operation to annihilate hostile organization members. And the location of Wu Daoxiusi's mission was precisely this place. This stemmed from events several days prior. On that day, Chong Min had wreaked havoc using fire release and the Chibaku Tensei to devastate the forest for miles around. Countermeasure Bureau member Teng Shu-chung had died as a result, and Wu Daoxiusi had thus become Chong Min's subordinate. Teng Shu-chung had come seeking revenge, so he had left his Countermeasure Bureau phone in the car. Wu Daoxiusi had been called by Teng Shu-chung to assist, and since it was a day off, he had left his phone at home. He had not wanted the few remaining holidays to be disturbed, but unable to refuse, he came to help. In other words, Section Chief A. Jiojin was unaware of their confrontation with Chong Min. At most, he knew that Teng Shu-chung had come to this place. All of this was manageable, but the fact that Teng Shu-chung had died. Chong Min and Wu Daoxiusi discussed countermeasures. After a few minutes, they reached a conclusion. Wu Dao would return first to report, informing Section Chief A. Jiojin that a powerful ability user had killed Teng Shu-chung, the same red-haired man who had committed the theft at the New World Game Hall. After all, Section Chief A. Jiojin had sent Teng Shu-chung to recruit the red-haired man, so suspicion would naturally fall on him. Having considered this, Chong Min had instructed Wu Dao to reveal to Section Chief A. Jiojin that the powerful ability user who killed Teng Shu-chung was the red-haired man. Otherwise, Section Chief A. Jiojin would surely suspect Wu Dao of colluding with the enemy. At that time, Section Chief A. Jiojin had indeed harbored such suspicions about Wu Daoxiusi, but for a different reason. He had asked, "Why would the red-haired man spare you? Could it be that you have already turned traitor?" Thorough as always, Chong Min had already anticipated this question. He had instructed Wu Dao to answer, "It is because of my ability." Section Chief A. Jiojin nodded after hearing this, knowing that Wu Daoxiusi's ability was a perception type lacking combat power, and thus he had to command from a distance during battles. Section Chief A. Jiojin had him write a report and let him off. However, in the following days, his focus remained on this location, and he could not extricate himself. After seeing the scene photos sent back by Wu Dao, Section Chief A. Jiojin dispatched more members to assist Wu Dao in solving the case. This continued up to today. Wu Daoxiusi had no choice but to let his colleagues carry his communication phone while patrolling this area. Hence the current situation arose. However, there was one difference: Chong Min was not afraid of the patrolling men finding him. On the contrary, their arrival suited his desires. Gazing at the blue sky and white clouds high above, Chong Min felt a sense of comfort and ease. Hiss! A sound came from the grass behind him. Chong Min continued to watch the sky, paying no attention. The tiger-shaped, three-headed hellhound appeared, carrying 3 men in its mouth. With a puff of breath, it dropped them before Chong Min. The 3 were covered in wounds, all unconscious. Chong Min turned to look at the 3, a magical array shimmering in his hand. This time he did not use the phone grimoire, but cast the enslavement spell. Indeed, he had grown familiar with the enslavement spell. Of course, it was only a low-level version, so he quickly mastered it. A ring of magical light covered the heads of the 3. As time passed, a gradual change occurred. "Ah, you're the red-haired man." One of them woke up and shouted. Chong Min stared at him silently, his body motionless. Not because he was unwilling to move, but because he could not. If he moved, the magical energy accumulated over a long period would dissipate entirely, requiring him to gather it again, which would take even longer. Woof! The hellhound bared its massive fangs and roared at the awakened man. The man recoiled in terror, and upon seeing his 2 colleagues lying there, he was frightened out of his wits. Seeing that he was about to crawl out of the magic array, the hellhound leaped forward, blocking his path. He was startled again, crawling backward on his back, eyes wide open. Gradually his pupils dimmed, and when they became utterly lusterless, a glimmer of light suddenly emerged within them. The light reflected a face. It was unmistakably Chong Min. Nagato stood before the 3 as a god descending from the heavens, radiant, majestic, and peerless. Sacred light emanated from his body, bathing the crowd in its glow. He appeared to be a savior destined to rescue all living beings, a ferryman wandering across realms. "Oh my lord!" After being enslaved, the 3 awoke instantly. Upon seeing Nagato's figure, their expressions transformed completely. Tears streamed down their faces as they gazed upon him, as though he were God himself, frantically prostrating themselves with the fervent devotion of fanatic cultists blazing in their eyes. Nagato was taken aback, unable to fathom why they had so abruptly changed countenance. Of course, this change in demeanor occurred precisely when Nagato was aware that they had fallen under his enslavement magic. Yet even knowing they were ensnared by his own spell, Nagato still sought to understand why their behavior had shifted so drastically. For Nagato knew well that the effects of his enslavement magic had never been this pronounced. During the noon hour at the Countermeasure Bureau headquarters, when he had enslaved the masses, he had not witnessed such frenzied restlessness among the enthralled as he saw now before him. They had merely obeyed his commands, recognizing him as their master. But these individuals before him now exhibited the kind of reverence and loyalty akin to worshippers adoring their deity. Had Nagato commanded them to die, they would unquestioningly have bitten through their tongues or hurled themselves from the very cliff before them without hesitation. Nagato could not comprehend the reason behind their transformation. Pondering this, he cautiously retrieved his smartphone and opened the magic encyclopedia, navigating to the category on enslavement magic. Files were arranged vertically within basic spells, positioned at the top and advanced at the bottom. Nagato tapped open the first document. Basic enslavement magic. Enslavement magic originated from the ancient desire to subjugate beasts, gradually conceived by powerful sorcerers throughout the long evolution of human history, a thought magic of profound antiquity. To enslave the mind is to subjugate the soul, compelling the target to obey the caster's commands without resistance. Initially employed for taming and controlling animals, it was later extended to humans and other races alike. Those subjected to enslavement bear permanent spiritual wounds. Even the highest tier restoration and purification magic cannot erase this scar. Nevertheless, this spell proves difficult to cast, for its activation carries considerable delay, an inherent weakness compared to instantaneous magic. Moreover, since enslavement targets the mind itself, it stands ill-suited against those of formidable strength or abundant spiritual energy. Note by the Star Sage Pile Kuluo, delayed cast magic may employ magic arrays and grimoires to accelerate both casting speed and effectiveness. Basic enslavement magic holds no power over those whose self-esteem runs exceedingly deep, nor over individuals whose strength surpasses the caster's. However, one may engineer circumstances to strip away their pride and reduce them to weakness, thereby rendering them susceptible. Thus concluded the overview of basic enslavement magic as Nagato had learned it. Below lay a sequence of incantations and casting principles. He had pored over the text countless times, yet racked his brain in vain. No explanation revealed itself for the phenomena unfolding before him. The crux of enslavement magic lay not in mere knowledge of its application, but in ensuring its efficacy. The first requisite demanded protracted patience. The second required a qualified subject. The key principles involved inscribing the magic array, wielding the grimoire, and systematically dismantling the target's self-worth while reducing them to physical frailty. Suddenly the picture grew remarkably clearer. A flash of insight ignited in Nagato's eyes. He had finally grasped the underlying logic. The amplification of magical effect rested not within arrays or grimoires, which merely served as external conduits rather than extensions of the caster's own power. What remained paramount, then, was reducing the target to broken pride and physical weakness. Nagato's terrorization of the three had stripped away their dignity. The Hellhound's assault had left them physically depleted. With both conditions satisfied, the optimal prerequisites for enslavement magic had been met, and from this convergence had emerged the three zealous devotees before him. The three knelt and bowed their foreheads to the ground, cracking their scalps and bleeding copiously without ceasing. Their frenzied devotion proved deeply unsettling to Nagato. It mirrored the familiar pattern of one who boasts, "I know a great man," seeking validation through association. Might they propagate rumors of their blissful servitude, spreading word that they labored zealously in his service? As these thoughts converged, clarity washed over Nagato. His eyes narrowed, and an air of nonchalance settled upon him. Let them speak as they wished. They possessed neither his name nor any means to identify him. Furthermore, the magic encyclopedia contained another potent spell, forgetfulness magic. While basic forgetfulness magic could not erase memory entirely, it could strip away fragments of it. Nagato prepared to cast forgetfulness upon them, erasing his visage from their minds. Perhaps robbed of his image, they would instead fabricate tales of a certain red-haired deity, glorifying his sacred deeds and magnificent renown. His eventual revelation to the world was inevitable. These three could serve as foreshadowing for that destined emergence. Without uttering a single command, Nagato unleashed the forgetfulness spell. The moment its radiance pierced the three between their brows, both he and the Hellhound vanished from sight, as though erased from existence. The three looked up and exchanged glances, each uttering a puzzled sound. Right? I just witnessed a god. I saw him too. It was a red-haired deity. He shall bring peace to the world. The savior god. They scratched at the rock face with stones, attempting to reproduce his features from memory, yet failed to capture even a fraction of his likeness. But they distinctly recalled that dazzling cascade of crimson hair. Nagato activated instant transmission, reappearing within the bedroom of Sato Ryuichi. The shadow clone of Sato Ryuichi dissolved autonomously, its accumulated memories flowing directly into Nagato's consciousness. Because the matter proved sufficiently critical, the selected clone had deliberately maintained contact with the sealing formula, employing this method to relay information back to the original. Nagato opened the communication phone issued by the Countermeasure Bureau. Several emails from Section Chief Akatsuki awaited him. Unremarkable aside from one sent merely minutes prior, "Congratulations on your promotion." A brief title alone. Yet upon opening it revealed a comprehensive list of responsibilities, primarily report composition. Had he not already collaborated with Sasaki and Ms. Hashizaki to complete this very task that morning? Section Chief Akatsuki apparently desired that he alone author the report concerning the bowling alley operation. Nagato failed to discern the rationale. Hence the deployment of a shadow clone to accommodate Akatsuki's intentions. Few joys surpassed that of promotion. So would ordinary sentiment dictate, and Nagato, despite his indifference, would naturally experience satisfaction as well. Before he realized that over a month had elapsed since his arrival in this world, yet not a whisper of homesickness troubled him. Worse still, he perceived that his temperament had fundamentally shifted from what it once was. The former Nagato had been volatile and crude in his actions. Now his disposition ran cold and calculating, every decision rendered with decisive precision, as though an entirely different person inhabited his flesh. Was it because this formidable power had descended upon his body, his consciousness elevated alongside it? Or had a grander purpose refined him, causing petty concerns to lose their weight? Perhaps he had internalized the illusion of being a player within an anime narrative. Nagato could not say for certain. What he knew with absolute certainty was that his childish former self belonged irrevocably to the past. From that moment onward, only Nagato, the one bearing that name, stood where he now stood. Changmin sent his shadow clones with Tung Longi to report to the Countermeasures Bureau in his place, while he himself used instant teleportation to return to the second-floor bedroom of the China family. He sat on the bed, closing his eyes. This was already the night. After he closed his eyes, three views appeared in his mind. They were the visions transmitted by the reincarnation eyes of the animal path, the human path, and the Deva path of pain. These three pain puppets were made this afternoon from three captured ability users of a hostile organization. The animal path pain had the appearance of a petite, lowly dressed in gothic attire. The human path pain was a tall, mature woman over 180 centimeters wearing somewhat revealing clothes. Although the Deva path pain was somewhat unsightly with a spiky-haired delinquent appearance, he had to be used for now. To pay homage to the original work, their hair were all dyed orange. In fact, in the original work, Changmin also dyed all the pain puppets' hair orange to commemorate the deceased Yaguri. These three were once members of hostile organizations, but from now on they would only act as Changmin's avatars. Whether they were exposed or not, Changmin did not care. The view of the three was somewhat dim, but they could still see that they were still in the original basement. Their positions had not been moved. Several people were guarding them. When the three pain puppets awakened, one of the guards hurriedly ran upstairs to call Lingmu Lurin. Changmin waited quietly for Lingmu Lurin to come down, only to find that Longza Tawajin had also come with him. Lingmu Lurin first glanced hesitantly, then knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "My lord." Since they were enslaved by Changmin's magic, they had called him my lord. Longza also knelt on one knee beside him, and at the same moment he and Lingmu Lurin had knelt and called out, "My lord." Lingmu Lurin, when he first saw Changmin creating the pains, increasingly felt that Changmin had come from the anime. But in reality, he only had a superficial understanding of the Naruto anime. To put it vividly, he had learned about it through short video clips. Therefore, he had several conversations with Longza, who was an anime enthusiast. As a result, they decided to stay there for the time being, waiting for Changmin to manipulate the pains. Longza was extremely excited, his vision of the future becoming clearer and more hopeful. At the same time, this was also the best way to solve the current predicament. It wasn't really a predicament, but rather an obstacle in the organization's development. This situation had already been reported to Changmin through his phone. The obstacle stemmed from the expansion of affiliated gangs. The two of them had established two gangs called Baigue Yeshing and Taya Hui in Kyoto and Ginza respectively. Baigue Yeshing was founded by Longza and Taya Hui was founded by Lingmu. There was a key point: Lingmu had not actually gone to another city, but had chosen to establish Taya Hui locally in Tokyo. Ginza was a district within Tokyo. He chose this location for two reasons. First, it was close to the Shao organization headquarters, making it convenient to manage organizational affairs and process documents uploaded by subordinate gangs. Second, the Shao organization had not yet established a firm foothold in Tokyo. Choosing a district within Tokyo was actually to help the Shao organization control the entire Tokyo area. The situation in Tokyo was complex. Their enemies were only two types: the Countermeasures Bureau and other ability organizations. Both types of enemies existed in this city. The Countermeasures Bureau was fine being an open agency, but the other ability organizations had hidden bases and were cunning and difficult to deal with. Lingmu and Longza had encountered the problem of other ability organizations, but the two of them had no strong personnel to use. As for Longza, three of his clones had already died. He himself had always lived in the Shao organization headquarters, and the memories he received left him overwhelmed. Thus, in a critical moment, he sent an aid request to Changmin. Today they had recruited a large number of ability cooperators which should have alleviated this problem. But Lingmu had to distribute these ability users to other affiliated organizations because those organizations were also encountering similar situations. After leaving some personnel to garrison the headquarters, fewer than 10 people remained. It was difficult to solve the problem. Changmin considered this and created the Pains today. From now on the Pains would act on his behalf and go to the scene to fight. Incidentally, the reason Changmin did not use shadow clones to help them was that he needed a large amount of chakra to experiment with the summoning technique. Before that he had already split off 2 shadow clones, so his original body's chakra was only 1/3 of its peak. Considering that when he first used the summoning technique he had dispatched a shadow clone to the New World Game Hall, and his body's chakra was at half capacity. So today to use the summoning technique he had to maintain that state. Moreover, after enslaving most of the people, he had enough manpower to go there. He then dismissed the shadow clone stationed at the New World Game Hall. Thus his original body returned to a half-chakra state. This way he could use the summoning technique. Otherwise, even if he consumed 3/4 of his original body's chakra, it would only be 3/4 of the 1/3 state, which would not be enough for the technique. Changmin looked at the 2 kneeling people and said nothing. The reincarnation eyes of the 3 Pains could see each other's appearance. They were all wearing black robes that covered their entire bodies. The robes exuded a cold, dignified aura and were printed with one crimson cloud after another. Looking up, Lingmu and Longza were wearing the same style of Shao organization cloud robes. Rise Changmin's voice came from the Deva Path Pain. Hearing the familiar voice, the 2 kneeling people stood up excitedly, their eyes wide as they looked at the Deva Path Pain. Yes, Pain said, then lead the way separately. I'll go to Ginza. Longza asked, how should we divide them? Lingmu listened carefully, as if also waiting for Changmin's orders. At this moment the Animal Path Pain spoke, I'll go to Kyoto then. Her voice was soft, gentle, and pleasant like that of an innocent young girl. From afar Changmin suddenly realized upon hearing this voice that the female Pain could retain her original voice. To confirm this, Changmin continued to manipulate the human path to speak, I'll also go to Ginza. Sure enough, a cold, indifferent voice transmitted through the chakra connector into Changmin's mind. Lingmu Lurin suddenly understood Changmin's intention. The Deva Path Pain and the human path Pain were both coming to help him because the obstacles he faced were much greater than Longza's, thus requiring 2 people's assistance. After all, Ginza was located in Chua District, the most economically developed area, teeming with a mix of fish and dragons, where countless forces coveted it as a piece of fat. In comparison, Longza's situation was much simpler. One person alone could solve it. During this time he had studied the Naruto anime intensively and memorized the abilities of the 6 paths of pain. Then let's set off, the Deva Path Pain commanded. The low authoritative voice struck the souls of those present. Lingmu and Longza's bodies trembled once more. Tendo Pain and Human Path Pain rode in Suzuki's car heading to Ginza. Animal Path Pain rode in Ryuzawa's car heading to Kyoto. All their cars were stolen from underground parking lots. They were the former executives' vehicles of the Rising Dragon Society. Without keys they hired professionals from the black market to replace the locks, and thus the 2 cars became theirs. As for Nagato's Mercedes-Benz, it was Sato Ryuichi's car with keys kept in an office at the headquarters building. So no lock replacement was needed. Tendo Pain and Human Path Pain sat in the back seats deactivated. Animal Path Pain was the same. Nagato told Suzuki and Ryuzawa to call him when they reached their destinations. Soon a phone notification came. Good. Nagato closed his eyes again. He connected his consciousness with Tendo Pain and Human Path Pain. Suzuki Rikudo's car arrived first, the closer destination Ginza. After getting out, Tendo Pain and Human Path Pain glanced around. This was a remote area beside a construction site under repair. The 7-story building ahead, according to Suzuki Rikudo's inner thoughts, was the stronghold of the Iron Crow Society. The building was quite old, with tiles painted in colorful graffiti, exposed wires tangled messily. Anyone could see it was a place to avoid, frequented by thugs. By the way, Nagato discovered that the Pain he controlled could also use his original body's supernatural ability. At that moment he used the psychic perception ability and learned Suzuki's inner thoughts. He didn't understand why this was happening, only speculating that the connector on his body might allow Pain to use his original abilities. This is the stronghold. Suzuki Rikudo pushed open the door, introducing, it's a bit messy, please don't mind. A creaking sound echoed as the iron door swung open. Immediately the 2 Pains sensed pairs of eyes staring at them like bats lurking in the dark. Click. Suzuki Rikudo pulled the power switch. The entire space lit up instantly. Inside was a warehouse. An iron suspension bridge hung between the second-floor stairwells. The bridge had railings to protect passers-by. At that moment on the railing stood a young man with hands in his pockets, wearing a hooded sweatshirt, looking down contemptuously. On the other storage floors stood a group of unfriendly-faced youths. What new recruits? The young man with hands in his pockets spoke arrogantly, his expression extremely disdainful and haughty, as if no one could compare to him. Suzuki Rakuto smiled bitterly and said to the two Pains, "That guy is a bit troublesome, but for the sake of overall strength development, we should tolerate him for now." Tendo Pain and Human Path Pain remained silent, looking up at the hooded youth. Even with the hood, one could see his bleached blonde hair. 2. The blonde youth spat a glob of saliva. It hit the ground. "What's with that expression on your face, you prick?" The blonde youth raised his foot and stomped, severely deforming the railing, yet he stood steadily. Suddenly he wore a lecherous expression. "But that young lady beside you is pretty good. Haha, that's it, I'll marry you. Don't worry, after you marry me, you'll be the boss lady." Boss lady? Suzuki Rakuto's face turned cold. "So you're saying you want to rebel?" The blonde youth was named Kuroki Naoto. Originally a street punk, he awakened a powerful supernatural ability after being recruited by Suzuki Rakuto Gravity Control. Within a few days he became the top performer in the gang. The Iron Crow Society had a total of 172 members. 167 were ordinary mortals and 15 were ability users. These 15 ability users were appointed as executives by Suzuki Rakuto, serving the organization. Suzuki Rakuto had acquired several storefronts nearby, opening pachinko parlors to make money, and business was booming. Thus people from other forces came to the shops, inquired about the situation, and warned Suzuki Rakuto to stop operating, otherwise he would face due punishment. Sure enough, on the third day someone came to smash the shops. At that time Kuroki Naoto stepped forward, repelling the enemies multiple times with his ability. Consequently his ambition swelled. Suzuki Rakuto understood this mindset. He had long prepared bombs buried in the warehouse. Once Kuroki Naoto betrayed, Suzuki would detonate them. That was his trump card. After all, he himself had no supernatural ability. Suzuki Rakuto had long been troubled by the lack of ability. A leader without ability could not effectively lead ability users. Just like tribal chiefs, in ancient times, once they revealed their weakness, they would be replaced by others. At that moment Tendo Pain patted his shoulder, signaling him to rest assured. Tendo Pain raised his hand, targeting Kuroki Naoto. Kuroki Naoto froze for a moment, then burst into laughter, looking cynical. "Ha, you don't think raising your palm can defeat me, do you?" Suddenly, with a whoosh, a powerful attraction pulled Kuroki Naoto's body. Caught off guard, he failed to activate his gravity ability and fell from the railing. His face hit the exact spot where the saliva had landed. Kuroki Naoto climbed up, wiped the saliva off his face, and his expression shifted from calm to rage. If he hadn't controlled gravity at the moment of falling, he would have fractured his face. Kuroki Naoto glared at Tendo Pain, clenched his fists, kicked off the ground to reduce his own gravity, and in a flash appeared behind Tendo Pain. As if time slowed, Kuroki Naoto aimed a punch at the back of Tendo Pain's head. Swish! Shinra Tensei repelled him. Ah! Kuroki Naoto flew backward, screaming in terror. He quickly reduced his gravity, adjusted his position, and landed on the wall. Before he could rest, a black rod grazed his cheek, drawing a few drops of blood. Then the black rod pierced through the wall with a rumbling sound. Kuroki Naoto stiffened mechanically, turning his head to look at the black rod that had just flown past. He didn't see the rod, only a hole. This half-meter-thick solid concrete wall had been pierced through. Kuroki Naoto's breath caught his hair, stood on end, cold sweat broke out, a chill ran down his spine. He wanted to tremble, but dared not move. Run. That was his first thought upon recovering. Kuroki Naoto quickly reduced his gravity, even reversed it to increase. His entire body immediately soared. There was a small translucent window near the ceiling. If he reached it, he could escape. Kuroki Naoto intensified the anti-gravity, accelerating higher and higher, the window close at hand. Suddenly, a familiar strong attraction stopped his body. Kuroki Naoto sensed danger and reversed his gravity. But before the ability took effect, he plummeted down with a loud bang, kicking up dust all around. Cough. Cough. I surrender. I surrender. Heishi Jiren scrambled to his feet, coughing as he feigned weakness. Lingmu Lurin had nothing to say, turning his gaze to Tiandao Pain, as if to leave the decision entirely to him. Tiandao Pain nodded slightly, and then Renjiandao Pain stepped forward, walking one step at a time until he stood before Heishi Jiren. Renjiandao Pain helped Heishi Jiren up, then abruptly pulled out his soul. A searing pain shot through him. Heishi Jiren could not move, staring down in a daze at his own blue soul. So this was what his soul looked like. Immediately afterward, he lost consciousness forever. Renjiandao Pain, holding the soul orb, walked over to Lingmu Lurin. Without a word, he pried open Lingmu's mouth and shoved it inside. Gurgle. Lingmu Lurin choked as if water had gone down the wrong pipe, a muffled sob escaping his throat. Then, as if struck by lightning, his entire body convulsed. Less than a minute passed, and the convulsions ceased. Lingmu Lurin regained consciousness, feeling utterly transformed, as if he had been reborn. Moreover, he could sense a surge of energy coursing through his meridians, flowing along the pathways of his entire body. It felt as if he could control gravity itself. With a mere thought, Lingmu Lurin reduced his own weight. A lightness enveloped him, and he felt as though he might float away. The sensation was akin to soaring through the lunar void. Lingmu Lurin continued to reduce his gravity, even reversing it to create an anti-gravitational force. With a whoosh he lifted off the ground. Suddenly his entire body flipped, and he stood upside down on the ceiling. Lingmu Lurin looked up, or rather down, to see Tiandao Pan and Rinjiandao Pan standing above him. He could not tell whether he was on the ceiling or they were. This ability, wasn't it exactly Heishi Jiren's? It dawned on him in that moment he had awakened the very same power. But could it really be such a coincidence? Lingmu Lurin recalled the moment he had swallowed that blue energy orb. At first he thought Rinjiandao Pan held nothing in his hand, but when he shoved it into his mouth, he vaguely glimpsed a blue orb of energy. A soul. He understood in a flash. He had consumed Heishi Jiren's soul, and thus learned his supernatural ability. Lingmu Lurin was both shocked and overjoyed. Shocked that he had devoured another's soul. Joyful that he had awakened a supernatural ability. From now on he could better assist Big Brother Changmin in reaching the pinnacle of the world. And this power was bestowed by Changmin himself. That is to say, Big Brother Changmin truly could grant supernatural abilities to others. Longza had mentioned this to him, but Lingmu Lurin still found it hard to believe. Having witnessed and experienced it firsthand, he had no choice but to believe. Lingmu Lurin quickly mastered the knack of the gravity ability. Using it was like swimming. You had to move with the flow of your heart to go far. Lingmu Lurin flipped his body upright, gently floated down, and landed on the floor. Tiandao Pan remained silent, turning his head to look at the crowd on the second floor. The second floor was an open warehouse storage area with no walls completely visible. At this moment, all the underlings and executives of the Iron Crow Association were gathered up there. Everyone on the platform had witnessed what just happened. A man with orange-yellow hair had defeated the formidable Heishi Jiren. An orange-haired woman extracted something from Heishi Jiren's abdomen. Heishi Jiren then fell unconscious. After swallowing that something, Brother Lingmu Lurin had actually gained Heishi Jiren's supernatural ability. They exchanged glances, whispering among themselves about what to do next. They had been incited by Heishi Jiren to gather here and cause trouble, intending to break free from Lingmu Lurin's control. But what they didn't know was that Lingmu Lurin had already planted explosives here, always on guard against them. In the world of the Jianghu, one had to be shrewd. Those explosives were time devices. If he failed to come here and press a certain button, within 48 hours the bomb would detonate automatically. Of course, Lingmu Lurin also had a backup detonation switch. Come down, and I'll spare you. I can forget past grievances. I know you were all deceived by Heishi Jiren. If you want to clear your names, first come down and stand before me to prove your innocence, Lingmu Lurin shouted to those above. Really? You're not just luring us down to kill us all, are you? A voice drifted down from the second floor. No one could tell who it was. Lingmu Lurin said, Rest assured, everyone. My greatest virtue is keeping my word. After a moment of silence, someone came down. Then more followed. Soon all of them had descended, standing before him, forming a neat line as usual. More than 100 people in total. Of course, this wasn't everyone. A considerable number of underlings had been dispatched to guard certain territories that needed supervision. Now please stay still and wait here for 10 minutes. In a little while a powerful supernatural user will clear your names. Lingmu Lurin said, clearing his throat. He had racked his brains to come up with such a flimsy excuse to get their cooperation. And remarkably, the excuse actually worked. Changmin discovered that his magical energy could also be transmitted through the chakra connector to the pain bodies. Since he had magical energy, he could use magic. The magic he was about to employ was the one he was most skilled in, the enslavement magic. Changmin manipulated the two pains. Yes, exactly, two pains. Tiandao Pan and Rinjiandao Pan raised their palms together, gathering magical energy. Changmin was unsure of his own magical power reserves, but his principle was to channel as much as possible. Thus the result was that the two pains stood in opposite corners, casting enslavement magic on the 100 or so people. Above their heads a gigantic magic circle appeared. A hexagram, intricate patterns. An eerie light emanated from above, instantly stirring the crowd. Hey, what's going on? Didn't you say you wouldn't kill us? This is a magic circle that can fire laser cannons. I think we'd better forget about the Iron Crow Association. Let's just disband. What kind of leader would disregard the safety of his own underlings? Exactly. Seeing that the crowd was about to flee, Lingmu Lurin gave a cold, sharp smile and swept his hand down. Bang! Suddenly, everyone felt an immense gravitational force pressing down on them. Their knees buckled, unable to bear the weight, and they collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from their mouths, their faces drained of color. The pressure even dented the floor by several centimeters. Resentful glares fell upon Lingmu Lurin, but they dared not vent their fury. Gradually their pupils dilated, losing their luster. Then slowly their pupils contracted again, regaining brilliance. Reflected in that brilliance were Tiandao Pan and Rinjiandao Pan. They did not know what had happened, only that these two were now their masters. Hail our master! They prostrated themselves. Ginza was divided into 3 zones according to the distribution of factional power, forming a triangle. The first zone lay at the lower left corner of the triangle, where Suzuki Rakuto held dominion. Here various small-scale syndicates converged and undercurrents surged beneath the surface. The second zone was governed by the gang known as Futenku Misty Heavenly Dog. In that district decisions regarding entertainment venues' pricing, operating hours and fees were virtually entirely at Futenku's discretion. This area corresponded to the lower right corner of the triangle. The third zone then naturally occupied the apex, the undeniable domain of the Countermeasures Bureau. The Countermeasures Bureau's headquarters was established in Chiyoda Ward, Tokyo, but this did not mean branches did not exist elsewhere. Indeed, a branch had been set up in Ginza within the neighboring Chua Ward. The division chief held a rank nearly equivalent to Director Akatsuki's. Yet the distinction mirrored that between metropolitan officials and provincial administrators. Director Akatsuki's authority was unquestionably more potent than that of a division chief. Moreover, the Bureau's headquarters controlled tasks such as the registration of ability users and personnel allocation. Thus, the so-called branches were nothing more than mere resting stations. Nevertheless, Suzuki Rakuto and other illegal ability organizations were no match for them. According to Kamen, the only illegal ability organization that dared to oppose the state was the one to which Nihitara Shizuku belonged. The Countermeasures Bureau's Ginza branch and the ability-using gang Futenku constituted Suzuki Rakuto's two greatest obstacles. However, his immediate challenge lay in the chaotic warfare among illegal ability organizations in the territory held by the Iron Crow Alliance. In the lower left zone, every faction sought dominance and supremacy. Consequently, control over venues was extremely strict, and any disruption would inevitably invite trouble. Suzuki Rakuto had opened several pachinko parlors which encroached upon their interests, and thus he became the target of other illegal ability organizations. Some illegal groups were relatively few in number and lacked considerable strength, yet they still dared to provoke conflict. They had correctly assessed that the Iron Crow Alliance as a newly established faction had not yet firmly established itself and stood isolated and unsupported. Unlike these other organizations which had been navigating this territory for over a decade, often clashing, yet gradually developing a certain camaraderie, the newcomers lacked such ties. And after Kurikibi Naohito, who had awakened an ability, drove them away, they secretly formed alliances and united into a single consolidated organization. Numerous powerful ability users came calling, trashing, and plundering at will. Even with Kurikibi Naohito's formidable abilities, he could not be everywhere at once, rendering him powerless against the onslaught. Furthermore, two fists cannot contend against four hands. The Iron Crow Alliance relied solely on Kurikibi Naohito's strength. The remaining officers were hardly formidable. This meant that sooner or later the Iron Crow Alliance would fall from beneath its own feet. Therefore, Kurikibi Naohito harbored thoughts of betrayal, leading his followers to carve a new path, either establishing a new gang or joining an existing local organization. Regrettably, he had no idea that towering behind the Iron Crow Alliance was Kamen, the great deity of unmatched power. Had Kurikibi Naohito remained obedient and worked diligently beneath Kamen's shadow, he might have achieved great accomplishments in the future. Since Oniichan Kamen had arrived, why not go all out? Strike directly at the Futenku gang's headquarters. Suzuki Rakuto made his decision a preliminary plan already forming in his mind. Heavenly Path Pain issued the command, rise. With a swift rustling sound, dozens of bodies straightened their chests, their gazes filled with loyalty and fervor as they looked toward him. Heavenly Path Pain spoke, from now on you need obey only my commands. Do exactly as I tell you. Nothing more, nothing less. Remember this. Our organization's goal is world peace. Let us celebrate peace. Long live peace. The crowd erupted in cheers, some even hoarsing their throats in their fervent cries. Their loyalty was absolute. Kamen was thoroughly satisfied. He then asked through the human path, what shall we do next? Attack the hostile organization. Suzuki Rakuto replied, his body trembling with excitement, eager and ready for action. Heavenly Path Pain said, then lead the way. And you must follow as well, added Human Path Pain, leaping to the second floor platform and overlooking the gathered crowd. They were all members of the Iron Crow Alliance, some of whom were officers possessing abilities. Yet henceforth they would exist only as slaves. Such was the fate of betrayal. Kamen somewhat understood Kurikibi Naohito's reasons for choosing to rebel. Ultimately, it was a result shaped by strength itself. If one were truly powerful, would there ever be a need to shelter under another's roof? If Kamen had been in his position, he too would undoubtedly have led his followers to resist a weak leader. History provided ample precedent, such as Zhao Kuan-yin of old. Countless other figures, including Zhu Yuanzhang, illustrated the same truth. Night had fallen dark and impenetrable. Normally the area outside should have been brightly lit. But this was a remote place requiring 100 meters of walking before any signs of human habitation appeared. Over 100 individuals uniformly dressed in black uniforms marched along the bustling commercial street. People gave way as they passed. Suzuki Rakuto led the group to a certain district in Kabukicho where numerous delinquent youths gathered. They wore revealing clothes and displayed exposed tattoos. Hey, what do you think you're doing? A thug stepped forward, glanced at Suzuki Rakuto, then looked at the 100 people behind him. His tone weakened somewhat. Do you know this is our Bloodscript Alliance's territory? The Bloodscript Alliance was a notably prominent underground gang in this area, notorious at least within the underworld. Suzuki Rakuto had no intention of worrying about such matters. Previously, hostile organizations had trashed his territory. Now it was his turn, and he intended to unleash his full force. Suzuki Rakuto raised his hand and signaled downward. Bang! The thug in front immediately collapsed to his knees, writhing in agony. Without a doubt, he had lost consciousness. A subordinate emerged from behind and casually dragged him aside. Suzuki Rakuto continued forward. Heavenly Path Pain and Human Path Pain followed closely behind, wearing straw rain hats, appearing like transcendent masters. Suzuki Rakuto stopped and pointed at certain facilities, ordering his subordinates, smash all of these. Yes. Upon hearing this, the crowd behind immediately sprang into action, pulling batons from their inner pockets and striking with a cacophonous barrage. Patrons in the area scattered in all directions, shouting in panic. Several thugs who appeared to be bouncers fled in haste, presumably to report to their superiors. Suzuki Rakuto observed it all. Excellent, he thought to himself. He immediately issued the next order: leave this place. Move at maximum speed. Yes. The 100 or so subordinates sprinted into the alleyway in an orderly manner, chaotic, yet disciplined. In the blink of an eye, not a single figure remained. Kamen could not fathom what this young man was plotting, for reading minds had grown predictable. Thus Kamen had discontinued his psychic ability. Kamen continued to command the two pain paths, trailing behind Suzuki Rakuto, watching to see what he would do next. Kamen shifted his attention to the animal path. Ryuzawa was still driving. According to the map, Kyoto was nearly in sight. Suddenly Kamen heard commotion rising from downstairs. It was likely Yukimori Chizuru returning. Era, your house is quite grand. Kamen felt as though he had heard something utterly unbelievable. It was not the content that astonished him, but rather the speaker whose voice had uttered those words. That voice, was it not Nayatara Shizuo's? Changmin truly thought Rinjing was quite formidable. She had actually found her way here through Shui Jianqianhe. Shui Jianqianhe and Rinjing had nothing in common. It was almost impossible for them to have any connection, which demonstrated how formidable Rinjing's information-gathering ability was. Though unexpected, Changmin could still accept it. He narrowed his eyes, wanting to see what Rinjing was really up to. However, Changmin was still controlling pain, so he needed to sever his connection with pain. Thinking this, Changmin made the distant Deva Path and Human Path conceal themselves in a hidden spot. After cutting off the chakra supply, the Deva Path and Human Path suddenly became lifeless, sitting down against the wall like drifting weights, closing their eyes. Beside them, Suzuki Riku quietly laid the two pains flat on the ground and found cover to conceal their bodies. Changmin had just informed Suzuki Riku of the situation through the Deva Path, so Suzuki Riku took action. As for Longzhe, Changmin was in no hurry to inform him. Longzhe was still some distance from his destination. The situation there was not a concern. Changmin quickly went downstairs. Rinjing was kneeling on the tatama-like wooden board in the living room, holding a teacup in both hands. When she saw Changmin, she nodded politely and said, "Ah, you're here." Changmin looked at her, sat opposite her, and said directly, "What is your purpose?" "Oh my, what are you talking about?" "My purpose." Rinjing showed a confused expression, then came up with an answer. "Of course, it's to taste Qianhe-chan's tea." Changmin stared at Rinjing. "How did you find this place?" "Don't look at me like that, old man. This is a coincidence." Rinjing showed an undeniable expression and answered solemnly. "Coincidence? What kind of coincidence? Could it be that you two already knew each other?" Just as Changmin was thinking this, Rinjing gave the answer. "That girl works part-time for me. Oh, Shiciyuan bookstore is mine." "Changmin, is your surname Shiciyuan?" Rinjing, "No." "Changmin, then why did you name it Shiciyuan bookstore?" Rinjing, hey, your way of thinking is a bit off. Why are you fixated on the name? Shouldn't you be suspicious of me?" Changmin, suspicious? Not really. Because Rinjing's heart had already told Changmin everything. Changmin posed a series of questions, and even if Rinjing didn't answer, he had already guided her to think, deriving the answers from her heart. Rinjing really just came to have some tea. After Shui Jianqian, he finished work. The bookstore owner Rinjing happened to pass by the bookstore and went in to check things out. Shui Jianqian, upon seeing Rinjing, invited her to her home. The two of them had known each other for a long time. It was for this reason that Shui Jianqian, only a middle school student, was arranged by Rinjing to work at the bookstore. Perhaps Qianhe invited her as a way of repaying Rinjing's care for her. Changmin said to Rinjing, "It seems what you said is true." Changmin, "However, I advise you not to have any bad intentions toward Qianhe, or the consequences will be severe." Rinjing, "Ah, you saw through me." She showed a blushing face. Undoubtedly this was feigned. She continued unabashedly, after discovering that you also live here, I originally wanted to use her to threaten you into revealing your secrets, but now it's no longer necessary. What an actress. Changmin wanted to comment that, but then decided against it. Rinjing said she didn't need to know Changmin's secrets, but in her heart, she desperately wanted to know. This desire was no less than the sexual urge after a decade of abstinence. For the first time, Changmin felt this person was dangerous. He should not get close. Yet in his heart, he wanted to recruit her into the Akatsuki organization to serve it. Therefore Changmin extended an invitation once again. Would you like to join the organization I founded? Rinjing was silent. Her heart was hesitating. You said this morning that I would definitely join your organization, but I don't understand. How can you be so certain? Changmin, if you don't understand, think more about it. You will understand later. With that, Changmin, not wanting to disturb further, turned and prepared to go upstairs. Just then Shui Jianxian, he came out with tea and snacks apologetically saying, sorry, did I disturb you? Changmin, no, it's my fault. Changmin waved his hand and said, I'll head upstairs now. With that, he went upstairs without looking back. Shui Jianxian, he brought the tea and snacks to Rinjing and respectfully said, welcome to my humble home. Please let me know if there is anything inadequate. Rinjing exclaimed, wow, there are the crispy cakes I like. As soon as she saw the tea and snacks, she became excited like a little girl. In fact, her appearance really did resemble that of a primary school student. Shui Jianxian, he was also curious that Ms. Rinjing's appearance seemed unchanged for over a decade. Was she using disguise techniques? Or something else? After thinking, Shui Jianxian, he feeling it would be polite, complimented Ms. Rinjing, you are really young. Rinjing. Delicious. Without any restraint, Rinjing devoured the crispy cakes, sending one piece after another into her mouth. The moment the cake entered her mouth, she immediately became ecstatic, as if melting with satisfaction. Shui Jianxian, he was speechless. Could Ms. Rinjing really be a child? After the pleasure passed, Ms. Rinjing cleared her throat and said solemnly, ahem, sorry for making a fool of myself. I actually like some sweets. So when I see sweets, I lose my composure. How rude of me. She moved her legs, backed away a little and bowed respectfully, as elegant and noble as an ancient Japanese aristocrat. Shui Jianxian, he covered her mouth, a hint of amazement rising in her eyes. Could Ms. Rinjing be of noble birth? Thinking about it, Ms. Rinjing owned her own company, hotel, and bookstore. How could she achieve all this without being from a wealthy family? The gap between people is really huge, Shui Jianxian, he thought. Qian Hichan can also become rich in the future. Rinjing said, as if reading Qian He's thoughts. Why? Rinjing, I used to be like you in the past. Although others' paths are unique and cannot be copied, I see hope for a better life in your eyes. So your future life will go according to your wishes. I see. Shui Jianxian, he listened vaguely, not knowing what to say, as she completely didn't understand Ms. Rinjing's words. But Ms. Rinjing meant that she should develop in a good direction. That was enough. Near the sliding door, Changmin was quietly crouching, carefully listening to the conversation inside. This was a shadow clone. How could Changmin feel safe leaving such a threatening person here? So he sent a shadow clone down quietly. The conversation between the two inside was recorded by the shadow clone of Changmin in a notebook. Oh, it seems like there's a mouse eavesdropping outside the door. From inside the room came Rinjing's voice, half smiling. The shadow clone of Changmin outside was startled. This guy has a dog's nose. Although his disguise had been exposed, Nagato's shadow clone lingered outside, eavesdropping on the conversation within and committing every detail to memory. Nagato's physical body returned to bed, closed his eyes once more, and activated Pain's visual link. Somewhere in Ginza, Azura Path Pain and Human Path Pain opened their eyes in unison, revealing their mesmerizing purple rinnegan, which cast a faint luminescence against the darkness. The two Pains rose from the ground and exchanged glances before extending their perception outward. His aura. Suzuki Rikito's presence could no longer be detected. He must have put considerable distance between himself and us. Then let us try to guess what Suzuki Rikito's plan might be. Azura Path Pain and Human Path Pain headed toward the second floor of the abandoned building. They reached a balcony-like vantage point offering a clear view of the Kabukicho district below. Kabukicho was essentially an entertainment strip packed with karaoke bars, nightclubs, cinemas, and restaurants. Such districts were naturally appealing to Yakuza factions as ideal grounds for infiltration, offering ample opportunities for indulgence. Moreover, the profit margins were extraordinarily high, along with the protection fees extorted from every establishment. Yet with great profit came equally great risk. Hostile factions would not hesitate to raid and destabilize such a profitable territory. If a syndicate could not defend its turf, it would be scorned by rivals who would seize the opportunity to replace it. Earlier, Suzuki Rikito had led his men in a destructive rampage precisely to provoke the Yakuza faction controlling this entertainment district into revealing themselves. A gang called the Blood Characters Society, it seemed. Below, Kabukicho descended into chaos. Though truthfully, even without Suzuki Rikito's provocation, the area was already a madhouse. Several tattooed thugs crossed the street in a panic. One carried a wooden baton searching for someone. Could these really be all of them? Suzuki Rikito had brought over 100 men. How could they possibly win? The leadership of the Blood Characters Society was remarkably foolish. Nagato shook his head from his bed. Then something caught his attention. It was a familiar sight. The first pattern he had encountered since arriving in this world. And the most unexpected one at that. I never expected to see him here. Nagato murmured in surprise. The design was a tattoo. Ink etched onto the neck of a passerby below. The man wore a dark suit that concealed nearly everything except for a partially visible dragon claw motif peeking from his collar. That tattoo was exclusively reserved for executives of the former Shinlong Society, which meant this man was a former Shinlong Society officer. Shortly before, when Nagato and Kamishiro Ichinya had wiped out the Shinlong Society's headquarters, the final executive who was supposed to arrive never showed up. This was because that executive possessed a unique ability to sense human life forces. Likely having detected that his organization's leader and second-in-command had lost their vital signs, he had fled in advance. That executive's name was Mochizuki Tetsuya. Nagato remembered him vividly. He never expected to encounter him here. Azura Path Pain observed Mochizuki Tetsuya hurrying past, then leaped downward, landing on a lower roof, before parkouring across rooftops to silently tail him from above. Human Path Pain, meanwhile, had been left behind by Nagato to guard the scene. After following for some distance, it appeared Mochizuki Tetsuya was merely passing through and had no apparent ties to the Blood Characters Society. Nagato deemed Mochizuki Tetsuya's ability highly valuable, but rather than extracting it, he intended to recruit him as an operative for their organization. Clearly this man was clever and sufficiently cautious. Otherwise he would not have escaped so timely. If such a person proved loyal, he would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Suddenly Mochizuki Tetsuya, walking on the street, glanced up at the adjacent rooftop. But there was nothing there. Just my imagination. He muttered softly and quickened his pace. He still had urgent business to attend to. If he delayed any further, the consequences would be beyond his capacity to bear. As he turned to check the road ahead, Azura Path Pain rose from the rooftop and continued his silent pursuit. Thanks to the cover of darkness, Mochizuki Tetsuya had not noticed anyone crouching on the roof at all. Soon he arrived at a secluded corner near the harbor. Several burly men wearing sunglasses stepped down from a black Mercedes. One of them carried a black briefcase. In movies, that kind of briefcase was always used to transport stacks of US dollars. It appeared reality matched fiction. The burly man opened the briefcase, revealing thick bundles of cash. Nagato estimated there should be about $1 million inside. A standard briefcase could hold exactly $1 million US dollars. It was a commonly cited figure. Mochizuki Tetsuya scanned the surroundings, then withdrew a small black box from his pocket. A cube roughly the size of a Rubik's puzzle. Mochizuki Tetsuya faced the burly man holding the briefcase. They exchanged items. Mochizuki Tetsuya, looking visibly tense, accepted the briefcase and closed it without even counting the contents. The burly man fiddled with the black box, apparently satisfied it was functioning properly, nodded, and boarded the black sedan with the others speeding away. After the car departed, Mochizuki Tetsuya exhaled in relief and collapsed onto the ground, his legs giving way. What a harrowing exchange. As this thought crossed his mind, an iron rod struck him forcefully on the back of his head. Mochizuki Tetsuya's eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious instantly. Azura Path Pain retracted the chakra-enhanced black rod, then retrieved the black briefcase from the ground. Recalling how the burly man had opened it, he successfully opened the case. Inside was a full box of cash. Every bill appeared crisp and new, as though freshly withdrawn from a bank. $1 million converted to Japanese yen would amount to over 100 million. Yet Azura Path Pain callously tossed the entire briefcase into the sea. Unfortunately, the money inside was not genuine. Moreover, it contained explosives. When the black car had driven away, Azura Path Pain had noticed sinister smiles on the burly men's lips. Nagato, familiar with such plot tropes, immediately sensed a trap. He then pursued the departing black sedan at tremendous speed and overheard the inner thoughts of those inside. Thus he learned the briefcase held counterfeit money and explosives. The detonation was set for 1 minute, likely intended as a silencing measure. If not for Nagato, Mochizuki Tetsuya would have died right there. He ought to thank me profusely. After pondering, Nagato affixed a tracker to Mochizuki Tetsuya's body. The tracker had been purchased from the underground black market. Suzuki Rikito, managing operations, had proposed the idea, and after Nagato reviewed and approved it, acquired the trackers through intermediaries. In fact, it was not only trackers. They had also procured voice recorders, voice modulators, and other surveillance equipment. After completing all this, Tendo Pain leaped onto the rooftop and returned the same way. When he arrived back at the abandoned building, several police cars had already appeared in the Kabukicho district below. A dozen officers cordoned off the scene and dispersed the crowd. The human path pain who had remained behind witnessed everything that had transpired. These policemen were undoubtedly from the Countermeasures Bureau. Why had they appeared here? Nagato suspected they were drawn by Suzuki Rakuto. In other words, Suzuki Rakuto's strategy was to divert the trouble and let them fight each other like snipe and clam. Just then Suzuki Rakuto ascended. He seemed to know that the two pains had fled to this spot. Upon his arrival he uttered only this, "Please watch and wait." He glanced downward with a smug smirk curling at his lips. Both Tendo Pain and Human Path Pain peered below. On the street, a large mob of thugs faced off against over 20 psionic police officers. However, among the throng of thugs, only 11 possessed psionic abilities utterly insufficient to repel the assault. This intelligence, that merely 11 had powers, came from Suzuki Rakuto's inside informant. Organizations like the Blood Character Society with their lax discipline would accept almost anyone without questioning potential ulterior motives. Thus, Suzuki Rakuto successfully planted an informant. Boom, boom. The sound of air blasts thundered, sending police cars flying several meters. Seeing this, some officers scrambled for cover behind obstacles. Meanwhile, the Specialized Attack Squad unleashed long-range assaults. Close combat members charged forward, rolling behind cover. One officer, moving at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, swiftly flanked 2 or 3 thugs and drove his elbow down onto their necks, instantly rendering them unconscious. He moved like a phantom, wielding a baton he had acquired from somewhere as a weapon, striking the backs of the thugs' necks. The mob crumbled, their momentum shattered, and one by one they collapsed to the ground. What's happening? Someone cried out in terror, only to be knocked out by the baton. Clang. On the opposite side, an equally formidable opponent appeared. A thug matching the officer's speed engaged in a duel. Armed with an iron rod, he counterattacked against the weaker psionic officers, knocking them unconscious one after another. But the thug struck far more ruthlessly than the officer, who had to bring them back to the station alive. The officer immediately wheeled around to thwart the thug's brutality. Iron rods clashed, sparking yellow glints. Clang, clang, clang. After several ear-splitting strikes, both sides retreated, glaring at each other with fury. The stalemate lasted for a while, offering a chance to catch their breath. Gradually, both calmed their breathing. Fight begins, someone shouted from upstairs, and the two launched into action. Their figures blurred, turning into gusts of wind, tearing at each other and scouring everything around. Eventually exhausted, they fought to a draw and both collapsed. Their duel was but a minor interlude in the larger battle. Overall, the police held the advantage over the thugs. Though the mob seemed larger in number, their actual combat strength was pitifully weak, easily subdued in a few moves. Some officers possessed less formidable psionic abilities such as night vision, scent tracking, or enhanced tactile senses. So they wielded pepper spray and batons, cautiously knocking out thugs. Suddenly, a blast of air exploded. 2 or 3 psionic officers were hurled into the air, tracing parabolic arcs, before crashing heavily to the ground. The sound of cracking bones echoed, followed by their agonized screams. Nakamura Jin stepped down from a police car, casting a wary glance at a burly figure in the distance before donning black plastic gloves. His ability was to transmit electric current through plastic materials. The current could be bioelectric or chemical. As long as it was electricity, he could consciously channel it and control its shape. Nakamura Jin wore a special belt at his waist that could connect to electrical wires. Now the belt was linked to a thick cable, which in turn connected to a large high-voltage battery box in the back of the police vehicle. By adjusting the current to just the level that would stun a person, he could avoid fatal consequences. The ability to manipulate electricity was undoubtedly a powerful psionic talent. Nakamura Jin wondered why headquarters had dispatched a high-level psionic like him for such a small-scale apprehension operation. Yet they had sent him. Only when he saw the man before him did he understand the headquarters' intent. That A-Class wanted fugitive was also present. An A-Class wanted fugitive bearing an A-Class warrant naturally possessed A-Class abilities. This classification system, from A to F, was known only to those within the Countermeasures Bureau. Yamamoto Fei, an A-Class fugitive, was a user of the air cannon psionic ability. Born in 1993, he was originally a diligent office worker, but one day, he suddenly attacked his colleagues, going on a massacre that wiped out the entire floor. Consequently, the government placed a bounty on him, and he became a fugitive. Nakamura Jin glanced at Yamamoto Fei from afar, pulled a cigar from his inner pocket, and rubbed his thumb and index finger together. Sparks flew, igniting the cigar. Puff! Nakamura Jin exhaled a plume of smoke. He strode forward calmly, and wherever he passed, people collapsed with their eyes rolled back. Through his plastic shoes, he used the earth as a conductor to transmit electric current into others. He had such masterful control over the current that he could easily kill a person or merely knock them unconscious. Of course, there was a limitation. The earth was vast, so only those close to him would be electrocuted. This was similar to the principle of staying away from high-voltage power boxes. Yamamoto Fei raised his right hand, placed his left hand over it, and fired an air cannon at the police. The air cannon struck 4 or 5 detectives, sending them flying. Nearby, a man with a straight posture walked unhurriedly, a red glow, the tip of a cigarette, in his mouth. Based on years of experience, he instinctively sensed something was off about the officer, whose body seemed connected to a rope-like object. Because that officer appeared calm and composed, walking straight toward him, clearly targeting him. Feeling a grave threat, he raised his hand and immediately fired a blast. Boom. It thundered like a cannon. A mass of air dense with heat and kinetic energy hurtled toward Nakamura-jin. Nakamura-jin remained utterly composed, his gaze fixed on Yamamoto-Fei, yet he conjured a wall of electric current that enveloped his entire body. The air cannon slammed into the electric wall, its momentum dissipated, and by the time it reached his face, it was merely a gentle breeze. Yamamoto-Fei was stunned. How could anyone block that blast? Years of experience told him he had to flee now. The instant this thought crossed his mind, Nakamura-jin let out a cold snort, transformed into a bolt of lightning, and crackled through the air. Arcs of electricity flashed, white light flickered. Seeing this, Yamamoto-Fei turned and sprinted, heading toward complex terrain. The lightning officer was tethered by a rope. If Yamamoto-Fei could escape far enough, Nakamura-jin would fall into the trap. That is, if he chased after him. Yamamoto-Fei ran frantically, firing blind air cannons backward from time to time, both to boost his speed and to hinder his pursuer. Midway through the chase, Nakamura-jin abruptly stopped. Yamamoto-Fei looked back and realized the rope had reached its limit. I see. Yamamoto-Fei grinned maliciously. Then die. He raised his arm and fired another air cannon. Unexpectedly, Nakamura-jin smirked and blocked the air cannon with his elbow. Boom. The air cannon struck Nakamura-jin's elbow, kicking up a cloud of dust. How foolish. To use his arm to block my air cannon. Yamamoto-Fei sneered. Yet when the dust cleared, the figure stood unscathed. Nakamura-jin, his gaze icy, stared at Yamamoto-Fei, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yamamoto-Fei's sneer froze. The dust dissipated, revealing Nakamura-jin completely unharmed, his eyes cold as he fixed his gaze on Yamamoto-Fei, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Nakamura-jin removed the iron plate from his wrist, which had already been blasted into deformation. He waved it in front of Yamamoto Akane, then casually tossed it onto the ground. Clang! The two heavy iron plates hit the ground, producing a noisy, dull thud. Yamamoto Akane was instantly stunned into silence. That guy actually installed those things on his arms. After thinking it over, he decided it was best to flee first. That guy was far too bizarre. Just moments ago, this officer summoned a wall of lightning that blocked his air cannon. He could actually manipulate lightning, a ridiculously overpowered ability. This was unplayable. He had been far too arrogant just now. He should never have stopped to provoke him. In the future, when encountering such powerful officers, he should flee at every opportunity and never leave any chance for his opponent to seize him. That guy is currently tethered by a rope. He estimates he won't be able to catch up anytime soon. Having made up his mind, Yamamoto Akane took off running without looking back. At that very moment, Nakamura-jin unsheathed the weapon at his waist and disconnected it from the power source. Terrific electric arcs blazed beneath his feet as white sparks burst forth. Nakamura-jin advanced with measured strides, harnessing the power of lightning to launch himself several meters forward in an instant. Trailing sparks and lightning all the way, Nakamura-jin held his breath, and as he soared past, Yamamoto Akane reached out to grasp his neck. Yamamoto Akane, sprinting forward, felt a cold gust sweep past his back, followed by a sharp slap to his neck. An immense surge of electric current surged through his skeletal structure, spreading across his entire body. A bone-crushing agony. Unable to withstand the excruciating pain, he immediately collapsed into unconsciousness. Boom. Unable to control his direction while channeling lightning, Nakamura-jin flew straight into a garbage pile. Fortunately, the trash heap provided cushioning, otherwise he would have been seriously injured and hospitalized again. During that full-power sprint, he had managed to make contact with Yamamoto Akane's body. The electric current he delivered would undoubtedly render him unconscious and might even endanger his life. Slap! Slap! Patting the dust from his clothes, Nakamura-jin strode confidently toward Yamamoto Akane and looked down from above at the unconscious figure sprawled on the ground. Clank! Crouching down, Nakamura-jin pulled handcuffs from his waist, drew out Yamamoto Akane's hands, and smoothly secured them, rendering him unable to resist. With that, his mission was complete. Nakamura-jin shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had expected this so-called Class A wanted criminal to be far more formidable, but he turned out to be all bark and no bite. Nakamura-jin hoisted the burly Yamamoto Akane, who weighed nearly 200 jin, onto his shoulders. Something that should have been impossible became entirely feasible under his hands. He manipulated the remaining current within his body, using faint electrical pulses to stimulate his muscles, causing them to contract and expand fully, thereby enhancing his strength. Nakamura-jin had experimented and discovered that he could lift objects exceeding 500 kilograms. Hoisting this man, who was far below that threshold, onto his shoulder was nothing worth mentioning. As he walked, he suddenly noticed something peculiar. The surroundings had grown significantly quieter than before. However, this did not necessarily mean the battle in Kabukicho had already concluded. It was because Yamamoto Akane, who he had been carrying, had simply vanished. Without any warning. The area was brightly lit, yet a layer of gray filter seemed to have descended upon his vision. A spatial state of frozen time. Sensing the anomaly, Nakamura-jin quickly took cover beside a utility pole, scanning his surroundings. This was the death game between angels and demons. Indeed, he had also been drawn into this death game. 3 days ago, a beautiful blonde girl calling herself an angel descended from the sky and appeared before him, inviting him to participate. Galia, this was the angel's name. She explained to Nakamura-jin the various rules concerning the angel and demon death game, including this near-frozen spatial state. It seemed to be the game space. There was no time here. Even if he recklessly destroyed buildings upon returning to reality, those damaged structures would revert to their pre-destruction state, as though the destruction had never occurred at all. Those chosen and bound by angels were called agents. When an angel faction agent and a demon faction agent approached within 100 meters of each other, both would be pulled into a game space like the one before his eyes. Hearing that winning the game granted the ability to freely make wishes, Nakamura-jin readily accepted Galia's invitation and became her partner. In truth, since 3 days ago, Galia had never strayed more than 10 meters from his side. Even now, she was following closely behind him. However, due to the game's rules, Galia could not act in the real world, only within the game space. Therefore, Galia had done nothing during all the battles just now. It's a demon. Galia, hovering in the air, cried out anxiously. Nakamura-jin remained relatively calm. I know. Let me sort through this logically first. We were drawn into the game space only after arriving here. That means the demon faction's agent is not from the Countermeasures Bureau. In other words, not one of my colleagues. Nakamura-jin stroked his smooth chin, pondering deeply. Moreover, the enemy is somewhere nearby. But my internal electric current is nearly depleted. I'm unable to fight. He suddenly remembered something and asked, Galia, can you summon electric current? In truth, today marked his first time participating in the game. Thus, he remained largely unaware of Angel Galia's capabilities. Even though Galia had constantly prattled at his ear about how powerful she was, Nakamura-jin had regarded these claims with skepticism. Now, seeing Galia's nervous demeanor, all of Nakamura-jin's confusion regarding her true strength finally dissolved. This angel is definitely weak sauce, he concluded inwardly. Electric current. I can't do that. Galia flapped her pure white wings and waved her hands in a panic, her face displaying an embarrassed expression, yet somehow irresistibly cute, like a porcelain doll. Do all angels look like this? Nakamura-jin thought to himself. Actually, this is my first time participating in this game too, Galia said, shyly fidgeting with her fingers. Nakamura-jin asked patiently, then what can you do? Hoping for something more powerful. Galia replied, I can breathe fire and spray water. Nakamura-jin was disappointed. You can breathe fire and spray water, but can't summon electric current. He pressed on, desperately seeking an alternative path. Surely you can use magic to summon thunderstorm clouds. Galia shook her head shamefully, her face flushing crimson like a rose. Nakamura-jin sighed, shifting his hope that the demon opposite them would prove weak. Nakamura-jin moved forward while keeping close to the wall. However, the angel following behind him flew in the air, exposing half her body. Nakamura-jin quickly pulled her down, insisting she walk instead. Galia wore an expression on the verge of tears. Nakamura-jin felt a headache building. This angel had been so self-assured before, boasting about this and that. But the moment they entered the game space, she transformed into someone entirely different. No, not someone, she was an angel. Thus, Nakamura-jin continued walking forward, while Galia secretly trailed behind him. Soon he spotted a white-haired demon flying through the air. Such confidence, to dare expose himself in the sky. Was this a provocation? Nakamura-jin suppressed his combat instincts and prepared to observe silently. The white-haired demon in the sky surveyed everything below with sharp, eagle-like senses, searching for all living things on the ground. Nakamura-jin lay flat on the ground, simultaneously pressing down the head that Galia had begun to raise. Found it. In the sky, the white-haired demon revealed a sinister smile, gazing down at a certain wall below, then dived straight toward it. A piercing shriek cut through the high air, echoing across the heavens. His fingers moved with uncanny agility, conjuring in an instant a rock sphere over 10 meters in diameter. He held it aloft in his palm, hurtling it toward the base of the wall. Hiss! The air seethed, causing the rock sphere to blaze with intense heat. In an instant, the rock sphere transformed into a fiery crimson orb of molten stone. The diving white-haired demon abruptly halted its descent, breaking midair. Yet the rock sphere in its hand did not stop. Instead, like a meteor from beyond the skies, it crashed toward the wall with earth-shaking momentum. It had dived to harness inertia, augmenting the meteor sphere's might. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the meteor sphere tore through the air, currents friction with the atmosphere produced a thunderous roar akin to the wrath of heaven. Boom! Another deafening explosion resounded as the rock sphere slammed into the wall, piercing through it, then plunged into the ground, raising a plume of dust 100 meters high. The rock's searing temperature scorched the earth, melting the ground beneath. The immense kinetic force caused the terrain to collapse and cave in, forming a crater a full meter deep. The gaping hole left behind was utterly empty, for the meteor sphere had dissipated into dust, never to return. The white-haired demon stared at the white expanse below, its brow furrowed in consternation. The sight of the devastation before it did not bring it joy. Instead, it was filled with profound disappointment. It was not the wreckage that disheartened it. Rather, it was the strike's lack of precision that left it crestfallen. That attack had deviated significantly from its intended trajectory. It refused to believe this was its own error. It had unwavering confidence in its judgment of distance and accuracy. Since it was not its mistake, only one possibility remained. The enemy below had manipulated its meteor sphere, altering its flight path midair. At this thought, the white-haired demon hastily assumed a defensive stance. Zzz. The gravitational waves hummed. Indeed, it was the machinations of gravity ability. A powerful gravitational wave seized the white-haired demon, attempting to drag it downward. The force of this gravity exceeded its expectations. The white-haired demon's form flickered, then abruptly plunged downward in an uncontrollable dive. Losing its inertia, it quickly unfurled a pair of black bat wings, adjusting its posture and flapping forward to generate counterforce, resisting its own advance. Its forward speed drastically diminished, yet it still continued descending. With a swift turn of thought, the white-haired demon abandoned resistance and instead accelerated along the gravitational pull. Whoosh! Having relinquished its defiance, it became like a missile, diving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. With a minor spell, it conjured a razor-sharp blade. A flicker of cunning gleamed in the white-haired demon's eyes. Once it closed in on the one wielding the gravity power, it would slay him instantly. In merely 3 seconds, it descended from the sky to the ground. The white-haired demon burst through several walls, its head as hard as iron remaining unscathed. In the instant before breaching the final wall, its mind raced at lightning speed. The agent employing the gravity ability was just behind that wall. Thus it thought, its killing intent growing ever fiercer. A smirk of malicious triumph nearly curled at the corner of its lips. Boom! The white-haired demon smashed through the last wall, its expression shifting as the blade in its hand plunged downward. Thud! A sound akin to a balloon bursting echoed. Along with it came a puff of smoke. Though it lasted a mere thousandth of a second, it still caught a glimpse of what the man did before vanishing. He conjured smoke and teleported away. Standing on the street, the white-haired demon carefully recalled the scene it had just witnessed. That man bore a weathered countenance with hair of a striking scarlet hue. His purple pupils, like demonic specters, were breathtaking, reminiscent of an endless cycle, ensnaring all who gazed into them, unable to awaken. Using teleportation ability, he lured me here. Could it be? The white-haired demon suddenly awoke with a start, flapping its wings to fly back. There, an orange-haired youth clad in a black cloud robe rose slowly from the ground, blocking its path. Wielding a sharp black rod, he aimed it at the neck of the person in his arms. The youth with spiky orange hair, a middle school student held hostage, ascended into the sky. The trembling middle school student breathed rapidly, daring not to move. Save me, Amius! The student cried in a quavering voice, casting a helpless gaze at the white-haired demon flying ahead. Amius's face turned cold, and he glared at the orange-haired youth with a threatening tone. It seems you filthy angels have already formed an alliance. The orange-haired youth before him was not the same as the red-haired middle-aged man from before, yet they were within the same space, indicating both were agents of the angel faction. Could the simultaneous appearance of the two in the game space not prove that they had united to oppose him alone? The orange-haired youth ahead could fly. Perhaps he had already won several battles and requested the flight wish from his angel. What an inauspicious start. Amius inwardly complained, a blaze of fury, unable to find release. As a mid-level demon deified by wrath, he could not suppress this anger. Yet the more furious he became, the more he must remain calm. He pondered a solution to the predicament before him. There was only one way to resolve the dilemma. That was to stop the orange-haired youth from killing his agent through negotiation. Once his agent was slain, the game would end. If the agent died, it meant he would bear the title of the losing side, and then he would have to return to the tedious, boring demon realm. I have a proposal, Amius said to Tianyang. He first intended to gauge the other's attitude. Tianyang's face was as placid as an ancient well, as if nothing could disturb his tranquility. He said coldly, "What proposal?" "A peace proposal." Amius tugged at the lapels of his ornate aristocratic attire to steady himself. Seeing that the cold black rod in Tianyang's hand did not press further against his agent's neck, Amius finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there was room for negotiation. "Let's hear it," Tianyang said calmly. "But there is a condition: you must approach me Stop at a distance of 10 meters from me. Though uncertain of Tiandao Pan's intentions, Amius hesitated briefly before flying toward him and halting precisely 10 meters away. I believe we can cooperate. Pausing, Amius spread his hands as he spoke, studying Tiandao Pan's expression. Seeing no reaction, he felt reassured and laid out his plan. An alliance between angels and demons is uncommon, or rather it has never been considered possible. So we can exploit that. My agent and I will lure other agents from the demon faction, tricking them into coming near you, and together we will slay them. This way you can obtain the game rewards without suffering any harm. Don't worry about me fleeing you. I won't ally with other demons to kill you. We can sign a contract. A contract? Tiandao Pan murmured as if in contemplation. Yes, exactly. Seeing this approach working, Amius continued. A contract, as I said, is one between angels and demons, primarily used for ceasefires, trade negotiations, and such matters. If either party breaks the pact, they will be stripped of their divine status and cast into hell.